I'm back. Whew. Let me print real quick. I can see now. I had to go. I can put it so I can see. Because my eyes bad. Oh man, this is the craziest mess I ever seen in my entire life. Okay? No wonder. If people kept wondering why I ain't being solved, why I ain't being solved. This is why I ain't being solved. You mean to tell me all these white folk from LA to Nevada, feds included, all these jurors, every goddamn body, and nobody? Oh, this is, yeah, I tell you why I can't be solved. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is the craziest shit I've seen in my goddamn life. This is the slowest internet ever. I'm going to pin this link. This is crazy. How? Like how? Listen, I'm trying to tell you. There ain't nobody, ain't no low level person, ain't no low level person, call these shots. Um, sending money here, and then you hear, you even heard your boy Keefie, and yeah, I'm up here now. I would have to go on the other side to pin the link and mute myself. This is, I hate this. God, I'm up here now. This is absolutely insane. I'm in the back now. Okay. This is absolutely insane, y'all. I'm telling you now. All right. Yeah, I was, moving around so I can get to the right place. Okay. I mean, okay, now I got to figure something out. Was the interview they played in court yesterday? Was that the one they played a couple days ago or whatever? Because I'm not, you know, I'm just picking my points, my, what I think I need, and I'm sitting up here like, y'all, this is the state's witnesses and evidence. The the people that from the Pope department look like they not interested in being there, and they know that there's some bullshit that's going on, and it seems like they really didn't want to participate in this goddamn case because they know that this case ain't finished. This ain't right. You got at this point. I told you what else you got to pay attention to. What's in the screen and also what's not. I got you, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
I hear you good.
Hey, hey.
Hey, girl.
Girl, it is a big mess. It is. But in my opinion, you know how I think. I'm just looking at what I'm seeing being testified to. I think based on how the indictment is written, it would be possible for a jury to convict him. I don't have confidence that this jury is going to convict him, though.
Right. It'll be possible that this jury can convict them because they made that indictment broad. But this is where that attorney, he's going to have to ask for a directed verdict, and if he don't get that, he's going to need to ask for a judgment notwithstanding. Because and then if he don't get that, that's going to be preserved on the record, and then he can appeal this. This did you hear? Let me ask you this. That tape they played of him in interrogation in 2000, was that the same one they played earlier?
No. So I don't know. That first recording, I didn't get a chance to go back and listen to that yet. Cause we was tied up in circus drama.
Yeah.
So we a little bit, but I'm trying to catch up. So I'm gonna try to listen to that later on, and then also then listen to the recording that they started playing yesterday evening, which was the interview with the documentarian, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Keefy, like I said, I think what's gonna seal his fate is stuff he did to his own self, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when that recording, I don't know what that recording. That must have been with some kind of detectives, and that probably was more of an interrogation style. That first one, from some detectives, those Bennett, I think Detective Bennett or something like those guys. They were
Mm-hmm.
like the first two witness. Well, it might have been witness 3 and 4. I think they were. I didn't get to pay as much attention to that those recordings. The recording that we heard in the beginning of yesterday and then the day before, that was the 2009 proffer that he did with Caden and Dupree.
Okay.
But he had spoke with Caden and Dupree already at his attorney's office in 2008, where he let them know that wasn't recorded. That's where he let them know that he had info on Tupac and that they gave him a time to consider how much he wants to tell them,
Uh-huh.
and then they told him come back after Christmas. But they basically let him know, like, if you don't have anything for us, you're going to jail for life on these drug charges.
Wow. So, who was in? Okay. So yesterday, that one, I don't know if you've seen Cuff Boys, but that one that was playing where you can definitely where Keefie said, "Hey, can I talk to him for a minute?" Meaning, I guess that was his counsel, whoever his poor ass nigga he done brought down there to represent him. Where the dude saying, "Hey, you got to say it like this here. You got to say it like that." I mean, definitely coaching.
You think that was coaching, Angie? I don't. tell me, okay, you want me to tell you, and then you tell me since you're the expert. I can tell you how I looked at it
Okay.
from me on a lay person, and also being somebody who at one point probably needed a few defense attorneys
Oh,
in this lane, right?
okay. I get it. I get it.
So I think Keefy was talking way too much, Angie, and I think that the purpose of the proffer was to talk about the Tupac situation. I think that Keefy was opening himself up to too much legal exposure, and maybe
Yeah.
that's why his attorney was stepping in, saying, "Keefy, just answer the question. Why
Yeah.
are you keep telling them things that you don't need to tell them?" And essentially, either some things to corroborate what some of the other allegations against him that they might not want him to have too much information about, or especially into that drug case where it could be something he could be giving them where they could require him to come back as a cooperating witness, and then that would put his safety in jeopardy.
Yeah, but I get that because I know that you want you want your client to just answer the question and don't give no extra dialogue. That's what you supposed to tell your client. But I'm also talking about that white man that was in there asking those questions.
That was
And
a different. So that was it. So you had Dupree in there, you had Caden, and then you had another one in there that was in
Hayden
there
was
with
in
him.
there too.
It was, you said what happened?
Hayden was in that one too.
Yeah. So Kate,
I'm telling y'all this now. You know, I point out my biases. I've been trying like hell now. Cause I'm just saying, Lord, not Caden. Everybody keep telling me Caden is dirty. No,
I believe he's dirty too. But
damn.
Caden was in that interview. You had
Oh no.
Dupree, you had Darren Dupree, Greg Caden, and then it was another one, and I think the other
Oh
one, Angie, was an assistant United States attorney or something.
oh.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think that that's what they say. And Dupree said that that's the one that was recording. The one he said Caden wasn't recording. Now somehow Caden took the recording. Um, but Caden wasn't the one doing the recording. It was the other guy. Let me see. Cause listen, I'm gonna tell you how I am when it get like this. When this tree is wide, okay.
Yeah.
So I was like, I gotta take notes. I don't care that I gotta work while I'm listening to this.
Yeah.
I gotta flip over. I had my screens like one, I had Word on one side, and I should have
Uh,
opened it up in a Google Doc, but I didn't. But I opened up Word in one side, and then I got my work on my other screen, and I'm trying to type what I can because it was too much. It's too many
yeah.
names.
And
And like you
my
said,
old
it's so
had my tablet.
right.
Right.
It's so many investigations within an investigation within an
Exactly.
investigation.
Exactly. That's what I was. Yeah, exactly. And nobody has pointed that out. And I'm like, okay, hold on. It is. I mean, every time you turn around, you go talk to somebody. You think you're gonna do a follow up or whatever. They did.
Yeah,
You know now you
right.
got another investigation.
Right.
Like I mean, this is crazy. And I mean, now and I'm now this that when I just had to stop everything and what I threw on the wall was that the one that looked the one of the things um that just came out not too long ago that just fell at my feet this morning. I clicked on it and they talking about the one of the boys from the Outlaws so happened to get accidentally killed over some kind of dispute or maybe not a dispute. And he was a part of the outlaws, so he was backdoor. Like, for what? So so you mean to tell me somebody that's in your association, you're gonna argue with him over drugs and liquor, and you got a gun with you? This is not unless I mean, hold on, this is gang culture, street culture from back in the days. So I should know this ain't how it goes.
Listen, Keefy was. That's why when I felt like the best interview, the most fiery testimony we had so far, of course, was Mob James, right? But the best testimony I feel right now so far, kind of like to tell us how it got to the point where, like, maybe keeping these real first statements of saying anything and giving some detail, I felt like was with the 98 interview that he did with Wade Lee, Special Agent Wade Lee. He was a Fed, and that's why Keefy D kept trying to say he had federal immunity. It was because of this interview.
Wait a minute, they done already laid that out in court?
Yes, that was a good one. Yes, Wade Lee, I think, Angie, I typed out maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages of notes I got just from him. Okay.
Oh, you typed that? Oh my God, I got like 3 or 4 pages of what I'm gonna send this attorney to see, because I can't sit back. It just won't be right in my spirit. Me sit back and I'm armchair and I'm listening, and I see I don't know who he has there with him. You know.
Well, look, Angie, you talking about you want to say something to the attorney? Let me tell you, I was ready to call up that prosecutor's office and tell them off on that jury. Because they got a jury in there that is definitely either has watched social media or is watching social media and asked a question, had a nerve to send a question up to the judge that exposed that that's what they're doing.
What?
So if you pull it, I did it in my live this morning, but if you pull up the end of Mob James' testimony and the juror question asked, this is what the juror asked. Did Reggie Wright it was something along the lines of, did Reggie Wright give directives for security not to have any guns that night? Angie, Reggie hadn't even got on the stand and testified, and none of them other witnesses none of those other witnesses said anything in relation to that before he got up there.
No, girl, let me write that down. I'm glad you did that. So that's a violation of motherfucking goddamn his what's the name? Fuck that. Okay.
But what I'm thinking is it's in his favor though, Angie.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's in his favor. That's why I say it's a violation, because that motherfucking juror is asking questions that hasn't even been.
But what I'm saying is, Angie, I think that juror, whoever asked that question, they believe that these conspiracies on this internet. That's why they asked it. I think that's why.
Right, but I've got to look as free Keefie D. So I'm gonna look in the law.
Listen. I ain't friend no snitch. Oh, it is documented, Angie, that Keefie D been snitching at least since 1998, if not before that.
I understand. I understand, but you know what? This is 2026, and these rules and stuff, they done got loose and whatever. I mean, now I understand about the snitching. I get that. I don't fuck with snitches. Well, I don't fuck with snitches no more. Well, I never did. Never mind. I'll explain to y'all later.
Angie, he gave Detective Wade Lee some details about all of these people in their drug trafficking. I'm talking about even Eric Von Zip Martin.
Oh, wow.
He gave Colombian connections. He gave them all of his. Yes. That was the purpose of the 98 interview. The 98 interview had nothing really to do with the death of Tupac and Biggie. The 98 interview came about because it was a task force that was put together, and it was put together to investigate Grape Street Crips, the Grape Street Crips. Well, how Keefie got connected to that was because Keefie was hiding out in the Jordan Downs projects, which the Grape Street Crips had control over. His cousin Rodney Blackman was the head of all of that. Keefie was there hiding out because of the war going on after the shooting of Tupac. So while the investigators were over there investigating that, Keefie ends up getting caught up in that. They catch him selling off 2 kilos of cocaine, and that's how he comes in contact. He gets arrested and he comes in contact. They had phone conversations because he talked too much, diarrhea in the mouth. They had phone conversations on the wiretap. So the reason why Special Agent Whaley and this particular proffer from the government, from the federal government, entered into evidence is because Keefie was trying to make it seem like, well, he had already had immunity about this, right? From another time he thinking he got immunity instead of a proffer. But the problem with this federal proffer is that it was about drug trafficking. It was not about the shooting of Tupac or Biggie. So
I thought he had hold on. I thought he had a proffer about the shooting of Tupac, and that's when he talking about he gave Baby Lane the gun and all of this.
That came in 2009. But in 1998, see, that's what I'm telling you. See, that's why you need me. You need the historian to write all these notes down so that then you could put it in legal words, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Because I'm trying to tell you, I am so, I don't know. But I had to Google when, I'm trying to get my timeline together. So I Googled when he gave a proffer. And so they said 1998. All right.
That's the federal government one.
That's the federal government, right. So that's what I had put on the wall. I said, okay, that's the federal government one. Now, I didn't even know he had a goddamn federal government proffer. Shit, I didn't know that he had a proffer at all.
Well, nobody was supposed to ever know. Angie, nobody was supposed to ever know. The reason nobody was supposed to ever know was because that proffer was said that this document is not to be disseminated outside of the FBI. The reason being is because it was about drug trafficking. And Keefie D was when all of that stuff got mentioned about Reggie Wright having the North Side after Suge got locked up.
Mm-hmm.
That was from this 1998 proffer. So for him to be sitting over there talking about Reggie is snitching on him, you have been snitching on all of these people since 1998.
Wow.
He told them who was the leader of the other side of Compton. He told them Suge Knight controlled the north side of Compton, and that Reggie took over after Suge got locked up. This is in 98. He told them this. Not after all of this stuff he claiming that he got set up and all of this other stuff he talking about. This is in 98 that he's telling them all of this. But the reason why because this probably would have never made it into evidence, Angie, and you tell me what you think. The only reason I think this made it into evidence is because this was about, like I said, drug trafficking. It had to do with the Grape Street Crips drug trafficking bust. He got caught up in it.
What year was that? What year was that?
That was 1998. Okay. So, Pac got killed in 96, September 7th, 96. A war broke out immediately after that happened. Keefie went to go seek refuge in the Jordan Downs projects, where his cousin Rodney Blackman lived and run and control the project. They called the Grape Street Crips over there, right? So, and that's in Watts. That's not in Compton. Okay. So they were getting investigated. The Grape Street Crips were getting investigated. As a result, a phone interception happened where Keefie D is arranging a sale for 2 kilograms. That's how he gets caught up on that. So he gets caught up on a drug trafficking that then, because of the wars going on between the Mall Pirus and the Southside Compton Crips, then there is some information from that proffer that they asked him about since they have him. But the probe wasn't intended for that. It was intended because of the drug trafficking. In that proffer, Keefie gets a proffer agreement on that because of what he gave up on the drug trafficking part. Nothing to do with the Tupac murder. Anything he talked to them about with that was speculative. But what he did do was he confirmed that he was there in Vegas at the time of the fight. He confirmed that they stayed at the Excalibur. And then get this, Angie. So when they went to go raid his house when they arrested him in 2023, they found newspaper clippings of that he was keeping that mentioned Orlando being the shooter, and they mentioned it being Dwayne Keefie D. Davis's nephew, leader of the school of the Southside Crips, nephew Orlando Anderson, right? So he has those souvenirs, and then he has the receipt from the Excalibur Hotel.
Oh no!
Now the receipt is in Orlando's name, but in 1998, he told Special Agent Wade Lee that him, Orlando, his girlfriend Paula, and Orlando's girlfriend Rashima stayed at the Excalibur Hotel.
Oh my God! So he's putting himself there.
He put himself there, and when you listen to the last part of that recording, throughout the recording, that 2009 proffer with Greg Caden. Now, this is you asked me who was Corey Edwards. He keeps mentioning Corey Edwards. Corey Edwards is a gang member with him, right? He is placed at the MGM during the weekend of that happening, right? He also was a drug associate. He was one of his workers. He supplied him, right? So there, I guess, was some initial evidence. And Keefie, when you hear Keefie asking all of those questions at the beginning, Angie, I know you know what he's doing. He's trying to figure out who told on him based on what they showed him in that 2008 meeting he had with them.
Right.
So he's trying to figure out who told on him, and he's throwing names out. They're not confirming, denying, but they did deny Corey, though. Dupree was like, Corey didn't tell us anything because he kept bringing Corey's name up in that interview, Corey Edwards. It was to the point where his attorney, Wayne Higgins, had to say, listen, please stop asking him questions about Corey. You remember that part?
Was that yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So he was telling him, stop asking him questions, because he was like, Keefie D kept saying, I know Corey told y'all. I know he told y'all. Well, the problem with that, Angie, is that when they went to go get, after this last drug, because, they set up the drug thing to try to find out information on Biggie. That's how he had to come talk to them. Because...
Wait a minute. They set up the drug proffer you talking about?
In 2008, Greg Caden, Dupree, and all of them, they set up a drug sting on Keefie so that they could get him in there to talk about the Biggie murder.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I don't know nothing about none of this.
Yeah, so listen, this is why you're gonna understand why I'm saying that a jury that. I think this jury might find him not guilty because of what I told you about that question. I think it's somebody on there to believe the conspiracies. Yeah. And he or she might have some influence in that deliberation room. Yeah. But if really looking at this, I think they can connect and convict Keefie D. And this is why I'm saying it. So when So they set up the drug sting. That was Caden and Dupree and them. They came out, okay, we're going to set him up on this drug sting. And Angie, the reason why you know this from your side of things, The reason why they knew they could set up a drug string and get him to talk is because he's done it before.
Right.
Right. So they knew we know he's not going to stop selling drugs. So let's
Right.
just set up a drug sting, and then we can try to see if we can get him in here and see if we can get some information on the Biggie unaliving, right? So he goes in and they go to his house, to his garage. They let him know, listen, we got some things on you, and this was going to seal him. He was going to be in jail forever on this, Angie. And so he goes in to go talk to them. The first interview was 2008 at his attorney's office. That's why you keep hearing him say on the interviews, we had it at my attorney's office. That judge, she don't know. The first interview was at his attorney's office in 2008. That wasn't recorded. They gave him to after the holiday to decide what he wanted to do. But when he went into that 2008 interview, they were asking him about the Biggie situation. And he was like, I didn't have nothing to do with that Biggie situation. He said, but I can tell you about the other one. So they weren't even asking him about the Pac situation. They wanted to know what he had, because he was there the night of the Biggie murder, too. He was the person.
Right. I didn't know nothing about that. And I was like, this nigga was there, too.
That's what I'm saying, Angie. Come on now. You know the coincidence. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. This shit just hit me. I went along with what they were saying before. Look him. Biggie was killed because Tupac was killed and shit. And I let it go, and they seem to let it go. They talking about this Keefie D. I ain't know nothing about no damn Keefie D until I saw that man on Vlad. And I said,
well, they said he was a suspect because the payment supposedly for the Pac situation. So this is why they thought he was a suspect, because of these rumors swirling around. The payment for the Pac situation, they say it was a financial dispute, right? The financial dispute, because Keefie was supposed to be providing some type of protection. Him and the Southside Crips was supposed to be providing some type of protection to Puff because of the situation going on between him and Suge Knight. And then you was right when you said, yeah, this started like a long time, because you have Jake Rodez or something like that, Robles. That was Suge Knight's homeboy that it was said that, you know, Jimmy Henchman had knocked off, right?
Right.
And so from that moment, they said that maybe it was even before that. That was in 95, right? Yeah. So maybe it was even before that. I don't know, something was going on. But at least, that's why I said people have a dispute over when did this start. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody got a different marker for when it starts. But most people that have been watching this, that's the marker they go by. It's when Jake Robles, I think Robles or something. That was Suge's homeboy. He was one of his bodyguards, and he was knocked off, and they say Jimmy Henchman did it. And
I'm telling you something. I promise to God, I just thought about taking that timeline beyond back to Jimmy Henchman, because I was connecting him to Tupac getting shot at that
at the studio. At the studio.
And Biggie and Puff and them was up there, and it seemed like that's when I said, okay, I gotta take that time like back. I don't know nothing about what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know a whole lot, but I know for the sake of talking, I know enough for the sake of like trying to understand where we are now. You see what I'm saying? Like trying to place the place.
It got to make sense. If I'm taking it back that far, not knowing nothing.
Right.
But when I was being honest, I'm telling you, all I knew about Keefie D when he came up there on that Vlad TV, because I was watching Vlad like that. I'm like, he told me he got cancer and all this extra stuff. I said, is this man lying? Because how is you? I had never, ever, nobody coming out talking about they shot Tupac or they was in the car with the people who shot Tupac. And I know, because I thought you got to be a damn fool as much as Tupac is loved to come out there and say that.
Yep.
Somebody gonna knock you off just on GP. That's
Mm-hmm.
what I'm thinking when I saw this nigga. So that's why I said, this nigga must be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
He must
But
be crazy.
Greg Caden had wrote the book Murder Raps in 2011. So he wrote the book, and then that's when Greg Caden started doing those interviews. And so basically what Keefie D is trying to say, well, Greg Caden put like his family's safety in jeopardy by coming out and talking about it. And so then I guess that's when he decided that he was going to come out and talk about it. I don't know what clarity he thought he was going to put on it, but I guess that's when he decided he was going to come talk, because he was saying he was scared for his safety, that that Greg Caden had put him and his family's life in jeopardy and stuff. And so that's why he says that he came out. But then he was going, but you're going around everywhere and making profit. It don't seem like you that scared to me. Like, because you exposing yourself more. Like, I don't see how you think you.
He got more than one problem.
What do you mean?
Like, okay, so this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that okay, the problem with the feds. This is why he's in. He got an issue. He's in got a problem with what's going in Nevada. Because
no, that federal proffer has nothing to do with the Tupac and Biggie incidents. Nothing.
No, what I'm saying is this: when they did the proffer back in '98, and he got use immunity. It's not full immunity. He got use immunity. So when he started talking about extra shit that was outside of that use immunity, they could use it against him. However, the feds didn't seem to, because they could have used it against him. But what it appears to me is that, the state of Nevada said, listen, we can use any information that comes out of your goddamn mouth,
yes,
outside of this proffer, and you're talking about Tupac and all these extra people that we ain't asked your ass about or whatever, and now we can investigate that. If we investigate that and tie you to it, we can get you.
Right, so wait a minute. So the federal one, Angie, the federal one has nothing to do with the murders. It is, you're right, the Los Angeles one that was doing the investigation in the 2009 proffer, that's the one that was about the murders. That's when he told them. In the 1998 one, he told them that he didn't have anything to do with the murder. But he gave them like locations that he was there in Vegas, that Orlando, that he was there, told them all who was there, told them where they stayed. He gave them pertinent information that now can be used to place him in Vegas. So that's why that was important. And also to debunk him saying that he was covered under the federal agreement, because he told him in the federal agreement he didn't do anything, that he didn't commit the murder. So it was in the federal proffer agreement, he didn't tell them anything. That was a drug trafficking. He gave them a whole bunch of information on drug traffickers, not dealing with the case.
When he started talking about the case, did he start talking about Tupac and Biggie
in 2009?
Well,
2008. 2008. That's when they arrested him on the next big drug case. This drug case was the staged one that Caden and Dupree set up.
Oh, I got you now.
And then, right, but it was for the purpose of them trying to get info on the Biggie. Because remember, Biggie's mother was suing the LAPD, saying that because the rumor was that there were LAPD officers who were involved in Biggie's death. And so they formed a task force. Greg Caden and Darren Dupree, they were part of that task force. They were the main investigators. So they decided the way to try to see if they could get Keefie D to talk about the Biggie murder was to stage this drug sting, right? Drug operation sting. And then once they get him for that, they know they got him for a life sentence on that. So they can try to see, okay, will he tell us now what happened?
Wow. I didn't know none of this. I promise you, I don't know nothing about this. Let me tell you something. I ain't know nothing about no detective had done died and came on. I to that fool popped up on Vlad TV and I was out here in this sector. I wasn't following
I
it.
didn't know about Keefy D like that either. You know that I just started, like I said, I started because JoJo had the interest in.
Yeah.
I knew a little bit, but not anything. But I still tried to keep myself from knowing too much of what social media was saying because they were running wild with so many
Right.
conspiracies about the thing. So I was like, I really want to see how Vegas is going to stage and put this case together. And especially I thought interesting because he's trying to say, oh, I think Keefe, he has, the other thing I think is confusing to the jury, he had too many defenses trying to go on here. One saying he wasn't there, and then the other one saying that all of the stuff that he wrote in the book was just lies. And it was just a fiction story. He just made that up. It was scripted. Then he says, well, he didn't even write the book. But then they caught him on a phone call talking to his mistress saying, yeah, I wrote the book. And then he confirms that he wrote the book because he was pissed off that Greg Caden told the story. And so he said Greg Caden breached the proffer agreement, not him.
Right, Greg. Okay. So
That's what he
anyway,
told his mistress on the phone, on the jail phone.
he got a mistress. I
Yeah.
can't do all of this. It's too much. I can't do no more extra people. Who is
That's what I said. You might want to put that free Keefy D pin down for a second and just
yeah, because hold on now, wait a minute. I ain't know about. Oh my gosh, yeah, damn.
So let me try to bring you to why I think Corey Edwards is going to be a key piece in putting him in the murder, right?
First of all, is he still living?
Yes, and he
Okay,
is on the witness list. Angie,
okay.
at first I was thinking they had this because Choke was saying they got a 200 witness list, right? And they don't always call everybody, but I'm almost convinced they will try to call all these people to the stand, because
Something got to be. Let me tell you something. As as it stands now,
mm-hmm,
something now. This might be okay. Like how we thought. What I thought was gonna be like how with Puffy. That's how it was presented. That it's fixing to be a evidence heavy ass case, and he ain't nowhere in hell he's gonna be able to get out of it, and it's gonna last forever and all this BS. And the evidence that was heavy was the replay of that boy beating that girl up in that hotel. And I'm sitting waiting. Okay, now
mm-hmm.
come on. What the rest of the stuff at? What the rest of that? Remember you hear all this nasty ass shit by semen on his nipples and stuff. And I'm like, and that's the case with Chief, and it's over. And I'm looking like,
Well, I think we got the answer in this case, Angie, about why they might have moved away as quickly as they did with that, trying to stall for something else. I think we got it in this case. Detective Dupree, Darren Dupree, when he got on the stand, he confirmed. Remember when I kept saying throughout the pub, I said they going for something bigger than this. It's something else that they want. And everybody had in question, like, is it something they want Keefy D to say, to cooperate, to do, right? And so Darren Dupree confirmed on the stand that their target was Puffy, that they was going for the RICO, but it was a bigger RICO where it was going to discuss how drug money is what started Death Row and Bad Boy Records and how that drug trafficking network led to these murders.
but see, that's why I asked the question: has his representation Puffy representation said anything to dispel what the hell is going on.
They have not said anything yet, and I don't know if you
uh-huh.
heard me when I did a live, but I did a live on a lawsuit right now that the Shakur estate filed against Keefie D, and it's several over 100 John Does, but Puffy is named in that Netflix series that 50 Cent did is part of that, and Kurt Burrows. Kurt Burrows is the one who was Puff's friend, real close friend. And he also was supposed to have own part of Bad Boy Records. And in that document,
the braids.
Yeah, I think it's just braids or dreads. One of the yeah. So, but guess who's working on that case, which makes me think it's something to this, because I don't think he would have took this case if it wasn't something to it. Alex Spiro, however you want to say it, he took that case for the estate. That's he's with Quinn Emanuel. He's the Rock Nation attorney, Jay-Z's attorney. He is representing the Tupac Shakur estate in this civil case.
He's representing Tupac attorney in civil case. Where's the civil case filed? New York?
I think it was filed in maybe it was filed in the state of New York. I'm not sure which state it was. I can't remember. I can't remember back to which state they filed it in. But Alex Spiro, you remember he the one that did the PowerPoint presentation on the autistic girl? Yeah. But he's Jay-Z and Rock Nation's attorney. He is the head attorney, the lead attorney on the civil case against Keefie D and all of those Does. Diddy is named in it. He is named in it, and Bad Boy Records is named in it. And then 50 Cent's documentary, they subpoena some evidence from that documentary, and then they have called several people, including Kurt Burrows, who talks about coordinating those rental vehicles that weekend. That's why I'm saying I think Keefie D is holding back a lot, Angie. He's holding back a lot.
That's what I'm saying, because I'm reading him, and that's what I was beginning to say. I'm looking at him, and I'm like, he knows exactly what happened, but because of that culture, and because he did something with regards to this. I don't know what it was.
I think they did it, but I think it was much more coordinated than when he told them in that proffer, because I think he wasn't trying to give Puffy up. I think you listen to how that proffer is going at the end when they start talking about Puff's involvement, Angie. Listen to it and then tell me what you think from your expert opinion. He is trying to hold back on whether Puff whether he explicitly gave the directive. He is holding back on that, because if he does in the middle of the proffer, Dupree tells him, listen, if this was just by chance, your nephew got beat up, y'all were looking for them to create some, problem to deal with this situation because your nephew got beat up, then y'all saw him on the boulevard, and then there was a shooting, then that's one thing. Then that's fine. That's what we got here. He said if it was something else, then this is something else. So Keefie probably figured I could save a whole lot more people if I just tell them, yeah, that's how it happened, versus me saying no. Because this is what I think, Angie. I think they send Baby Lane in there to create that confusion with Pop to as a cover up, a decoy for why it started, versus what they really already had planned. That's my opinion.
Now this is crazy. Now that recording just was played yesterday. A couple of days ago, I said, now it's either two conspiracies going on. Now one has got to be that Puffy now had something to do with this here, and that's why Tupac got killed. The other one is Baby Lane them took the necklace, and that's why Tupac got killed. those are um uh two different situations, because how, that if the conspiracy started with Puff now it could be, Baby Lane could be coordinated in there, but them niggas ain't that smart to be laying out no elaborate plan like this, like that there. So what? I mean, I'm trying to add, I'm questioning, because I'm trying to free Keefie D. I'm
Mm-hmm.
questioning the states. I'm questioning the states, the state's indictment. Which conspiracy are you
Are
going
you
with?
going with?
Yeah. Mhm.
I think the state is going with that. It started with the chain thing, and that's where they're going, because the state has said that they have no intentions on taking this any further than Keefeity. They don't want to investigate it beyond that. That's what they've come out and said anyway. I'm not
What?
sure with the fit,
Okay.
huh?
Yeah. Okay. See what I'm talking about? See, I know my people. I know how they
Mm.
think and how they do. Go ahead. So they
I'm
said
not
they
sure
you
what
know.
the Fed's position is on it. I think that the Feds thought that Biden going to go get and arrest Keefe, that maybe just like in the past, how they got him to talk before in the past, I think they thought that they would be able to get him to tell them more about the whole conspiracy that started with Puffy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this is what I think. If I'm gonna go back to how they would have incorporated Baby Lane, this is what I was thinking. Because Baby Lane was instrumental in that beating in the mall. There were people there who could identify and knew who he was, right?
Right.
And I feel like that by him walking up to Tupac and saying whatever it was he was saying, that was intentional, because these are gangsters. Like,
Yeah.
you you don't do, like, you coming from where they come. You see Tupac, you ain't starstruck like that. You know he with the ops. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Why would you even do that? So I feel like he was sent over there to spark some kind of controversy, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So that then whatever happened that night would look like it was a result of that incident occurring,
Mhm.
versus it being a bigger conspiracy behind
I'm getting
what
sick of my
happened.
stomach.
That's what I feel like happened.
I'm getting sick of my stomach, because you know everything we say is alleged. Okay, and we ain't helping
Mm-hmm.
nobody on no side, so don't come fuck with us. Okay, so baby, I have to I got to protect those license certifications and lives, honey. Okay.
Right. I understand. I understand.
Yeah, I'm going on nothing about none of this.
Right.
So, that's why I said, this. If that's the case, if that's what I'm saying, if all these extra distractions, that's what they're calling that R. Kelly said. I'm gonna tell you what, these goddamn investigations going on. It got to be coordinated by someone
Right.
that
Bigger than
knows
them.
how to do
Right.
all of that.
Right.
And it turns to it looks like a Reggie Wright situation. It's a reason why all these people, I think Keeper D has said Reggie White was a dirty or whatever. I don't know if he went into it. Other people have said that, because listen, this is too much coordination. Think about it. You got New York, you got Los Angeles, you got Nevada, you got the Crips, you got the Bloods, you got friends from back in the days, and friends that's now, and friends with both sides, and all of that. And that's fine, because but here's the thing, right? Like, even at a certain level, it's like a shot caller in a gang or whatever, they gonna be concerned with the money first. They are looking for payment. Okay,
Yes.
think about it. Even if you go down to Gene, Big U, you're looking at it's about your money. Check in, you gotta give me that money. The people that would be asking people to check in, those people are paying when they check in. Okay, they ain't just
Mm-hmm.
checking
Yeah,
in and say
exactly. That's
hello.
the check-in. Right.
Yeah, they ain't just
Right.
saying check in and say hello.
Right,
Okay.
yeah. Ain't
Yeah.
no
So you
ain't
know,
no phone
we
call.
right. We talking about money. Okay. And
Right.
that's what I'm talking about. And here's the thing. And if we leave you living, we can also bleed you for more money later. Okay.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
and so now, but when it comes to protecting top that may be parts of a game, but maybe also now got a legitimate way to get that money, clean or whatever through a business. Okay, now you're gonna have to deal with people that can, protect you
Mm-hmm.
for real, for real.
Yep.
Those are the people that know the people that can protect you with the badge, and they also have people on the streets that they talk to. Because
Right.
what it is, we started right there with Woody. You just saw what the lady name is, not the other prosecutor going to meet
Love,
Woody.
love.
Not her, the other one, the dark skin one.
What I know, I what is her name?
Yeah, the one that
The
said she
one we
went.
kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, the
Um,
same one that said she was on the railroad track somewhere with Woody talking in the car.
yes, yes. I cannot think of her name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know who you're talking about though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. People think that if you're a lawyer, prosecutor, whatever, you got one job. No, ma'am, you might be somewhere on the corner. You got to holler at them at the goddamn at the corner store. Shit, you got to. Oh, So I know goddamn well. And then here's the thing. Now listen to what they said. They
Okay.
said that the one police department didn't trust the other one, the other ones didn't
Mm-hmm.
trust this and whatever. It's not usually that much tension with people that have the same goal. Why you distrusting? Then you got people then you got um uh police and stuff like that taking files home and flopping this and all this and whatever, and not following up on the investigations and stuff like that. How many times did they say they got a piece of information and they went out and investigated? A lot of times people say, no, we ain't investigating, no, we ain't confirmed of this, that, and the third. Like, well, why weren't you confirming it?
Okay, but Angie, let's look at it from this angle, okay? Because it is another angle to look at it of why Kaden might have taken that file. Now, I ain't trying to take up for him or nothing, but I just want to say this, okay? It's another angle because Kaden also, he said, they had to get they wanted to get the profit, and the reason why was because I guess they had went like to their higher ups with some of the information to look to be able to do more investigation, and basically like it wasn't going to get no motion, it wasn't going nowhere.
Yeah.
And so that's why they said they wanted to focus on just getting the confession because at least they could get that, right?
Yeah.
What if, because I think like sometimes determining the good and the evil is ambiguous because it's
Right.
kind of like when you watching the X-Men, right? And you think that Magneto is like just horrible and he's evil and Xavier is the good one. But then when you get the backstory, you see something like a little bit different. Magneto is like, listen, they're trying to kill us mutants, right? Like why are you helping these humans? They're trying to eliminate us, right? And so you get to see something different about Magneto and those people who branched off with him because then you get more of a backstory. So what if Caden took that file? I'm not saying he did, because obviously he started to profit off of it. Obviously he did something dangerous with it and
Mm-hmm.
started to release names that put some people in jeopardy, right? But
Mm-hmm.
what if his overall thinking of taking it was so that in the event that some kind of new information comes up, that he has proof that he tried to take this to the higher ups?
Yeah, that could be one way to look at it. And again, I'm trying to hang on in there with Caden too. People keep saying he dirty, 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 but I'm trying to hang on in there with Greg Caden too. But he might be being called dirty just because of what you said. because he's releasing names and he's talking
Right.
and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And again, there is something that we do, we used to do, or well, I used to, well, whatever. And you know, we have to
Right.
check the
Right.
source. We have to
Right.
check the source, or you know,
Mm-hmm.
also really tickle the wire. You know, we got a
Right.
wiretap. That's for 30 days. You and
Mm-hmm.
we ain't get no motion. We gonna have to do something. You know, to
Mm-hmm.
get you to do something, so we can, you know, get that extension on that wiretap. So if we got to
Right.
tickle that source, we might have to, you know, send somebody in. We may have to put out a bad rumor or somebody, you know, saying, hey, somebody talking, they telling the business or whatever, and then, you know, we might have to start chaos inside what I'm trying to say
Mm-hmm.
with inside the group, the, so they can do something. Cause we tired of sitting here watching,
Right.
and
Right.
and so that could be also the case. Cause I mean, Greg K, that's a white man. You know, God, that way you shouldn't be running, taking the people's files and all this extra stuff and whatever. And those investigators that I saw took the stand. They look like they're uninterested in this case.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to be here. They look really ashamed that all this shit happened. They
Mm-hmm.
know that they are involved either because of derelict of duty, or they had some kind of direct involvement with how all this shit is going on, and somebody is covering up. And here's the thing, right? Everybody knows this. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
knows this.
Well,
You
because
you
consider this,
cover your people.
look
You
at
can't
we know
talk bad about your fellow cop, even though you may
right.
be dirty and all of this, and you know your ass is gonna be in trouble. Yeah.
Well, because okay, so let's look at like Diddy. Okay, let's look at what we do know about him having some police associates assisted him, because remember when Brian Steele was fighting to keep certain evidence about that car bombing out, that it was confirmed, or it was some information that said that the LAPD like destroyed some evidence or something.
I don't remember
You
that.
don't remember that?
That was
Okay,
for the
yeah.
trial. That was for the trial.
That was during the trial when they were arguing emotional, whatever. I think to keep out something. It had something to do. I don't know if when that fire. I know it was around the time when that fire expert came in, that
Okay.
that motion came in, and they
Okay.
were arguing to keep things out of the trial, that there were things, evidence missing from the file.
Okay. I don't know nothing about that. Okay.
Yeah.
So he
And
was
so he didn't want that. They did not want that to be told to that jury.
right. Okay.
And so, but to us listening, anybody with common sense who listened to that motion, how did it get missing? How did it get missing?
Right. Right.
So when you think about Caden, he's working there. He's just, they just detectives. Him and Dupree, they just detectives. And so they get this thing, all this big story, and then they want to try to go and see if they can get permission to expand this probe. Well, they get knocked down for it.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So then what do you do then? You just, Caden said, and he said he couldn't. This is the other thing that Caden admitted in the interviews. He said, I could not rely on any of the witnesses for credibility.
Right.
So I just would rather that they told us the story without having any threat of anything happening to them, legally.
Mm-hmm.
So that at least we could get some closure in that way.
Yeah.
And so, but this is why I say that I think Corey. So let me see what you think about this. This is why I think Corey Edwards is a key piece. So throughout that recording, that 2009 proffer, we keep hearing Keefie D mention Corey Edwards. Now, like I said, he did have something to do with, I guess, informing them on the drug trafficking case right? Corey Edwards did. But he kept mentioning Corey Edwards' name as knowing something about the Tupac murder and Keefie D and Orlando and them's involvement in the murder.
Who
And
kept
he's,
mentioning that?
you said what?
I said, who kept mentioning that?
Keefie D did.
Okay.
While he was in the interview, he kept mentioning to everybody in the room, I know Corey told you. I know he found out. So then they started asking him, well, did you tell Corey that you did this? No, I didn't tell nobody. I didn't tell nobody. And then he's like, but Corey found out. And then when he found out, I know he started telling people. This is what Keefie is saying to them. And so then, now mind you, Corey was already, he wasn't informing about the drug part of it. We know that, right? But I don't know that it was confirmed that they had talked to Corey about the Tupac situation, because initially Corey was a suspect in the Tupac shooting.
Huh?
Yeah, he was one of the suspects.
Wait. Was Corey in the car?
Corey wasn't in the car, but he was there in Vegas. Okay. So, and Keefie, in that 1998 proffer that he did with the United States government, he confirmed that Corey was in Vegas and that two of the individuals who were in the car who were in the car at the time of the shooting were staying with Corey at the MGM. Corey just wasn't in the car.
Listen here, this person I've heard about some damn Corey.
Yes. So
just ridiculous.
So Keefie keeps trying to find out from them find out from Caden and Dupree, and I think Long was, I think the person in their name was Long, I think, last name. So he kept trying to find out from them, did Corey tell them anything about the Tupac? He's trying to find out. Finally Dupree was like, man, Corey didn't tell us nothing about this. He ain't tell us nothing about this. Like, he tells them, but now, Keefie, you have let them know that one of their informants knows something about this.
Exactly.
So
and that you got some kind of possible involvement, but definitely knowledge.
Right.
Oh my God, he's so
dumb. That's why I think when Corey Edwards gets on that stand, if the jury is paying attention and connecting these things, they are going to see how Keefie D's worrisome ass corroborates what Corey knows by the way that he keeps trying to find out from the detectives if Corey told them anything about the shooting. But Corey was originally a suspect in the shooting.
This is insane. And this is what I'm trying to talk about. And I don't mean no harm. But when did these, and I'm not saying these people are not smart, I'm not calling them dumb or whatever. Mm-hmm. But when did these people begin to think that they can outshit the people that have been trained to see through your shit?
Like, they do it all the time.
All of the, somebody trying to kill you in the prison, poison your food, and
right.
And the man trying to off you and all these and I'm not, listen here, don't come fuck with me, R. Kelly people, but I'm just saying, all this him going on, okay? All this him. It started with the fake sisters talking about, they saying that the police waking them up and making them come sing songs and all this shit. All this, and then, Puffy, he done hired somebody to follow him, and he's calling potential witnesses and talking to his lawyers on the live on why somebody's filming, somebody he don't even know, he done hired, thinking that shit won't make it somewhere, and
right.
then and then all that YSL shit, but by the time they hit the stand, Nobody don't know nothing now on the stands, and Woody don't he done made a whole career of not recalling and all this him. When did these people think? When did this begin? That they thought that they can out shit the damn people. I don't even understand all this crazy shit. The Aryan Nation after. You're like, what? Listen, I cannot. And people, and it's coming through on emotion. Like, what? And y'all question my license?
Well, wait a minute. That person's license is going to be in question.
Oh, no.
That person is facing disbarment. So,
are you serious?
I'm serious. He has a hearing on September the 16th.
Oh, hell no.
He has a hearing with the ARDC on September the 16th.
Oh my God.
But it's not even in relation to that. I've read the document. It is 9 counts of different clients that he took money, that he defrauded. It's a lot.
Come on now. That's what I'm talking about.
Similar kind of lies. Similar kind of game playing.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And then, J-Bo, I don't know if she's still there on something or not. And you don't want to say too much about they still your peers and stuff like that. And then the only thing you can do is sit somewhere and stay quiet and maybe occasionally cuss their ass out.
Yeah, I recognize that's what you was doing.
Yeah, yeah.
I was yelling at you on my head, but I understood that's what you had to do.
Can you gotta cuss somebody out? And it's like, this is crazy. This is insane. Like, when did they? And then I don't even understand, right? I don't even understand. And Jose Baez, when it started with that goddamn Casey Anthony, not that he wasn't supposed to do whatever he can do to get his client off. That's why I don't give a damn what nobody say. I could never be a litigator, period, on either side. I just can't do that. That's why.
Yeah. You don't want to be responsible for sending somebody to jail who wasn't supposed to, and you don't want to be responsible for letting somebody off who wasn't supposed to.
Exactly. And then then I got a client telling me that the nation, the Aryan Nation, is after them in the jail and all this him. And I go to, and now here's the thing, right? You do know that the prosecutor said, okay, they're gonna make you prove it. Okay.
Well, I think that's if I'm being frank and quite honest, I think that might be why. I think it's some more looking into that's happening. I think that might be why it's taking so long for the judge to come back and say anything about some of this. And I think because it was a civil case that what is the name of the defendant? So an inmate filed a civil case against R. Kelly, Bo Brindley, and then that Aryan Nation man. Basically saying that due to the lie and scheme that they came up with, basically he's saying he was aware that it was a scam. And I don't know all of how that came to be. Right now, the case was dismissed without prejudice. I don't know if that happened because he was moved to another facility. But in that civil case, it says that he is cooperating with the government. And he's basically saying that it was a scam that they came up with And due to that scam, it caused restrictions in the prison that then impacted pro se defendants.
Right, and that's what I said. I said, listen, with these type of allegations, somebody they gonna have to make a move. The BOP gonna have to make
Yep.
moves to secure,
Yep.
inmates and whoever, whatever else going on, and do some kind of like some investigating or whatever, so they won't get hit.
Right.
It's, by lawsuits and then by shit coming in, down the chain, because they under the Department of Justice. I mean,
Absolutely.
this is absolutely, and I've never seen, okay, I understand you taking your case in your own in your own hands and you just swinging or whatever. That's fine. I get it. But god damn, like somebody has to make and I get it, right? So like you got to take that wild assertion in some kind of way, make it uh uh applicable to the prosecutor, so you can come up with prosecutorial misconduct, which is a constitutional violation, and I get it. But my thing is, what are you going to do when the people say you're gonna have to prove it? And I think what they learned from the first thing with the alienation thing, and this ain't nobody don't come fuck with me, but I'm just saying they got, so when they got it together, and I ain't saying it didn't happen, or I ain't saying nothing, and
Uh-huh.
now you got Mr. Monday that say he'll take the stand. Now you got a willing participant.
But now you can't. But now you can't find Mondi. The
Huh?
last motion is saying you can't find them.
Stop playing with me. Where is all this? Hold on, wait a minute. I know I kicked everybody out the sector except A and B. Wait a minute.
You too busy. You too busy over there cussing people out. We need you to get back to work.
Yeah, yesterday them pregnant don't told me to cuss people. I had to start crying about some grilled food.
Listen, I'm on that prednisone too right now. So
That's what I said. That's what I told you. I said, you the drink. Because I knew my knees and my hands was doing something.
yeah,
I said, oh
mine
my God.
too.
Yeah, that's
Hmm.
like, maybe you haven't found. I said, oh, no, not the flap. Not that damn prednisone, because we don't get along.
Yeah, I hate it, but thankfully, I mean, it's a taper out. Once it should, I feel a whole lot better today than I
Yeah.
did. I'm gonna tell you when I was saying that, but I just hate all of the extra that comes with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That
Hmm.
extra. But
Yeah, I
I
was like,
mean,
I'm staying my ass in the house this weekend.
exactly. So I took that, and they ratcheted up the gabapentin. So my hands and my knees and stuff, But honey, it does not do me well. I
Well,
don't
you
have.
know what I take in place of that, that works better because I used to take that, but I don't. Cymbalta.
I can't take it. I'm allergic to it.
You can't. Okay, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that works good for me though, and I don't have to. It's one. I take it once.
Really, I can't take some Balta
Mhm.
or Lyrica. I be twitching. I
No, the
hate that.
lyric could make me. The lyric could make me have like think I'm seeing things. Like,
Uh-uh.
yeah, like once I had to pull over and like check the trunk of my car, thinking somebody in the car with me. I was like, get me off this shit. But yeah, so the Savalta works good with me, but that lyrica, don't ever bring, I don't even want, no, don't even put the bottle near me. Yes. When it said it could do that, I ain't taking no medication. Got me doing nothing like that.
My friend, I forgot which one it was, but my friend I was talking about that was the director of one of the psychology units. I
Uh-huh.
don't know which one she up to, but she thought she saw a pigeon in the corner of her bed. I'm like, hell no. I'm like, y'all need to take this off. This is two men, just like that Adam
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
greasy booty. Y'all need to take this shit off the goddamn street because I'm
Yes.
telling you, that's in Balta and liquor. That is in my records. I be twitching like I got a motherfucking problem. Now in my head. Now I can't. Now suppose I've been on that and I got the shit that's make my head and my scalp swell and all this, and I'm up here twitching them up. Them motherfuckers gonna call the goddamn people on me. They gonna be like, something wrong with her. Something wrong with her. Something wrong with
Yeah,
her.
I don't that lyrica don't ever even say that name around me after it did
Uh-uh.
that. And look, I wasn't supposed to just stop it like cold turkey like I did.
Yeah.
So the Dr. Khan, I was like, I don't care. I ain't taking that. I don't care
Yeah.
what you say.
Exactly. I can't take that lyrical that's some bulk. I mean, I get the immediate twitch and I'm
Mm-hmm.
done. I'm like, no. Okay, no, I don't know which one came first, but it's like, okay, but do this one, do this. Okay, and I'm twitching, and when I can't, and I already don't get enough sleep. When I can't sleep, it's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
hell to pay the next day, whoever come fucking with me. So I'm just saying, they can just say good morning, and in my hair, and I'm sitting up there straight up, and I'm telling you, I'm at my desk with my hair in comb. Fuck that. And my homegirl trying to get it together. I don't give a damn about none of that. Okay, I don't give a damn about none of that. Don't come fucking with me. I've been twitching all night. And so that is not gonna work. We're gonna have to find something else. Cause I'm trying to tell you, I just don't even see how people take that shit. I'm like, I'm rolling. I already
Mm-hmm.
got sleeping disorder. Now I'm twitching and shit like I'm on. When I tell you, girl, I go from the top of the bed, and if I'm in there by myself, I'm all on the other edge. Then I'm at the foot of the bed. You know, I'm cover on, cover off. Maybe if I sit up, I cannot take that. That is some crazy ass medicine, and I hate that it's the use of it's for a variety of
A
shit.
variety
You
of
know what
things,
I'm
right?
saying?
Yeah, it's for a variety of
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. So I would just rather go on and deal with the prednisone and get aggression and get in my feelings, which I never do. I was seriously crying. This motherfucker, y'all didn't know about the motherfucking grill food. I'm being abused. I'm being abused. And I said, oh my God, it's that
Well,
damn
we need you to
prednisone.
stop cussing people out and get on your job because you is missing what we need you
I
to
don't
know to tell us what we need to know.
Yeah, because I done cook everybody. I don't know. I done kick the people out the wedding home. I done kick the people.
But yeah, Mondi cannot be found. I guess he don't know. Just go over to Willie D and find Mondi.
Yeah, so now we can't find Monday.
He
Now,
he he wrote it into the court that they moved him.
wow. So, um, okay, and there hasn't been a court date yet, so we don't know if
There
he's.
hasn't been no response, no court date yet, and I honestly think it's in coordination with some type of government probe that is probably.
Yeah, and maybe Bowden abandoned that idea too. You know,
I think
maybe.
he abandoned it too late.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is some.
I think
Wait a
he
minute.
I think he abandoned it too late because
Look like he ain't gonna be able to damn help out.
right.
Oh my gosh. So
I
maybe.
don't know, but he been up to a lot of. stuff, a lot of things. And I guess on September the 16th, once that report is released, I will read it.
What
Once at
report? With Bo or
the
somebody else?
hearing, yeah. At the
Okay.
as the hearing. They'll release a report. And then I think after they had, I guess, so I don't know how this, I'm assuming that this is how it works. He has a hearing, they make a determination on the findings, and then
Mm-hmm.
they determine what the consequence will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Damn.
he's
Now that
taking,
is with the ARDC, that didn't include nothing he's done with R. Kelly and that. He
no,
just
he's not in it,
okay.
but I'm gonna tell you, I think that's for a reason though.
Mm.
That's just my opinion. I
Mm.
think it's a reason why that's not in there.
God damn.
But
God
he listen, he according to the counts in it, he took a lot of money from a lot of people, went ghost on them. It is confirmed. So when you look at his responses don't really deny the behavior. He kind of like, especially when it comes to the part of him taking the money from the people, he kind of says like, well, he did do work even though these people had to go retain somebody else to do the work. That, and then when the other attorneys would contact him to get the work that he had done so that they could finish off of that, he wouldn't even contact them back either.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
And see, that could be, and the thing is, you know, people don't understand what the Supreme Court says that we as attorneys, how we should be graded. And he said we don't
Mm-hmm.
have to be great. We don't have to be, all this and all that. I mean, we have a low bar to meet, and a lot of people don't understand that. But it the Supreme Court updates that because, of course, you always get ineffective assistance of counsel claims
Mm-hmm.
coming up there. So they had to set a bar. By setting a bar, that means they're going to have a test to see, okay, did the attorney have, at least, did they meet do prong one? Okay, well, let's do prong two. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So they set the, I mean, and like it's just like like a football team. They be looking out for each other, whatever. I guess in a way or whatever. But and that's why I say, with with the Constitution, it's just to me, it's just a big old contradiction. When you
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it could be.
yeah, when you look at certain
Yep.
things, people are like, man, fuck this him. I don't want to do nothing about this. Okay, I want to do the easiest thing. I should have stayed and goddamn became a dentist. That's what I should have done. Because this is bullshit. You know, and I mean, and I don't just like all these them games and all this and whatever. And and you put other counsel in a predicament because now you got J-Bo. I don't know, she got to sit there and hold her hand and not really say what she really want to say.
Well, that, I was wondering about that. I mean, I know you don't and can't say, and I don't want you to have to say too much, but I was wondering how much of it could, because I know that there's a fine line in between her attorney-client privilege, but then is Bo protected under that?
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing.
So no, is Bo protected under J Bo's attorney-client privilege? Like, are there things that if she knows that something happened and they ask her that they won't break the attorney-client privilege? Like, does that put her in a predicament?
Um, she cannot go outside the the how can I say this the frame of the attorney a client, okay, because they got a client in a mutual a client, right?
Uh-huh.
And we don't know what the discussion
Right.
is or what have you. So we know, but we know that it's some kind of discussion, and because one got to know what the other one is doing, and you got to have that conversation with them, and you're talking about the client, and then you bound up under Amendment 4, privacy and all of that, and when
Mm-hmm.
you go back to a attorney client, and you got a work product, you bound by that too. So what you just do as a peer of any of them, just don't say too much or nothing unless somebody's going to drag you in it too and say, hey, well, you got there and look your duty, like, then that's when you start trying to go get permissions and everything to um, talk about what because you can't talk about anything that has been um, anything that's been confessed to you in the
Mm-hmm.
instant case or whatever. But anything, so future shit, you can talk about, and that's not attorney-client. You can't talk about nothing that's going on in the instant case and all of that. But in the future, something. So they tell you something about in the future. Yeah, that's see, that's what I'm talking about. And see, people think I'd be crazy when I say, people are problems, and you have to have your people picking process on point, because if not, your ass could be in some shit, and you sitting around looking like, hmm,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and then
Like
I
I don't.
don't like that. I don't like that.
Yeah, like
I
I
don't.
don't know. I don't know how, who, and what it's all, but I knew immediately when that story started. I knew that I didn't believe it. I knew that it was coming from some things that I've heard out here on YouTube. And I was like, and listen, that's fine. That's fine. What I couldn't believe was that it was being used the way it was
Right,
being
right.
used. And then I could not believe the level of aggression that was happening with people trying to pressure like attorneys to put in motions. And honestly, I think that if I'm listen, don't nobody get mad at me either. I'm gonna give you a disclaimer. But honestly, I think that might be a help, possibly in that one situation. Now he has 9 other situations that he has to account for with the ARDC, but I think it could possibly, maybe in a way, help him based on the type of pressure and some of the threats I heard on this internet. I think it could possibly help him to when he put that stuff in. I don't know.
Right. And here's the thing, we do have some creative people that, knows how to put things. And here's the thing, y'all. So I just want to make sure y'all understand, right? Because I believe in justice on both sides
Me
and
too.
injustice on no side, right? So, and
Mm-hmm.
whatever they say y'all can do, okay, fine. And if
Right.
it works, fine. And if it doesn't, fine.
Right.
I don't have, nothing to do with that. So, I mean, you want to, whatever kind of story you think you can get going or whatever, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Because, that's what they said. And depending on whatever school you went to. But most people
Mm-hmm.
know
Yep.
the Aristotle, system when it comes to persuasion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And usually the first indicator of that you know, you better make a claim about anything comes in the form of a motion. It's a brief.
Right.
So, and it's supposed to be persuasive. It doesn't have to, you don't supposed to lie, okay? But it could be persuasive, which sometimes a lot of people gets confused with creative, and I'm like, whoo. Sometimes I be sitting and reading myself and say, okay, yeah, this goes a step beyond persuasive. This is, creative, and I get it. If it works, fine. If it don't, fine. Because here's the thing, because you had innocent people being found guilty, you have guilty people being found innocent. So I
Mm-hmm.
can't come back and say, okay, if it worked, I mean, I don't believe it, so it shouldn't work. You know what I'm saying? I can't say
Mm-hmm.
that.
Right.
But because I'm trying to, trying to keep a balance and a system of fairness in place. But you know, this is insane. Now I see you ain't nothing but fucking trouble. Tell you,
I'm,
Jay, because let me tell you something. I'm
I
telling you,
was trying to talk to you about Keefy D. You the one who brought this.
no, every time I'm trying to tell you, I went on no goddamn pregnant zone. Hey, you talking about pregnant? I know hell I'm on pregnant. What the hell is going on? And then you done brought all them damn blue face people. You want to talk about I know I didn't know about shit. When I looked at your shit traveling down my goddamn shit, and I'm like, wait, I looked up, it's a girl on the goddamn screen, goddamn pregnant. The last time I checked him by some blue face, he was talking to this attorney girl that seemed to be on some kind of goddamn prescription, talking about
Yeah,
he done
yeah,
done
bipolar. She's bipolar.
yeah, he done done some to a coochie. I
He
mean, it seemed like
even when he find one that got a good resume on, like, as far as career wise, it's still the mind ain't connected.
right. I said this girl is on something. I don't know what
Yeah.
she's on, but I'm looking at her. She's on something. And then, and that's the last thing I do. And then I look up people pregnant. Then when you said Rel, I said, oh no, not my Rel. Oh, I know she
Mm-hmm.
been involved in this shit now. I'm like, oh Lord, have mercy.
Yeah,
And then
see, you know the side, and that's why I thought that you know more about than I do, because I don't watch like all of the zoo shows, and I know you were
mhm,
saying something about him making appearances on that. I only really know what
mhm,
he got going on with the main three, right? But now it's turning into, and then I see how it's spilling over. But my main focus is really the children, how the children,
yeah,
because everybody else can look at it like it's entertainment, and
mhm,
and that's fine, and these adults have put themselves in there, and that's fine if that's how people, like I said, I just want people to assess them equally, just as much as they
right,
blame the women, blame Blueface, because he's the one responsible for the behavior, and he is the constant variable in each one of these individual situations. So that's why he's going to always look like he's the one more to blame, because he's involved with all of these women. All of these women are not involved with him. I mean, with other people. It's him. So, and then he also is the one who has responsibility for these children and what he's doing. The women do, but so does he. And what he's doing as it pertains to these children, that's what bothers me the most. They didn't ask to be on none of this. And I look at how like child stars are impacted by, we know the child stars that we watched growing up. Look at Different Strokes and, you
yeah,
know, Webster and, all of these different child stars that we see and how they grow up messed up and they're acting on TV. But for these kids, this is their real life. This
right.
ain't
And,
this is not no stage reality for them. This is their real life. Blueface is really not going over there and see them children. And he basically said F them children the other day.
huh?
Yeah. That's why I'm telling you, AG, when you be sitting over there co-signing that nigga, you know damn well you don't co-sign nothing like that.
But I didn't know that. But this is what I'm saying. Now, but I have with some people and some things, I have to be situational, and I have to be situational with all these people because I believe you have a responsibility to yourself. Now, if you choose to sit your ass, and here's the thing, right? Because I understand where you be, where you be coming from, and I understand where your sensitive spots are, and I get that, but I'm a little ruffle, so I'm thinking about other things, right? And I'm thinking about, girl, who is going to do the STD panels?
Well,
I
yeah,
ain't.
I'm thinking about that. I had a live ready to go to talk about how AIDS funding is getting cut, how Medicaid expansion is getting cut, how that's going to cut aid for a whole bunch of people, and then how that can definitely bring us back to a HIV/AIDS epidemic like we seen in the 80s and early 90s.
Right,
you
right,
know and so I definitely look at that as well. I'm a healthcare administrator, so I
yeah,
definitely look at that, because that's what, like, ride white funding has gotten cut dramatically because of what Trump is doing as far as the ACA. And that's what I mean by when I say where people were upset what was happening with the ACA. That was due to states creating those economic disparities where certain people weren't qualifying. They were leaving a gap.
yeah,
That wasn't what Obama did. That's not what he intended. The states did that to make it fail, because especially those Republican states that didn't want it to work. But when
right,
you look at the ACA protections, it's way more than just your premium and your deductibles. It's the access and protections now that you have to care. I know you can remember, like me, that there was an era where you had pre-existing condition, you wasn't getting no care even if you had the insurance.
exactly,
And
exactly.
so, and that's an
Yeah.
ACA protection.
Mm-hmm.
These young kids don't know nothing about it. And that's why they think that they can go out and be reckless with their behavior, because they look at
Right.
HIV as something they can take a pill for. It's chronic and I can take a pill for it and it'll be fine. Well, what's going to happen when
Yeah,
all of these things get cut?
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like, what's going to happen when all of these things get cut? People's behavior won't change. They'll continue to do the same
Mm-hmm.
things. And then it doesn't matter how rich or poor you are. A rich man will go down into, on what's that street they be talking about in Figueroa? He gonna go over to Figueroa, get him
Yeah,
some
I
low. I
just
mean,
heard
that's
about
basically
Figueroa. I am too. I don't be knowing
that,
like
That's
and
that's
all
basically that's basically what Blueface doing. He going to go get somebody or Figueroa out this, and I'm not making fun of it. I'm talking about the reality of it. You go get
yeah,
somebody who's in a shelter, who's part of a vulnerable population. She's on Medicaid, Medicare. She says she get food stamps on the thing, so she's on Medicaid, Medicare. And then now she don't have those protections. She's having sex with multiple people because she's hopping from place to place. And now it don't matter how rich you are. Now you expose yourself, and now you doing this with a whole bunch of other women. So now you've exposed them too. It doesn't. So,
right, right,
epidemic doesn't care about who's rich and poor.
right. And we can confirm that this nigga is not using a condom all the time.
Right. Right.
And we can confirm that.
Right.
But I'm
Because
sitting
the
here
kids
like,
to prove.
girl,
The kids are the proof.
exactly. I'm like, girl, you sitting here, and I mean, like, people flying in and stuff. I don't know. And then, but check this out right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be smacking.
It's
And
okay.
you know I
I
like,
don't care.
you know,
You you got the pet peeves, not me.
hey, I don't like Neville at all. You know I don't. You know, baby. Once I saw they say she was a 304 one in a couple of days, baby, and people talking about the who can be her baby daddy. Oh, I said, oh no, you didn't. And
All of those men
I
popped
don't
up,
like this
and
song.
all of those men popped up, and I don't know if it was for the storyline or if it was real, but I know that she said that she did sleep with them. She's trying to say it wasn't the month she conceived. After November, I guess from November on, she didn't sleep with nobody else, is what she say. I don't know. But prior to that, she had it on and popping. And so I mean, I think what bothers me is how all of them think, like all of them is so contradicting. Because she thinks it's okay for her to go off on him telling him that Krishan Jr. belongs to that Ronnie Doe, but
Exactly.
she doesn't think anybody should question the paternity of her child.
Exactly. And she's up there arguing about the nose.
Right.
Because, and I'm like, girl, I mean, a baby that look like this, honey, that's not a good enough a reason that you could tell me this boy is definitely your baby daddy. Baby, you got to get that swab because it's the months be the months be off and and we don't know if you lying or telling. We just don't know. And the best thing to do, if there is a question, that's what I'm talking about. If there is a question, just go on and get the test, to get the paternity test. If it is, great. If it ain't, you have some options. Because I mean, this is insane. I had no
Well,
idea.
she did buy one of those CVS DNA kit
Okay.
things. So I guess they sent that off the other day. But this is the thing that doesn't. Right now, he's acknowledging the baby, which is something like
Right.
more, like I said, that he did with Krishan in her situation.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean anything to him because he had a DNA test with Krishan. Now they claim all of this stuff for the it was for the show. It was a lot.
Praise the
That
Lord.
company is not going to put their name in jeopardy to be doing nothing like that.
But they said she or somebody um, got the numbers and the fake numbers. The internet sleuths, they went and they went and verified and whatever. Now I didn't do, verification of it, whatever. I don't know.
You want to know
I,
who helped to circulate some of that rumor? You want to know?
who?
Denied.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. So you just tell
You
me
talking
if
about
you.
what you talking about the night? Talking about the night that
Yes, yes,
that was
yes.
out in this
Mm-hmm.
girl,
Mm-hmm.
girl. Wait a
Mm-hmm.
minute. Wait a minute.
So I was when you say a web sleuth, I have a different opinion when I think of a web sleuth. Like I'll be over there with the clear people or the web sleuth.
Yeah,
but
yeah. But that's what
but I don't.
I mean, because I have come across a couple of black folk that are pretty good with with
Mm-hmm.
with the what I don't have to go and got to go look and get. That's why I get so irritated because my thing is I like to go you know land on people that I can say okay, these people know how to research, they know how to check stuff or whatever, and that means I don't have to go and check behind their ass.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Mm-hmm.
and when I have to go and check behind your ass, and you sit up there and you just saying shit, and you
Uh-huh.
ain't verified it, and half of the shit, or more than half of the shit done been wrong,
Mm-hmm.
now I got a problem with you. Because now you
Mm-hmm.
confusing me. And I'm going to have to take you on out my thing, because I can't do that. I do that in my regular life. Don't come to me
Uh-huh.
with no. Some of my friends know. They say, Angie, yeah, I checked that out. They already know. Because
Mm-hmm.
you telling me, and I'm okay if you tell me up front, no, I ain't checked that out. I know to go check it out. But if you telling me that you done checked it out, okay,
Yeah.
like you say, vet, they got all the leaves on them, every time, have a hurricane or whatever, somebody giving free this, free that. I don't give a damn how much I mean, well, what we got to do? Oh, okay, well, let's go on over here. You got to go check that out.
Right.
Okay? We know to check behind her shit, but I'm just saying that's crazy. I,
Well,
I,
that's why I backed off of some of that Nolan Wells stuff until they get some of that vetted because that has been a whole mess. Like
I
the
saw that.
content around that got my head spinning. And while And while I do think that it is something that did happen, I think that all of this social media involvement and everybody doing certain things, I think that even if something did happen, with the level of sophistication that those boys' parents have, that it's possible that the intervention in the independent investigation potentially may have messed up the case already.
And here's the thing, and I just I believe in giving kudos and flowers and shit like that, whatever, to people that can understand where it might look crazy, but it is. I have no idea um how in the hell you are able to have those that many cases in your head going on, and you rather not you got a physical timeline or whatever, but it's in some kind of chronology order, and you can remember all this. Let me tell you, I haven't been like that in a long time. I don't even have space in my head right now. I said, Nolan, baby, I got you, but you ain't
Right.
on my thing right now. I can't do you and keep up with Blueface and keep up what's going on with Keefie D. It's just too much. And then
Well, and
I
then
don't
wait a
know.
minute, because you got Little Dirks, that jury selection is 2 days that started, and then you got Yellow Beezy starting jury selection Monday. They August did it like bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, and those people are on my thing. If I throw you on my wall, I mentioned those people are on my thing. I just don't know how in the hell, look like to me, you be catching it at the, I don't know where the hell you be catching it from. But I'm like, how, I mean, and I know how it's done, whatever, but right now, with all this shit that's going on, I don't know how the hell you remember. Yeah, I mean, and I said, this girl is hollering about the damn, when the people talking about the court dates. You talking about the court dates when somebody was coming or whatever. I'm like, I'm, listen, shit, I don't forgot their ass was arrested.
Well, look, it's a Cersei case. Did you hear me do my content on that, McKenna? What's the last her name? Her last name. See, I do forget something. See,
Yeah, but still, what you got it in the registry where you know something going on. I don't know nothing about no McKenna. Who is
you
that?
know I can't. AG, I'm gonna tell you like one of my brain like photocopy stuff. I don't know what is about that. And let me tell you, at one point I thought I was losing the ability because when I first got diagnosed with my RA, I was having like fog brain, and I would like read the same line over and over again. Oh my gosh, I was ready to cry behind it because
Yeah,
my
yeah,
brain has always been able to just photocopy something. So one time
yeah.
I had took a political theory exam, right? And my professor, this is long ago, my professor, I always sit in the front of the class. I sit in the front, I sit right next to the professor all the time. And so well, it
You
doesn't
always.
matter. I just have to. Because I don't have this, I don't really study. I just kind of like listen to the lecture and read my
Right.
book like once, and then I'm good with certain things. Now, when it comes to math or chemistry, um, in economics, I ain't no good with that. I gotta really pay attention. But with anything in the social science, I'm pretty good about that. So I was sitting in the front of the class and take my exam, so he could see everything I'm doing. So I went to his office to go get something, and so he gave it to me, and I was about to leave, and he was like, "Come back in here." And so I went back into the office. He said, "Let me tell you something. This is he's been one of my long time. I mean, he died during COVID, but he was like one of my members for my mentors for the longest time." And he was like, "Carla, let me tell you something. If you weren't sitting right in front of my face, taking that exam, I would have thought you plagiarized the entire exam because you
Wow.
almost wrote exactly what it say in the book, word for word." I
Wow.
don't know what it
That's
is, Angie. It's my brain photocopies things. It's because I'm not sitting watching everything about the live. I skip through, but the way that I skip through, I listen for certain keywords and then I stop. where I need to stop. So it's kind of like, I guess, like if I'm speed reading sometimes, I'll do the same thing. I kind of do the same thing when I'm listening to content.
And see,
So,
I don't even have time to read. And my daughter, she, she all when I, of course I'll be going back for different things or whatever. And as she matures, she talking about, I have no idea how you and I have the like the total opposite studying styles. Let me tell you something. You could get my textbook, and if you
mm-hmm,
open it, you will hear say, I ain't even read it. I ain't done none of that. Okay?
mm-hmm,
I have to listen. I
mm-hmm,
have to listen. So that's why I have to place trust in the motherfuckers what I'm listening to. But I don't have
right,
a problem. You know,
right,
if I go to the book, that's only to verify something that I may not have retained right in my head, or I need to verify, or what I heard didn't sound too sure to me, and I need to
mm-hmm,
verify it. So I don't do book study. I don't do book
right,
study. I can't. I don't have capacity in my head to do no book study. My
mm-hmm,
child needs a book.
yeah,
I'm trying to tell you, when I had got her caught up in, I wanted her to be a doctor. I want her to be a lawyer first, and she didn't want no problem with that after she didn't want that after she sat up there and shadowed me. And
uh-huh,
then, and then I said, okay, well, what about being a psychologist? Of course, now here's the thing, right?
mm-hmm,
Those are my top two. I'm not no psychologist, but I got a master's in psychology. So those are my
mm-hmm,
top two degrees. My selfish ass want her to do the same thing. So I had done got that girl caught up in those classes, and she's not interested. So
mm-hmm,
also she is smart. Okay, don't get me wrong. She is smart and knocking it out the park. But what
right,
she's not interested in,
right.
she's not gonna put that much
Spend no
time.
time on, yeah, mm-hmm,
Exactly. So now she's in college. When she was in college, she, okay, now she calling me. Well, I got this test in law, and I got this test, whatever. Right, and so, and I done, gave up that she's not interested in that, but she is still in the midst of these classes, so she still got to pass them. So,
mm-hmm,
honey, I said, okay. I said, send me the assignment. She ain't sent me no book. She just sent me what the assignment was. I
mm-hmm,
done did every last one of them, sent them back to her, and she
mm-hmm,
got straight A's on it because that's my shit. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So that's my
right,
stuff I know. You know what I'm
mm-hmm,
saying? So
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. But so I don't need no book. I can't do all
right,
that reading. That
yeah,
reading it just like you have people that read books from like just say, I don't know if you remember when Kaya was reading her book that she wrote something about the watch for the signs or something about the signs or whatever. I can sit there and listen to you read it to me,
mm-hmm.
but talking about me going up in there to Barnes and Noble, I can't tell you the last time I purchased a book. A book? Are you crazy? What? I don't have time to read.
I've read the had books. It's some books that I have an ebook too, and I have the actual like physical book. And it's some books that I have bought like over and over again because somebody might come to my house and we might be talking about something, and then I'll mention something about a book, and then they'll be like, oh, and then I'll give them the book, but I have to always have it. Like, so I'll go
Wow.
back to the bookstore and buy the book after. And I have tons of ebooks. I have tons of Kindle books. Nook. I got books, all electronic books all over the place, but I still have to have like the physical feeling of a book. But that comes from my grandmother. You know, I told you before,
Wow.
she's an English professor. And so out of
Okay.
all of my cousins, my cousins would read because she like made them, but I was the one who kind of like loved to do it. Like it wasn't like making me do it. And so I just was always like trained like that to always read books. So like that's why sometimes when I'm going to sleep, I'll be listening to a book or when I need to like relax myself, I'll read a book. My grandson,
Wow.
the other ones a little, but my oldest grandson, he loves to read like that too. Since I mean, he been wanting to know how to read since he was like 2 years old, and then he will always go because I had this big book, that had a whole bunch of compilations of books from Charles Dickens, and so he would always, every time he comes to my house, he goes to get that book off the shelf and want me to read from that book. And so then finally, once he got like about 5 and a half, he was like, Mimi, can you teach me how to, read? So I
Wow.
was teaching him like how, and so then like he had gone to his dad's and was gone from me. I didn't see him for like 3 weeks, and he was like, Mimi, I know how to read now, but not like how they teach me in school, how you did. And
Oh
the reason
wow.
he was meaning because in school they teach him sight words. But I was teaching him, when I teach him how to read out of the books that I teach him at home, I teach him phonics.
Right. Right.
So he's better, but that you talking about, he is a brilliant kid. I don't know. Listen, whatever little smartness I do have, I think
I
it
love
probably skipped
that.
his mind, right?
Right.
But this kid is
I love
like brilliant. He is, I mean, came out like
I
that.
love that. You know
Yeah.
what, and baby, you know what, I love when them children get over a 4.0 when they
Mm-hmm.
graduate with over a
He got the
4.0.
highest grade in the entire school.
Yeah, exactly. People don't even know, and when I know when people don't even know how you get ain't nobody got a 4.0. I say, ooh, you a dumbass. Let me
Right,
talk. Shut
right.
up. Shut up. Because then you and nobody else in your goddamn DNA line done got
Oh Lord,
4.0.
oh
And you don't
Lord.
like it, baby. What? I'm trying to tell you. Them people think that people be my kids. What I don't know. Girl, I be like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, shit. Them people be graduating with them 4 point something else. I be like, okay, that's what I'm talking about. Like,
Mm-hmm.
come on with it. I
Mm-hmm.
just can't do it. If I had way back in the day from disappearing acts and all that, I started out with that on audio.
With Terry McMillan, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I had
Mm-hmm.
Terry Miller. I had that on audio. I'm not a big and here's the thing, right? Check this out. And I can tell how I got an attitude. So that girl that I met through Yvette with the word name begin with the R.
Uh-huh.
So she is now um a author, and I
Okay.
knew that was something that she was going to, she was secretly, well, she wasn't secretly doing, but she was doing it and what have
Mm-hmm.
you, right? And so she had started a book club. Now at
Mm-hmm.
that time, we were supposed to be, some kind of best friends or whatever, but child, she had done uh had a book club, a couple of book club meetings. I said, book club? I said, why you ain't asked me back to the book club? She said, bitch, you know you don't read. But
But
I
you
know
know,
her mama over there fixing all kind of little foods and something. Her mama couldn't cook. I said, but
uh,
yeah, but see, I'm different than
you
that,
could have got the electronic book though. I mean,
Exactly.
yeah,
And
because that's why
go.
with the Keefie D book, I put it on that electronic read. But I wanted to. This is what I didn't get to do. I wanted to read Evil Twins. That was the book with Lil Durk and King Von. I wanted to read that prior to the trial starting, but with all of this stuff
Well,
going
they got a book
on,
about
and
that.
you said what?
I said they can have a book on that. Evil Twin
Well,
got
so
that.
yeah, it was a book written called Evil Twins, and so I wanted to read that prior to the trial to just lay some foundation
Right,
for
right.
for how we get here with this,
Yeah,
um
baby, that's my secret pleasure. I kind of when I caught when I got into that and I caught and listen, I don't mean no harm or whatever, but I have never been introduced to I mean other than just what I know from my spaces, my physical spaces or whatever. All this extra stuff about this, all this extra black people stuff. I ain't know nothing about none of this until I got on here. And I'm not even talking about the prior sectors, okay? I'm not talking about the Q guys, the Andrew Caldwell, and that man who. Now you probably had some of that to do with that man popping up on my goddamn
Oh,
screen, and because I heard I think Larry Reed or somebody.
oh yeah, Larry. That's how William
Yeah.
McCray. That's how William McCray say. And Larry.
Girl, I did not even know that Granny. Listen here. I ain't seen Granny since he showed up with Sylvia, and I'm sitting up here on my shit, and I woke up to this Larry Johnson. And I know that goddamn girl said something about that Larry Reed. And then I said, well, what the hell he got to do with Granny? And I'm sitting up here listening
It's
in the
a
middle.
mess. It's a mess. I gotta get caught up on that because Miller, that's my church sector. It's called the carnal church sector. That's my carnal church sector, buddy. Miller, I think the only one that come over to my channel that really know what's going on over there in that sector, right? But
I didn't know nothing. But it
yes,
was
it's a mess.
interesting because when you said when they say granny, oh, I'm all perked up because I remember back in the day. That's damn
Mm-hmm.
fool, and just the way how he speaks it cracks me up. You know?
Uh-huh.
And I
Yup.
was like, and I'm listening, and then now I'm in the middle of trying to figure out what the hell is he talking about. So I go to
Well,
his
so it's a
channel,
lawsuit.
and a
It's
lot
a
of shit is on
lawsuit.
members only.
Well, so with that, yeah, Larry Reed does a lot of members only stuff, and that's because he got a whole lot going on. You know, he had that situation going on with TDJ that did get resolved,
Mm-hmm.
but now he's been. So you remember Prophet Bernard Jordan? He used to always be on that TV. Um, Him and his son Manasseh Jordan, and they got in trouble for like some robocall scams or something.
I remember the names, but I don't remember what happened with them.
Well, so they got okay. So Bernard Jordan got hooked up with Larry Reed. He's this old time prophet, old school prophet that was connected to like Jesse Duplantis and all of those, you know.
Okay.
What's Benny Hinn? He was kind of like
Oh,
in with
okay,
all of
okay.
them. Yeah, like first, remember you had Carlton Pearson. Carlton Pearson was the first, the great black hype, you know, that they let into that group of people. But then
Okay.
but Bernard Jordan had kind of like followed after Carlton Pearson because remember, like Carlton Pearson got kicked out when he started talking about all of that universalism and stuff. So he kind of got like kicked to the wayside, and then that's how he had to end up getting picked up by the gospel inclusion people, right? So he but so Bernard Jordan came in and he kind of like benefited from that, and he was the next person. So he is on the lines with all of those televangelists, and so but his stuff was going down because then he has this son, the youngest son. He has other kids, but his youngest son is very flamboyant. His name is Manasseh. And so Manasseh was like, he had a whole bunch of stuff going on. Like I said, they ended up getting in trouble with some robocall scams where they was calling, trying to tell people to donate money to some kind of thing. And, you know, it was a mess.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess somehow initially Larry Reed was reporting negatively on them. And then all of a sudden, it turned. And anytime anybody who's been watching Larry Reed, we know that it turns because he's got some type of contractual agreement with them to do some type of publicity work or something. So he started to try to like help them work on that image through his platform and started having him come on the platform and talking about prophecies and all this stuff. Then they went behind a paywall and built like this bigger platform. And then it was like some questions about some scams going on with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so at some point they became unbenefited. And the reason that Larry claims that they became unbenefited was because Bernard Jordan was ambiguous about his vote for Donald Trump.
Okay,
It,
what is considered unbenefited? What does
and
that mean?
meaning that he didn't want to, like, ambiguity means like you kind of like teetering, like you won't say something, like
Yeah.
kind of like you sitting in the gray and won't say something about a thing because you don't
Right
want
there, I know
anybody to
ambiguous
know.
maybe, but is unbenefited is like they demonetize you or something,
Well,
or
so when
that
I mean they
thing.
became unbenefited, what I mean is they kind of like
Okay.
parted ways. They kind of parted ways,
Oh, okay.
right?
Oh, okay.
So I mean they became unbenefited economically too because of the parting of the
Okay.
ways, but they kind of, so what Larry did was he kind of like pulled back because they was tight. They had got real tight. It was like they was,
Okay.
you did not know whether they was brothers or something else might have been going on. Okay.
Uh,
So Larry Reed has been the subject of a whole lot of whether or not he's groomed men, groomed young boys, all types of stuff like that too. So those
no.
allegations, huh?
No, I'm like, no, I'm just, commenting.
Oh, okay. So those allegations started coming out about him. And so then Conscious TV.
Yeah.
That's the boy with the, he's kind of like androgynous.
Hold on. I don't know, like, I've heard the name, but I have never, like, I don't think I've never, like, physically sat there and watched.
And watched him. Okay.
Yeah, but I've heard a lot of, this and that by somebody about some conscious TV.
Yes, so he started to like try to run interference for Larry Reed when he was getting all of those allegations about inappropriate things with young boys, and then it was even how they do some of the grown young men, they say that he was grooming them and stuff too. And so Conscious TV kind of like tried to run interference. Angie, it was a mess. It was talking about people was talking about showing up at people's houses and doing some. This is in the church sector. This is in the church sector. This is going on. So, Bernard Jordan and Larry Reed had this emotional breakup that then Bernard Jordan starts, because most of the content creators don't like Larry Reed. Now that you probably saw that based on if you've seen stuff come on your timeline. Most of the content creators over there in the church sector do not like Larry Reed. And so what Bernard Jordan did was try to mobilize those content creators in a way to like come after Larry Reed. And so Conscious, he's not really a part of the church sector for real, but he reports on it. He was standing in the gap of trying to run interference for Larry while everybody in the search sector is like coming after Larry because of what Bernard is putting out there. And so then what ends up happening is Larry Reed, this is what I believe he did, allegedly. I'm gonna say allegedly. But because I know his style, I know that's what he did. He passed on some information to Conscious TV to release on an inappropriate same-sex relationship that Bernard Jordan is having with someone. This man is another pastor somewhere. And the problem is Bernard Jordan is a married man with, so now Bernard Jordan is in this lawsuit where he's now suing Larry Reed, and he's named like Conscious TV and then two other content creators, the Thais Report, and then what's the Mad Church Disease. They are also named in this lawsuit that Bernard Jordan has filed against them, saying that they conspired. Over here, the same thing they talk about, where you recording stuff at. Are you able to record in your state and then release the recording? And then it's a whole big mess. It's a whole big mess over there. So from what I understand, I guess Bernard Jordan was trying to get in some negotiation with them to try to take down these videos now, I guess, to try to avoid going to court, because this is the thing. He knows if they go to court, those recordings are going to get played. So the whole thing is going to be out. Right now, Conscious TV only read the transcripts from the recording. He didn't play the recording.
Okay.
So
So is Conscious TV trying to help Bernard or no?
he's trying to help Larry.
Larry. Okay.
Yes. But Larry is swearing he didn't give it to Conscious for Conscious to, like, it was Larry's trying to say it wasn't like a conspiracy thing. He wasn't he didn't give it to Conscious for Conscious to play it or anything like that. He's trying to say he gave him to Conscious to corroborate the story that he was telling, because it's lies being told on him. And so he's saying that's why he gave it to Conscious. He's saying that Conscious decided himself. And so how William McCrae ends up being in that is that William McCrae was in between Larry and Bernard Jordan, right? But Larry had been a long time rival of William McCrae, because William, he made the church sector. And then Larry came in the church sector and Larry just took off. And William feel like he stole something from him or something. So William had a connection with the Jordans before Larry did. But then because of Larry, William had a falling out with the Jordans too. So when this whole thing started to happen, Bernard Jordan started to cozy back up to William McCrae. But William was in this way because he was now okay with Larry, and then now okay with him. Well, but then Larry, they started doing all of the stuff, and then Bernard Jordan William McCrae had Bernard Jordan come on his show, and whoever is paying William McCrae, that's who he going with. And Bernard Jordan started to pay William McCrae, and that's how he got all tangled up in this whole debauchery.
I didn't know nothing about that. I was like, why is his name connected to this wrestler? And that's when I was listening to this. I was like, what? Didn't Larry man was this in some kind of lawsuit or something?
Yeah, with TD Jakes. With TD Jakes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I pulled that one.
Yup.
I think I really pulled that one. And
yep.
I'm like, well, what? I mean, that is, so let me ask you this. Is King Jobs in there with them?
Yes. And so that was another component. So when Bernard Jordan thought that he was going to try to bring all of these content creators together, he claimed he was bringing them together in order to try to create some sense of community and to stop all of the confusion, but he was really mobilizing them against Larry. The one he really wanted to mobilize against Larry was King Jobs, because I think he felt like that King Jobs had that it factor to really take Larry on, And plus, when it comes to that content, that church sector content, King Jobs, William McCrae, and Larry Reid were the major three many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know that, but I know about the other two. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's where it all started from, and the fallout was like a fallout between all three of them, because all three of them was like fighting for who had the control over the sector. And then once Larry had like conquered it, he wasn't in the fight with them no more, because he feel like I got it, but they were still bitter, behind it. Right, so the one that Jordan really wanted to mobilize was King Jobs. The problem is that King Jobs had some legal trouble because of a pastor that he was reporting on. I think his name is Felder or Feldman or something like that. Well, I don't know when I can't remember exactly what he was saying in his reporting, but he reported something that wasn't true, and now he ends up owing this man some money.
Oh no.
Yeah, so when Jobs went down there to go to this conference that Jordan had arranged for all of them, Jobs went down there with the intention that he was going to get some useful information that was going to tell him how to transform his platform to start making more money, how he thought maybe he could get a loan from the Bernards because hey, they loaned Larry, when when they had him come on. And so it didn't quite work out like that. So when King Jobs came back, King Jobs exposed to Conscious the whole plot about them trying to come after Larry. And when that happened, that's when Conscious started to release and read the transcripts from these recordings. Conscious got people from Bernard Jordan's that church he had. They dissolved. He got them old people on there. They was telling all of the messed up stuff that was going on in the church and what Jordan was doing. It was a mess. So that's how Jobs factors.
Go ahead.
That's how Jobs factors into that situation. He was kind of like, I don't want to rival with Larry. I'm done with that. I did that for years. I don't want to do that no more. It's the same thing with him over and over again. And I don't want to do it anymore. I'm interested in building my platform, going on to different content, and what you can do to financially back me in doing that. And then when he left that conference and then the Jordans didn't reach out or have nothing, then I guess because Conscious and Larry and Jobs aren't friends, but Conscious and Jobs are friends. So Jobs gave, the plot, the plan to Conscious, and then that's when Conscious proceeded to say, okay, you trying to create this plan to expose Larry, I'm going to expose you. And so Conscious started, it commenced to exposing.
Oh man.
That's what I told you. This ain't the only crazy ass sector.
Yeah, it is hell going on everywhere. I'm
Yes.
like, what? I'm like, I hadn't seen William McCray name and I don't know when. And then when I see it, I know it's some shit.
Yeah.
I'm listening to this man. I don't know who he talking about. Wait a minute, what is this last man talking about?
Yeah. That's when
He
he.
got but women is okay, but every time somebody new like come in from the like to into the church area, whatever, and get some type of motion, he does get a little attitude.
Yeah, he gets an attitude, and then so so this is what Jobs and I think St. James were trying to expose about William is that Amen Church disease that William blackmails people like to get paid from them. Like he'll know because he has all the connections in the church community. And so he will find out something about them and call them up and be like, listen, I'm going to expose you. And if you, unless break me off something, but then it comes this situation like when he does it, they might give in to one time, but then it continues. And so Jobs has exposed a couple of the people, the people that William was doing this with. Because the main idea of the content behind that over there in that carnal church sector, Angie, that's why it's called carnal. Because this ain't no real church sector. Like, ain't no real church people doing all of this. But the real thing is about them exposing people's DL activities. That's the main content that they had going on over there.
Yeah, it was this dude that I used to watch, and I know I'm still sub to. But I don't sub to so many people. I probably don't get. That's all he report on is the DL pastors come. He goes another DL situation. Here's another DL situation. I don't know what the name of his channel is, but
it ain't no other sin. It ain't no other sin but being on the DL.
Exactly. I'm like, oh my gosh. And that was so crazy. And I remember when Andrew Caldwell, cause Andrew Caldwell,
Oh,
come on,
yes.
trouble. I mean, come on now, what he gonna do? And William got so upset that Andrew was hired to come and speak at one of those conventions. Honey,
Mm-hmm.
I laughed so hard. And he drive me. You know how that boy is crazy. He's crazy. He's out here getting herself up there talking all. Baby, when and my daughter does not be in this foolishness. She don't know. She don't like. But baby, I had her watching that William McCray. We laughed at him and at their Andrew when they had, they had a little bit of riff going on. That thing was so
Yes.
funny. That was.
Yes.
I'm like, well, you never got good sense. Yes,
What
ma'am.
about when they did all that advertising? Because I don't watch baddies like that, but I did watch the season where they said that Andrew was gonna be on there for them the first. I guess that was like the first. And so I'm like, where in the world do they got him up? Child, he didn't even make it past a show.
Girl, that shit was so funny. He was in that in that chair getting ready, and baby, he had to realize that they got real men on there, and
Right.
they got gay men on there that get this thumps down, baby. When I tell you, they found when Natalie found Andrew at that goddamn airport, I hollered. he ain't told nobody. He ready to go home. Baby, when Daddy found out what that airport, baby, I screamed. He didn't
Yeah,
know. He didn't know.
he did not know that that's what that was gonna be about. I guess because didn't he have something where it was something signed, or he wanted something signed where nobody could touch him or something?
Mm-hmm. He wanted to pop.
I'm like, do you know what show you went on? You
And,
signed up for this.
and I don't know if you know Jonathan that used to do
Yes.
that
Yes.
what's the name? Hal. What
Uh-huh.
baby? You know he was ass. Okay,
But he was
baby
gone by the
Jonathan.
time Jonathan came there, though. Because
Yeah,
Andrew was
yeah.
only on there for a show.
Yeah, he
One
didn't even
show.
make it on a real episode. He
Right.
made
That's
it on.
yeah.
Yeah, he didn't make it to the house. He made
Yeah.
it on we waiting to get picked up or
Right.
whatever.
Right.
They done came and them guys and come there because there was some straight guys in there and then Kurt Franklin son
Son. Yup.
and Gutter was in there, the little
Uh-huh.
yeah. That's and when the first time I heard of Sean David Way, I said I don't know. I said, did he pick up that from Gutter or did Gutter get that from him? Because when I tell you
No,
that
I
I
think
mean
he got
all the
that from Gutter. I think he got that from Gutter.
for real, because
Yeah.
baby Gutter he used to have me rolling, and
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I knew it ain't no. And then here's the thing, right? And with regards to Batty. Andrew was supposed to be like one of the, premier.
Yes. Yes.
And baby,
Yes.
when I tell you, he crazy, but he wasn't that crazy. He come in there and
He got up out of there. He got up
yeah, he
out of
got up
there.
out of there. Baby, but the funniest thing when I heard that boy say, what the boy name is? Where the money reside. What my boy name? Ralph.
Yeah, with the car. Said he used to work at the car dealership.
Yeah, with Reddy Child.
Yeah, I like him too. I like
I
him.
laughed. And I'm telling that damn JoJo, and I said, yeah, where the money resides. JoJo said, you don't walk on where the money. I said, don't say that's a gay man saying that. Don't say that. You're taking it wrong with it. I don't say that. That's a gay man saying that. Don't do that.
Doral. That's his name.
Yes,
Yeah.
baby.
Mm-hmm.
Money resides.
Raleigh B.
Better be. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that boy had me hollering. That really be. He fights and stuff like that. And see,
That Raleigh B wasn't scared of nobody. Okay.
exactly.
Raleigh B, yeah, that's why. Now I liked him. That's why I liked him, because it was like, listen, whether I think I'm a winner, I'm a lose, I ain't scared. That's for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It was so crazy. And then, but you know what? Now, I used to, you look at lemon pepper and you like, I don't know. But some of this ruthless shit, like they are claiming with him, I'm like, I'm getting his name, like, cause he had Jocelyn crying.
Well, you know, then Akbar, when after Jocelyn came on, Akbar, her crazy self, came on and was saying something. I didn't get too much into that because I already had so much on my plate. I was like, I cannot travel down
Exactly.
another rabbit hole. But
Exactly.
I saw her. Akbar said something, and some of the other girls started coming out. And I think one of them said something about he had him in the cage. Did they say that?
Lemon pepper.
Yeah, or like that they locked her somewhere. I guess because
Oh, they locked Natalie, cause he had her on there crying too. He not really crying, but in the same scenario, like they in a car and Lemon Pepper controls the driver and all of that. He locked somebody up in somewhere,
yeah, I
and
can't remember if they said it was a
yeah,
cage or just a room or whatever. But the
yeah.
girl was saying that he locked her in there because I guess she didn't want to fight. And then I guess like they were making her stay in there in order for her to film or something. I thought.
I don't know that. Okay, well, I can
Yeah.
find out. Okay, I gotta find it out. But it's like I'm like, what the hell is going on? And baby, when I tell you, I'm just waiting for it, and because I'm waiting for Lemon Pepper to get hold to Nevaeh. I'm just waiting, cause baby, he's gonna set you up. Krishan Rock is gonna come back on that show, and baby, you gonna get your
And she
ass.
gonna tear your ass up. That's gonna drive that Zeus Network ratings up the charts.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And you know Jocelyn gone. So Little
Right.
Pepper, he is looking for you see him over there with AB and Dean. And I said, oh, that go the Zeus sign up there.
Mm-hmm.
He's being a big producer with a lot of this here celebrity what you call it, celebrity boxing and stuff and all. I
Uh-huh.
said, he got to keep this money flowing. Cause they say
Well, I think with Krishan she might try to stay away for a little bit till she get through this fight she got on September the 19th. Because in this fight, she stands to get she said way more than she got when that first one. So
yeah.
I think because of that street fight she had going on last week,
Oh my god.
that
Oh
was
my
a
god. Oh my god. I'm like, what in the hell? Them two right there, that is
that shit,
crazy,
that don't make no
crazy.
sense.
That don't make no damn sense. But baby, when I tell you, Little Pepper gonna say, let me tell you something. What
But I think
reason?
she's telling him, Angie, that he's gonna have to wait until after that, and that's why
Yeah, that's
Krishan
what I'm
came
saying.
out with that. Did you see her when she went back home after she came and knocked on that door? She went back home and she was doing the commentary and she said she gonna have them sign an NDA for a friendly fade.
They about
That,
make me choke. Yes, I said this fool crazy. He said,
so wait a minute. Let me go and get that girl into some kind of something like that by offering some kind of contract money. You know that girl gonna jump on some money. He's gonna have
exactly.
something.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
That's what I
he's
was
going.
saying because he gonna give her time to do all get all the post
Mm-hmm.
credits and stuff out to Biden, whatever. And
Yep.
Krishan, she got to fight. So it's and the baddest season will probably be coming around that time. Because check this out. Why did he bring Jaden on there? You know now, goddamn well. Jaden isn't interested or whatever.
Not
Why?
at all.
Not
Not
at
at
all.
all.
And she didn't have no issue
But
with nobody.
but they said that Bodine was sent there with her to make sure that nobody touched Jaden too.
Who
Because
told
they
you?
they knew that they said that was a favor that Lemmy did, but so Carlissa tries to make it seem like that the favor was done because Blueface made the call, but Callie, now Jaden won't dispute what Callie said. Callie is, that's Blueface sister. That's the one we played when we was watching the SZA episode. Callie said that
Yeah.
the reason she was like, it wasn't Blueface nor Carlissa that got them on the baddies. That was Krishan. Krishan made the call and got them on it. That's what she said. Because Carlissa tried to come and like throw, I guess, some shade on the situation. And Callie it was like, first of all, Ma, don't even start all of that trouble. I don't have no issues with Krishan. Me and Krishan are good. And she the one who got us hooked up on baddies. Not you, not Blue.
Oh, okay. Okay. But listen, I'm not okay. So this is crazy. Jaden came on that show, and Jaden showed up most of the time, not all the time, but Jaden showed up most of the time.
Drunk.
Drunk. Did you see it? Drunk. Okay.
And the skunk.
And
Drunk
now
in the
that
skunk.
I see her off the show, I said, well, damn, she don't be, drunk like that no more. Now that I see her off the show, she don't be drunk like that. She got on there, started a little issue with the person that really can't fight that much, Biggie. And
got beat up by Biggie, right?
Yeah, got beat up by Biggie. Okay? And I'm like, hun, and then, Krishan, it all depends on what her mind tell her to do. If her and them gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
Or whatever. But when I tell you that Krishan, Lemon Pepper is gonna make Nevaeh a deal and not refuse.
Yeah.
And whatever that means. Blue is probably gonna kind of act like her manager because I hear her singing. So I don't know if she's one of the singer or something because she sounds pretty decent. So because she keeps, he gave me a bigger platform. He gave me a bigger platform. Lemon Pepper's gonna knock on your door, baby. It's gonna be set right on up. And baby, Krishan is going to appear on that baddie.
Yep.
And it ain't nothing you'll be able to say or do.
Yup. She is going in for blood.
Yes, she's gonna beat your ass until she can't beat your ass no more, Nevaeh.
I thought, you want to know what I thought was so bad? And when I was like, he don't care about her. When he let Nevaeh go to that door and open that door, remember when I was like, he know that he don't even know where Krishan is at right now. He let her go open that door. I was like, he don't care about that girl. He don't care nothing about that girl.
He don't. And that other girl with that's in the car with the braids, and she was and I'm bigger than the program.
Do you know her? Okay, because I didn't know if maybe she was from one of the shows too. I don't know her either, but from what I saw yesterday, they say that he was messing around with her while he was incarcerated and had her up in the apartment or something. And then when the rumors started coming out that Krishan and Blueface got married, that she must have went live and I don't know what she said, but said something. And basically, I guess that's when Krishan broke it off with Blue. Krishan broke it off with Blue because of that girl.
See, okay, so yesterday I found out that she was dating him since 2020.
Yes.
That was around the time.
Well, they all was secretly, I guess secretly dating him. Cause this the thing I find funny. Like, okay, the one BB.
Who?
So the girl BB, you know who that is?
BB.
Oh, okay, I don't know where she came from either, but this is another one of Blue's ladies. So the girl now BB and Jaden are doing content together. They like doing like this, I don't know, girl on girl action type thing. Like I guess supposed to be forgiven. Yeah, so But BB originally was fussing back and forth with Nevaeh too, and talking about she was pregnant, and then she went and got an abortion, all of this stuff. So then, but wait a minute, when Krishan did what she did last weekend, Angie, I thought it was funny as hell.
Girl, I hollered.
All the girls talking about, cause we too old to be fighting, and I'm just gonna get a restraining order.
Yeah,
And I said,
I didn't want Popo. Yeah. After they done talk that shit. And
I
now,
said, oh,
girl,
I
and
said
you
all
know
the
I
fighting.
don't like Krishan. I don't like Krishan, but that was straight up principles and respect. She said he is not going to be there to save you. She's going to whip their ass. Whoever
Yeah.
that has something to say, she gonna whip their ass.
And she said he can get it too, Angie. Did you
yeah.
see? Did you see the video after she finished fighting the girl and he came up on the side of her? He was trying to put his arm and she pushed him up against the car.
Uh-uh. Baby, if you think Lemon ain't finna capitalize on that, everybody's fixing. He's fixing to make a bag. He doesn't.
Yes. They all want a restraining order, Angie. They not.
Yeah, but ain't no restraining order long as you talking about Yahweh, and all right. They had so much to say.
But that's why I said she was trying to mind her business. You know,
exactly.
she was. I gotta say this. As crazy as she is, she was trying to mind her business, not say nothing, but they wanted to keep poking the bear. And like I said, she turned straight into the Chucky doll.
Exactly. And she is knocking at them people. Joe, I was screaming when Blue was looking like who at the door, and he don't went in there, no mail. I almost hollered. I hollered and screamed. I said, oh hell no. And that girl done went down there, and she, on my day, she'll turn into that white.
This is what I want to know. Girl, why you didn't call your mama and your friends to come back and get that work in? I don't understand none of that. Yeah. Like, I don't.
Nobody, all of a sudden you can't get nobody on the phone.
Right.
You're watching the live.
Right. And then once again, Blue gotta send Big Buddha Bodine out there to go deal with this girl.
Yes, honey. And he act like he'll come back in like he out of goddamn breath.
Right.
Honey, I can't wait. And you know they turn them baddies seasons around quick. Baby,
yeah.
I can't wait, honey. When I tell you, I can goddamn wait, honey, and that girl, I don't know. And she gonna probably try to ask for all kind of security.
Yeah.
And all this shit here. About it. I know Big Aunt be, be really trying to, be securing them and stuff like that. But I got this funny goddamn feeling they gonna have Big Aunt doing something else, or Big Aunt or somebody else. And when Krishan get hold of that girl, she gonna take her through there. I'm like,
she should have played this safe with Krishan. She knows she shouldn't have did all of that. She now when it comes to Jaden, maybe her and Jaden can go back and forth.
Yeah.
But she should have played this safe with Krishan. And I'm gonna tell you, another one this in a minute is realer, because they gonna keep messing with her.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a problem.
I don't know who have said anything about her. I've just only seen her responding, and she's not put a name to it. So, did Nevaeh say something about her too?
Yeah, well, basically, they've been saying, so apparently there was some background conversation where I guess Blue and Nevaeh thought that they was trying to dictate the situation to tell her to get terminated or whatever.
Mm-mm.
And she was like, "Oh no, I'm not doing that." And so then that's when Blue was like, "Well, then guess what? Your baby ain't gonna have no father." Like, and
Mm-mm.
so then that's what I'm saying, Angie. You got to be in the know so you could stop supporting this no good shit. So, so
I didn't know.
come
Who
on, I
said
be
something
counting on
about?
you to not support the no good shit. So,
Yeah, I didn't know. I wouldn't support it if I heard that. I don't be supporting the. I know you think I be supporting the people. I'm just situational. I be like, nah,
mm,
girl, you wrong. Nah, girl, you crazy. Nah, this, that, and whatever. And I'm like, you know, but I'm telling you, I promise you, I didn't know that he had all this going on until I done looked around. I looked and saw something about some attorney girl, and she looked like she was on something, whatever. And I heard he was in jail. He was talking to some girl named Angela. I ain't never even seen her. Whatever the hell
Angela,
happened to
so
her?
Angela was his very first girlfriend ever, like from
Oh,
childhood. And
what?
so, yeah, so it kind of worked where Jaden, him and Angela ended up breaking up because he had switched high schools. And then he no longer was in a high school that was close to her. And that kind of like is the reason they kind of like fell apart and broke up. And so then that's when he got with Jaden. But Angela was his very first ever girlfriend.
And then yesterday, I found out that they said that Jaden and Nevaeh done been into poly relationships. So this is just popular norm. Like what?
Wait a minute, you what you mean prior relationship?
Poly like the Douglas, not the Douglas. Like sister
Okay,
wife.
poly relationship. No, that I don't know. Some of them clips, when I was looking at the headlines and because I know the story, I was like, now why they tell some lie like that? So let me explain. There
Okay.
was another girl. I'm trying to think of what her name was. That Blue and Jaden were in a poly relationship with. And Nevaeh was in a somewhat poly relationship with, I think, Superior's father. So they weren't, Jaden and Nevaeh were not in a poly relationship with Blue, but Jaden
Right.
and Blue were in a poly relationship with this other girl that they
And
had, and
her
I
name
think they said she had been on the Blues Club or whatever it was. I didn't watch that. So,
Mila.
but so Jaden and Blue and that girl, who I can't think of what her name is, um they were in a poly relationship, and then Nevaeh was in a poly relationship with Superior's dad, because all of Superior, okay, so Superior got two sisters. It might be more than two, but I know he got two sisters that are his exact age. That boy had three kids born in the same year.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Nevaeh's Superior's father.
Okay. Um, the superior is what, 3 or 4?
Four.
4. Okay.
Yup.
He got 2 other siblings born in the same year.
Yeah, two sisters. Now it might be more. The dad might have more kids than that in total, but all three of those kids were born in the same year. Those are his oldest kids. If he has any other kids, they're younger.
God damn. So
Mm-hmm.
okay. So
Jiggy, the girl name is Jiggy. That's
yeah,
who Jay.
okay. I know they were saying something about her name began with a J. I didn't even know anything about that.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that she was in some kind of stuff like that, and this ain't no new situation for Nevaeh. I don't understand. You know, I'm like, well, maybe that's how
Well,
she understands it.
well, the chat asked them would they consider being in a poly relationship, considering all of the things that go on, and they made it seem like they was asking them something crazy. Like Blue was like, "No, I don't want to be in no poly relationship. I tried that already, and that didn't work out."
Oh.
So I'm like, "What?"
And yeah, uh, well, I mean, and then he's so goddamn. He's disrespectful as hell, but he kind of be truthful in his
But that's the
disrespect.
gaslighting part of it, Angie. Don't you think? The gaslighting part of it is that
Yeah,
it is
but
truthful.
when he read her ass, when he read her ass about what I forgot what it shit been moving so fast. When he read her ass on the side of that damn bed, he said you could never like yo what by being in that show, you could never be disrespectful. You could never life shame nobody. Pretty much what he was saying. You know what I mean? He had to really tell her about her ass. You know, I'm just trying to tell you, it's something about Neville I don't like. And when if I like Krishan a little bit more than I like Neville, you know I already don't like her motherfucker. I don't like all of it. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of this shit is a choice. I understand people, you know, sometimes you ain't gonna be able to avoid. But bitch, you sit up here day after day after day, and you seeing this nigga go here, there, and every goddamn where. And well, hold on. If nothing else should have made you show your ass after you had that baby, after you had that baby and you done put on 25 big pads or pamper or something,
Mm-hmm.
if nothing else should have made you show your motherfucking ass when you heard the playback on that hot mic, while you
Yeah.
coming in now with your
Yep.
wife, thank you, thank you. He is simultaneously talking about, yeah, that bitch better retire the attitude because you're in the shelter.
Right.
And I'm like, honey, that time when you, let me tell you something, you done been and pushed that baby out, and you talking about he want everything on the screen. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you, baby. You should have
Angie,
been.
I'm gonna tell you another. Well, all of it should have just did it for us, right? Like the whole scenery was just like. I mean, even
I'm,
before that night, the whole situation has just been would have done it for us, right? But if when she watched how Blueface, so on the one tape where Krishan is fighting, you don't get to see everything. There's another video that captures a different angle. Blueface is throwing women out to the way to make sure they cannot get to Krishan and to make sure that she can fight. And then did you see where he kicked the girl when she got on the ground?
uh-uh.
Yes. When Krishan got that girl on the ground, Blueface came around on the other side and kicked the girl. Now, Krishan didn't need your help. What you kick her for?
Those two, that's I don't know what it's for.
When Nevaeh seen that, that should have she should have been
Mm-hmm.
had got her ass up out of there. But after
Yeah,
seeing that, she should have got her shit and got up out that night. I wouldn't have
yeah,
been calling that nigga coming to no labor in the delivery room.
yeah. I'm like,
Not where
girl,
I'm at.
like girl, and then look at you, and you know, babe, I'm really, and when I found when hold on, I'm still trying to hold on, because I saw her mama. Her
Mm-hmm.
mama look cutie white. Now, where is the black person that is allowing you to call people niggas? I'm just trying to figure out because you know that's a hot button
And
issue.
I don't know, but her dad is black.
Her dad black.
Yeah, Nevaeh's father
Let's
is
see if
black.
nigga show up soon.
You said what happened?
I said I better see a nigga show up soon
Well, I
because
don't think the dad want to show up because when Blueface basically was like, "We'll fly your parents out," he didn't just say the mother for the baby shower. First of all, and I gotta say this with you because I think we can agree on this. Not now, one member of my family would have been at that motherfucking baby shower.
no, no. And if they showed up to start some shit. Yeah.
Right. They would have showed up uninvited. They would have
Yeah.
showed up uninvited to get it.
There's gonna be some shit. We finna turn all of this out. It's gonna be a whole bunch of problems.
But
Yeah.
I think that the father just genuinely was like, I can't come be a part of that foolishness because I'm gonna have to lay this nigga out. And since he got all them people over there, he a gang member and all of that, I can't be risking all that if you're gonna sit over there and be dumb.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
Exactly.
that's the time the daddy was on. She said it was because he was, I guess, I don't know if he's on some kind of, her dad is on some kind of parole or probation or something. So she said
Oh.
he couldn't come. I was like, dad probably was the excuse because your daddy probably was like, you can't take me around that nigga because, see, I'm going to get into a fight with him and then I'm probably going to get the best of because he got a whole bunch of people around him, security, you know. I mean, because you know he knocked Krishan daddy out, but that was easy because Krishan daddy was a crack kid, well, a drug addict. So that was the easy. That was an easy knockout. But yeah, so this is something that I think I agree with Carlissa as I'm looking at some things about Nevaeh. So what it is, so, and I'm not trying to say, because I know you always think it's people from Baltimore saying this. I would say this about any situation for any girl, any young girl. With Krishan, I think for me, it's more so her, the terrible ass childhood that she had that makes me see why some of the things that she's willing to do, some of the things that she accepts, some of the things that she misinterprets for love, and her attachment issues. Like, I think that's why with her, I could see some things. Now, Nevaeh talked about this being in a shelter, but I think some people got some questions about how that all transpired. How did she get to that point? And I know Carlissa be starting stuff, but she knows stuff too sometimes. Yeah. Carlissa made some suggestions that maybe some of the story that Nevaeh is telling to try to get like sympathy points is not what she's heard to be true.
Right, because I was questioning like, well, what is man with this money? That was that was Blueface that brought that up, and they was talking about the man with the money and why he ain't
because she was I don't know, I don't want to use the word dating loosely. She was in an intimate relationship with NBA YoungBoy.
Girl, listen. I saw you was janking. Now you got me shaking. Now you know that's another one.
Wait a minute, I'm about to tell you something else. She had his name that tattoo under her eye. That was his name on there. NBA YoungBoy's name.
I know you lying. She was in relationship with NBA YoungBoy.
I don't know if they was in a relationship. He was sleeping with her. I don't know if I would. I don't know what the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that I would define a relationship.
Yeah. He was fooling around with her.
Yes.
Girl. Wait a minute.
And then her mother has a video of Superior's first birthday party, right? And when I'm looking at like it was an elaborate party. It was nice. It wasn't something like probably like Blueface and them would throw, but it was elaborate for him. I don't know what he does or whatever. It makes you start to question: maybe she did find herself into that situation, but it's like, what was the reason why? What was the reason that you left where you were to come to California? Like, did you already have some kind of, I don't know. The way to call this, I don't believe, I don't believe everything Carlissa say, but I don't think Carlissa's all bad either. I'm with her when she right, and then I'm going to say something when she wrong.
Yeah.
But there's something about Carlissa's not saying, and like I said, she does know things. There's some things that she knows that she don't always say what it is. I think she's holding it for a rainy day. I think it's something about her that maybe all her story about her destitute situation does not
Yeah.
check out.
Yeah, and her mouth, and her mouth. I just don't like, I just don't like the way she disrespects his mom. Not granted, and I don't know who started first, but this just has been me with people's parents, and I haven't had that issue with one really saying something with people's parents. Okay, I let you have a little leeway. Okay, and but
Mm-hmm.
I'm on this. I'm checking your son. Now you gonna have to go and get your mom. Okay, because gonna straighten it out or whatever. All right, and then um and then when your mama really crossed the line, like when your mom is outside of the correctional office, was I've been in all kinds of shit. When she is outside straightening my motherfucking car, okay, and y'all in the jail, and your mama outside shaking my car, now there's a problem, okay? So I have manners and I have all that. You have some girls like Nevaeh, they go pop smart at somebody's parents and shit like that straight off. And I know that would never occur. She would never be back if she did that on my mom, dad, or extra daddy side. If she had a smart mouth like that back to adults, oh baby, she will get read. And one side is going to read her real proper, the other side is going to read her real ignorant, and the other side is going to just call her a bunch of names. And trust me, she probably won't be back with whoever my cousin is she trying to date. It's going to be some shit. So, I mean, I'm like, God, this is just sitting there on that live. I'm like, man, this girl telling, cussing. I was like, no, I just don't like all of that. And I give you,
But see,
I give you.
Carlissa does all of that, and I think that that's why they think that it's okay to do, because Carlissa does all of that. Like she'll be talking about with Jaden about intimate stuff that Jaden does with her son, and things like that. Like I think that Carlissa crosses a boundary with those girls. And then the
Mm,
other thing that she does is she goes on this internet and then she bashes them all week long, all day long, and then she expects it not to, like, for them not to say anything. So I agree with you when it comes to like somebody like my mom or your mom or whatever, but I think because Carlissa rolls in the mud with them, she expects a type of respect that she does not conduct herself with to get.
well, listen, that's what I'm talking about. But still, that's that boy's mom. You know what I'm saying?
He don't
I just
respect
have a
her.
problem.
Angie, he told Krishan after he kept throwing that stuff after Carlissa was throwing the stuff at Krishan. He kept telling her,
Mm-hmm.
you do it again, you throw it at her again, I'm gonna tell her to whip your ass. She did it again, and he told Krishan to whip Carlissa's ass. Blueface did.
Yeah.
So
I
I mean,
heard
this,
that. I got to find that fight. I keep remember. I can
I
never
don't think it
remember
was
what fight.
recorded. The one that's recorded. I don't think the fight between her and Carlissa was recorded. I don't think. The one that was recorded is between Callie and Krishan, the sister.
Yeah.
When Callie went to the house after Krishan beat her mama up, Callie went over there ready to fight. Well, then Krishan beat up Callie, and Blueface helped Krishan to drag his sister out in front of the house.
Oh wow. I don't know what she got on him, but
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
crazy.
Like, that's, you see why I said if I was Nevaeh after I saw they fight last week, and then
Yeah.
knowing what you already know that he let her do with his mother and sister, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have been in there. You
Yeah,
wouldn't
she
have been
grabbed
coming
that
nowhere
knife. I
near
don't
me.
trust none of y'all. She grabbed that knife. I don't trust none of y'all. I mean, she should have. Yeah, duh, bitch. Like, duh. Yeah, like, I don't trust none of y'all. I mean, she killed me. She get into that white so quick.
Yeah, and
And
she's calling the police. She is calling the police.
yeah, she called him Popo. Trust
Yeah.
and and somebody was on one of these lives. This dude was covering a piece of it, and when she had on the orange and was holding the baby, and she was doing her, popping her lips and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. Somebody said, "Please stop popping your lips." I mean, I think I'm just real. I just don't. I just was raised like that, and it's gonna be me. I'm gonna take a good little bit off your mama. I'm gonna take a good little bit off your mama because I understand that's your mama, and now that I'm a mama or whatever, I don't behave like
A
that lady
banshee.
was behaving.
Like a
Yeah,
banshee.
huh?
Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
like
I don't behave like that lady was behaving with me over her son and how when it popped off about.
mm-hmm.
But and I took yeah, I mean a whole lot, and and then when I'm in the car with her ex-husband's girlfriend to come into the peep to see them. We didn't even know that listen, the daddy, his daddy, my baby daddy, the uncle, the nephew, somebody else, about six of them. We was at the house and they done went off somewhere, and then next thing I know, they all get arrested. His father used to be an ex-cop. Yeah, there's a bunch of, I mean, all kinds of shit. That's what I'm saying, my nerves be bad. I don't be wanting nobody fucking with me. I'm trying to do my studies, do my white people job and stuff like this, and I got all this nigga shit going on in my life. Leave me the fuck alone. And I'm sitting up, and everything was okay because parents usually like me. And the only two mothers didn't like me. The dude, I didn't know that he stole his mama ring and gave it to me. I didn't know that. Well, why in the hell is you mad at me? And then he
Cause
gonna
you
get
wanna know what? Wait a minute, wait a minute. So I'm gonna frame the situation for you so you can see maybe how they feel about Carlissa. So let me take that situation and frame it for you. She's mad at you because she think you stole it, not her son. She ain't gonna look at her son like he stole it. She putting it on you that you stole it. And that's what Carlissa does, Angie. And that's the thing that messes up the thing. It's like she puts, like, listen. So that Blueface released that tape on Jaden giving fellatio to his friend, right?
listen. I had wait a minute. Did they say Blueface? Didn't they call another name and say the other person
So
released?
Bravo was the friend receiving the head
Yeah,
activity.
yeah.
Well, so the claim was that Bravo sent the recording to Blue, which I don't think that's how it got there. I think Bravo's girlfriend Sadie sent it to Blue because this is how the whole thing happened. Jaden, Jaden and Sadie was best friends. Blue and Bravo have been friends since Blue was a young boy.
Mm.
So Sadie and Bravo are in a relationship. You already know Blue and Jaden was in a relationship. Well,
Right.
Blue and Sadie slept together. So to
Uh,
to get back, that's why Jaden slept with Bravo.
I didn't know. I didn't know what happened. What made Jaden? Because I was trying to figure out. Jaden had kept saying Jaden does not sleep with other people, and that's why he was so,
That's what they tried to say. She's only slept with women, not men, because they ain't say other people. She's been sleeping with
Oh,
women, but
right.
no, she never been with another man. That's how they try to
Oh,
portray it, right?
okay.
So when this is a crazy thing. So when Blue came home from jail, and I think like the first time that he went over to Jaden's house, Javon, the son,
Uh,
Blue asked him, "Has there been any men coming over here since I've been in jail? But since I've been gone."
uh,
And Javon looked, and at first he was like, "No." And then I guess he looked back at both of them. And see, this is what I don't like. I don't like that they do none of this to these kids.
right,
So
right.
then Javon says, "Well, I mean, Bravo, he comes over." And then I guess Jaden might have gave him some kind of look or something when he said, and she's like, "But I mean, he just comes to help mommy."
Mm,
Javon told it on the live. These people, Angie, they got it. They went back into the archives as soon as the video came out. They went back into the archives showing Javon telling it to Blue.
oh
So yeah, she of course she denied it. I guess Blue asked Carlissa, did she know anything about it? Carlissa asked Jaden. Jaden said no, she didn't do it. And so then that night that he was over there at that Ray J kickback, that I can't remember which one it was, but he was over there at the Ray J kickback. He gets sent the video of Jaden and Bravo. And so they believe that it was Sadie, or maybe because supposedly Sadie and Nevaeh are supposedly friends, right? So Sadie, it was either Sadie or maybe Sadie sent it to Nevaeh. I don't know. I don't know where it went. But at first, people thought Bravo sent it because, of course, it's Bravo in the video. But I guess it was confirmation that Bravo didn't send it. So it's thought that Sadie sent it to Blue. So Blue is at the kickback over at Ray J's kickback, and I guess when he got the video, he looks and you could tell like he is like shocked. But then he's trying to play it off because you know how he get. He's embarrassed. He's like, "Hey, you guys! Oh my God, I can't believe what I just got." And he was like, "Do y'all want to see Jaden giving head to Bravo?" He asked the people in the chat why he's on the live stream.
Why he was at Ray J's thing?
Why he's at Ray J's kickback.
Oh.
And so then the next thing you know, the video is posted up on his X account.
Oh hell, I gotta go see that. What?
So wait, but he took it down.
Oh, okay.
So he posted it up and then he took it down. But he is asking the chat about it. So then I guess when he put it up, somebody in the chat is saying, there are people in the chat saying to him, "You shouldn't put that up. You know that's revenge porn. Like you can be charged for that." So he's like, "I didn't make it." Like he's thinking like, "I didn't make it. Somebody sent it to me." So he's admitting that it was him that did it. Because if you didn't do it, you would just say, "Well, what do you mean? I didn't put it up there. What do you mean it's up there?" No, he's trying to dispute with and argue with the people that, "Oh, I didn't record it. It was sent to me." Since he didn't make it, that he's not responsible for the fact if he puts it up on his social media account. So
who recorded it?
You said what?
I said, who recorded it?
I guess Bravo and recorded it, I guess. And maybe Sadie got it out of Bravo's phone or something. I don't know. Because I told you, Sadie and Bravo are in a relationship. They are together. Yeah. They had kids. So, Carlissa, when she came over, so remember the day that Carlissa came over to the house when Nevaeh was there?
With the brown bag? She done ran away from her husband.
Yeah, that day. Well, she tries to talk to Nevaeh and ask Nevaeh questions about Blueface's social media accounts and how easily accessible they are. The problem with it is that Carlissa was already putting out a rumor that Nevaeh was the one who posted the video from Blueface's social media accounts from the streaming room. So Nevaeh, I don't think, was picking up on why Carlissa was asking her certain questions to the chat. But then when Nevaeh left and went to the bathroom, Carlissa started whispering to the camera and was like, "See, I told you she can access his social media accounts from the streaming room." I was like, this is not just you, because she was trying to get Blue and Jaden like back together so that she could like throw it in the face of all the rest of them. I was like, she will go to any lengths. And that's why I use that example that you said about with the ring situation. Carlissa is one of them mamas that is never going to make it seem like her son did anything. But the issue I got with that is what she's accusing Nevaeh of, that's a crime. She could get in trouble for you accusing her of that. That's not nothing to throw on nobody when you know they didn't do it. And it's Blueface takes responsibility that he did it when he's talking back and forth to the chat.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't never even think about that. But lady, I don't want your damn Avon ring with that multi stone. You know that old ass Lady Ring with the multi stone on it, lady. I didn't want no shit like that. I don't even know what room I would have to steal it. I ain't got to steal shit. And she saw it on my finger. And then the next thing you know, he talking about, I gotta get this, ring back. I gotta give it back to my mom. I'm like, hell, I don't want that big. I'm just wearing that ring. I don't just common courtesy. I don't that big. You know them grandmama rings with the stone for.
Yeah, right.
Come on now. And I'm a young. Come on now. What the hell I'm gonna steal that for? Bitch, I don't steal. Girl, yeah, and then so that lady didn't like me or whatever. But from that period on. Oh, you know what? That lady ain't want me in her house.
See, I told you. See, I didn't crack the mystery. I told you she think you did it. She ain't gonna put it on her son.
I could never understand why that lady ain't. I'm like, I ain't done nothing to this damn lady. You know what I'm saying? I ain't a girl that woman want me back in her house, baby.
Yeah, he probably told he probably, mama, don't say nothing to her. I'ma get it back. And she believed him. She know he a thief. But she ain't. They don't believe that about. They don't believe it.
Not. He actually became a cop. He actually became a cop. And so, baby, I'm trying to tell you, listen here, that's that one who kidnapped me for almost 2 days.
Oh, Lord.
The gas that gave me that PTSD, and that's when I'm serious. That's when my sleeping disorders started. You understand? That's when all of this here sleepwalking and going out the door and galloping like I'm on a fucking horse and all this old crazy shit started happening after I got kidnapped for almost I mean, when I tell you, I had to escape from a Regal. I was like, because I was fighting. Yeah, I was fighting. I was in
Angie, well, listen, that's why I am not, when you be talking about, I got the best men, I'm going to be like Levi. I think you be a little naive sometimes. Because how you getting all these situations?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, check this out. This is what I really mean. See, that's what I'm like, where I'm dealing with smart people. Hold on, this is what I really mean. If you do percentage-wise.
I don't know, because it seems like half and half. Like, you balance the scale. Like, half of them sound like they good, And then the other half, I don't know.
But it was some book. Girl, that's that same one who, I mean, Yvette was so tired of him. He tried to run her off the road. And they be crazy. I'm trying to, he is one of the reasons where if you say you was a Virgo, that I was a no-go. Hell no. I'm not ever no Virgo again. Girl, that boy, man, when I tell you, I'm fighting that damn, when the Regals came out. And I'm fighting
yeah.
like,
My uncle had one, y'all.
yeah, and I'm playing like, I got my little acting skills. I can't breathe. I can't do that. Please let me wonder. And windows was automatic, and he done let down that motherfucking contraption that he done souped up like a pot motherfucking dope dealer called pot goddamn cop car, and he got that motherfucker down a little bit more. Baby, I got my hands on that window, and when I tell you,
My
I have no,
God.
this is the Lord. I have no idea where I got the strength, but I pushed that window down. I mean, as hard as I could, and the part and I got half my body out, and the part that had to come was that ass. So I'm steady trying to get the ass out, but I'm struggling. But see, my top part, I'm already reaching almost to the holding on to the car. He got my feet. I'm getting that ass. I'm wiggling and fighting for that ass to come out. Baby, when that ass came out and I dumped on my head and on my back, let me tell you something. I know you laughing when I tell you. That's why I wish my mom was alive. If my mom was alive, she would come over and tell you about all these stories. Y'all be tired of hearing about that shit and how she stuck a me and these niggas and all this. Okay, baby, when I tell you, I had them motherfucking goddamn fell on this. It's called a boardwalk, and it was the Sheraton Hotel down there off Prudential. Them people that's 2 or 3 people in here from Duval. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. That was like the Lovers Lane little walk. That was the Lovers Lane little walk. And then I had them baby get some kind of way that ass and come out that car, and I fell on my back and shit. And when I tell you, I took off and I jumped on the boardwalk that we walked. It wasn't a low boardwalk. It was probably like chest high from how I had to jump, because there wasn't no stairs or nothing that I could climb or whatever. I went and jumped on that goddamn boardwalk, and when I tell you, I ran to the Sheraton Hotel like motherfucking Andrew. And I'm telling you, it was almost the same scenario. And this is so funny because I'm telling you how this rolled in. So, and when I got down there to the people, I said, I got to use the phone. And I kept looking back when I could use the phone. And when I called my mom, see, I had the house key, my house key, and I had the car. So she couldn't, get around, mobilize, or do that. I got the only key. Honey, when I tell you, when I told her where I was, she called this cab driver who so happened to know my daddy. And he took her to Sheraton to get me. And she said on the way there, she kept telling him, please don't tell her daddy. Please don't tell her daddy. Please don't tell her daddy. And when I got in the car, that it was like a song. Please don't tell her daddy. Please don't tell her daddy. Please don't tell her daddy. And got me back. And she had been calling the cops. He has an uncle that works down there and stuff. The uncle was canceling the calls and shit. Girl, I swear to God, the uncle was canceling the calls and shit. So, baby, when I tell you, I'm like, what in the hell? And it started and ever since then, I had that goddamn PTSD. So then,
I guess.
Fast forward a little bit, then I get married to Mr. Goddamn Walker. Here we go. So now I'm married to Mr. Walker. All right, I am in Abersons, where down the street from where we used to live, and I'm I go who shot the bear. I'm whipping everybody's ass or whatever. What's up? What's up? When I tell you I'm in Albertsons trying to get groceries for my goddamn house, my goddamn husband. And when I tell you out the left of my eye, I never forget. I'm down there on the cereal aisle, and I see that motherfucking nigga pushing that cart, and I froze. I
Uh-huh.
said, please God, don't let him see me. He saw me. He backed up that motherfucking cart and came down the aisle. And I couldn't say nothing. Now, this is what I know. I know that Mr. Walker is, has me on a time limit, okay? And
Uh-huh.
the time limit is too short for anything I need to do. Okay, he's gonna give me only 10 minutes to go to the grocery store. Are you fucking crazy?
What?
Okay, it takes 10 minutes to goddamn get a card. If
And you
not,
go
he's
get,
coming.
what are you going to do in 10
He's coming. Right, and that boy, girl, I couldn't even, listen to him. Baby, I'm glad I had good bladders, because I probably would have peed. And that boy, whatever he said, I don't know, to this day, I don't know whatever he said to me. I'm just looking sharp with my eyes open. Like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking in my head, if that Walker husband comes, it is going to be a problem. We're going to turn Albertsons out. I also glad when that boy got away. When I tell you, I left that shit in Albertsons and jumped back in my goddamn car and just what happened when you? I thought you were going to go stuff. Shit, I couldn't even answer. I was so goddamn shook. That boy, and then check this out right here, girl. Guess what else happened? Yeah, if this happened before that,
Uh-huh.
girl, no, this happens after that. You wouldn't believe it's him. The girl that I met through Yvette, the name with the R, okay,
Uh-huh.
she has a cousin with the same name, okay? He
Okay.
ends up marrying her. Hold on.
Mm.
So I'm at the girl with the R through a baby shower for her firstborn nephew.
Mm-hmm.
And so um, I know that um, no. This is what happened. So we sitting down, right, and the girl with the R know, she knows the story and all this stuff. And then everybody, how we get along, be talking and stuff like that. So we sitting there, and the way that guy's name is pronounced, it is unique. So if he has a junior,
Right. You're
it,
going to
it,
identify. Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Honey, when I tell you, we sitting out, and I'm sitting out with the cake. I can never forget this, huh? I'm sitting there with the cake, and the girl said, "Yeah, I got to wait for Raphael. He's gonna pick me up." And I'm sitting, I'm at one couch at the end, and she's like at the chair to my right, and I got the cake with my fat ass, and I'm sitting there. I said, huh? She was talking to somebody. She was talking to
Uh-huh.
somebody. And I said, what's your last name? That bitch said Williams. Let me tell you something. That cake dropped. I went and got the girl. I went and got Yvette friend that I met to. I said, come out. I gotta go there. Come out. I ain't give a fuck if anybody saw how agitated and scared I was. I said, come
Uh-huh.
here. I said, girl, you remember the dude that I told you about the goddamn, and Yvette told you about the motherfucking goddamn Sharon and all of this him. Listen, your cousin apparently is she talking about? Yeah, she said that's my cousin's husband. I said, well, that's a motherfucker that that fucking kidnapped me for 2 days. Let me tell you something. I got the motherfucking keys. Let me tell you something. Got them keys. Got the hell on. Fuck that cake. Fuck this shower. Fuck all y'all things. Fuck this no. Girl, honey, when I tell you she hauls, that girl said, let me tell you something. My life was so boring until you came into it. I'm trying to tell you. Baby, they be hollering at me and my goddamn situation. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Angie, that's why I'm telling you that people picking process. Some of the times it's good, but some of the time you gonna have to give that to us now, okay? Because that cannot be happening all that many times. That's too many times.
But this is what, and I guess I be trying to understand why everybody else out here around the same age. Well, y'all were like, okay, well, y'all ain't had none of these kind of experiences.
No,
I
no.
guess you had times or
And
whatever.
listen, I was at one point involved in the life of organized crime. And thank God I made it out of that, but I ain't know. Now I
Well,
didn't.
I'm trying to tell you, and that's why every time you hear a friend or something on the phone and they hit by me and they be like, here we go. You know what I'm saying? Because they be some kind of way they be involved, some kind of way directly, indirectly, and it be some bunch of bullshit. Cause some of those men they go to harassing my friends and maybe certain members of my it be crazy. I be like, what the fuck is going on? Baby, that lady said that. What a coincidence. I said, when she said, she was talking about her little son. She was
Uh-huh.
like, yeah, she said, yeah, Raphael was with his dad, and he dropped me off over here, and he's gonna pick me up. I said, and I had that cake. I never forget. I had that cake on that floor. I said, what's your last name? She said, Williams. Baby, that motherfucking cake dropped, and the salsa caught it. The salsa caught it. When I tell you, I put that cake down on the little because it was the little lamp thing on the table for the lamp. I said, hey, come here. I was telling her. So I said, hey, look at him. I took her in the room. I said, look here. That lady said that the Raphael, and that's that dude that done kidnapped me, and I had to run down to Charrington. I'm fixing to go. She told me, yeah, that's my customer. I said, is he a cop? Told me, yeah. I said, same motherfucker. Okay, bye. Well, girl, I had to
Now,
go. I
Angie,
don't know
wait a
what.
minute. Wait a minute. Is this a mistake that you think that you was kidnapped? Because I think I remember you one time saying that man said that he ain't kidnapped you now when you seen him another time. Is that the same one?
Well, let me see now. He said he a kid. Which kidnapper? Which one you talking about?
You said when you saw somebody and I remember I think one time when you said something about the kidnapping and then you said then you saw him and he was like, I ain't kidnapped you. Or is that
Oh
the
yeah,
one
yeah,
you
yeah.
wrote?
Yeah, he was trying to tell. So, cause he was trying to tell some. I hadn't told the story. He was trying to tell somebody that he didn't kidnap me. Yes, the fuck you did. What you call keeping somebody for almost 2 days? Had me locked up in there.
Okay, was there any weapons involved?
No, but I couldn't go nowhere, and I done fought. And it's like he was a little, a guy that's like a 165 pounds, like Mr. Walker
Okay,
size.
no, I gotta ask you all the questions. Did he feed you?
Yeah,
Okay, did he let you go to the bathroom and things like that?
yeah, he had me locked up, and at that house when his mama had done got another man, and that man had his house and business up in Fernandina. She moved there and left him in that damn house. That woman they want me in. That house was completely burglar barred, and he took the phone. When he
Well,
had to go
maybe
to the
he don't think. Maybe he thought he was just trying to convince you for whatever. I mean, was you breaking up with them or something? Is that maybe
I
that's
had a
why he don't see it as kidnapping? Maybe I'm not saying he did. Maybe he doesn't see it like he was really kidnapping you because maybe was y'all breaking up?
okay. Here's this is how this went down. We had done broke up, but it's the end stages of the break. We back and forth, whatever. But but the back and forth, the fourth was when look, he wanna buy me something or some shit like that. Some kind of bait, right? And the day never ends up on a friendly note, and that's it. And this is what he didn't like at that time. He did not like. I mean, well, when he met me, and then whatever. He did not like me drinking and smoking that damn shit. So when so what he would do is tell people, that because he's trying to be a cop and shit like that. I ain't got nothing to do with that. They ain't finna interrupt me drinking and shit. And I want that drinker.
Angie, wait a minute, wait a minute. You was drinking and smoking what?
Smoking weed.
I didn't know nothing about that.
Yeah. I used to smoke. I told the people I am. I used to smoke. Yeah. What's your thing?
I didn't know nothing about that.
Yeah. Yes. Early on. Yes. In the 90s, early 90s, I was smoking that weed and drinking. I was still going to school, getting my lesson and all that kind of shit. But I was drinking and smoking that goddamn weed. My friends were smoking weed. He didn't like that. Man, and he would sit up there and apparently knowing I'm high as hell. Here he go. He would always just come to my friend's house, pick me up, put me over his shoulder, put me in his car, and we take off. And all kinds of shit like that. And it was like, oh my God. I mean, it was draining. Like you couldn't do nothing. And I'm like, this is just so not what I signed up for. And so, and then he would try to tell people, like I'm trying to tell people about him. And he would tell people I'm crazy. Here's the thing. Well, a lot of times, most times, if you encounter me and I'm high, you understand what I'm saying? I'm laughing and all this kind of shit. You might think I'm crazy. You understand? Because he's putting a narrative. He put a narrative out. I'm not motherfucking crazy. Why is we fighting? I'm not fighting because I'm in a good relationship.
Well, listen, you be fighting and fussing when you not high and drunk.
Because now I got PTSD from these guys. I came and told them, day one, listen to him. I got 99 problems and a man is all 99 of them. Leave me the fuck alone. That was the goddamn public service announcement. I don't remember all of that. My nerves bad. Okay, I'm just trying to, and I think with and then we see how Levi's a Virgo. You see how how he try to control and control matters and control whatever. I think that's the thing with a Virgo. Mr. Walker was a Virgo. I know these doxing motherfuckers should have the information. Mr. Walker was a goddamn Virgo. The killer is a Virgo, and the kidnapper is a Virgo. So that's to maybe take Virgo men off the goddamn list. If you say you was a Virgo, I don't give a damn how good your hair was. You could be 7 foot tall with $1 million. I already know you crazy, and I don't know nothing to do with it. I don't know nothing to do with it. My nerves are bad. Yeah, you think I'm playing? I started graying, but I was probably fully gray at 26. The fuck?
Listen, Angie, he might not have really kidnapped you. It might be the way that you perceive the incident.
No.
In your mind, I'm not saying to you it wasn't that, but it could, to him, it might look like something different. Like him just in just like how you said that, they write those motions and briefs to be persuasive. He was trying to be persuasive.
He was trying to convince me that I was crazy. He kidnapped me. He had to go to work that day. He took the phone. He had me in that burglar bar ass house. I'm at the door. Help! Help!
Oh my God! Oh my gosh!
Ain't nobody showed up yet. Help!
Oh
motherfucker showed up yet. He gets off work or whatever. You know, we gave him coming in with the goddamn food and shit. And I'm eating and stuff like that. Now we got to go in the damn down he just driving me to death, right, riding me all around the area that I love to go, that he know I love to go, and definitely where I love to date from. So he drive me around the beach, he drove me around the jetties. Anybody got a, if y'all ever look at the jetties, at night, it is pitch black. There isn't a light anywhere. And if you fuck around, you will drown. Okay?
Oh,
so there's a whole bunch of big rocks that they have to try to, to try to set up a barrier. But, we don't have nothing really here. So, guys, think it's romantic to take you out there on the rocks.
See?
Yeah, I don't.
That's why I told you he had a different idea of what he was doing.
No, this wasn't romantic. He was out there. He was trying to get romantic, and I was fighting.
Okay, but Angie, come on now. But we done heard too many of your stories. You done told us too many stuff. You know that you got these men thinking that when they do all that shit, they what you say? If they act normal and they don't do all of that, then it ain't gonna last. Ain't that what you said?
What I said now?
You said if they act normal and don't do all of that relationship abuse, it ain't gonna last. So you got them men thinking they need to do some relationship abuse in order to make it last.
Well, listen. Okay. Not to the extreme, because this is to the extreme.
Well, how they supposed to know? How they supposed to know how far is too far?
You know, if you having holding somebody against their goddamn will, then you don't need to do all of that for no relationship to last. Shit, I ain't that goddamn. And then I'm telling you, so he drove. He before we get to the jetties, he drove me by McLean. McLean is a crazy hospital.
Oh my Lord.
He said, yeah, I'm going to take your ass in there. I'm like, he was trying to convince me that I'm crazy. And I'm nothing but high. I'm not crazy. I'm high. How the hell I'm crazy? Tell the school I'm crazy. With all them high grades. Tell the school I'm crazy. Tell the college I'm crazy. I'm just high. He didn't like me being drunk and high and hanging around.
So he was probably trying to get you sobered up.
I didn't ask him to do that. Listen, I'm sober, at school, and then the white girl had the good weed, because she brought the good weed in front of Dina. That weed was green. She said the weed we was smoking wasn't shit. It was black, and I didn't know all them. I didn't know all that many them goddamn people in college do all that damn smoking weed, the whites and the blacks. That's what we was doing on lunch break and stuff. And honey, that white girl, because her boyfriend that was racist, but he sold a whole bunch of goddamn weed. He was beating her ass, but she was coming to school all black and blue and shit. She was showing me where they was fighting. But that weed she brought in that same bag. And we sitting up there in them little yellow motherfucking little packets and shit that they had back in the day of weed. Baby, that she came in that same, baby, shit, that was weed. Honey, we was, and it don't take much for me. I don't need, like, people, I done seen women smoke full, what them things are, the cigars or whatever.
The black and mild?
Huh?
The black and mild?
It's the big cigar where they take all the tobacco out and put the weed in there. And
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, well, you probably was a little baby when all you were probably a little baby when I was doing all of that. And I could never. I never smoked a whole joint by myself. Like, it just, you have to just do that. And then it was always, a shared or or situation amongst my friends or whatever. But it didn't take that much to make me high. It don't take that much. And so when they started putting it in them cigars, that's when I stopped. I just stopped completely because people
Uh-huh.
stopped using the top papers and they was using the cigars, and I said I can't handle that. That's too much because it only took me one time, and then I saw how high I was and for how long. Oh, no, 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 that ain't gonna work out for me. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I had a lot going on, and then he started trying to catch up with me or whatever. Hell, I'm running down to Georgia, back and forth. That's when you hear me and the girl start talking about us going to Georgia and how David jumped out on us when we was trying to follow the Jeep. David jumped out on us with a
See,
rifle
see,
because
see, see, that's what I mean. Two crazy ass stories going at the same damn time. That's what I'm saying, Angie. You are going to have to let us tip the balance in the scale. Half of the time you got good judgment, and half of the time you don't. You're going to have
we
to let us agree on this.
wait a minute, but see, but now this was partially our fault, and because this is because we would like to double up and triple up on the men, right? We got one group here, okay. We got okay. I don't know what the fuck we're thinking about. Then we want another group, and then sometimes we want another group. So, somebody usually got a man out of each group or something. Some old crazy shit. I don't. We was talking about it. We don't know why the fuck we was doing it. And here's the funny part about it. Here's the funny part about it. Out of all them groups, if the dude's still living or not, out of all them groups, they are still a part of my group thing. How I have them grouped out like that. That's when I be saying, this group, this person's from this group, this person from this group, this person from this group. I have no idea why. In our head, and you heard me talk to the girl. Why did we think that? Okay, we entertaining one group. What is it? And this group, these girls right, because now I'm a little older. These girls right here, I'm no longer smoking weed or nothing like that. So that's not the case. But then why we want another group of men, and then why we never want another group? The David and them jumped out at us because our group from Georgia was following us to the girl who's on the phone house, Val's house, and they so happened to. I don't know how they pulled over, and it so happened to pull us right over in front of their house. I said, okay, this is good. Dudes from Georgia, our actual boyfriends, they're in a car on the side. And when they
Mm-hmm.
jumped out the Jeep, because we knew back in the day, Jeep dudes, that sound like they got some money and it sounds fun.
Right,
So until
right.
we saw David, because they thought they didn't know we was women. They thought they was being, followed. David jumped out that car with that rifle, and we put our hands up. And I looked, and I
Wait a minute,
said,
with a rifle?
"Yeah, yeah." The girl was listen to the call. She was there. Yeah. And I put my hand on her. I said, Nita. I said, hold your head out the window and say Angie in the car. It said David, Angie in the car. And she said, David, Angie in the car. He said, who? And then he came with that rifle and looked. He said, girl, don't do that no damn more. We almost killed you. I'm like, shit, hell, I didn't know it was that serious. And this how we lost our Georgia boyfriends. And so when David saw that the dude was over there in the car, was with us, they went over there and robbed him. And so
Wait a
that
minute, they did what?
went over there and jacked him. They robbed him. Yeah, and so that's when the Georgia boys that said the Georgia they left us alone. Yeah, listen to the call the girl told you. Yeah. She was crawling up the stairs trying to get the hell away. You know what I'm saying? Baby, honey, I'm a good time child. I'm a good time.
Yeah, that's why we know that people picking process is good sometimes, but it ain't to the signs you try to give it. You doing a little exaggerating. You doing a little exaggerating on that.
No, what I mean by that is that they're not going to be all this this little silly bullshit and all this, all this shit they be doing, all this lying, all this back, all this craziness and shit like this here. It's gonna be some serious shit, some shit you can understand. You, they ain't gonna agree with it, but at least it's gonna be like on a different type of level. It's not gonna be over no motherfucking R. Kelly shit. Like you got to be doxxed and put in jail and on the fake charges, and you got somebody lying every motherfucking goddamn time. Lying about this and that and all, and not no simple shit like that. I ain't used to no simple crazy shit. You know, and people going to jail about no R. Kelly rallies and all this kind of bullshit here. I don't understand nothing like that. I'm like, huh? Okay, and and all that. They ain't got these people here. Ain't got they kind of like, but they ain't like blue faces. I ain't about to sit around for that. But you gonna get the truth, and that's what it is. And they gonna be, real man about their issues. They're gonna take man to man, whatever. They're not gonna call the cops and falsify no documents, no information, and all this bullshit. I don't understand none of that. It's a different
Yeah,
situation.
I don't either. That's why I don't engage in that kind of. I don't condone it. I
Yeah.
try not to do anything because I don't like. I now, but this is what I can say. I do watch across sectors where, like I said, I see them do the same things in a whole bunch of sectors doing this.
For real?
Well, I just told you. I just showed you. Like, I mean, even when you consider one of Blueface sector, they calling on them all the time. These are celebrity
Yeah,
people that.
that's SWAT shit. I can't stand that. That's too dangerous. I don't like that when they do that. That's too much. I understand that they don't like his program or whatever, but that's why you putting it on the girls. But girl, can you get the fuck up out of there, or can you understand that you are being used for likes and views? Cause
Yeah.
that boy is making money
I
off
mean,
of you.
he told her you the golden goose. That's the reason why he said that. Because now this is somebody else for him to make a fool of and let spaz out. Because that's what the people want to see. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
even in his chat the other day, when she came home with the baby, his chat was telling him, call Krishan.
That's
They telling
crazy.
him that.
That's crazy. To set her ass up. Nevaeh, I'm trying to, girl. You need to be. If you was up there, cause that NBA young boy, he got a lot of goddamn money.
He
But
got a lot of
I'm not.
money, and I'm not saying that I like how he do things either, but he don't have all this foolery going on. I don't see it not on the internet. I don't see him doing that on the internet, and that's the distinction I was making, Angie, when I was saying you. Okay, I don't like the fact like that they do this and have these multiple women doing this and competing and all this
Yeah,
other
yeah.
stuff, but people are adults and they have a right to choose like what they want to do if that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
But you don't see like, and I don't know, maybe it could be going on behind closed doors. I don't know. You don't see Nick Cannon doing things to publicly humiliate and
Yeah,
embarrass these girls.
exactly.
You don't see Neo publicly embarrassing, even though I think that
Yeah.
whatever that relationship contract he had them sign, is
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous. He's not putting this on here. This is not how
Exactly.
they're making money, I guess is what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, he's not like being a manipulator and setting this shit up because he know how it's going to. Something is wrong with Krishan.
Yes.
Is popping it in her because really looking like a fool, but she really trying to act like she ain't looking like no goddamn fool.
Right.
And Jaden is upset because she done been demoted because she shouldn't, she
And
shouldn't mess with the homie.
she
That
the
ain't
one
what.
that's gonna have, she the one that's gonna have the mama in jail with blue face, because that's what I be trying to warn Carlissa. I be wanting my sister to listen to me. You gonna be in that jail like Cash Out mama. You Cash Out is in that jail, and you gonna be like his mama in that jail with blue if you don't stop.
Who is Cash Out?
The Atlanta rapper, he got a Rico, he caught a Rico. It was right after the Diddy situation. He Puerto
Oh.
Rico. His mother got locked up with him.
Uh-uh.
Yes,
For what?
for stuff like this.
Like,
Stuff
so
like
what?
this.
So is it a drug? Got something to do with drugs or got something to do
Prostitution.
with? Oh
Pros-
hell no.
yes, that's what I'm saying. Stuff like
No.
this.
Uh-uh.
And Blueface is on the thing. They got, oh, I can only imagine the clips they gonna play back on him when that indictment come down. Whenever it is, whether it's 2 years, 10 years, 15 years, when the Blueface indictment handed down, I don't want nobody asking where this footage came from. It came right from him putting it here on this internet.
Right.
He is on here talking about how he grooms these girls. And he's using the term groom.
I heard that. And you know what was so? And then I'm thinking, and so when I heard that, I said, you know what? Whacking ain't whack is a acquired taste, but I wonder, does whack have these women signing some sort of not really an NDA, but some type of agreement that's trying to absolve him, Blue, and whomever else of any type of.
Now, Angie, like I know that court ain't gonna care about that if they come down with no criminal indictment. They ain't gonna care about no.
Yeah.
They not gonna care about none of them girls signed, because you on here openly admitting and making fun of that you took this girl from the shelter.
Right. And that's
so
what I'm trying to figure out how she, like, when he got home, she came there. Like I said, how long he? I'm trying to tell you, I saw Blue. They pulled over on the ground. He was hugging the two little kids. The next clip I saw was Krishan and Calissa at the little game place. Having a little.
And they was arguing, right?
And Jaden talking about, I'm on my way, acting as
like what she gonna do, right?
Exactly. And I want to see you when you get. Did she ever make it? Cause
she made it there, and they was all arguing. And Krishan was down. This is what I can say. Initially, Krishan was trying to keep it there. So it was a couple of things. First of all, they made it look like Krishan just showed up. She didn't. Blue told her to come in. And then now it's the clip that was released. I don't know if Carlissa released the clip or who released it, but it really makes them look bad now about that whole thing that happened when he came the first day he got out, because when he says something about Krishan coming and showing up, and him and Carlissa going back and forth, and Blueface says to his mother, see, this is what I love the most about Krishan. This is what I love most about her. Because when I say she coming around, look at how I get all of y'all. Y'all just get like all. So he's telling this to his mother on the first day out of jail, as Krishan is on her way over there to the house. So he's letting it be known, like, this is why I always love her the most, because she get all of y'all frazzled. She get all of y'all discombobulated. And so when Krishan came, she didn't want them to be recorded. She wanted, like, cause I guess she didn't want to be on the recording. She didn't want the baby on the recording. Probably, Angie, because she felt embarrassed because she had fell off. Her money was messed up. And, she's just living, from place to place. Um,
Right.
so she probably didn't want the camera for that reason. But Carlissa was insistent that she was going to film. And so
Uh-uh.
so Krishan was like, okay, well, if you're going to film, then I'm going to film then. Because I guess she didn't want to, I guess from Krishan's perspective, she didn't want Carlissa to be the only one that had to hold the other footage. And then they try
Right.
to spin it away.
Right. Right.
So then that's when she recorded. So I don't know what happened where Krishan was saying hello to Journey and like talking little baby talk. And I don't know if she
Mm-hmm.
went to go like touch her. Carlissa spazzed out, and then
So
that's when the
did.
whole thing went bad.
With Stewie, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I'm like, Jaden getting on. I hope everybody be there when I get there because I'm on my way. Jaden, baby, listen, baby, we are, baby, stop it.
She knew it was security there. They wasn't gonna let nothing happen to her. But Krishan was keeping it calm even when Jaden first got there, and like saying, like, listen, we don't have to argue. Like the source of most of our disagreements got to do with a man, and we don't
Mm-hmm.
have to do that. And she's,
Right.
trying to say to her like, it's okay, like let's. But no, they kept pumping it, riling it up, and then they
Mm-mm.
got that, Krishan.
Uh-uh.
Then they got
Exactly.
that Krishan.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. They be asking for it and shit. And I'm like, and I don't even like Krishan, but I'll be like, listen here. Now, I see because when I saw her really trying to stay away, and then another thing when I saw another view, and I never thought she was dumb or anything like that.
Uh
But
huh.
I don't know if you heard her read that text to him when she was at her place and she had on them,
Yes.
I don't know, she had on
Mm-hmm.
Skims or something, and how it was worded and wasn't ghetto and dumb and stupid and full of all kinds of shit. They want me to read these text messages and all that kind of bullshit.
Right.
Oh yeah,
Right.
all that woo woo woo. I can't read that. I can't do that. They do something in
Right.
my head. I can't read all that. I understand all these people abbreviations and I understand all that. So
Yeah.
and how she said, and this, a new beginning for my family, whatever personality that is she has. And I said, okay, Krishan, okay, I don't agree with who you got that sending that to, because that ain't that type of nigga. But I
Right.
understand what you
Right.
trying to say. And
What
I
you
like
trying
the
to
words
say?
you
What
use.
you yeah, what you
Yeah, and I
trying to
like the
say?
words you and I like what where your head is at, because if you sent that to the right nigga, then he's gonna make sure that baby, go to Buster Brown with the shoes that they used to make us wear when we was kids, them big white hard shoes. Cause
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And yeah,
right.
you know what I'm saying? Because you only gonna put them little soft little shoes that come with the little baby outfit on only so many months before
Right.
somebody's grandmama is hollering.
Yeah.
Go get them hard. The baby look like they finna take a step. You finna go get them hard Buster Brown white shoes with that hard
Yeah.
sole on there. Okay? And
Yeah.
that's it for the little soft, cute little ballerina shoes. And
Well,
a man is gonna come in there and
he
really.
probably so when I was looking at him crawling on the floor the other day, when she was doing that live,
Uh-huh.
he like I said, his muscles are contracted. I think it's probably multiple reasons why, but it looked like possibly too he may have some bone rickets that and that might make his joints also like the way that it is. It's like a calcium depletion. So I like I said, I think it's a
Wow.
lot of things going on with that baby. I don't know what the
It's a
primary
lot.
diagnosis is, but
Yeah.
when I look at some of the things, like I started paying attention. Once I really started paying attention to the baby and what was going on, I started noticing some of the things that I look at in some of her other family members that I've seen that come out online. I
Mm.
think that I think it's something genetic. I
You
don't,
think so?
yeah, I don't think that it had anything to do with anything environmental.
Oh, I mean, like I like the idea of it could be just a combination of a lot of stuff. Cause like even the way he's looking and the sounds and he's making and then he can't eat food and it's just it's just like when you have a case right and you got and people be looking at like one piece of evidence or one two pieces of evidence and they say nah that don't make a crime but we are looking at all some other stuff around it and
Right.
when
Hmm.
tied together makes it a crime and we can you know start pointing out where the crime started who's responsible and all of that and go through the rules of evidence and procedures. But and I'm looking, and from him from head to toe, God, that's a lot going on.
Well,
And I
this is
don't
the
even
thing,
know what
Angie.
to
You
say.
know that autistic children can have many of the symptoms that you're seeing in
Yeah,
their baby.
yeah, I believe he's autistic.
Yeah,
But
even with the food, the like I did a live talking about RFID, and it's a food sensitivity where some of the kids end up needing to have a feeding tube.
yeah,
So but I think something else is the primary diagnosis though, Angie. That's the thing. I think
yeah,
he
yeah,
probably is autistic, but I think something else is the primary diagnosis. And whatever the primary diagnosis is, I think that's the genetic thing. I don't think that came from alcohol drinking. And because even though I think like people saw her do it a couple of times, I think like and that's not okay. But I don't think that it was like consistently her doing it throughout the pregnancy. I think once she
Ooh,
decided, because
no. You ain't watching. See, you ain't watch all the baddies and the out clips and the stuff where she was hanging with the baddies and on the lives and stuff with different people. Every time, almost, even in the clubs. Cause see, Lemmy, he got a camera going when they're off. You understand what I'm saying?
uh-huh,
And he's there going to, following a baddie, to a club and all that type of stuff. And
uh-huh.
every time she was caught rolling and drinking, rolling and drinking. Her stomach was out there. And I remember that one where Glorilla was they was on that live together, and she was like, "Ooh, put the camera on whatever, trying to tell her that they can see her drinking and smoking, and it was a lot. And then when she was at Blue House, she was drinking and smoking, and then act like she don't give a damn, and I fought him too with that because you could say, hey, you know, stop that or whatever. Like, are you crazy? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, and he was, I don't know if he ever said it to her or he don't give a shit. He didn't give it. I don't know what the hell was going on. But she started, she was, I mean, it was all the time. It was a lot. It was not like that's why, people tell you,
But she was doing that once she decided to keep the baby.
huh?
She was doing that once she decided, because remember,
Yeah.
it was a period of
Uh-huh.
time so she was still doing it after that.
She was doing that, but she was doing that during and after that. She was doing it. Yeah, and that was on the Crazy in Love show when she was they went and told her, how many months she was and that she could still have a an abortion or whatever. She had to, kind of make a decision soon, and that's when you see that clip of all them coming out the uh, the the office, the doctor's office with the mom and somebody pulling her and all that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, she
Uh-huh.
was doing it from the time she found she was pregnant to I I don't know how many days or whatever, but she was damn sure in her ninth month still drinking and smoking that stuff and
Mm.
baby and fighting. and all of that. Yep, she was doing
Yeah,
that
that's
too.
what I'm. If anything,
I
you
wouldn't
want to know
say.
what? I probably think I could see the fighting more so for the severity of his situation, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because in a situation, and I don't know if I'm talking about the fighting with the girls. I'm talking about he gave her a really he beat her a few times, but she got it was one particular time. That's the time she left that he gave her a terrible beating. And she said that she thought that she was about to die, like at that time, and that he was really trying to like hurt her and the baby, basically. And she felt like some hate, like it was hateful. And so that's what made her leave. That's when she left him with all the money. She ain't leave with not $1. And that loss of oxygen can have
Yeah,
a major impact on the fetus.
yeah.
Like if there was something to where he choked her out or something, I don't know all of what happened in that fight that they had. But if she got choked out or anything and she's losing oxygen and then that oxygen that a little bit of time of loss of oxygen to a fetus through that way, it can create a problem.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but I
Yeah,
think
it can
that
create a problem in an adult. But it can do it in a child.
but this is the thing. I think that so according to Carlissa, and I don't know, like I said, sometimes she's telling the truth, and sometimes she just might be just saying stuff. But she said that they hadn't learned early on that the baby was having some problem, and that's what's making me think it was genetic, Angie. Well,
Mm.
some of the things that I see also manifest the physical manifestation. But what Carlos is saying that would make those kind of two things together make me say, okay, I think that this is something that was more so genetic, and maybe I'm not justifying it, but maybe that was the source of her thinking she was doing all of that stuff. Maybe thinking that she would like it would self resolve itself or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know because at that point, but the thing is that they
But
would
how
have
can
offered.
she? But like, how can she kind of like stop smoking and drinking with this boxing thing, and she can't do it? She couldn't do it with the baby. Like, what is
Because
going
maybe
on?
now from the guilt, now she sees what
Yeah.
it could do to somebody. And so now, and then she realizes that she has to make a way for herself. And unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
she can't just go back to some type of regular situation to make a way for herself because of the exposure that she's had. So she has to do something. And I don't think that she wants this. Even though she might sometimes profit off of visiting back to the circus every now and then, she does not want that to be her constant thing.
Right, 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 right. And I can see that she doesn't want to be made a spectacle of because she even got into it with everybody about the same thing. That's why she can a lot of times left the show or left the situation because she
Right,
felt like it was a setup and she was being made a spectacle of and all of that.
right.
And that's when the part I that I love about her, but the part that I be scared with them
When
super
she
saved.
started backsliding.
No, 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 not that part. With them super saved people, when they
Oh,
don't go to the doctor and and
yes,
start praying and start
yes,
praying away. That's when my heart. I'm like, 'cause that Greg, Greg Leaks with the cancer.
yeah.
What that lady?
Craig Mack,
Amada.
Craig Mack,
Huh?
Craig
Oh,
Mack
I know
had
he
the
did
same,
that.
huh?
He did that.
Craig Mack, remember he went to that cult and
Oh,
then
I know that.
he was HIV positive and he got advanced to AIDS.
Stop
That's how
playing.
he
I thought
died.
they. I thought they said he died from something else.
No,
Stop playing. Oh, now I
that
got more people.
family finally came out and said that that's when he died from AIDS. And guess what? His wife be up on this online over there in that Jaguar right sector. I told you that.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You weren't gonna get me with that Jaguar. Cause still, a lot of these people, I know about. But you kept let me see with that Jaguar. Let me tell you something. Everybody with that Jaguar now peak high. she was talking and on that blue couch. I like, this ain't something I want to follow. This don't sit right.
Listen, I followed it for the debunking of her and for all. She had a whole bunch of stuff going on. I don't believe
She
none of that.
did.
I don't believe none of that stuff she was saying. I'm
Yeah, I
watching
believe
her like,
that's
oh my
again.
God.
That's that again. Because remember, I can't sit up there and fool up with you if you making all these allegations and nothing. I don't believe nothing you saying, and you don't have no proof of that. You just yelling out shit or yelling. If you can just take a situation where you see that this problem is gonna be the outcome, and then all of a sudden but you speak on the persons and that are you the motherfucking goddamn wizard that said it, that it was gonna come to pass. You ain't gonna get me, Jaguar. No ma'am.
Yeah,
And then
she is over there with a. I mean, she got a whole bunch of like. She got a nerve to be over there right now speaking on Krishan Rock. I'm like, how in the hell she speaking about Krishan and she
uh-uh.
ain't even had custody of her own damn kid?
Uh-uh.
She
They,
she over there. She over there talking about how Krishan did kill that boy Ronnie Doe.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, I saw that. That came down my shit. But did you see that look? I don't know if you seen what the comparison where how Junior doing that look and those teeth, cause you can get your teeth, like Bob Christine got them teeth running by the ground. And I'm and I'm looking how that boy head and his head sitting up there.
Yeah,
Um,
I saw that. But and you want to know what else? Another thing I think I observed about him. I think so. Everybody keeps talking about how he all started. I think he does have a specific type of seizure. I did notice that the other day when he started
uh-huh.
getting aggressive with her, that he was
Mm-hmm.
having a seizure.
That's what I thought. The same thing. I wasn't
Yeah,
sure. I said,
but I
I
think he
said, you
sleeps with
see
his
that?
eyes open. I think he sleeps with his eyes open too.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
But see now that season up to come, it may probably come from that alcohol and them drugs. But listen here, man, and then here's another thing, and one thing that I shouldn't do because I know they be all different kinds of kids. I always be trying to sometimes compare an autistic child to that Tony Braxton autistic child. And that's not
Yeah, and that's what see, that's the thing. That's why I think so many
right.
people don't look at it and think that it's autism because you don't always see cases where there it's the
Mm-hmm.
most severe case.
Exactly.
I think that like cuz I was sharing on my live, my nephews are autistic and they are nonverbal. My brother's two sons, they are nonverbal. And then my cousin, one of my cousins on my mom's side, um her her son is autistic and he makes noises the same way as Krishan baby, and he goes to speech therapy. But what they did was they taught him like some sign language to be able, and
Oh, okay.
my nephews too, they taught them like some signs to say what they want. And then a lot of times when the kids are nonverbal, I know with my nephews, when I'm with them, they kind of lead me because sometimes I don't understand all of their sign language they be doing because
Right, right,
I don't know it. But
right.
they will lead me to what they want, and because I'm slightly familiar with their cues, sometimes I can figure it out. You know,
Yeah.
um,
Okay.
yeah. But my two of my nephews, they don't talk at all, and they're big. My one nephew, he just the oldest one, he just turned 11.
Oh, wow. So let me ask you this. Does he walk and have
Yes,
muscle and
yes.
whatever? See
So they walk and
that changes
everything.
so much. I don't know what y'all call it, spectrum. I don't know what it's called,
The
but
spectrum,
it's
the autistic,
yeah,
yeah,
it's so wide because
yes.
I be looking at turn and that's all the thing like I'm like turn breast you telling a dang on lie because it's
Mm-hmm.
always something every time the season comes in your ass sick something going on with your heart and something and you talking about some of them. goddamn. Now, the one kids with autism, and they all done graduated from the college and all this. Oh, this is something ain't
But
right.
you know, because I mean, now they no longer use that diagnosis for Asperger's. It's just like the autistic spectrum. They try not to separate Asperger's. They try to like get rid of that
Mm-mm.
out of the manual. But they some those ones who would be identified as having Asperger's, they are ultra intelligent. I mean, like, okay, I'm gonna tell you somebody. I'm gonna tell you one of the things that it was a couple of things that got me watching Jaguar, right? But I'm gonna tell you why. Her son, and her son doesn't want people to look at him like he's autistic. He is. I know he doesn't want to accept
Not
that.
the one that talked to the other
That
Tasha
was on
K.
the Tasha K interview.
Where I call her succubus.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
He
And listen, did you listen to that boy's vocabulary,
yeah.
Angie? Right. But that's what when kids have when they have Asperger's, that's like a very hot, because what happens with them, their sensory they are so sensory sensitive that it's almost like that they so meticulous. So
Wow.
that's why they pay attention to like the most finest detail of things. And for some reason, it's like they are very intelligent. That's why I said the spectrum is so wide, and that's why people. Yeah,
And
that's why people.
Mo told me because I was talking to Mo about. I got what I got to. I go back and read it. Because I'm sitting here looking like, and that's a bad habit I have. But I have to. I just be on the go. I ain't got time to do a lot of reading. I got time to do a lot of whatever, and I have to use my little markers and my little reliable information places that I can get. And I be looking at Tony Braxton, so I'm like, Tony Braxton, now come on now something ain't right.
Yeah, and you want to know what? Most girls don't ever get diagnosed. They are autistic, and a lot of them won't find out because boys are normally, when they're autistic, you're gonna see some manifestation. But girls can go a long time.
You're right. I don't even know a girl that's autistic.
But there are some. There are some. And I'm gonna tell you where they found out. I'm gonna tell you how they started finding out. So I was paying attention because I started to pay attention to like I probably am autistic for all I know, right? So I start paying attention to like the most minute thing, right? So what happened was one of my labs was involved in some research around gender dysphoria, right? And so from that, I started to kind of like just go on my own and started looking into some things. And so I wanted to know because, you know, when you look at the first generation of kids who were allowed to transition, we are now just starting to see the first stage of those kids becoming into adulthood. So we really don't know the impact or the effects of it in them doing these hormones, like them doing hormone blockers and then starting them on hormones based on what sex they want to be assigned or whatever. Like, we don't know what all of the effect of that is because this is going to really be the first generation that we can really monitor and watch for it, right? So I started to look into it more. I was looking into different clinicians who have had some experience with looking at this. And what they found out, because you have a population of young girls who they let go from female to male. And when they transitioned, they still were not satisfied with the outcome. And they were still having all of these issues and experiencing all of this body. What they ended up finding out was that they had diagnosed as body dysmorphia. It was never that they had gender dysphoria. That number one, when they started to look through their records and look through what they were presenting, they were finding out that their diagnosis was more consistent with body dysmorphia and not gender dysphoria. And when they started to look even more deeper, they found out, wait a minute, these girls also probably were on this autistic spectrum. And so that contributed to their body dysmorphia, because once the girl reaches a certain age where she starts to go through puberty, like up until puberty, girls and boys' bodies kind of like are not that much different. But when the girl starts to go through puberty, this is when she goes into this stage where some of the symptoms and manifestations of autism are more pronounced. Yeah. And so wait a minute, there are right now, Kaiser Permanente, I don't know what the outcome of it is, but there is a lawsuit. One of them has a lawsuit against.
They always getting sued.
You said what?
They always getting sued.
Yeah, they have a lawsuit against Kaiser Permanente saying that they misdiagnosed them. And as a result, they allowed this child to transition from female to male. And now the damage that has been done to her cannot be reversed.
So it wasn't something that okay, so it was something elective that she wanted to do, right?
Well, it wasn't elective anymore because now these are medical diagnoses. Remember, I mean, years ago, first of all, they couldn't even imagine doing something like that. Right. But then it did become an issue where it became elective. But once it turned from being a psychological like abnormality into a medical diagnosis, now this is something that needs to be treated. And so the treatment is the transition.
Yeah, because once it turns into a medical diagnosis,
right?
Treatment treatment can be
right. And the recommended treatment is transition. So they will put them on the hormone blockers, and they will. Oh my God. And when they'll keep them on the hormone blockers, so that the girls will not, girl or boy, they won't start to develop the hormones necessary in order for them to go through puberty, right? And so depending on whatever clinician is treating, depending on whatever the medical information presents, then they'll determine, okay, do we put them on the hormone blockers and then just keep them there until we get some more defining information that will let us know if this child really wants to transition, or if they were just going through a period. But then some of them, they immediately recommend them for transition because they might come in already presenting to them that they're ready for transition. So they'll start the blockers, and then they'll be on the blockers for a few, and then they go on to the hormone replacement therapies that will transition them into female. And so that's why now, like, especially when you see the boys doing it, that's why now it is going to be very difficult for the next generation to be able to tell if it's a girl or a boy, if they were born a girl or a boy, not just because of them being able to, but because if you are allowing them to change before puberty even hits, then you have a kid that's basically going through puberty the same way that a girl would, and so it looks more natural.
So let me ask you this. So what does the blockers do?
The blocker stops the puberty.
Ooh.
But this is the problem. So now because with a lot of it, because now you have this community of detransitioners, right? So now that you have that happening, these detransitioners are presenting, and this is part of what this thing with one of my labs. They have a lot of health problems. Whether it's depletion of calcium, lack of calcium, just potassium levels, all of these things. And a lot of these kids deal with chronic pain issues.
What?
Yeah. Because this is the issue with doing that. And this is Angie, this is why I say, like, from a legislative level, I wouldn't focus on, if I was a Republican. I'm not. I'm a independent and I'm a centrist at heart. But if I was a Republican and if I wanted to deal with this issue and really tackle it to where I could get people to take me serious, I wouldn't try to argue religion about this. Because
Right, right,
everybody is not religious. Everybody doesn't believe the same things. You are never going to get people to agree on that. You're just not.
right,
But I would focus on the science
right.
where it's showing the damage that it is doing physically to the health of some of these people, and putting them in some of them in very debilitating conditions. Like, they are dealing with chronic pain issues that then they need to be treated, and what burden then that puts on society. Because when you got a whole bunch of people who are dealing with chronic health issues, then that is going to, and chronic pain, that impacts their ability to be functional and work. And then look
Right.
at the burden that it places onto the potential system when you're dealing with Social Security,
Exactly.
disability, all of these different things. You got to deal with Medicare and Medicaid, how they have to pay out on these things. And this creates a burden to taxpayers that can be avoided by not stopping that puberty process.
That and see, this is okay. So check this out right here, Arlen. Um, I have a baby, not a baby, but one of my kids, right? And
Uh-huh.
she's probably maybe 1 or 2 years younger than my child, and I try to get everybody I know and all, because I know just a lot of people. I try to get them to at least can you stay on Facebook for me, because
Uh-huh.
I can keep in contact, keep in touch, and see what's going on or whatever. Because a lot of them don't be wanting to do social media, or they don't do the social media that the old folks do. They do
Uh-huh.
in a Snapchat and all that type of stuff. And so somebody, I didn't know if this had went through this changing her body to a dude. Somebody had sent it to me, and I posted it on the wall. I'm like, I know this girl, and she is getting a lot of attention for this. You know what I'm saying? And when I tell you, I almost passed out when I
Mm-hmm.
saw her. I see her face as a girl, and I remember the long blonde hair. I remember her body. I remember all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I see her, and she looks like a man.
Uh-huh.
She looks like a man, and I don't want to be intrusive or whatever. I'm gonna go try to look and see if there's anything that she is putting out about her transition or whatever. Because I know a couple of times I had went over there and wasn't minding my own business and looking, and she was talking about the process and stuff like that, and all of that. But I want to know if she's experienced any type of you know issue, because I want to know, did money make a difference? Because I know they got money. See,
Mm-hmm.
I want to know, did money make a difference in her transition? Because she done turned into a man for a while, but I know she's like
But okay, did she start it as a child, or did she start it like as an adult?
in college. I believe she was in college.
So at
I believe.
least at least at that point, then it might not be as much of a medical issue. That would be just like, remember,
Mm,
well, I don't know if you remember this, but I do, because I had friends that was in this type of world. But um back in the day, you had people getting black market hormone drugs, right? You had That's why you had teenagers. You had teenagers and young people who was running away to California and New York because they could be what they wanted to,
mm,
there. And then on the underground, on the streets, Just like they was passing HIV/AIDS medications on the streets, it was also an underground market for hormones. And so it would be similar to us being able to look at those individuals who at least went through puberty. At least they went through
Yeah.
the puberty and then did it.
Yeah.
The advocacy for not allowing them to allow children to transition is because it's a greater health risk based on some of the
Risk.
clinical
Right.
outcomes we're seeing. And a lot of them, like I said, are dealing with chronic pain issues. And so the idea on the other side, right, on the more liberal side of the argument, is to allow them to transition because then maybe you could avoid some of the psychological damage that they deal with as they get
Exactly.
older, and they don't look as natural in what gender they identify with. And so maybe by allowing them to transition when they are younger, and if we could, according to them, confirm that they know, then it will save some mental health issues, right?
Right.
That's the idea, like, that the liberal side of the argument has. But my question then becomes, how do you reconcile that when you are physically debilitating kids by allowing them to make this choice? Like, if you can't let a child make a choice to do drugs, have sex, smoke
Mm-hmm.
cigarettes, drive a car, why would you let them make a choice to transition because they don't understand the impact? And yes, for some of us, the impact might have some spiritual significance, but it also has some worldly significance that is connected closely to legislation and how society functions. Like I said, look at the burden that you are placing on the system when you are allowing this to happen. And then you are creating kids that will be basically not able to be a part of the workforce because of chronic pain conditions.
Right. And you know what? And then I think that at that point they are relying on science, but yet they're receiving the wrong cues from it. I think that they be trying to um, answer a problem, and
Mm-hmm.
then they look at science and they say, oh, we can blah 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 do this whatever, and because they're getting the wrong cues, are not doing like a more in depth research or whatever. Sometimes they the
Right.
answer
Well,
to some of the
the
things.
liberal side, the
Mhm.
liberal side of the aisle, I don't even think wants this data to be even really revealed. And see, this is what I'm saying. This is why I tell people I'm a true centrist, because it's some things people think I'm always like, no, this is an issue where I agree with more so the conservative side, but for a different reason. I don't agree with their intentions, but I agree with the position. When the liberal side of the aisle does not really want data to be revealed on what is happening with this group of now young adults who want to detransition, or these group of young adults who now are having all of these health complications as a result of transitioning. They don't really want that out there because it contradicts what they are presenting medically to the community.
So let me ask you, because I don't know if you've seen, because there's another channel I be watching, and they have all of the you know all of the transitioning people, right? A
Mm-hmm.
lot of times you see like that word dollhouse or whatever. That's some boys that then turn to
I think I
women.
seen a couple of yeah. I think I seen a
Yeah,
couple things
and,
over there.
when
Yeah.
I tell you those women, those transitions, I'm looking like, and I had stopped it and showed everybody in my house, and I didn't let them know that they were actually born male and stuff like that. And I was, and this was when they was taking a photo shoot or whatever. I said, don't those women look good? You know how they do their makeup and stuff like that. I was like, yeah. I said, oh, okay. I said, and they like women or whatever. And I'm like, yeah. I said, them men, they were born male. They mouth drop, especially the one named Joyce, and she's
Uh-huh.
probably maybe the more famous one. She's real, light skin or whatever. Honey,
Mm-hmm.
when I tell you the bodies and things of that nature. Now I know some of them are getting the butts, like the
Uh-huh.
manufactured butts. But when it comes to the breasts, because some of those people breasts are like our breasts when
Because Angie, they are starting to, so instead of them when they block that, and that's what I was saying to you, they are not going to be able to tell. They are these coming generations are, it's going to be difficult for them to tell who was born female, who was cisgender male, who was cisgender female when you have this happening. When they put them on that hormone blocker, they are putting them on that hormone blocker sometimes like at the age of 5, 7, 8, and 9.
uh-uh.
Yeah, oh yes. Right. That's what I'm saying. Like this is the same way how I did that live with that McKenna West, and I was talking about the necessity for why we need legislation regarding fertility laws because of that. It's the same thing that I say, like I really wish that the conservative faction, whether it is I wish the moderates and the progressives of the Democratic Party and the conservative, the uh the conservative faction of the Republican Party could have some kind of conversation where they could say, okay, this let's talk about the science of this, right? Because they are being placed on hormone blockers anywhere between the age of 5 years old and 9 years old. So when you do that,
What's
like I
real
said,
early? Like, and
you
my thing is, what is the psychology that you that data that you're receiving? That's a child.
right,
Yeah.
right. That's the point. But the thing is, they wouldn't need to give a hormone blocker to uh um a 18-year-old because they've already gone through puberty. So this medication is designed to stop puberty and stop the effects of puberty. So
Oh,
that then when they're ready to start the artificial process of puberty, then now that artificial process is taking affect the same way that that natural process would in regards to them developing. But this is the problem. It doesn't realize that how the body is born, and this is why, like I said, I think that this is what is causing pain conditions or these chronic pain conditions. They don't realize like that how the body is born. It needs to naturally be able to do that in order for the body to properly have the right opportunity to survive. Like when you giving somebody a hormone blocker, it's similar to when people are doing things like to arrest my immune system, right?
right.
So I take medications and treatments to basically arrest my immune system to stop it from overworking so that it doesn't attack my body, right? But by doing that, it causes other complications
Wow.
or can cause other complications. Um, so the hormone blockers are kind of like it's the same thing. You're stopping the body from going into puberty, but this particular body needs those things in order to complete its processes of puberty. So when you replace
Right.
it with something artificial, you don't know if that artificial replacement is going to go okay or if it's going to be missing something that was vital to the growth of that body that now has this body in this bad condition.
So it could one of the answers to that be like, okay, don't give that blocker to that person, that child, whatever, until after a certain age.
Well, the problem is that that you puberty does start somewhere like around anywhere from 9 to 11. It
Right.
starts. So their goal is to stop it from happening. And
Right.
especially when it comes to girls, because
Hey.
especially when it comes to girls, because one of the things that they say that is psychologically uh uh damaging to a girl who is identifies or feels that they are dealing with gender dysphoria is them growing breasts and coming on their cycle. And so the puberty blockers stop that.
Oh. The period about to stop them from growing breasts and coming on that cycle.
Right,
If they
right.
get
So that's why they can give it to them, because if you think about it, like growing up, I know I didn't, but I know that I had some friends where they started to grow breasts like around 7, 8, 9. Not nothing defined, but
yeah, yeah, yeah.
a little. And so in order to stop that, that's why, the earlier, every child doesn't come to their parent that early and say, I feel like this. And then the
Yeah.
issue is that you have the schools involved in this too. So
Right.
if the child is like identifying, feels like they're in a situation where they feel like they are identifying as the opposite sex,
Mm-hmm.
and they go to the school, well, then the school will initiate a conversation with the parents, because now it's a medical diagnosis. If the parents decline to like proceed forward, depending on how the doctor um responds, the parents can end up in some trouble with CPS.
Huh?
Yeah, depending on where you live at. See, that's why I say I'm a centrist, because a true one,
Yeah.
because when you like, it's the same way if you think about the other side of the argument about abortion laws, right? Look at what conservative states do in order to try to stop abortions from happening, right? But now we can look on this argument and look at what liberal states try to do to parents, to force parents to agree to this type of therapy and treatment.
Right.
I don't agree with neither one of those things.
Right. Right. That. And see, when it starts um, to deal with, well, everything pretty much deals with science, but when you're talking about in living things, meaning humans at this point, that to me, that should be um, case by case, most definitely,
Mm-hmm.
and it should be explored more, and I don't think nothing should be happening until you got um, enough to pull swatches that pulls, a certain amount to see, test and everything like they used to do back in the day with the labs and stuff, with the rats and the mice and all this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Before they start, issuing this to stop this and issuing that to stop whatever. Because listen, and I'm still on a hunt for something to stop these hot flashes, because nothing has worked. And the one thing they say, I think worked the most, and I forgot what it is. They say, okay, well, yeah, you can get that, but guess what? It may cause cancer. Well,
Yep.
I don't want
Mm-hmm.
that.
Right.
I don't know
Right.
what it is. It's a hormone therapy, or what? I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, because I can't. First of all, I can't even stand heat as a regular person. You
Right.
talking about goddamn hot flash?
Radiation. Right.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Mm-hmm.
something. Did they say do hormone? I don't know. It's
But
whatever it
you
is.
can get the hormone replace. It is a hormone replacement that you can um. Oh, is that what you're talking about? That they're telling you? that
And I think, yeah, I think that's what it is that causes cancer. Can cause cancer. And
yeah,
when I
I
get
know a
sick,
lot of my I didn't take it. I've been thinking about it. Whether HRT, the hormone replacement
mm-hmm,
therapy, I've been thinking about it, but
uh-huh.
I haven't done it. But I do have friends of mine that are nurses. They do it. Um, but I haven't done it. I've been thinking about it though. But
See, I don't want, it be too much other stuff to be going on that be popping up in my body, and I don't
mm-hmm,
want the cancer. I don't want. I ain't got time for that. And I'll be like, let me tell you something. My cousin, who died, told my her daughter-in-law to order this stuff off of Amazon. Now, when I didn't want to take it in the pill form, so I wanted to take it in the bottle form. And I
uh-huh,
done drunk that stuff up within a week. And I said, now this ain't what it was supposed to do.
mm-hmm,
So, and then I left that alone. And then when I went to the doctor, they was like, they gave me paroxetine.
mm-hmm.
Now, that paroxetine ain't stopped nothing. And now I'm getting the ones where it feels like I am on fire. Like from my face on down. I'm like
Uh-huh.
on fire. And I'm be like, oh my God. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm like, what can I take? This is ridiculous. This
Yeah,
is
that's
something
I
that
mean
really
they my friends who take it, they love it. I mean, but I understand what you're saying is it's like with you're taking something to try to deal with one thing, but then it's a
mm,
risk. But I mean, that's just like I tell people like I had to make like a choice when it came to me taking my RA treatments because my RA treatments have a lot of side effects and like I said, and just from taking them, period, like
mm-mm.
from me taking them every day, if for some reason I get exposed to something infectious, my immune system might let it bypass that. I could die right away. Like that's because that's what
Oh no.
happens with people. That's what happens with people who take um auto immuno not immu immunosuppressants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody on immunosuppressants, that can happen to them. But
Immunosuppressant. Like, what's the name of a drug that's
so
um
you have Humira, you have Enbrel.
okay, okay.
Um,
Okay, so
I
that's
take that. I take my Enbrel in conjunction with my methotrexate. Methotrexate is a cancer drug. Now, cancer patients get it at a much higher dose than a person who's dealing with an autoimmune disorder. But but there's always going to be like some kind of baseline drug. Like some people on prednisone all the time because of their autoimmune disease.
mm-hmm.
They take it every day. Um, but I just get it if my immunosuppressants aren't working and it lets me get like a real bad flare up like I have right now, then they'll give me a prednisone taper and then I'll take it. It normally knocks it out and then I'm okay.
Yeah.
But the I my immunosuppressants that I take are methotrexate and I take Enbrel. So my methotrexate I take it oral because you can take a shot, but I don't take. I already have to take 2 shots, so I don't need to be doing all of them shots. So I take my methotrexate oral and then I take my Enbrel by shot, and I have to take a shot every once a week.
Ooh.
Um, so the Ambro is so the Humira and Ambro, they fall in the category of a drug called biologics, but they are medications that are used to treat autoimmune disorders. And so, but they are also immunosuppressants. So anybody that's on an immunosuppressant, if you come into contact with something infectious or you get a common cold or just anything
Mm-hmm.
that normal in people who don't have something blocking their immune system would be able to fight off, you if you get a cold, it's best to stop the medication until you get over it because if you don't, it can easily and quickly develop into pneumonia.
Tell me about it. Let me tell you something. I had pneumonia 4 times.
Wow.
4. And
Mm.
2 of them, they sent me home from the ER, and the test came back after I was home. One when I was uh, working and studying out of in your area, and
Mm-hmm.
they sent me home, and I had to go to. I wasn't even established with a pharmacy in your area, and
Uh-huh.
sent they sent the stuff to the hospital. I mean, not to the hospital, to the to the what you call it,
The
to the
pharmacy?
pharmacy, yeah, to the
Mm-hmm.
pharmacy. And I'm like, and so and when because I know how dangerous pneumonia stuff is,
Yes.
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot going on the first time this shit happened, but I'm trying to figure out how do you allow me to go home? And the 2 times I was sent home with pneumonia, I was out of state. I don't know how this happens. And the time I got it, the first time I got it, it was in conjunction with some other stuff. I was in the hospital for 21 days. And
Mm-hmm.
if the signs of pneumonia is what they said they were, do you know I was walking around here with pneumonia for damn near 4 months? Because, well, yes,
Wow. Mm-hmm.
yes, I was coughing. I was coughing. I was, I was having, a hard time breathing. And it wasn't, and I was taking the cold. I was taking cold medicine. I was having those cold, what's the night sweats and cold stuff,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. I was
Mm-hmm.
having all of that, and then in between that, for them 4 months, I had done lost 100 pounds. I didn't know I lost 100 pounds because of course I
Mm-hmm.
look in the mirror and I don't see no change. And
Mm-hmm.
till I went and then when I and this is how I ended up finding out that something was wrong. I was going to be late to work. I said, let me go by this ER and get me a doctor's note because I don't want no shit when I get here and all of that. And I was this is when I started getting sick and I had to come off one job and I'm still trying to work or whatever. So I'm kind of new at this job and I don't know shit. And I went to that ER and when I tell you whatever whatever blood stuff whatever they ran when
Mm-hmm.
I looked up nurses, doctors, everybody. I was on the phone, right, trying to make provisions for somebody to pick up my child. Now she was in high school, but
Uh-huh.
she's still not no she at the home, at home, she, I'm about 30 minutes or if not picking her up from school. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
we riding together. So
Right.
I'm realizing that the time is getting away, and I'm like trying to call somebody to pick her up, right? And
Uh-huh.
so while I'm on the phone, here becomes the doctors, the nurses. They come running in my room, masked down, looking like I am a outbreak monkey. They don't flip. They don't put that red shit on, whatever. Now I'm screaming, "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? What I got? What I got?" And nobody said shit. And I'm sitting up here, baby. Well, like a whole contamination settle. They don't flip over. In the hospital. And I'm looking crazy. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And that's what I say. I hate anything all of you or whatever because they don't understand that that's what we turn to. And they turn to science. And everybody got they're crazy. And I'm at a hospital where I know the doctors and stuff like that. And then when I get up to the room, then I'm in a special room with the air going out the hospital. Okay. One room with the air going out the hospital. In one of the things I'm getting at the store. And so the doctor I know came, after they, trying to figure out what it was, because the emergency room is still the doctor trying to figure out what it is. They someone travel up and tell them, you got that, or it's this or that, this and that. And it's still a lot of tests on it and all that. And then at that time, they're going to call the man that prayed for you, they're going to call him up there. I'm stuck like, and then when I wake up, he is, he's a white man who didn't, I'm looking around. Because I can run over to the other side. And I'm like, like, I don't know why stand over you like that. That's the way that your ass was. And I'm like, who you, this is focused. This is another night, this man is up here. We'll get back to me up. Whatever. I'm like, who called you? And I'm still trying to out what's going on. And so, after maybe 20 days of that foolishness, the doctor that I know, he has a whole GI. He's part of a boarding group. You ever know? Boarding group. Huh. I'll try. Well, he's part of boarding group. And he comes up there. He says, okay, well, since I know you, they told me to come here and give you, everything, you've been acting, and I was, okay, so there.
Angie, can you hear me? I gotta switch. I need to switch the hold on.
Yeah, you back on mute again. But yeah, he's part of the group. And he said, well, they say you either have cancer or AIDS. I'm like, huh? I know I got AIDS. I know that. Okay, because even if I'm not active or whatever, every year I'm going to get me one test. Because if you talking about stuff like dormant and whatever, and I don't have no problems, And so, so I know I got that. And then my friend, the one that I said that was over the Christmas girl, her husband had the same symptoms as I had, and he said, I bet you have. So I said, I'm sure because he is, because with them autoimmune disease, they can have an outbreak, or they can be inside and affect your organs and stuff like that. And because she was married to him, and she was she was always over doctors and stuff like that. She she gets good information. She said, I bet you have that. I said, listen, I have cancer. I don't damn well. I got no damn AIDS. And so I'm breaking up. Oh, okay. And I'm like, I don't got no damn AIDS. So, but test away. And then when the doctor that I ended up, that was in ER, that ended up figuring it out what it was, I ended up going to see him, him being my doctor, my primary care, right? Because I needed I had a specialist for the situation. But he didn't want to solve the problem, you can be my doctor too. So I had a specialist, and then I had I had him as my doctor, and it came out as what that girl said. I I was like, this is crazy as hell. This is crazy as hell, right? And I'm feeling drop dead. And that shit, I'm like, this is crazy. And so if what they said is, was true, I walked around here with pneumonia for 4 months. Okay, what is it saying? Okay, I don't know what's going on, but I walked around here with pneumonia for 4 months, and you know, yeah, I ain't pulled up nothing else. I actually a while ago I got out of a device. It's on topic. Okay, let me see if I hold on, let me see if I reload it.
Can you hear me okay?
Okay, what about now?
Okay, yeah, you sound a whole lot better. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Now
Yeah.
I'm echoing because I think I got you open. Okay. You can hear me okay now?
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know what you had. It was like robotic, like choppy. So I was like, maybe it's wrong. It's something wrong with what I'm doing. And so I was like, let me drop and then I'll come back. But then I checked you onto my TV and it was still doing the same thing.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now you can hear me. See, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, you sound a whole lot better. Can you hear me okay?
You are we delayed? Eh,
That was must be something. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if it hold on. Yeah, I don't hear nothing.
Can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right. Then yeah, hopefully it's not delayed. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's always. Let me tell you something. When I first got diagnosed with RA, because I'm always an avid tester. Since I've been like a teenager, I test for everything,
Yeah.
STDs, everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, and my aunt, she works for the HIV/AIDS administration here in Baltimore. Well, now she's the interfaith director, but she used to work for them. And so I would always go with her to like all of her events and things that she would be doing and help her to set up and stuff like that. And just like on the weekends when she would have to do like little fairs and festivals trying to educate people, I would go with her. So I've always been cognizant of that. So I would get tested and they listen, it had got to the point where my doctor was telling me, listen, stop coming here to get a test because ain't nothing wrong with you, girl. What did you keep doing this for? Right.
Mm-hmm.
So when I started getting symptoms because of my RA, and they were saying that they could see something going on with my white and red blood cells. Oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
you know immediately what I thought.
Exactly.
I started panicking. And so my doctor, because I had the same pediatrician from the time I was born to I was 18. And I've had the same PCP since I've been an adult, my whole adult life. So she knows me. So when the symptoms for my RA started and they was like coming back to back to back. And she was like, when she said something about my blood cell counts, I was like, oh my God. And I was just like, she was like, it is not that. Just cut it out.
Yes. Okay. Because I'm not. People think that
She
I
was
care
like, if
about
it
mental
was,
health.
yeah, she said if it was that, it would be doing this thing. It's not doing that. It's doing the
Mhm.
opposite thing. And so that's how she could tell that it was that I had an autoimmune disorder, but she didn't know. They didn't know which one.
Which
And then they
one?
didn't know if it was only one. And even still to today, they convinced my rheumatologist thinks that it's something else. It just hasn't presented itself for them to diagnose it yet because I'm not showing seropositive or I'm not showing any diagnostic that is confirming another diagnosis, but they still think that I probably have lupus or MS.
Oh wow! But
Yeah.
now let me ask you this. They let me tell you something. What, listen, don't come fucking with me because listen, I love me some me. Don't tell me
Mm-hmm.
that people in my prison be talking about yeah, you be playing around with your listen. True enough, like little old simple stuff. I be having 55 jobs going on, and I got to do all 55 of them. So I don't have time to be being down, you
Yeah, me
know,
either.
for this and whatever. I got stuff doing, and I got other people outside of my my job and my family that depends on me being up and mobile. So I can't with the little stuff I can't be fooling around. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
when you start talking about blood and this, that, and the third, whatever, baby, I'll be like, huh? And I did this test. I do not know what it's called, but I want to do another one where they did a scan from my head to toe, and I was not in no MRI machine. I was in. I was laying
Was
on
it
the
a PET
table.
scan?
No, not no breathe and hold your breath and send
No,
that stuff.
the PET scan doesn't do that. That's when you go into CT.
Yeah,
That's the CAT scan. That's when you got to do that breathing thing. But the
yeah.
PET scan, yeah, it you probably had a PET scan.
It went from my head
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
down to my feet, and it saw where the shit had done came back a little bit
Yes.
because it was
That was
in
probably
the
a PET
car.
scan. Yeah.
I said I want to shit. This is the shit I want to do. I don't want to be
Mm-hmm.
pulled over with no MRI and all this because that's a problem. All this, well, it ain't a problem because I done figured out how to get in that thing.
Uh-huh.
I put a rag over my eyes, and
Right.
it's gonna put me in there. And then
Shoot, when I had to get in that MRI, I gotta get something for my because I am claustrophobic. So I cannot, as long as my head, I'm normally okay as long as my head doesn't have to go in there. But it's several times that I've had to head like go in there for my brain or whatever, and I cannot take that. They gotta give me something.
I'm about to cry thinking about it. Oh, they got to do something better than that. And then so, cause
Mm-hmm.
I raised hell. And then they said, okay,
They
we're
have
gonna
the
have
open one, but sometimes you can't get that open one depending on like some. I know some of my doctors, they like, I need you to go in there. Like every now and then they'll let me get the open one if they think that, but I don't know what reason why sometimes they'll say, you gotta go in that machine.
But okay, what do you call the open? You talking about when you sit down in?
They have an open MRI
What
machine
that is?
where you
How
don't
it
get
look?
in when you don't get enclosed like that. It's like it's not really open, but it's way more room so that you're not so closed in. But depending on what the body part is, or even the preference of your physician, they might say, I don't want you in there. I need you to go. I don't know how. That's the one thing I don't. When it comes to imaging and stuff, I know enough to understand what I'm looking at, but I don't know like all the particulars of why they decide to do certain things because I never really had to deal with any clinical stuff around imaging. But
Well,
I just know that sometimes my doctors will say, yeah, you can go ahead and go in the open one. You can schedule for the open MRI, and then other times they say no, you cannot. And um what I noticed is, I guess, like if I'm just kind of like having one done for like routine, because I have to have an MRI done every, couple of years at least,
Mm.
to make sure that like my joints are doing okay.
Uh-huh.
And because sometimes they'll do an x-ray like in the interim, but when they need to get like, they'll do x-rays like every 6 months. And then but then like every year to 2 years, I gotta have that MRI for them to be able to see more detail in more detail. But I guess like maybe if I present like with a problem, they don't
Oh,
want me going in that open MRI. If I present with a problem, like one time I had these lumps in my scalp, in my head, right?
uh,
And they weren't sores or nothing. It was lumps.
uh-huh.
And um they was like, no, you gotta go in the closed machine. You cannot go in the open. Um so I had to go in that. And then when I went in there, they couldn't really find anything. And so then that's when they thought that they might get a positive result on the lupus or the MS from me. And that's the last time I let them do a spinal tap on me, because I've had 4 spinal taps.
I don't
But
think I ever had no. I don't fool around with no spine. I don't think I ever had. I didn't have an epidural. But if you know, um,
yeah, they did that last spinal tap that they did, and that was like a little bit before COVID. And I was like, I'm never getting this again, because what happened after I got that spinal tap, it sent me into a bad flare up. I was flared up for like almost 4 months
oh,
straight. Yeah.
and see, and the thing about this, where I felt like because of the joints and the, in the hands and arms and stuff like that, I thought that I had like something more than arthritis. That's why when I tell myself about that rheumatoid arthritis, because this is different. This is, because I'm kind of I was kind of active, and then, I hadn't stopped fighting yet. So that wasn't gonna work. That wasn't gonna work. I got to beat ass because of whatever's going on. And
Hmm.
so, so that's why I always thought I had some type of arthritis, but I didn't know that autoimmune shit be messing with your joints and
It
all
can
of
mess
that.
with everything, because
Exactly. When they
yeah,
put it in.
because so that's why they really tried, the medical community really tries to get away from calling it rheumatoid arthritis, because people think that it's just dealing with, oh, you just got some joint pain. So they try to now identify it as rheumatoid disease. And
Oh,
because it's dealing with connective tissue. Well, everywhere in your body there is connective tissue. So that's why people with rheumatoid arthritis, they also need to be screened by the cardiologist, because they can develop cardiomyopathy.
uh-huh. And they keep trying to get me to go to cardio. What they keep, baby. I don't had that refer about 3 or 4 months. I'm like, wait a minute. I have a lot to do, and
Right.
I'm trying to get
Well, you're not
all.
going to be able to do it if you don't do your preventative stuff.
I know, but okay, but it's it was just a lot of stuff slowing me down, and then I got a couple people that got real down bad, sick and stuff like that, and then I'm trying to oversee uh you know um uh stuff that's being done to the places and stuff. I have a lot going on. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of I come on here, baby. I just be just I don't care who listen. I'm just going off and talking about whatever the hell I want to talk about. Yeah, because I can't talk about it to these people. These people is looking at me, that like I'm crazy, and they not into a lot of stuff. But it's the one and listen here, you know what I'm tired of? This is what I'm tired of. I'm tired of insurance calling shots with the bullshit because they ain't to be
Yes,
that way.
it's
Okay,
regulating a lot. And wait a minute, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. With
now
all of the wait.
I got a third one. Now I got third insurance. Because here's the thing, I don't want to hear
Mhm.
shit. Now I got primary, secondary, and whatever you call the third one. This I
Yeah.
don't want to hear shit. Because let me tell you something, I done told them people, okay, because I was sick of the goddamn, I'm sick of that MRI machine. I'm tired
Uh-huh.
of it. I said, listen, okay, I don't, I just, I'm tired of like I don't want to feel like this. And some of the MRI tests, some of it go from one could be for like 15 minutes, one can be an hour and stuff like that. I don't have time for that. So
Mhm.
girl, they have a they I made them call. Well, I ain't make them call around, but they had to do some coordination with the insurance, with the benefits, and they
Right.
found one that I can come and sit in
Uh-huh.
and do an MR, do the MRI. I said,
Right.
okay, that's the shit I'm talking about. This is what y'all should have been done found. Y'all see, I have a problem every time, and I have to go off. And so when
Right.
I went up, when I went up there to the MRI machine, and they talking about sitting it, and this is where like on Facebook now you were talking about some docs and get some information. Y'all have all the information. You went, found that. I mean, we just be talking about everything because everything is funny,
Uh-huh.
honey. I went and that's went and to try to. I went to that MRI machine and sit in there. If I can, let me see. I can't tell you how small the chair part and the MRI part is.
Mhm.
And I was probably the same size I am now, but it was, I'm heavy on the bottom. And
Uh-huh.
how I'm looking at it like we do, as it expand? Do you pull it? Can they pull it out? Or like, and I'm looking at them like, how am I gonna make it in this little old ass thing? I'm talking about it's like smaller than one of them skinny wheelchairs.
Uh-huh.
Yes, when I tell you, honey, them people, when I got on Facebook, them people hard. I said, baby, when I say the MRI machine called, do you know I had ass bubbling all up on my
I'm
butt,
sure. Yeah,
pushing my,
I cannot stand that. I can't. And
but
I
I'd rather that than going sitting up there in that goddamn MRI machine having panic attacks. I can't take that.
yeah,
I'm
that
sick
I
of it.
cannot. I'm claustrophobic. I dread that. Like it's like I hate if I have to go have an MRI done for that reason. And I just I would listen during COVID. I was so glad when the doctors didn't want me to go in nobody's medical office to get no blood drawn because I had to get my blood drawn like every 6 to 8 weeks.
Oh, what?
Because
Oh my
they
God.
checking to make sure that I don't have anything infectious. That I mean, when you on those immunosuppressants, they do a lot because they want to make sure if you have something infectious that they stop you on those medications right away. Like I said, you will die right away. Like
Girl, that's some
so
bullshit.
yeah,
They
so I gotta
see,
get my
that's what
blood
I'm
drawn.
talking
But during COVID, they did not want me. They was like the risk of you coming in here and then getting COVID versus us drawing your blood. Stay at home and make sure you don't get expose yourself to anything. No, nobody like nothing.
Oh my God.
Even though I don't do that anyway, but it's just part of the protocol for them to do. But when COVID came, they didn't want me going into any, and that, you wanna know what? That's what I was getting ready to say. They probably sent you home when you had pneumonia for that reason because what they found out it's I still think this is bad
I
that
didn't.
they
No. I didn't. I had pneumonia. The first time I had pneumonia was way back in um my child was still in high school.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the last time I had pneumonia, it was let's see, it was prior to COVID. And here's the crazy thing.
Uh-huh.
I didn't catch, I didn't catch COVID until August of 2024. And
Mm-hmm.
that's through me.
Yeah, you made it a good time. You
I
made
did a
it.
good time, right?
Yeah.
That me fooling around with them stores and stuff. People was on a second and third bout with it by the
Yeah.
time I got it.
I
And
got it. I got it because during COVID, in addition to me doing my regular job, I had taken a contract to help out one of my physician friends because they couldn't find people to work because some of them people they was getting
uh-huh,
more money from unemployment they felt like than working. So when I was like, well, she was like, you can come to your office and work because I was working 100% at home anyway from my full-time job. So she
yeah,
was like, well, if you can come and help me. So I was like, sure, because that's a way for me to make a whole extra salary.
right.
So I took her up on it. So I went in there to go help her out. And we had this one nurse that was so hard-headed. The doctors and the rest of us in there, we kind of knew like what not to do. They was making sure how we were masked. Like we had on a surgical mask, not just those regular, the N95, right?
Yeah.
We ain't have on just that regular. Like we would have one of those on and then the surgical mask. And so we kind of like try to make sure we keep stuff down. But what they asked was that we not really try to like travel while COVID was in the thick of it
Mm-hmm.
because it was it could cause more problems. Well, we had this one nurse that was hard headed. She did not want to listen, and she stayed traveling somewhere every week.
Uh-uh.
And every time she come back, she talking about she thinks she got COVID. I think it was to try to like get more days off or something. I don't know.
Uh-uh.
Well, this one particular time, she really did have it, but she had come into the office, and I was the person who had more contact with her because sometimes I would. So my main function was to do administrative stuff for her, but because I have experience working back office in dermatology too, sometimes I would go back there when they would be doing the different lasers or whatever. So the nurse didn't have somebody to help her that day, so I went back there to go assist her. Thank God by that time I had already been vaccinated because I was part of a study for vaccination.
Oh no.
So I had received 2 shots already by the time it happened. And so I started getting sick. It was like New Year's Eve. I started getting sick. And I was like, I knew it wasn't a cold because I was like, I've never had no cold like this before. And then I had on this mood polish, and the mood nail polish, it changes colors like when your body temperature. It's
Oh.
not really mood. It's not really mood. It just responds to your body temperature. Well, I was in the office when I started to come down, when I started getting sick, and one of the girls came around and she was like, why is your nail polish so dark? I've never seen it that, because they will always say something about they like how it changes the color. Angie, that nail
That's
polish almost
funny.
looked black. It went from it was like this bright pink color I had to it was like black.
Uh-uh. That's
And that it
crazy.
was that COVID. It was
That's
that COVID.
crazy.
It took
I left that mood stuff alone when it starts
uh-huh.
spooking me. Because when I start, because at first I
I
just
like it because
thought,
I like, especially in the winter. In the winter,
yeah,
it really does good. Yeah.
yeah,
But
with the little lipstick and stuff. But then when I
mhm,
start getting spooked, because then I start thinking. See, when I don't leave it alone idle too long, because I gotta start thinking about shit that ain't got
uh-huh.
nothing to do with shit. And I'm like, what? I'm like, how is this shit changing color about my mood? I'm like, what kind of shit? Then I start thinking about people talking about people watch this stop working when they die. I had idle time. I said, I'm stop fucking with this shit, and
Uh
that's why I stopped. That's why
Yeah,
I stopped wearing.
I love to have it because it just changes so fluid. And it gives me something different to look at because I don't like looking at the same thing all the time. So at least it'll like
Oh,
switch it up. But they listen, that nail polish went so black. They was like, we never seen that nail polish that color before ever. Like the people in the office, they knew, and that's when. And so I took a test while I was there. That test came back positive before the time was up.
wow.
Yeah,
That's
and I was so
crazy.
sick. I was so, but and this is what I said. I'm thankful that I had the vaccine because I think if I hadn't been vaccinated, if I hadn't gone through that study and been vaccinated, because I was part of the first round of studies, and I was part of a special group because since I do take immunosuppressants, they hadn't yet tested the vaccine on those individuals. So I was part of like a special control group where they were testing it on. And I was thankful that I did that because I think, Angie, if I had gotten that and I hadn't had that, it probably would have been way worse than what I had it. And I couldn't talk properly for like maybe like almost 5 months. At first, my doctor thought that my vocal cords were singed from how high the fever got. They thought I was gonna stay talking like that.
Like what was like
Like I
it,
could barely talk. Like it was like really, I was really hoarse. I could barely talk
oh
because they thought that from the temperature that I had when I had COVID, they thought that it had singed my vocal cords from the saliva, like going down.
wow.
Yeah.
What the heck? No. See, this was crazy. Like when I got sick they took my appendix out, but before I had even gone to the hospital, I started, a little coughing and stuff like that, and then I had the worst headache.
Mm.
I had the worst headache, and so when I went in, because I had gotten, sick with the appendix and stuff like that, they tested me and, they found out that I had COVID along with then they took my, thing out or whatever. But I'm serious, and I don't have no vaccination because I'm not fooling around with that, but I thought I did a real good
Yeah,
job.
you did
Yeah, because
good.
that was a long
Mm-hmm.
time, and I wore a mask for a long time because I got all the stuff breaking out and going on. And then here's the
Mm-hmm.
thing. Now, of course, I got this special stuff. I can't wear those masks that has the um the thing that just go around the ear because that's irritating my ears and it's making me
Uh-huh.
uncomfortable. I wear the two bands. They go around
Yeah,
your tooth.
that goes around your head. Most of those are the N95s.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think they have some of the regular ones, medical ones, but the N95s go around. It's like a band that goes around your head. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Mm-hmm.
then I thought, I said, okay, well, oh my God, I'm been wearing these masks for so long because I'm not, this is dealing with vanity. I'm not gonna sit up here and be like, one minute looking like a Chinese woman, and next moment I'm looking like I done got in a fight, like when on Martin, he was sitting on that sofa. I'm not doing that. So, and I went for all those masks. I went for all those like those little fancy masks and stuff like that, just for
Mm-hmm.
that purpose or whatever. But then
Uh-huh.
he said, "Hey, that's not the one that keeps the COVID away." So I'm like, what? They
Yeah,
talking
you
about?
can't. Yeah, cause
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
my one of my friends, she was making them, and she would put like
Mm-hmm.
these filters in there, and so I had so many different masks, so many different patterns, colors, all of that. But I would essentially
Exactly.
like really just wear those when I went outside and would like talk to my neighbors because like most of the time before I started going into the office to help my friend with her practice, I was just staying at home. So I would go
Mm-hmm.
outside and then do my gardening stuff and go talk to my my neighbors, they would be sitting on their porch. I would sit on mine, but we would still, just put the mask on just because you, at that time, like I said, you just didn't know what was going through the air or nothing. So
You didn't know
I
what
would
was
use
going
those for that. But yeah, those masks really wasn't doing anything. Or sometimes I would take that mask and then put it over the other one. But
on. Mhm.
the what I would do when I would come in the house, I don't know, when I started going into her office to help her, I would take all my clothes off at the door. As soon as I come in the door,
Oh
I would take
wow.
all of my clothes off, go downstairs in my basement because that's where my laundry stuff was at, and I would put my clothes in the wash immediately. But I would use, Clorox has like this green bottle that you can use. You can use it on any colors, whatever. But they created it in order to like get rid of like COVID-19.
Uh-huh.
I would wash my clothes with that and throw a can full of that Clorox in there. I was washing my clothes every day. I would
But
wash.
so but see I don't be I've never trusted that when they talking about you can use bleach on colors because stuff don't
Yeah,
work
it's
out like
not
it's
bleach.
supposed
It's a Clorox. This comes in a green bottle. It's like a teal green color. You know how you
to.
got like that Clorox for colors?
Yeah.
Well, this is a different because it has an added disinfectant. Where,
Oh.
like I said, it was designed to like kill COVID-19. So I started buying that, and like I said, I would take my clothes off right as soon as immediately I come to the door and go downstairs, put it down there because I didn't want to risk, like, at the time my grandson was still coming, over something. I didn't want him to get sick. My daughter was in there.
Yeah.
I didn't want them to get sick. So I was like, since I'm the main one going out of the house, most of the time, um, I would come in there and take everything off and throw that cat full of thing in there. Like I said, I was fine until I had to work with that nurse that day. And then I got COVID. And
Okay.
then I got it another time, and it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as the other one. But ever since when I got it that last time, they gave me the antiviral. And they said it's something about that antiviral that is supposed to make sure you don't get it no more.
So it's a newer type of shot that you can get to fight
It's
COVID.
not the shot. It's not the shot. I still get my shot because at first, before I had COVID, the last time I had it, I think that was 23. I think it was 23 when I had it. Um, the for the last time, because I had it twice. So I had it that first time, and then the last time I had it in 23.
Oh.
I got the antivirals that they give you to now to take it, but before that, I had to get a COVID vaccine every 6 months because that's what the recommendation is for people with autoimmune disorder. So I was getting my COVID vaccine every 6 months, but now I just get it like once a year, like I do flu. But I probably don't need to get it because they say that if you took those antivirals, you're not supposed to get it anymore. But I still get it the once a year.
Right. Right. I your pharmacy be harassing you about the flu and
Yes.
vaccines and stuff like that. I don't pull up with none of that no more. Yeah, I'm not doing that because they gave me hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute.
Okay.
Oh, what? No, they gave me that
I think your thing is doing it again. Can you hear me?
you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, it's better now.
Okay. They gave me that pneumonia
Yes,
uh
that's 5 years.
vac-
That last,
vaccine.
yeah.
Listen, I got that vaccination, um, and I still caught pneumonia within the same day. I said,
Oh
you
my
know what?
gosh.
No. Mm-mm. But, no, and I was serious about that because I don't pull up with those vaccinations, but I was serious about that because of how dangerous it is.
Yeah.
When you get
Mm-hmm.
that autoimmune, you know how it takes you out. You
Yeah.
know, you
Mm-hmm.
get a cold or something, and you be out of here.
Yeah.
You know. So when I took that thing for pneumonia, I said, and I called it again. I said, man, and then here's the thing, right? Like with the first time I caught pneumonia, I knew something. I had something, but the other
Right.
three times I didn't have any symptoms. Like,
Well, because when you had something and your body deals with the struggle of getting your immune system getting used to it. It's normally the second time around. It's not gonna be as bad. The flu does that, and that's what they said, and that's why I still get my COVID vaccine despite them saying it. That after you do the antivirals, it's supposed to make you not get it, but I still get it because things like the flu or COVID-19, they have uh they have they could potentially like become a different strain.
mm-hmm,
And so that's what makes it more difficult why they recommend that you get those every year because the strain changes.
mm,
And because it changes, your immune system is not identifying the same virus or same condition or infection, and so it's
mm-hmm,
responding. The response is different. But when you've had something to where your body is used to it and your immune system has figured out how to not respond so aggressively because it's seen it before, then yeah, it might not be as aggressive.
mm.
Your immune
Yeah,
it because your immune system, it's like your immune system kind of remembers what to do.
right,
It's got like it's this motherboard, like a built-in
right.
memory. So it kind of it's the same way when you get vaccinated with something. That's what it's called, inoculation, because they inoculate you so that your body becomes regulated to it. So that's probably why it wasn't worse. But people like with the flu, that's why some people, a person could get the flu one year and be okay, and then get the flu in 2 years, 3 years from now and die because the strain changes. And so their immune
Oh,
system, yeah,
ain't nobody
it
said that.
well, did you see after COVID how many people were passing away because of the flu?
Uh-uh. Mm-mm.
It was after COVID. A lot of people passed away. Once they started going back, like the shutdown was over, and people
Uh-huh.
started going back out. And then as people started to not have, after the mask recommendations weren't in place anymore,
Uh-huh.
people started to pass away from the flu because while COVID was going on, the flu rates was low. Episodes of people having the flu were low.
Right.
And so then when they went to go make the virus, because they make the flu virus from a live virus every year. So when they went to go make the flu vaccine, I mean not the virus, the flu vaccine, um, they didn't have a live virus to work from. They were working on a virus from, not the year before. And so then people started coming back out, and while they were okay with COVID because they had the vaccination, now the flu, they getting the flu, and then people were passing away from the flu.
Wow, that is crazy. I mean, and see, and here's the thing, right? 'Cause I really don't be knowing the difference between the flu and just a common cold. Listen, I'd be so, I really need to stop harassing people. But in my mind, this is what I remember, and this has been a long time ago. I
Mm-hmm.
remember when we used to get a cold or coughing or whatever, something going on. I remember getting an antibiotic, and I remember that method working. Then the next, after for a while, whatever, next time they was like, no, we don't give no antibiotics for no colds no more, whatever. I'm
Uh-huh.
like, huh? And I was like, okay, okay, I
Yeah,
got
they only supposed to give the antibiotics now and they claim for an infection. So like if you have strep throat,
you. Mm-hmm.
that's considered an infection. So they'll give you an antibiotic, or if you have a sinus infection, um,
Mm-hmm.
then they'll give it to you. But if they feel like your symptoms are reduced to just like you having a stuffy nose and a cough, or then they might that's when they're gonna give you that cough syrup. You know that they give that.
They don't, they don't even get that no more. That old get high cough syrup, cause boy,
Yes,
that was some good
yes.
cough syrup. I don't know where that. Let me tell you something. I
Oh,
take that
I
cough
remember you
syrup and
saying that before, but we get it over here.
yeah, I went, for real.
Yeah,
Hell, I'm gonna have to come way
they
up
give
there.
it to me every time because if I get a cold because of my autoimmune disorder, and more than likely I probably took my immunosuppressants, so they want to try to get it before it is going to cause me any inflammation and fluid buildup. They give me that cough syrup. I still can get
They
it, so
give
I
you the
don't
get
know.
high cough syrup.
You said what?
Oh, I said they give you the get high cough syrup.
Yes, yes,
Mm,
yeah.
baby, they stopped. When I tell you, I was like, you got to be kidding me. I don't know what the hell be going on in Florida, but any little old thing can come down here in Florida, like any little old lawman or somebody come here talking shit from the politicians, whatever. They will stop every goddamn thing and just put all these registries on here and check for the pain and check for the weight. I'm like, God damn, what the hell they said to y'all? Honey, I mean, it's you catch hell getting anything. You hear me? And before
But you want
I
to
was
know what? That might explain, Angie, why um it, there are lots of situations where like some of my homegirls now, because since I don't work in that office setting anymore and I'm more on the research side, but some of my homegirls, they do work in office setting, and a lot of their patients, I know when I would go in and help my friends out every now and then when they need help, I would see that, and it was patients that they had that I knew long term. But there are lots of patients that come from Florida to Baltimore because they lived here. They
wow.
lived here, before, and then
Uh,
they retired, and so they go down to Florida, but they come back to Baltimore for medical care.
That's crazy. I'm telling you, you can't get nothing. Okay, they got this law. They got something like where, like the pain man, they can only give you one controlled substance medication. Okay, one.
Hmm.
And my thing is, I'm not gonna sit up here and go to 50 doctors. I don't want to do none of that and whatever.
Uh-huh.
And so
Well,
I've
I
been
don't know. Can you even do that now? Because okay, so that is one of the things that I think that Affordable Care Act did too, though, Angie. I think that happened from that. And but because the thing is that I don't know if you can you really now go to multiple doctors, because when the insurance processes it, the insurance is going to return something back.
but no, the people, the doctors was. Let me tell you something. This gonna sound crazy. When
Uh
I
huh.
came, like I got out of hospital and that and you give me an idea, Lord. I don't want to go up there and get them people, but listen here, I Yeah, I have been trying to stay. I haven't been back to a regular pulmonologist and otologist and all that type of stuff for
Uh-huh.
this situation. I'm gonna have to go and see if I can get something else going on because you get I know what I need, but I don't want what they give. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And uh, and I don't want to deal with all of that. And so they ain't let me run the show no more. So
Right.
yeah. So before I used to be on, okay, I used to be on dental patches,
Uh-huh.
Lortab,
Oh
Soma,
my gosh.
Dilaudid, and what's the one for the Xanax? I ain't even have no situation. And if I go in there and here's the thing, right? With the 7 p.m. man and what some of them they started when they get a cold or something like that there, and they know I can go in there and get that cough medicine. I go in
Mm-hmm.
there and then get that too, and come on out there with a big jug of that and whatever, and I
Oh
got
my God,
all the dope
Angie.
that. Hmm?
That's why
And
you
this is
be
why my body was really, huh?
that's why sometimes you be on here, you be saying something, you don't even know what the hell you be saying.
That was a long time ago. They done caught my ass.
Taking all that.
And that was a long time ago, baby. When I tell you, honey, I had the whole baby. I wasn't feeling a pain, okay, and I wasn't taking them all at the same time. I ain't that damn crazy. But I want to take,
Mm,
but you can take a good little, mix of one or two of them, whatever. You be like, you be straight. You ain't got no problems and words in the world. And it was so funny. The people one of the ladies was like, uh, you slurring on the phone. I'm like, what? Cause I'm thinking
Cause
I'm
after
talking
a while you
professional.
won't even notice. After, like, I'm gonna tell
Right.
you. So when I first got that, because now I don't take no, I only take my narcotic medication like PRN, and that's if it
Yeah.
get like really bad, like, and then I need to take it. But other than that, I try to use heat. I try to get in the bath. I try to take just some Advil duals or something, and I try to deal with it that way. I just try to build my pain tolerance. But before, when I first got diagnosed, I had to go to pain management. And Angie, I would be sitting in that office looking at them. This the part where probably I'm probably a high sedity. I'm looking. I want to think I ain't looking down on nobody, but I think I kind of was, right. And I'm sitting in the pain management office and I'm looking at how these people come up in there and make up all of these stories about how they lost the medication, the dog ate the medication, they left the medication from,
Mm-mm.
and they was making up all kinds of things trying to get more medication from the doctors. And I'm looking at how they is talking. And I'm in the office. I'm not in no office. I'm in the office where it's, some people make some money. I ain't in no office just in the city or nothing. That's what I tell people.
No crackhead.
Yeah, where I'm at a different place. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. And so I'm in there with these good,
No.
clear color people that
Exactly.
make some money making all of these excuses. While I'm in there, they getting phone calls of people making excuses of why. And I looked at that, Angie, and I was like, you wanna know what? I can't take this medicine. Because if it's gonna have me looking
Uh-uh.
like this one or doing this one day, I don't want it. So I was like, I rather when I went one day, I went in there in the doctor because when they had to change my medication, I was getting this pain medication, high singlia. So Hysinglia is a drug. It's oxy. I think is it oxy? Hold on.
What's it called?
Hysinglia. Wait a minute. Um oh, it's hydrocodone, right?
Uh-huh.
I couldn't remember if it was oxy or hydrocodone because at one point I had oxy first. And then they moved me to the Hysinglia. Hasinglia is an extended release though. It's this brand name. It is expensive, right? And which is why a lot of times people ain't gonna get it. I call it the white woman drug. And the reason that I call it that is because it's made in a way to make people not be addicted to pain medication.
Oh, okay.
And then it has no street value. So, because when you get the pill, it's a protective sheath that's over the pill. And once you break it to go crush it down, then it doesn't, it's no good. It doesn't work anymore.
Okay.
So I was getting that, and then I decided, because it was something I was trying to do medically, so I decided I was going to change my insurance policy, not really paying attention to the other things, you know. So I was like, well, I'm gonna select one of these other options. And I moved from Blue Cross Blue Shield to United Healthcare. And when I went on that United Healthcare, I listen, I know Luigi Mangione. I know he was wrong for what he did. But he ain't never lied when you switch, okay? When you switch and you got some things going on, you notice a difference in what thing you got, okay? And I don't know why I didn't think to do this, because I mean, I don't do as much of this anymore, but for all intents purposes, I know how to do this work, right? So I should have did better selecting, but I didn't think to check the formulary list for my medications. I went into that doctor's office and they told me I couldn't get that medicine no more. So they told me that in order for me to get them to approve the Hasinglia again, that I had to go through step therapy. The step therapy required that I take morphine. So for the couple of months, because my pain level, I hadn't yet gotten on the biologics at that point. So my pain level was not great. It was horrible. So I tried to do that. That morphine was messing my stomach up. It was like making me just feel, huh?
I said you had morphine.
Yeah, because that was the requirement from the insurance company for me to get them to approve the Hasinglia again. So even though I had been taking the Hasinglia, it had been working for me. My Blue Cross and Blue Shield insurance. That's why I went right back. After that, I went right back. I was like, my Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance was paying for it. And when I went and decided, I thought that I was going to do something. I was trying to do something with my health benefits. It was something that the United Healthcare covered that your Blue Cross Blue Shield didn't. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make a switch. Well, yeah, it switched me. It switched up on me, right? And so, and I, like I said, I should have known better, because this is definitely one of my areas of expertise. I should have checked. But I didn't think to check my medications. I was just like, I've been on these medications. They're going to keep covering it. Oh, my goodness. When they did that, and then I was going there, Angie, and they was giving me more morphine, because it wasn't working. They was giving me more and then increasing the dose. Because that's what they have to do. That's what they have to do with step therapy. You got to max out of the one medication before they'll approve the other one. So that's when I went in there and I was really paying attention to them people, how they was acting in there, trying to get more drugs from them people. I said, oh no. I went back there with that doctor. I said, listen, I don't even think this medication is working. I'm still in pain. So can you just please just take me off of this? I don't even want it no more. I just deal with the pain. I done seen these people coming in here. These are, I mean, you thinking you seeing a fiend on the street. These are straight drug addicts. They drug addicts.
Girl,
But they middle class.
You gotta tell me, I mean, you know, my friends and stuff like that, they making up, I don't think they making up issues, because they know I'm not taking it like that. You understand what I'm saying? But this was so crazy. This one white girl, I seen her looking crazy as hell. I just had gotten back. And, you know, you ain't have to worry about nobody, you know, doubting you, whatever. You just gonna tell your business and be okay. And
Uh-huh.
this white lady, we already thought something was wrong with him. We just didn't understand why they ain't fired you already. Because you walking close to the walls and
A lot
the
of them
eyes,
work.
huh?
A lot of them, they work. I mean, they just go every day all on.
They she walking all close to the wall, and
Right.
I'm like, and you know, and I'm watching, I'm watching every goddamn thing, because I don't want to have to beat your ass in him, because your ass in him is slipping out, and I'm
Right.
like, something is wrong with her, girl. I didn't even talk to that lady, and that lady sat right on the other side. I don't even talk to her. I have nothing to talk to her about. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Nothing that she does is going to be escalated to me, so I have nothing to talk to her about.
Uh-huh.
Honey, yeah, I sit down, I get an email. You're going to fall out. I think this bitch told me. She said, hey, um, I'm having a lot of pain. And I want to know if you got something for pain.
What?
And I don't want no ibuprofen 800.
What? What? She
You know,
wrote
I'm looking like this, and so I get my friend attention.
you.
And, you know, I'm like, if you Beyonce, because I had uploaded one of her things on my we gonna be dropping my little stuff, and she the one on that waving. That's the girl on that waving. I said, nigga, look. She's she telling me, bitch, don't come at me with no ibuprofen 800. I know you
But
got the
this,
good.
how did she even know that you have something other than that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Bitch, I don't even talk to you. You don't even know what's going on or whatever. I mean, this is what I'm saying, girl. I was looking and I said, well, honey, that's all I have. I mean, you know what I'm saying? She walking all into the wall. And I'm like, okay. Because she said, yeah, girl, that thing was so damn funny, we fell out. She said, and I don't want no ID. And I don't want no. And I'm like, bitch, I'm just trying to say goddamn dope deal. I'm like, I was like, that white, them white people, and see, they be thinking it's us all the time.
Yeah, no, it especially when it comes to that fentanyl and those prescription drugs. They are it is definitely a situation where it is a lot more of them with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the black folk, I'm gonna tell you straight up, with the black folk, you got them friends trying to get it so they can get it from you so they can turn it on the street. That's what they
Yeah.
need you for. Yeah, that's what they need you to come in there for. The white people, no ma'am, they want to take it. They want to take all the drugs, and I was just surprised.
I
I was
mean,
like,
just coming in the daggone office telling them that the dog ate the medicine like a child tell them that the dog ate the homework.
man,
I'm like,
and
what is
don't tell them to tell you that stupid shit. Ain't nobody like what? But I mean that's crazy. That stuff was crazy. And then
Mm-hmm.
when I
Yeah, I was
heard,
like, oh no. I was like, that's okay. I told him, I said, take me off it. And he looked at me because they could tell like how bad my inflammation was. They looking at it on
mm-hmm,
the imaging. And he was like, Carla, are you sure that you I said, yes, I don't want no more of this. Just take me, wean me off. So I weaned off of it. But this is the thing. It was a good thing I did that because once I did it, I thought that pain medicine wasn't doing nothing. It was. And
oh
so
wow,
I started like my ankles, like the connective tissue in my ankles, my knees and stuff, like it's bad. And
see
so
that that's what my issue is right now. That's you know what I'm saying. That's and I'm like like oh my god, like with that and they gave me the prednisone because that little pain medicine. I mean, even though it wasn't a little pain medicine, it wasn't doing. It was just doing treating the pain. It
It's
wasn't
just making you
bringing it.
believe, yeah, it's just trying to trick your
Yeah.
mind to make you think nothing is wrong. But the problem is actually probably getting worse because
Right.
you're not realizing the real symptoms. And that was the issue. Because I thought that their pain medicine wasn't doing anything, but it was doing something. But
Mm-hmm.
it was it, so when I came off of it, I started to fall. I was having like falls. And
Ooh,
yeah, and so then when I went in, and Lord have mercy, because I've been with most of my doctors, all I've had the same rheumatologist since I've been diagnosed. Like, I'm very consistent and I'm very particular how I pick a physician because I work around physicians and scientists.
Right.
So I'm very particular, and I normally most of them I have some type of professional relationship that extends to a personal relationship. So it's the way that they treat me. I don't want to say different, but it's a different relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So they I went in to go see my rheumatologist because I'm not the one to be like calling my doctor complaining about pain. Nothing. I would just deal with it. Like that's sometimes that's how I had got. I was like, I'm sick of telling these people something wrong, and we're not really getting it under control. So I'll just go to my appointment, let them give me what they're giving me, and keep it moving. And so I went in to see my rheumatologist and Angie that because that's when I had gained a lot of weight.
Mm-hmm.
And she looked at my rheumatologist, she looked at me and she was like, Carla, she was like, you look horrible.
Right.
And she was like, what is going on? And I told her, I said, well, I just stopped that pain medication. If I have to deal with pain, I just have to, that's just my life. I just have to deal with it. And she was like, okay, well, tell me what is going on. So I told her. So she was like, why didn't you call me and say something? Why you just wait until your maintenance appointment? Why didn't you call me? So I was like, cousin, what can you do? And so she was like, well, I think it's more I can do now because now I actually know you can tell me what's going on for me to get the proper approval.
Right.
That pain medication, Angie, was keeping me from being able to tell them certain symptoms that would get me approval for those biologics. Once I stopped
Oh.
taking it and I was able to tell them what was happening and she was able to document that was happening, they approved
Mm-hmm.
my biologics. And the first one I started on was Humira. And Humira is an every 2 week shot. So, but eventually my immune system figured that out. But I was on that Humira for 5 years before it was not working good anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, but eventually my immune system figured it out because that's what it'll do. Your immune system figures out how to circumvent.
Mm-hmm.
And then so it figured it out, and then that's when they switched me to the Embro. But yeah, that's what helped me. And from that, I have pain, I deal with a degree of pain every day, but it's nothing like what I used to have. And it's manageable. I can deal with it. And like I said, most of the time I can treat it by me just knowing that I need to get in the bath, I need to do some heat. And then if so, let me take a little, Advil dual, and that'll get my body like under control. When it starts to go something beyond that, then I know I need something else to like kick it in. So, but I haven't had to take prednisone in 2 years. This is my first time in like 2 years having to take prednisone to get to like really attack a flare up.
Right. I had to take it a few weeks ago, and during the time, and I was like, oh my God, I done put on the weight that I lost. I mean, it was
Yeah.
crazy, and and I can't stand the swollen knees,
Yeah.
ankle, and the finger joints or what. I don't know. It's like they get
Yes.
stuck. But I can't. I don't
Yeah.
even know what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm like, oh no. And see, I don't have time to be worrying about no hot baths and all this and whatever. Of course I bathe, but what I'm saying is, I'm on the go, so I have to drop something in my throat so I can go on. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, that's what I
yeah,
say.
I used to
Everybody,
go. Mm-hmm.
that's why I tell people that I don't judge whatever people decide that they need to do, because some people, they choose the path that they do because of their life obstacles.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of people wanted me to originally like try to see if I could do some like holistic, thing to try to help me. And I was like, I can't really do that. And the reason that I can't do that is because I have to work. Like
Right.
I can't getting disability is not enough money for me. I don't know how nobody lives on none of that kind of stuff.
Right. That's crazy.
Right.
Right.
So
This
I
is
need,
crazy.
and yeah, and I did, and I make decent money, and I did have to go on short-term disability twice in the beginning. And even though I was getting, still wasn't, I was having difficulty adjusting to that. And that's way more than people get on a fixed income from social security, disability, or whatever. My doctor, they really didn't even want to send me back to work. And I had to
Okay.
beg them, like, I have to work. Cause I
Right.
cannot live on no little bitty income.
Right. And and
So
and and what I don't understand is how do you get more on short-term disability and less on long-term disability? I don't understand none of that. I don't have
yeah,
time to do that. This is crazy.
yeah. I'm like, I can't do none of that. So we gonna have to figure something out. And
Mm-hmm.
so I was like, I took the path I did rather. I was like, I could have tried to go like some type of holistic approach, and then that, but I was taking a risk that my joint deterioration would get worse. And once it goes bad, you can't reverse that. And then I don't know if it's gonna work, and I don't have the time because of I have to
Exactly.
work. Like I have to take
Exactly.
care of my child. Right? I mean, the other ones are
Exactly.
grown, but I gotta take care of this one now. She almost grown, but at the time wasn't. And
Right.
so I was like, I can't do none of that. So
Exactly. I cannot be somewhere immobile and
right,
thank God, for being adjunct professor, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. Still got to get you a little something on the side because guess what? You gotta have insurance. You
yeah,
gotta have insurance.
yeah, yeah,
Okay. And all that stuff that be, all these different tests and stuff like that. That's when you talking about paying out of pocket, you must be crazy.
yeah.
You must be
One of
crazy.
my scientists, her 4-year-old, is snoring really really bad, right? and
Mm-hmm.
and so the the desired thing for the pediatrician is saying is that the child needs to have the tonsils removed and the anoids done. And so, but in order to get approval for the surgery for her tonsillectomy, for his tonsillectomy, they need a sleep study, right? Because they got to get the prior authorization, and certain things got to accompany that prior authorization. So they need the sleep study. Well, the insurance denied her for the sleep study
Uh-uh.
because the that doesn't snoring doesn't qualify for a sleep study. I'm like, what? Like the snoring, the child is snoring so bad that it's
Something or something. Yeah.
the child is waking up extremely tired, like
Mm-hmm.
every day, and he's about to start school. He's 4. So, and those people, like, they are really in tune with health. So they are really like a person, a person of color. I just got to be honest. There's too many healthcare disparities. I got to be honest about this. A person of color wouldn't really see anything wrong with the fact that their child snores.
Right.
But snoring is associated with like fatigue and all of that stuff. And so
Right.
the child is extremely tired, and they pay attention to that. And so um they denied the sleep study because of what it's being requested for, but they can't get the approval for the tonsillectomy until they have the sleep study. So she went to go ask them, like, okay, well, how much do I have to self pay? and they told them $2,300.
Wow.
I mean, and of course she's like, well, if I have to pay that, then I'll have to do it because I cannot have a tired child. Like I'm dealing with a cranky, tired
Right.
child every morning, and then he's about to start school. That's gonna make it worse. And so if I have to do it, but they're requesting a peer to peer. I told her have them request a peer to peer review, and because when you go with through the insurance company, those first decisions are made by nurses. When you request a peer to peer, it goes to the medical director. And
Oh.
I'm like, he might be able to look at the clinical notes and see something different than what the nurses know. They got like a rubric on how to deny.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, so when you get a denial like that, you just go and you request that your physician do a peer-to-peer review where they can talk to the medical director, and they generally have, just like your systems have a specialist. That medical director is a specialist in that particular area or field. And so then what might be the standard rubric that the nurse denied it for initially, they might override it
Right.
because
Right.
the medical director will be able to interpret, like you say, it's like that's like a case by case scenario, them looking at it. But the standard rubric, like you say, insurance it does get in the way a lot
Yeah.
with people getting the
Mm-hmm.
health care that they need because
Exactly. That is. I mean, it is. That drives me crazy, and then I have to go off and all that. And I'm having time for that. And the the pain that really gets me, and it doesn't get me. It does get me a lot, but I have no idea why my knees and legs and stuff like that you had started swelling and my fingers were sticking. I'm like, what the hell is this? And then they gave me that prednisone, and that prednisone worked so fast, and I'd be like,
yeah, it's
and they
yeah,
try to deal with what it comes with, but
yeah.
it worked so fast. And I'm saying that pain meds and stuff like that stuff there, that's just maybe a comfort type thing.
Yeah,
But
it's to trick your brain. It's really just to
yeah,
trick your brain to think that you're okay. And then once
exactly.
your brain gets smart enough to say, hey, you're not tricking me no more, then that's why it needs to keep increasing it. But
Hmm.
it's not treating anything. So
No,
in the
exactly.
meantime, the condition is getting worse.
Exactly, and it's so bad now. I mean, and I haven't been on all those meds in over a decade or so. But even when I go to do something GI or whatever, they kill me trying to give me that little verse said before I get before you give me the Michael Jackson shit. And when they give me that, try to give me that little verse said, and I'm still sitting up there and I'm listening to them. Oh, why is she still awake? I said, because verse said don't work. And
Yeah.
so they try to push a little, they probably push a little bit more. Why they still over there doing, getting all this stuff together. And I'm still looking around and stuff like that. Like, oh my God, she's, I'm saying, she said, I tried to tell you. And when I did I don't know if you ever had a bone marrow thing where
No,
they
oh
do
no,
your
I
bone
have not
marrow.
had that. Like I said, after when they did that spinal tap thing for me, I was like, I don't want no more needles doing none of that. I never had to have that. I pray to God I never had to have that.
Hey, baby, let me tell you, that's a whole goddamn knife going in your bones, in
Right.
your skin. Let me tell you this here, okay? When I tell you, because they was when I was sick, they didn't know what the hell was going on, so they doing every test.
Yeah.
They come
I
in
was
there
I wasn't
now,
doing
and
that.
yeah, and this is pre pain meds and whatever, and maybe birth said it's just not for me because that's what
Uh-huh.
they tried to give me to do the bone marrow thing, right?
Uh-huh.
And so I'm, I'm on, I'm laying, on my stomach, whatever, getting ready for the bone marrow. And baby, when I tell you, they took that knife, 'cause they thought I was normal. Something, I don't know what the fuck they thought. When they took that, whatever, the knife with the part of the bone or what thing to put the bone on, and
Yeah.
stuck it in my goddamn leg, and I was like, oh, I hollered. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
do.
they was like, you ain't numb. I was like, no, I'm not numb. I'm like, they said, well, I'm so sorry. They was I was about 10 or 15 people now apologizing to my ass, and they saw I was trying not to cuss, and they were you said you. I mean, them white people was frantic. I'm sitting there like a whole lab rat. And so they done got the damn the thing out the one leg, and then they had to go on that same leg again. And I'm like, oh my God. And I wasn't crying, nothing like that. And they pulled that. And then, so it was two. They did two on one leg and one in the other leg. And baby, when I tell you, I don't understand why I ain't have no goddamn heart attack or whatever. That, I was
Yeah,
thinking,
I don't
my
because I hear too many horror stories about people talking about bone marrow transplants and how sometimes it takes the person donating longer to heal than the recipient. I'm like, oh, you won't be finding out nothing from my bone marrow. If you guys to get that, baby, I'm just whatever it is, I'm going out of here with it. I'm going out of here. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the Lord.
baby, I was not numb. I'm trying to tell you, I was not numb. And when I talked to my friend who was, her Christmas late girl who over doctors and stuff like that, and I
Uh-huh.
had already told her what I was having, and then when I got back to the room, I told her how I went, and she told me, honey, I talked to one of my nurses and my doctor, and they said if that woman had that, that's a strong goddamn woman. So that I'm like, look here. I wish somebody would say something about a bone marrow. I mean, and my
Yeah,
friend, she
don't
said,
get.
but
I'm telling you, whatever I had that would, or they thought I may have that will require them to try to get some bone marrow from me. That's what I'm going out of here with it. That's okay. That's
that is
okay.
the worst.
I'm good on it.
That is the worst. That and having a baby without epidural. That has been the
Well,
worst.
I did it twice. I had my first two kids without an epidural, but those last two, um, that wasn't going to work,
Mm-mm.
and namely because the so both of those kids was very close to 10 pounds,
Huh?
and yeah, and the last one she was only 34 weeks and 10 pounds.
What?
Yeah, I had to have an amniocentesis because they had to take her at 34 weeks because they needed them, and I had to have an amniocentesis to make sure her lungs were completely developed. Because just because the baby is big doesn't mean that everything is,
Right, right.
developed like it should. And so she was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And they were scared like that if I waited, up into the 42 weeks, because they'll have you wait 2 weeks after, I could have had like 14, 16 pound baby.
What the hell was? I mean, how did you get the? What was going on? Why should can't be that big?
I don't know. But their daddy, he was the smallest one out of his siblings. He has two siblings. He was the smallest one. He was like 10 pounds, 6 ounces.
Huh?
Yeah, his sister was 13 pounds.
Oh hell yeah! That's the you don't be asking the right questions. That right there would take you right into the conversation here. Take you right on off because I see what's going on. This is hereditary. And you let me tell
Yeah.
you something. I acted a fool about an 8 pound 8 ounce. My sister-in-law, Josh, her son was 10 pound 1 ounce. Sitting up there when we went to go see him, sitting up there looking at us, looking back at us like he a full grown man.
Yeah, and that's why it's
Hell no.
Angie. That's why I don't like the whole no teeny baby because I don't. As much as I love kids, as much as kids love me, as many kids as I had, they passed through my house and I've kept them,
Mm-mm.
and they've been with me and
Yeah.
all the kids. I don't carry no little baby. I don't like if it's a newborn
Keith.
that came out and they not a. I can't do it because I don't even know how to handle one because my kids were so big.
God.
Yeah, like the oldest one. So, Kayla, she was 8 pounds 10 ounces. She that was my first one. I didn't get no epidural with her or my son. Those two I didn't get one. But when she came out, because see, she was short. She was smaller. I mean, she was smaller compared to the last two. My son was the smallest one because he was 6'15".
Oh, okay.
But my when it the she was smaller in weight, but she was shorter. So, but when she came out, they didn't even have no hat in the nursery to put on her head
Uh-uh.
because they was like, this looks like a baby. This don't look like no newborn.
Okay, that's how my child came out. She came out 8 pounds 8 ounces, and she was 20 inches long.
Yeah,
And
see, that was long. My daughter
yeah.
was like 17 inches.
Oh wow.
She was
Yeah.
short, so she was all fat. And
Oh my.
then, like, as she started to get bigger, like into taller, she looked like one of them little Maury Povich babies. Remember how Maury
Oh,
Povich used to have them little sumo wrestler babies?
yeah.
My oldest one, that's how she looked. Like when
Oh
she
my
started
God.
to
That's
get like,
hereditary.
yeah, when she started to get like in her teenage years and she started to thin out, like people were like really surprised because she was always like, if she got like, 8, 9, 10, she wasn't big like that, but like as a toddler, she looked like one of them babies that used to be on Maury Povich.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Now let me ask you, was her appetite supporting that too? Was she
Yeah,
putting
like we
on?
had when she was drinking like 8 ounces of milk like a week after she was born, and then Angie, oh my gosh, she would drink that milk like be gulping it like like like
Ah,
like she couldn't drink it fast enough, and then when she would get finished, she would start crying, but the child would start sweating. Like babies don't be having sweat.
oh
She
my
would be
God.
so angry that it was no more because I didn't want to give her no more because I'm like the doctor didn't, this is not okay. Like they said I'm only supposed to give her, like this amount. And but she would be crying like so angry and sweat beads would be coming off her.
Gonna kick your ass. I'm
I'm
telling
serious.
you,
Like we
those
never.
babies. I'm trying to tell you, those babies be sizing your ass up. Cause my child did the same thing. Listen here, I listen. I pushed her out, and the baby, I had to get back to it. And of course, when you got the black grandma, you know how this gonna work out. So
Mhm.
the schedule, I don't know how long they supposed to be on milk, but we don't have a kid in our family that followed that paperwork. They followed the
Right.
grandma paperwork. And baby, that child was on that milk for about, I don't know, it was a short period of time. The next thing I know, here we go to the little cereal flakes. Now, if she putting the little cereal flakes in the milk, now my baby don't want the regular milk. You put the
Right. They
regular
don't
milk.
want it no more after
Yeah,
that.
they put the regular milk. She put the regular milk to her mouth. 99, hit the bottle coming out, sliding out with a tongue, like that. It's coming out the mouth. The bottle done slid on out. Like if you don't put that cereal in this milk, it's gonna be a problem. And my baby was getting fatter and fatter. Them little legs was juicy.
Yeah,
Baby,
I mean,
mm,
we checked. They checked her to make sure that she didn't have diabetes
oh my
because
God.
yeah, because of how she was. Like it was ridiculous. And it was that this child was so ridiculous about eating and all that. And like I said, and she would just get angry, and it would be like a tantrum. You had to, and like if you try to like make her hold off, and she get angry and do all that, and then by the time then you start giving her the food, she's like shaking until she not shaking bad, like not like on those steel
Yeah, but
magnolias and not. Yeah,
yeah,
nothing like that. But she got like this, like her nerves is bad because you ain't feed her fast enough.
yeah. Like she got, I mean, like, and then after the little cereal, after the little cereal episode, he come the mashed up table food, the mashed
Yeah,
up grits and eggs or whatever the hell my mama got going on in there. And after that, when my baby started eating that, now she don't want the bottle with the cereal
yeah.
in there.
Mm-hmm.
Now she wants the regular milk, and she wants that food, that table food. And
Yup.
then, yeah, and then mom, like, and when we would sit down and eat together, she'll see my mama give me my plate first, and baby, she is, I mean, this is under one, and she is like in that high chair looking crazy and like crying and cussing. Like, you don't
Right.
pass me the
Yeah,
plate
yeah.
across my
Like that's
head.
what
Like, what the hell? I'm like,
and
oh
I
my
mean
God.
turn it red, like they about
Yeah,
to bust a blood vessel or something.
turn it red.
Listen, my other kids did not do all of that. Now I got the other three, they did not do that. She was so out of control with that. I thought the other three was gonna do it, because they did not. They did not do that. But
Yeah, and
that
then you go,
child,
girl, let me tell you something. And then you go, and you try to do, you try to be, you try to be a girl mama, and you go in there and buy them little girl little snacks, or what them things is, them little
mm-hmm,
cookies, or whatever the hell them things is, whatever. And you come on in there with that, they done ate by half the box of them, whatever, and just sitting
yeah.
there. You got some, like you got some more of these, huh? You got some more of these.
Right.
I'm like,
And then
oh my
she
God.
had to have something in both hands. Once she got to
Yeah,
what
yeah, yeah.
it's gotta be in both of them.
Right. I mean, you thinking that, okay, you trying to think in your rationale of your mind, okay, they gonna have their bottles and with the little food in there, and then they gonna they gonna like you don't need like a whole goddamn go to Sam's get a whole fucking stockpile of them these little Gerber cookie things, whatever the hell is going on. You can go to Winn Dixie and get a box or two. Child, they got me. She got me in both hands. Looking fat. She cut teeth early. Now I cut teeth early,
Yeah.
but she cut teeth early. She had teeth. I mean, a lot of teeth. Okay, and then when she went to school, then when she went to elementary, just they start falling out and she's getting her permanent. And I had
Uh-huh.
told her, I said, listen here, let me tell you about this, because I was I had went through the dental system program. I said, now these are your permanent teeth,
Right.
so you gonna have to be careful, okay, because you don't get no
Mm-hmm.
more after these. So don't
Right.
cold, no playground falling down and all that extra shit.
Right.
This is your last snack or two issue right here. And I think she was
Uh-huh.
like,
Yep.
one two snack maybe. I mean, she couldn't. She got teeth early. My mama said I got teeth early. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
I was like, well, no wonder y'all got these big ass teeth because that's the situation that was going on. She walked early, talked early, and cut them teeth early. I was like, oh my god. I mean, I don't know. You know how you be looking in the baby mouth and you come them little white little
Yeah.
things.
Uh-huh.
Oh, oh. And then it was so crazy. She was still on the bottle. Them teeth that came in. She
And
had
biting it.
yeah, bit the damn the
Yeah.
thing on the
Yup.
bottle.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
And I'm like, what kind of motherfucking chucker shit is this? What kind of chucker shit? How you done bit the top of the guy? How you done bit the nipple off the bottom? The fuck is you possessed? I
Yep.
mean, damn, you
When
want?
she started,
I need
and
you.
like I said, it was just for me. It was just that oldest one. Not that, but the other three did not do like her. She
Oh
was
wow.
just. I mean, and to this, I mean, that girl eats even still to this day. Like, I mean, now she gotta have lamb chops and snow crab legs and all that every day. But she to
Well, she
this
keep it
day,
after a snow take. Yeah.
yeah, to this
Oh,
day, that girl still eats, but she was like listen, the daddy's mother was like, you need to stop giving her because she don't like nobody to be fat. She don't like nobody to be fat. So she was
oh,
like, you need to stop feeding her all of that.
Baby, you was like, baby, I can't really control that. I'm not gonna have no crying baby that's hit me in
She
the back of
is
the
right.
head
I
when
am
I'm too
not gonna deal
soft.
with that crying. I am not gonna
Yeah.
deal with
Oh my gosh. Oh,
yeah.
she was dictating the schedule right there. That is crazy.
Yeah, yes.
This
I
gonna
was
be
like,
a kid.
they was like, she is too fat. She shouldn't be. And like I said, the doctors, they checked her. It was nothing. It wasn't nothing, that was causing that. And then when I think really, because probably when she was like about 3, is when we realized she had asthma.
Mm.
But she grew out of that. Well, not necessarily grew out of it. Now she really only has seasonal reactions to her asthma. When the seasons are shifting, then it'll start to act up. She doesn't have
Yeah.
any like issues outside of that. But she when she got about 3. So once she got about 3, because of the way that the asthma was going, she did have to get on a steroid. And
Oh.
I think that stopped her from thinning out sooner because like I said, she as a toddler, she was like a huge chunky baby, but she wasn't all the way up into 3, she wasn't on those steroids. Once she got on the steroid to control her asthma, I think that prevented her from like losing some of that baby fat weight. And then once we were able to notice, okay, she's not really having any problems with her asthma like all the time. It's just now only like when the season is shifting from spring, from winter
Oh
to
wow.
spring. Yeah, and then again it'll happen to her again when it's switching from like summer to fall.
I don't
And
know
that's the pattern.
yeah, and I don't know if it's different, if it's different elements that causes asthma. Because my baby had asthma, and she had her first attack prior to um prior to her turning 1. As a matter of fact, when New Year's came in, she was in the hospital. Now I think I
Mm-hmm.
was telling that story last night as to somebody. It was either y'all or to somebody, and I was saying like I live from the dude I married. I lived right around the corner from
Uh-huh.
them, and they had the police house and all of that. And
Right.
I was like, I didn't know what was going on. All I saw was my child's chest going all the way in and out, all the way out. I'm screaming, acting a
Mm-hmm.
fool. I'm calling him and them over there, and I know that's the police house. And they say, well, come over here, because I know the police house, the ambulance gonna come quick. So then
Uh-huh.
I done struck out, and then um I went to her house and to their house, and I was like, no, I ain't got time to wait for the ambulance. I ain't wait for the ambulance. I drove to the now this was crazy because I don't go to them type of hospitals, but this particular hospital, it was the city hospital. Now you gonna die if you're an adult, but for kids, for kids, They had top notch, whatever. That was before, like, they had all that wolves and all of that extra like that. You know what I'm saying? My baby done went there too. But
And
this is where I mean, it's a difference. It's like
uh-huh.
it's a whole situation. The doctors even look like they really did graduate and pass the test or whatever. Let me tell you
Uh-huh.
something. Honey, that police house, the call down into that hospital, and it was just a matter of me going across the bridge and dropping down off that expressway. When we walked in like a gang. I had my baby in my hand, and the doctors was meeting us to the door. That police house was on it. That doctor took that baby out of my hand. They probably said, "Well, who the hell is that? Chelsea Clinton?" Baby, we ain't listen here. We ain't signed them not one piece of paper. We ain't did none. I'm telling you, it was some Chelsea Clinton bullshit. I'm like, so when I'm this age and I'm spoiled like that, you should know now shit. Hell, what the hell you expect? People want to complain later. How the hell I want that special treatment? The hell is going on? When I tell you, I ain't signed no book. I ain't signed whatever. We hadn't done that. That girl was all hooked up on machines and all that type of stuff. When they was coming out giving us the paper, we was in the back.
Uh-huh.
A whole team of doctors met us and nurses met us coming through the hallway. Them goddamn doctors. I mean, them police stations. That's what I be trying to tell people. The police stations have all these wires and cameras and shit like the ones watching me now. Have all that shit going on in here. You come on this police station over here, you did shit. Urgent care, baby. Listen. We walked right in there. The mother properly said, "Who the hell is that? I ain't Obama in the office yet. Like, what the fuck is going on here?" Honey, on the same on the other side where you can see where the adult party, motherfuckers waiting room. The one girl, this is hit the news. The
Uh-huh.
same hospital where Kamaya Moby was stolen from, and some more kids.
Okay, yes, I know that
Uh-huh.
story. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so you know what I'm talking about. It's all kind of
Yeah.
bullshit that motherfucking hospital. But
Well, look, wait a minute. So why wait a minute? Why one time I hate it because like I said, I am so particular about where I gotta go get medical care at. So
exactly.
I don't go down. I'm sorry, I don't mean no harm, but I don't go down to that Baltimore City to get no medical care, right? So, um, but this particular time, because of my doctor was out of town, she had a covering physician, and she was at this particular hospital. So she was trying to send me to the urgent care that is with the hospital. Well, it was an issue with my leg, right? It was
Uh-huh.
pain. My whole leg was like pain. So they wanted to make sure I didn't have a blood clot. So
Right.
that was going to require me to have some imaging. So when I got to the urgent care center, they were like, "Oh, we don't have the machine is not working right. You're gonna have to go down to," and I'm gonna say the name of the hospital. You will have to go down to university.
Mm.
I looked at them and I was like, "They is lucky my leg is hurting because I wouldn't be going in there." So wait a minute, Angie. I get that. I ain't never been down there to deal with none of that before because I already know what it is. I ain't never been down there for nothing. I go down there and I get to the door. They want to look in my purse to check my purse like I'm going into a nightclub or something.
Uh-uh.
I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I had a rat tail comb in my purse, right? They was like, "Oh, you can't bring this." I'm like, what the
Not the right outcome.
what the hell type shit they just sent me there, right? So Angie, I get there, I get in there, and I am looking around Listen, I'm sorry, but I don't walk in the mud. I don't walk on the dirt. I don't walk on the grass or none of that.
Me, can't do it.
I
Can't
will
do it.
walk all the way around before I do something like that. So if I'm walking somewhere and I see that the floor don't look like clean properly, whatever, I'm tiptoeing around trying to find a clean spot. I know I hate that I'm like this, but it's the truth. It's what I
Exactly.
do.
But listen, hey, it is what it is.
So I go and I sit down, I register in there with them and everything, right? So then they told me, okay, go in the waiting area. Angie, I go in that waiting area and I look around, I look at them seats, I look at the people. I was like, fuck this. I don't even give a fuck if I got a blood clot. I got to go. I'm taking my ass home.
I go, listen here, I can stay home and die. You know
Right.
Right.
If that's what you want me, if you want me to sit here, or that's gonna be the option, then I'm going home.
Listen, they done left the afterbirth up in the girl. All this shit here, all the mother horror stories like that come from that hospital. And I mean, people say, how is you got, I've never seen nobody that done been shot, that is having a heart attack and a hard time breathing in the waiting room still.
Yeah, right. Like I cannot do that. And like one time I was tempted. I'm trying to. What did I have? I had a cyst rupture. I like on my ovary. I didn't know what that was, and this was like right before COVID started, right? So when I went, most of the time I check to see what the alert level is. If I don't have to go to the emergency room much, but if I do, I check to see what the alert level is. That lets me know how long I might be in there waiting. So that might determine which hospital I go to. So when at this particular time, though, this was right before people knew COVID was happening. And so it was a lot of people in the emergency room. And I almost took myself back down to that hospital that day because that's how much that pain was. But I thought about how that waiting room was looking. I said, that's okay. I just sit here out here with this IV. Because that's what right before COVID, when all of that was going on, that's what was happening. They was having people in the waiting area sitting with an IV on.
Yeah, they're like, I'm trying to shit. They was doing with that hospital I'm talking about. They was doing that.
Right, regular.
Motherfuckers sitting up there all band-aid up, shot, and all this type of stuff. Hi, you done been shot.
Listen, my cousin had a heart attack, right? And so I'm rushing down there so I could get down there to her. Because most of the time, like something happened with my family members, they want me to be down there. One of my aunts is heavy with medical too. So they want one of us kind of like to be there because we know what's going on. So, but I'm rushing over there to get to my cousin. She had this heart attack. So, and I had already been fussing at her because I could tell, like when she does hair, and when I went to go get my hair done, I could tell something wasn't right. So I had already been fussing about her, telling her to make an appointment. Well, like I said, she ended up having a heart attack. So not this hospital, it's another one, another deaf hospital. And that hospital was called Maryland General. And this is a hospital, I don't know if you ever heard about this, but that hospital mixed up a whole bunch of blood samples, called people and told them told them they had HIV and didn't have it, called other people and told them they didn't have it and they did have it, right? I don't mess nowhere near. Yes, nowhere near that hospital. Angie, why she called me and told me when she called me and told me she was down at that Maryland General, I said, who in the hell told them to take you down there? So she was for the ambulance. I was like, that's why I told you to go get yourself checked before you get to the point of needing an ambulance. But I was so mad. So they got her up there. They got her.
What ambulance gonna do? Yeah.
Yeah, well, they got her up in the room, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm watching everything that the people doing, Angie, everything. So I am even taking the when they bring the pills in the room,
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at I'm putting all of them pills in the thing in the ad so I can make sure that it's the right.
Oh
So
Lord,
wait
you
a
got
minute,
my cousin.
why they was about to give her the wrong pill? When I put it in that,
Uh-uh.
I called the nurse. I said, this she don't get this. Then she was like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad. She could have, something could have really went bad." She tried under her breath. This could have really went bad.
Uh-uh.
Yeah,
Uh-uh. I mean, it is like,
a
I
death
don't know
trap.
what it,
Some of them hospitals are death traps. I
death
do
trap.
not.
Exactly. And I did my internship with for dental assistant. It's the University of Florida part, or they connected to that, and I did my you know, they take a lot of you know, city people or whatever, and I
Mm-hmm.
started my internship right there, and along with doctors, dentists that was on internship. Connected to the hospital. I mean that shit was crazy. At night, let me tell you, at night, baby, let me tell you, them people up there, shot and all this and arguing and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. Baby, that cafeteria is open all night, and the cafeteria ladies back there, you talking about them hamburgers, greasy fries, good and whatever. Now that, now that is a plus, cause we had to
Right.
get us something to eat. But baby, when I tell you, but when they had the best for little, for sick babies, that's where you was going before they start building out the Nemours and the Wilson children and all of that type
Yeah.
of situation. But baby, I wouldn't recommend a dog. And that, let me tell you, and I think I was telling people the other night, last night, like that lady died and because they left that afterbirth in her. And look it up. Left the afterbirth.
Yeah, that's a
She ended up
yeah.
being
When I see stuff like that,
that's
it's like
crazy.
no. Yeah, it's I know.
No,
I'm not.
how you do that? How you do that?
Yeah.
How you up that and your job is to deliver babies and all this type of shit. How you leave afterbirth up to people?
Mm,
They left
mm,
a
mm, mm.
gauze. They left a gauze up in a University of Florida side when he had something happen. When we had a little surgery. They left the gauze packed in there, and I'm like, what in the hell is ain't no
Yeah, because
I
yeah,
just said
I'm sorry. I don't like that. I can't.
you said y'all. Mm-mm. Y'all got to drive far out if you want to see me. It ain't that far from me because I'm already out here. You got me fucked up. I'm not going back. I'm not going in there with all kind of questionable shit. Because see, this is what I be thinking.
Right.
I be thinking about is these utensils. Is these
Right. Is it don't it make you don't even want to touch nothing. Like
exactly.
it and I hate that I'm like that. I hate that I am like that, but I am
The people made us like that. The people, yeah, the people made us like that. How in the hell, girl, no ma'am, and that was so damn crazy that my friend, who remember me from performing, that was her cousin. So she ended up and got suing the hospital along with her cousin's husband and someone else. It was three of them, or her mama. Three of them got money from the hospital, like over 100 grand. But it was three different
uh-huh.
amounts. She had got over 100 grand, and that's when she was trying to get us to start flying. And she wants to go to Paris and shit like that. And we was gonna take a test flight to Atlanta because she said it's like 45 minutes. I'm like, no, I'm scared. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And fuck Paris and all of that. And so she had, so the lady who died, and I was insensitive and stuff like. I wasn't insensitive, but I'm just like, I just wasn't with a lot of stuff early on because I'm young and and I just don't understand stuff as a little older person would. And
Mm.
the dude come on to the door. I was talking to Brian. Now Brian was a nice guy. He hadn't shot up one of the clubs, and he couldn't come back in the club no more. Other than that, he was real quiet. Real quiet dude. So I met him in the parking lot. He can't come back to the club because he done shot it up. It was one of the best clubs we had. So you can't come back in there. So I met little Brian, and Brian come on over there. And that day, that girl died with that after that afterbirth in her. She had
Yeah.
a daughter. A
Yeah, it's
daughter.
like stuff like yeah. When stuff like that happen, you ain't never getting me down there again. Like I said,
Yeah,
after that mix up they did with them people telling them people that I was
yeah.
like, oh
That was it. That's it. You like how are you mixing up the stuff? Uh-uh.
yeah,
And then, um, and listen here, baby, them blood transfusions and all that bullshit stuff was going on in blood transfusions and stuff.
yeah.
No, I'm not interested. No,
Well,
and
that's why I donate my own blood for myself. I mean,
oh, for real?
yeah, you can donate so that if you ever need blood or one of your like you can store it if your relative need it, if you need it, then you can use it like that. You can donate it for yourself.
I ain't never heard of
I've donated to like Red Cross and stuff like that just to give blood to other people, but I I also donated to where if I need I can get my own blood and not somebody else's because I just don't. I know that they've done so many things now to try to make sure they can test blood, but you can't test it for what you don't know.
Right, and see, now this is crazy because guess what? One of them goddamn exes told me, talking about, yeah, they're not going to take, because, it was like a big blood drive, and
Uh-huh.
one of my, one of the organizations that I work with was doing it or what have you. Now, I don't, I'm a hard stick. I really don't want to give blood for me or whatever, but
Uh-huh.
I would like to, be a little bit more involved in whatever. And he gonna talk about yeah, they ain't gonna want to take your sick blood and stuff like that. They don't
It's
want
not your blood, it's not nothing. Now, they might not I don't know. I've never tried to go do this, so I don't know. But maybe potentially, maybe they won't take the blood plasma.
because I don't know
But
about all the different things you talking about. All I know is that boy told me that they don't want my old sickly blood in
no, you don't have no sick blood. Now, what you your blood is not sick. Is your is just because you sick don't mean your blood is sick.
Look here, I'm beginning to think. Listen, see them things. I'm like, nah, you gonna cause a whole bunch of problems. I'm making some phone calls. Cause I'm beginning to think you right about my people picking process. Maybe they ain't got nothing. And listen, I ain't never gave blood. I ain't never gave blood. That nigga told me
Or
that.
even, or
No,
listen, because in his mind, he might have been looking at you being sick and thinking this something else. Because black people always thinking somebody. Remember, that's how they fooled them Tuskegee people back in the day. Talking about they got bad blood.
uh-huh.
Now, when is bad
Uh-huh.
blood? That
Yeah.
ain't.
Yeah, but he told me, hell, they don't want, you can't give no blood. They don't want your old sickly blood or whatever. They don't want, and I'm like, baby, I'm so
You know that used to be the you went listen every time I watch Mrs. Evers Boys because I love that movie. When I watch Miss Evers Boys and they talk about that day go blame, I be wanting to shake them real good. Like you,
uh-uh.
like this why they was fooling people of color talking
That's
about some bad
crazy.
blood.
I'm telling you. That boy sit there exactly like I got blood, but your blood too sick. And they don't want, yeah, I'm looking like, oh,
You
okay.
don't have nothing infectious. They should no. You can give blood. You don't have nothing infectious. I give blood. They never told me I can't.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, we was together, with one or two of them bouts at the hospital or whatever, and I
Mm.
guess, and that's what he told me. I was like, well, oh shit, I ain't gotta fight to get nobody no damn blood. If that's the case, that's the case. I ain't asked nobody, and I just wanted to be, involved, a little bit. He went on and
Like
gave me whatever.
I'm wondering. I don't know because I never even had to think about this, so I'm not sure. I don't know, like if you have some kind of blood clotting issue that's wrong, maybe that might be why they might say it, or because that's what I said, that's what I think would prevent you from being able to donate plasma is like a clotting issue or something.
I
So
had,
if you have
yeah,
some kind of situation where you have a clotting, and another because like they wouldn't, I don't think they would really like they're not going to take blood from a hemophiliac. There are some people that have conditions that aren't infectious that they won't take blood from. They're not going to take blood from a hemophiliac, number one, because they have a propensity to bleed, and it can they can have a bleeding problem, period. So they don't want to do something unnecessary, but also they need factor five. A lot of them need that factor five in order for them to for their own blood to clot properly. And so they don't want to take blood from them to give to somebody else. So there are some conditions where I guess like they don't want you to give blood if that aren't infectious. But I don't think in your situation that's the case. I don't think.
that was like 18, 19 years ago. That boy told me. I'm like, well, god damn, well, okay. Shit, ain't no sweat off no damn skin. I mean, I was just trying to lead by example. I'm a I'm a sonogram. So
Yeah,
time
you
I
it's
come in there, I'm a sonogram. So don't come.
yeah, I'm looking at. I mean, it's not even documenting hemophiliacs, but it's oh yeah. It is on here. Blood disorders. I knew I was right. So it
Oh,
says the people who can't give blood or people who have infectious diseases like a history of HIV, AIDS, hepatitis B or C, and then blood disorders like hemophilia or sickle cell, and then like cancer, certain cancers.
mm, I ain't got none of that.
Yeah, so I
That
don't know
boy
why
just
they
had
would
me
tell you
thinking,
that.
oh, listen here, and I done even told people, no, I can't give blood, such and such, because what he done said, I ain't checked it out.
Do
I ain't
you
even
take
asked a licensed doctor.
any type of blood thinner or anything?
I just not started last year.
Okay, well, if you weren't taking it at the time, then there would be no. But like sometimes when people are on blood thinners, mm, pro- you could give it, but they probably really wouldn't want you to.
Mm-hmm. They don't have to worry
Yeah,
about it.
he in his mind, he probably thinking whatever was the situation at the time, he probably thinking you had something you didn't have. That's probably what was running through his mind. Because
Mm-hmm.
why would he even say
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, just probably listen to some old folk talk or whatever, cause
Yup,
you
yup,
hear
that's
all
what that
types of stuff.
is.
Yeah, and
Especially
I'm
talking
like,
about some bad blood. Especially
yeah,
talking about bad.
okay, they don't want your sickly bad blood. They don't take that. They ain't gonna let you give blood. And I'm trying to tell you, every time when the blood time come around, that's like I they have a little gala, a little event, whatever. I show up there, whatever. But baby, I can't go on in and get in that little bus. Cause, cause that's what he told me.
Yeah, listen, yeah, that's what that was. They like I said, people of color always they would be saying that bad blood ever. When I would hear that on that Miss Evers boys, I would be like, now see, this why they got tricked. This why they got tricked with talk about everything is bad blood and not knowing what what's going on.
Oh, okay.
Because
Oh.
remember, that's all they told them with that Tuskegee experiment. They told them that they had bad blood and they was gonna put them in that study. But people of color was familiar with bad blood because that's what they always say. They never was familiar with the different things that might make you have blood that might not be, that could be contaminated. It wasn't like they were familiar because they weren't getting medical care. Like in this country, when you consider minorities relationship to the healthcare system, it's new. A
Right.
lot of minorities were not getting proper medical care because they couldn't afford it. They didn't have access.
Right. Exactly. They, and it helped when I used to work for an insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
That really helped. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
honey, I understand the affordable care, but baby, all I know is I'm sitting there with the affordable care when the affordable care, but when we sitting up here like us. Well, we should have been the first to be notified on what to do. We sitting here working for the people. Ain't nobody
Right.
told us to go to the ain't nobody told us to go to the market. We don't know if we got insurance or not. And we keep
Well,
asking,
look at how many marketplaces was crashing when they went to go live.
okay,
Like they made, because the Republicans were so resistant, it made the whole thing a mess. It made the whole
that
exchanges.
rollout was terrible. And all I know is that my insurance skyrocket. And then they start talking about this ain't covered and that ain't covered and you got to do this. And then I said, now, Mr. Obama, now when you started making me inconvenient, we have
That
problems.
was your Republican state. That wasn't Obama.
It was some, I know the shit didn't go. I'm trying to check. Now, I know I was working for an insurance company, right? But we had, and anybody will tell you, we had one of the best insurance plans. It was cheap. I had me and my daughter on there. So it wasn't at that time. It wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Was it plus one then, or was it family? I forgot what it was. But
Some
either
some
way,
places would do plus one. Some
okay.
of them didn't allow you to do plus one. They just was family, but some of
Right,
them
right.
were plus
So,
one.
yeah, I don't know which
Yeah.
was which back then, but and I was like, I remember paying um for health, dental, and vision. I promise you, it wasn't over $50 a month. I probably and I'm probably too high coming in on that. And they
Mm-hmm.
was like, if you remember, of a gym, and it was three things where you can get like $5 off or something like that for for your insurance. And we work for an insurance. That's what I be saying. I can tell you who
Yeah,
paid.
the incentives, like they would have incentive program. Yeah.
I said I can tell you who paid for Tiffany Trump's uh, uh, when she had her baby, or when not Tiffany when she had her baby, but when Tiffany Trump was born,
Marla
and
Maple. Uh-huh. Yeah.
I said, baby, I can tell you exactly, and I was back then. I was like, well, damn, Trump got insurance, and I was like, and he got, and I wasn't. It's not it's a cheap policy, but it had all the stuff. It wasn't a cheap policy back then. I was just thinking like a person of his stature, whatever, and his means.
She has a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought he didn't have insurance and just paid out of pocket. But that was just me thinking, that was just me uh, thinking crazy because I'm like, well, they have the same policies that we have as employees and the other people have as you know uh, healthcare members, and I was like, my goodness, you know, and this little, bitty premium and stuff, and I thought, okay, and I thought the child would listen to him. We were so, we used to, and them jobs that deals like that, child, we was all in, Oprah's American Express. Ooh, child, just just all kind of little stuff with dealing with all them damn companies. Me and the fake ass girlfriend. Baby, we was dealing with all them companies. We was like, ooh, and Oprah got American Express, y'all. We was like, ooh, all in your damn business. But
Yeah,
that was fun.
the I think that it took a while to get it straightened out. All of the well, and it still isn't all the way straightened out, but I think that overall, once it got settled down, the ACA was something that they just needed to go back and just refine it, right? The
Mm,
legislative process is a cycle, so they just needed to do things to refine the piece of legislation. But now
right.
that they did just dismantled it like this, it, like I said, they are going to cause more health crisis, because and the thing is that you're going to have more people who potentially are going to do something like what we saw with Luigi Mangione, because these people really don't know. Some of these people don't know what it is like to deal with certain things when it comes to getting denied by the insurance company. The insurance companies do deny some things now, but that ACA protected you from being denied for certain things. Now you're gonna start seeing all types of medical underwriting stuff happening again. Like I said, pre-existing
Yeah.
clauses coming back. Um,
So wait, hold on. Okay? Wait a minute. They done something to the ACA?
well, you know that they have been dismantling stuff, so it is gonna impact, like, we don't even know yet how much the budget, the way they cut the budget on healthcare, that is gonna mess around with the subsidies that people
Yeah.
were receiving, to try to help them, for those people who were caught in the gap. So those people who don't necessarily qualify for for Medicaid, but they don't make enough to really pay their own, so they give them a subsidy.
Mm,
Those people are going to be impacted by the healthcare cuts. Um, that in turn is going to end up impacting those of us who are insured by our employers, because they're going to have to compensate for that. That's why you saw there are so many people now saying that their premium almost doubled this year, from last year going into this year. And they are expecting that it's going to double and get worse. And then another thing that they're doing in order to try to get some of these people out of, create some gaps in coverage. Now, you know how, like, Medicare and Medicaid used to do automatic enrollment. That
yeah.
was a feature of the ACA, that it would do automatic enrollment. So instead of you having to submit something, every year or every 6 months or every how often, in order to make sure that Medicare is a little bit different, because it doesn't require, but there's still some enrollment requirements that you do have to do still. But Medicaid, you have to enroll. Some states have every 6 months. Some states have every just once a year. Well, starting 2017, they individuals are going to have to go and follow the steps to re-enroll themselves. If it's not going to automatically re-enroll, so if you don't do that, it's going to be a lot of people that's going to have a gap in coverage, because they don't stay up on that.
Right. And the thing about it is, like, we have open enrollment as always, well,
Right.
October or something like that, and you just know that for being one in that industry and two working on that job because
Right.
getting all those flies and stuff like that. But my thing is, and we always have this issue because I just don't understand some of this. Okay, now if I got a primary, secondary, now I got a third, right? The
Mm-hmm.
third just not came along, but I got a primary, secondary, and before when the year comes around, you got to pay your what is it, your deductible or whatever that amount is on that first doctor's visit.
Mm-hmm.
They you got to pay that. And but I recall 'cause I done had a secondary either one way or the other, either through marriage or something I done took up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it was always I would always get reimbursed for that
Mm-hmm.
money. It's sometimes now you go and my shit, even though and it's not I don't know, I didn't tell them to bill it separately, but she says they do that for um, customers. They split it in half. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? Because and you don't, but you don't tell me nothing. You understand? So see, now I'm gonna have a problem because I don't know what's going on. Because
What do you mean they say they split it in half?
well, what they do is they instead of I guess they don't want no shit at their office. So instead of you having to pay $300 or $500, whatever that deductible is, or whatever the hell is going on, because I don't ask no more. I don't ask no more questions my head be turned to the side. I said, well, do you have the primary, secondary? At that time, just primary. And she's like, yeah, and and she trying to she don't hardly know. She just front desk. You know what I'm saying? She don't
Uh-huh.
really know. And I thought it was because when the first time when I went and she was like, telling me about my visit and my copay, whatever. She was talking about it's 200 something dollars.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what? And she said it's 200 something dollars. I said, how is that? And then she told me, you got to pay your open. I don't know what the hell it is, the deductible or whatever, and and then your regular copay office visit. Now I got a unit on my face because one, that was something that I wasn't expecting, but okay. And then
Mm-hmm.
the next time I come because um of this damn this blood clot shit. Next time I come, it's the same amount. I said, hold on. You told me last month that I was paying that because this is this deductible or whatever the hell it is, and now you're giving me the same amount this month. She said, yeah, because, as a courtesy, we split it up. I'm like, baby, you should have told me that in the beginning. Okay, you should tell me you were splitting it up in the beginning because
But
now I'm
why?
looking at you.
So if you have three plans, what is the coordination of benefit? Like how
Exactly. What's the
h-
COB? That's what I'm talking
yeah.
about. What's the COB? This is what I because see it used to work for me. Okay, I get it. I'm gonna get charged because the year is coming in or whatever. But that secondary is gonna adjust it somewhere, and I'm going to
Well, okay, that's why I'm asking you
you
because
know
not necessarily. So let me so if
okay.
okay, it what you want to do in order to maximize potential, and sometimes this is stuff that people don't know. Every insurance company has a fee schedule, right? And that fee
Mm-hmm.
schedule determines based on the CPT code how reimbursement goes, right? What
Right.
the allowed amount is for that CPT code.
Right.
So if you have a primary insurance, say, okay, I'm gonna give the figures. I'm gonna just make a figure just to say. So say you have a office visit, new patient visit, and they charge that to the insurance company, and it's $360, I think, something like that. Like that's what we get charged to the insurance company.
Mhm.
But say you your insurance, the first insurance, they only allow like 165 for it, right?
Right.
That's their primary. That's the fee
Right.
schedule. So that's what they say will pay. But they say, okay, well, you have a $200 deductible, so you're going to be responsible for the cost of that 165. So
Mhm.
then you go to the next insurance, right? The secondary. If for that same new patient office visit, established patient, I mean new patient, not established patient, but new patient, you get they only would pay $120. Guess what? That secondary doesn't work for you.
Wait a minute now, but so the usual customary. Hold on now, what you say now? The secondary
That's
will do what?
so if the primary insurance has a higher fee schedule than the secondary one does,
Uh-huh.
and then they go to send it to the secondary, and the secondary says, well, we would have only paid $120. They paid 165, so now we don't have to pay anything because their fee schedule was higher.
What?
Yeah, so that's why you want to flip it to the reverse, because you want to send it first to the insurance that has the lower fee schedules, so that then when you pass it
Okay.
off to the second one, that then they will cover like the remaining. When you have it flipped
Okay.
the other way around, then that's how you can oftentimes end up with a bill. And this is sometimes the bad part about how it works, because I don't know if you work all of the jobs like part-time or if you work all of the jobs like full-time. If you work them all like full-time, you can make the decision about how you want to arrange the coordination of benefit. But if you work it part-time, then that full-time job is going to be the primary, and then the part-time job insurance is going to be the secondary, and then so on and therefore, right?
Yeah.
But if the
So
fee
your
schedule,
husband is going to be secondary now.
you said what happened?
Or your husband's insurance is going to be secondary.
Yeah, or yeah, whichever one. But if
Mm-hmm.
it, yeah, your husband, like if your husband's will be the secondary, and your insurance will be the primary, if that's how you have it.
Right.
So then you wouldn't be able to adjust anything about the coordination of benefit because it has to flow that way because that's the rule.
Right. Right.
So
That's probably
so when but if you have an option, like say all of the jobs are part-time, or both of your jobs are full-time, and you can decide which one you want to, most of the time they, in that case, they wanted to go with the one with the longest effective date, but you can switch it around if the job is full-time. If both jobs are full-time or both jobs are part-time, then you can switch it around. Then you want to put the one as the primary, the one with the lower fee schedule, and put the one is the secondary, the one with the higher fee schedule. Because then that's how you maximize your benefit. If you don't do it that way and you do it the other way around, you're really not getting any benefit off of the secondary or any,
oh,
yeah.
okay, now it makes sense
Mm-hmm.
because in different uh, um, periods of time, this my situation was different. It can be
Yeah.
because of marriage. It can be. What is that? That's you.
No.
That's you.
No, what is that doing? I don't hear
I'm just
nothing.
child. It gets so much shit wired up in these motherfucking
Lord.
holistic devices. I don't know what it.
like
Yeah,
like
I have to knock. But no, no. See, it could be at different times. That's why I be getting confused because one, I'm thinking the rules are going to be the same, but I forget like when you have household changes and stuff like that. That's what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Like when you look at United Healthcare, right? United Healthcare will give people a hard time. They got to get these approvals, pre-authorization, pre-certifications, all of this crap that they will have somebody do. But the one thing about United Healthcare, why a lot of physicians will take it and they don't drop it, is outside of them HMO plans with United Healthcare, because that's a real pain. But the reason the reason why they will continue to take it is because United Healthcare almost reimburses exactly what the doctor charges.
wow. Okay.
So they have a much higher fee schedule. So say you have United Healthcare as an insurance and you have Blue Cross and Blue Shield. You want to put Blue Cross and Blue Shield first because Blue Cross and Blue Shield has a monopoly on the insurance industry. So they get the best negotiation on fee schedules. So a lot of times most physicians do not like taking Blue Cross and Blue Shield, but they have to in order for their practice
Yeah.
to survive because of the monopoly that they have. So
Right.
they don't have a choice. So that's why they take it. But Blue Cross and Blue Shield has lower reimbursement than a lot of the other, like United Healthcare, Aetna, Cigna. Their reimbursements are actually higher to physicians.
Right. I mean, they would take the doctors take United Healthcare, any kind of United Healthcare it
Yeah.
is. I mean, you look on the list or whatever, and it's by baby. They taking that United Healthcare, but so
Yeah,
now I
because
understand
their
what the
fee
hell is
schedule,
going on.
they pay almost close to what the physician charges, with maybe the exception of maybe like 10, $20, $30. They might get
Mm-hmm.
contracted on. But
Mm-hmm.
other than that, their fee schedules are pretty high. So the physicians get more reimbursement with them. Blue Cross and Blue Shield, they cut your reimbursements. I mean, they they not paying half of most of the time of what this charge. They might be paying a third.
Yeah, and see, and okay, all right. So I don't get. I was laughing when you was talking about that you finna show out at the people doctor's office and stuff like that. And I was like, I know she know that they will send you a letter telling you no longer enrolled at this here this primary care physician. So I was like, I hope she don't show her ass. And well, of course, if I can take what the letter says, I don't let that fate. And now, right now, I'm gonna find another primary care physician, but now I'm with some no hablo español people that need some
Uh-huh.
yeah, cause I didn't show my ass, and they I think I think Jacksonville and Georgia's, but I think they really tired of me acting a fool, and I'm not gonna run. Like what Natalie Nunn said, I run LA. Yeah, they just tired of me with my bullshit because this, they know what I do. Okay, what? Okay, let me call somebody. Look here. See, the fake ass girlfriend, she's one of them big time people at Blue Cross and Blue Shield. They
Uh-huh.
got that done. My friend that was they was taking taking that Buddy Holly plane from here to Tampa, and that little old plane she got to go. She's over a whole where care some one of them type motherfucking places like that. And when she
Uh-huh.
got that, so look and got an issue. See, she the one when I got put out the first office doctor's office. She got yeah, she got me hooked up at the second one. And I really don't want to show my ass at that second one because I ain't want nothing. I really don't be wanting nothing to look bad on nobody else, and I really be doing, really well with that. But you know what I'm saying? So,
what in the heck are you doing to get put out? Because it takes a lot for them to discharge a patient.
yeah, you ask my daughter. She be getting. I tell you, I done knocked shit off the desk
Oh
and
my
all
God,
kind of
Angie.
stuff. Huh? That's what I was saying. I was like, I wonder do she know that they'll send her them letters and but I'm gonna see if I can get them letters sent back to my when they done put me out their goddamn hot they done put me out their damn
Oh, you
facility.
when I did that day though. Oh, you talking about when I was mad at the people about my kidney stone thing?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know
Oh,
who I
wait,
was
no. They know not to do that. The actual doctor is a friend of mine. But
okay.
it was the issue was the people doing the scheduling. And then he was out on a vacation. So then they had to put me on with like his associates and
Mm.
they were messing up the schedule. Their doctor's office will never do that because that doctor, he is a good friend of mine. But
Oh,
I
okay.
thought you at first I thought you was talking about that day when I had it with that lady when I went down to the blood lab and
Uh,
that lady was having that panic attack.
uh-uh.
Oh, okay. You was talking about when I was
I ain't
getting
getting
mad
nothing.
with the yeah. No, they wouldn't discharge me. Them people they wouldn't. I have never been discharged from a doctor. I don't.
Really?
But like me doing contract work, I have been part of done contract work for practices where we have had to discharge patients.
Oh.
Um, when I was doing the contract with the fertility center,
Mm.
we had a patient. We had to discharge her because she was following one of our financial people.
Hmm?
Yeah, she.
What you mean?
I ended up getting a phone call from the. I'm in the office and my financial person calls me from the parking lot and it's telling me that this patient is following her.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, them people, they pay a lot of money. And when something don't go their way, like that's what I said. I know the psychological expectations and the letdown that goes with like people trying to have a baby. And
Mm-hmm.
so I know I know people always talk about like my upbeat tone and number one I've been like this since I was a kid, but I think that stuff has helped me to be able to like effectively communicate with certain people and they don't take things like a way that they do when they talk to certain other people who are more abrupt and abrasive. And
Mm-hmm.
so I don't the she had to call the patient because okay at the particular fertility center that I worked with, we had something called the share risk program. So share risk program is like you pay this one flat rate fee of money, and then you get 6 attempts to get pregnant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the real goal is the only people. I'm gonna just tell you the honest to God truth and the trick of the program. The trick of the program is that once they do all the fertility workup on the patient, they're only going to approve patients for the share risk program where they know that those test results will give the best outcome. So if they don't feel like your test results are consistent with those outcomes, then you're not going to be able to get into that share risk program. But every now and then something happens while they're in that program where it changes, right? And so then they might have to discharge a patient from the program, not from the practice, but from that program. So this particular one day, one of my financial, she had to call, one of my financial counselors had to call a patient and explain to them that they were being disenrolled from the shared risk program. And it was because something changed with their pre-screening testing. And I think the patient had done like 2 cycles. And so what ends up happening is when they are disenrolled from the program, they have to pay like fee for service for what they did get done.
Oh.
They signed this contract though. They signed a contract with all of this.
Right.
So she wasn't going to get back the entire amount of money, right? Because the reason why she was being disenrolled from the program was because something changed with her pre-screening testing, and that automatically qualified her out of it disqualified her from the program. So she was going to be charged fee for service for the 2 cycles that she had done, and then she would get back the refund for the rest. Well, she didn't think that that's how it should go. She thought she should get all of her money back. So then the patient was calling, making harassing calls to my financial counselor. The husband had made several calls, but she knew it because the counselors meet with the patients, right? Those patients, I used to do things where the patients would see my face, but I had stopped that like a long time ago. So the patients never.
Like that?
You said what?
It's dangerous like that.
I mean, I'm not going to say that we always had that happening, but that was a rare instance where that happened.
Right, but 1 or 2 times is too. I mean, for healthcare, that's just to me it's unacceptable. I mean, even as a person that is to show their ass at the place, and I get it, you know what I'm saying. But I'm not, I wasn't gonna, shoot it up with that like that.
Yes, this patient, and she was following her. She was following her, and she had to. She was telling the patient that she was calling the police, but really she was just calling me upstairs. So in my mind, I'm like, bitch, call the police, because what the hell you want me to do? So, but she wanted. I guess she really didn't want to call the police on the patient. She really didn't want to do that. But this lady, I could hear the lady is yelling at her. She was a foreign descent, but the lady was yelling at her and stuff, and I could hear her. And so then I had to go to the tape because at that specific center, we are up. It's all over the country, and we got doctors everywhere. And I had to have a meeting with that doctor and look, this is what your patient did, and we cannot. Yeah, and they had to send her discharge out, and then we had to discharge another patient for this reason. That's what I said. It is kind of difficult to, at least most doctors I know, for them to discharge a patient.
Well, they be listening. They must be tapping my letter up the same day I leave. Oh, God.
But look. So this one patient, we had a fertility patient who, it was 2 different things. So one patient we had, she comes to us to get pregnant. She starts to get morning sickness, and so then she terminates the pregnancy. And then 5 months after she terminated the pregnancy, she comes back because she wants to have another baby. She wants us to get her pregnant again.
You're at a center where people are terminating pregnancies.
I'm telling you what this lady did.
Oh, but I'm just saying, but I probably, you know what I'm saying, okay, I mean, do you
No, we don't do the term. We only do We only do terminations that are selective reduction. So we won't do a termination like how she went and did. She got pregnant. We discharged her to the OBGYN, right? Because all they do at the fertility center don't see the whole pregnancy through. They just do the part to help them get the conception. They monitor the pregnancy early, and then they discharge them to the OBGYN. So you said what?
I thought I thought they do like Dr. Jack and Dr. Simone. I thought that they do the fertility part, and then when I be seeing the people coming in, they be coming in for their regular exam.
To have the baby?
Yeah, you don't be
Well,
saying
some
between check.
because okay, so your
Mm-hmm.
GYN, your regular GYN, and a reproductive. So it's two different specialties. You have it's just like so you have some doctors who are only GYN doctors. They don't do OB. Then you have OBGYN, and then you have reproductive endocrinologists. So you the GYN, they just going to see patients for regular like women's health issues. And then your OBGYN, they can see patients for women's health issues and for maternity. Your reproductive endocrinologist, they can see patients for everything an OBGYN does because that's part of their process, right? But most REs are not going to do that because they make way more money just getting the people pregnant and discharging them to the OBGYN.
Oh
So
wow.
so like where I work, we only focus on doing the procedures. Now, some OBGYNs, they won't do all fertility services. They might just do artificial insemination. So they will do the artificial insemination in their office. And then that, of course, then they're going to see it all the way through. You have very few doctors who do in vitro fertilization, artificial insemination, and deliver babies. Like that's too broad. Most doctors are not going to do all of that.
In vitro and what was the other one you said?
So you have
In vitro.
artificial insemination, in vitro
Uh,
fertilization.
so those
Those,
two things are different.
yes. So
Uh,
artificial insemination is exactly what it says it is. It is just a way of the woman, everything is intact for the woman. So there's nothing that comes out of the woman. They might put the woman on medications though to stimulate her to have produce more eggs or more mature eggs. But what they do is they take the sperm, it's either a donor sperm or a sperm of the partner or whoever the woman chooses, and they wash the sperm and then they inseminate. So that's artificial insemination. It's meaning that you're not being inseminated by having vaginal intercourse, but you're being inseminated artificially. But they also have what they call timed intercourse. In timed intercourse, you do go home and have sex. They tell you when to go home and have sex. Because some people just have an ovulation issue and they need the doctor to monitor the ovulation issue to tell them exactly when they need to go home and have sex to have the baby. So if they can, that's the least invasive thing that you can do in fertility is timed intercourse cycle. So they'll monitor you, they'll give you medication. Some of them might be stimulated, some of them might not. It depends. Because it all depends on what the diagnoses are. So if you have a diagnosis where you have an issue getting your eggs to mature, they might feel like, okay, well, we're going to give you a little gonal F, a little follistim, something to help those eggs mature. And then we're going to monitor that by the ultrasounds and blood work. And then when we know that the ovulation is about to happen, we're going to say, okay, you go home, have sex. Right? That's the least invasive thing. Then next would be artificial insemination. So that would be when they would do all of the same kind of monitoring. Potentially it would be stimulated or non-stimulated cycle. And then you would come in the office for insemination. In vitro is when you are stimulated to produce a decent amount of eggs with medications, Um. Oh, Luke. So with the let me go back real quick. With the artificial insemination and time intercourse, you could just take an oral medication to help your eggs mature. So that's when you would you might just take like a Lupron or something like that. But depending on, like I said, the diagnosis, if you need more of that to stimulate, then they will give you like a follistim, a gonal F, something like that. So then you, like I said, you go to the artificial insemination, same kind of protocol is the timed intercourse, except you get inseminated in the office. The in vitro fertilization is when you're good, it's going to be medicated. Most of the time you're going to have very few doctors who are not going to stimulate. Because with in vitro, since they have to go in and aspirate the eggs out of the body, they want to make sure they get a good quantity so that they can try to be as successful on the first go round as possible. They don't want you just to produce one egg and take that chance with that one egg. So they're going to stimulate you to produce more eggs. They're going to stimulate it until they see how they mature. And then you're going to take a shot that's called the trigger. That trigger is going to cause those eggs to release. And when they release, then that's when you go in for the egg retrieval, and they're gonna put you to sleep on that one, and they're gonna aspirate the eggs out. When they take those eggs out, then that same day, or whether it's frozen sperm is going to be available, they're going to either thaw out that sperm if it's frozen, or if it's a fresh sample, then it's going to go into the andrology lab, and the andrologist, who is a whole different doctor than the reproductive endocrinologist, is going to start doing their work to it. Once the andrologist does their work to it, then it might go to a geneticist next. So the andrologist is going to facilitate the fertilization process, whether that's through allowing it to naturally fertilize to come together, or through a procedure that they call ICSI. Right? So ICSI is intracytoplasmic injection. That's when they take a single sperm and they take the egg and they inject the sperm into the egg. And sometimes that it's more, the reason why they don't do it on every situation is because it's more money. It's like an a la carte item. So
now insurance not covering that?
So insurance has expanded coverage for it. So now, yes, there are lots of insurance companies that do cover it, but you still have some places do not offer it, because since it's not a required benefit in most states, some states require it. Like Maryland has a mandate. Maryland has a Maryland mandate. New York has a mandate. Jersey, I think Delaware, Massachusetts, there are lots of states now that have mandates around fertility, but not everyone. So those states that don't have mandates, they're not in their insurance. It's not part of the insurance coverage. But a lot of them have mandates, but the coverage level might be different. So it might say, well, we cover fertility at 50%. We cover it at 70%. You know, like it might be a little lower than what your standard medical coverage for regular routine things are. Some places have 100%. Some employers provide 100%, some don't. It just depends, but the coverage levels vary. Even if it's a mandate, the coverage levels vary. So you have to meet the medical requirement. That's the other thing, according to whatever that state mandate is. So if you don't meet the medical criteria for fertility, then insurance will not cover it. Then that leaves you at self-pay. So some of the things like that are the medical requirement is like if you have your fallopian tube damage, right? That's a qualifier. If you've attempted to get pregnant for 2 years but you don't get pregnant, that's Like in the state of Maryland, that's the case. It's different. It's different other places, but in the state of Maryland, if you are tried 2 years and you have no pregnancy within a 2 year time of you having intercourse, that will automatically qualify you for fertility treatment. If the male has a fertility issue, it's with his sperm, your partner that you are married to, but a lot of these mandates require that you be married. And now,
Oh.
yeah, and now that so when same-sex marriage was approved, some of the policies expanded and created some more definition, and they might say, okay, so for same-sex couples, they got to attempt 6 cycles of artificial insemination, whether it be through timed intercourse or coming into the office to be inseminated, that you got to try 6 cycles of that, fail at that, and then they will cover IVF, right? Because they try to like tailor it and cater it to where they're not allowing same-sex couples to do something that they wouldn't let a opposite sex couple do. So they're not gonna let, the mandate is not gonna allow a same-sex couple to go straight to in vitro fertilization, because they can't have intercourse for 2 years and fail. You see what I'm saying? Like a same-sex couple can't have intercourse for 2 years and fail to get pregnant. Well, actually, they are gonna fail, right? By nature, they're gonna fail. So they can't give, that can't be a requirement for them. So they'll say, okay, before your benefit allows you to move to IVF, you have to do artificial insemination first. And then if that fails, then you would move to IVF. So like I said, every state is different. But the embryo can, once the embryo comes together, however it is, whether it's by them letting it on its own or them doing ICSI to insert the sperm into the egg, it's gonna come together. Then it's most of the time, if it's not gonna go to the geneticist for some type of PGD, which is pre-implementation genetic testing, then it'll stay in the andrology lab for them just to monitor the growth. And those embryos get a grade. They're graded. And based on that grade, that's how they determine which ones are best to be transferred back and which ones either they discard or freeze. And
so
go ahead.
So I'm sorry. So with that test, so are you saying that it can tell if those embryos have any type of genetic issues or something?
Yes.
Else?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So pre-implementation genetic testing, that's the first part of that. Most couples, when they come in for fertility, they get tested to see if they have any genetic things going on. And then based on that, then it determines whether they qualify, will send to insurance. Because there are some instances where insurance will cover PGD, but they don't cover fertility. Like they don't cover IVF or, at all. But they might cover for PGD. So it'll go to the insurance company for them to check to see if authorization is required for PGD. But in order for you to get the approval for PGD, it has to be actual PGD. So there has to be a diagnosis. So that's why they do PGT, which is pre-implementation genetic testing, to see if something comes up through the blood that shows that either parent has something genetic. And then if they identify it, then we can send those test results, that blood work, over to insurance to get an authorization for it. And then they will cover because it's considered medically necessary. But if most fertility centers are doing PGS regardless, right? Because if you're going to go through the trouble of doing fertility treatment, they are like, okay, you might as well make sure that your baby doesn't have a genetic issue. So they are doing PGS, which is pre-implementation genetic screening. With screening, there is no diagnosis. So that means that the PGT testing may have shown no abnormalities, no genetic disorders on either parent. So the screening is because since we don't have a diagnosis to say why we want to do this, the insurance is not going to pay for that because it's not medically necessary. So that's something that then a lot of times the couples end up paying for out of pocket. And so normally that biopsy ranges between $1,500 to $3,000. And then the screening part of it can be like between $5,000 to $7,000.
So if there is something genetically wrong with it, what are their options? To you understand what I'm saying? Do they have any options to correct? Because I don't know if you know, but for some reason I am so fascinated in the IVF stuff. I have no idea why, but every time it comes up, and I didn't even know it was like I don't know what I put on my wall that day, IVF and some other kind of procedure. Hell, I didn't know that you can freeze just the yolk thing and freeze the sperm and your thing mixed together. If I'm
yeah,
right.
So you can freeze just oocytes, which are just your eggs, or you can freeze embryos, which is the sperm and the egg inseminated together. You can do one or the other.
And Milan, I don't know if you know what that is, but I said, now this gonna be so stupid if I put up on this wall, but this don't sound right. He was up there talking about, because he wants to have a baby and been looking for some, and he said something. I know I heard this right. Said something like mixing, trying to talk about his sperm and the sperm of his boyfriend, whatever, together. And I was like, okay, but this don't sound right. So I put it up there.
Yeah, so it's not okay. I don't know what he's trying to insinuate, or if he's just not saying it right. When there is, we do in the world of fertility, they do that. They will mix the sperm. They will mix the sperm of two male couples, but it's not so that the baby is going to be born and genetically be linked to both of these people. No, that's not what's going to happen. It's so that they will not know which one is.
Google told me no. Google told me
well, because the way you ask it, see, remember we talked about it's all about what you ask and how you ask it, right?
Exactly.
So this is where some expert
area. So
right. So this is where some expert opinion requires you to say something a little bit more, right, to get the right output.
Mm-hmm.
So
I try to tell people that.
Right. So
I try to tell people that. There's no way I can sit up here and Google the law and get it right.
Right. So
you know what I'm saying? You got to know what the hell you looking for.
What you're asking, right? You got to know something about the subject matter.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's not so that the child can be genetically linked to both of those males, right? It is so that it's just a psychological thing. They won't know which one is the dad. That's how it's like them just, they are mixing the sperm together and allow it to do what it wants to do and how it does it. And so then they won't really know which one is the father unless they did some type of test. So, I mean, I hate to be this graphic. It would be similar to two men gangbanging a woman at one time, and then she gets pregnant. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay, unless they go get some type of DNA test when the child is born, you're not going to really know which one is the dad. unless like the child comes out looking more like one than the
Oh,
other. But then that's not always a fail safe, you know.
well, you need to go in and update Google because Google came back with some hard hell no.
But
Stupid
no,
bitch.
but being able to take the sperm of both of them and make them somehow genetically both linked to the child, as far as my understanding, they have not got that advanced yet. I'm not saying that it won't be coming down the pike, because I'm pretty sure they already in the lab, and these mad scientists are already trying to figure something out, right?
Yeah.
Because if you can sell it, so they're gonna buy it. They think this Burger King. So
That see. That's what I'm talking about. I have to rely on rely on Google, and I have to know what I'm asking, and I don't know what I'm asking. I'm asking just how he said it, and he ain't no damn doctor, not damn I. And I'm like, and Google say no. I'm like,
yeah,
oh,
no,
I
yeah,
think I'm like,
genetically, no. Genetically, you cannot mix the sperm. It's just like the same thing. Genetically, you cannot take the egg of two female partners and merge them together. What you can do in the female, and see, all of it is just by chance. It's just by chance for them to see how they can do things. So, what might end up happening, this is another way that it can be done, right? So, whoever the intended carrier is of the, because normally when you're dealing with a same-sex male couple, the mother is called the intended carrier, right? So when I went to go talk about the McKenna West situation with what happened with her, I don't know if you heard about that. With she delivered the baby. She was a gestational carrier. She delivered a baby. I mean, she was carrying a baby for a couple that was genetically linked to the intended parents, and the baby, they found out at 20 weeks that the baby had a heart condition, and they wanted her to terminate. And according to the contract, um she agreed to that, but then she decided that she didn't want to do that. And so she delivered the baby. She went to Texas to deliver the baby because in Texas it was certain protections for her. She's a resident of Alaska. The couple was in California, and that's where the contract was initiated. But she went to Texas to deliver the baby, and so it's a legal dispute behind it now. She has a court hearing coming up on the 25th. They have a court hearing coming up on the 25th too. So I'm waiting to see, because I'm really interested. When these kind of cases come up, I'm very interested. But
I have no idea why I am so interested in IVF, or whatever the hell is going on. I have no clue. It stops me right in, and I be listening to Sweet Tea. I was listening to Quad. I was listening to that black lady on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And as you were speaking just now, I looked up all three of them, and as of today, they're still not, you know, pregnant for whatever reason. And I mean, like, now, long time ago, long time ago, when we in my in I didn't take wasn't allowed to take a sex education class when I was in high school. That was no. But
yeah,
later on in sex education, they well, my mom and them was saying, you cannot get pregnant from every man. Every man cannot, get you pregnant or what have you. So, I mean, and shit, they ain't no damn doctor, So I'm like, oh shit. So, and I used to think like when people was having problems getting pregnant, I was thinking to myself, my mom say, say, a man can't get you pregnant, I'm like, maybe this is one of them situations and stuff. And then when I see that these people, okay, naturally they're not conceiving, and then now they're going into the doctor's office, they're getting the eggs and all of this, and
Mm-hmm.
taking a shot all the time, and they're still not conceiving. And I'm like, I mean, is there will there be a point where they have exhausted every possible way, and it's just, they're not going to be able to see it. One more person I need to check up on is Shamia. Did Shamia get have a get a another carrier? Because I noticed, she didn't use that lady again, because that baby she had, and not saying that she maybe thought that lady, messed that baby up, but that baby has a lot of health problems, and that
Well, and
baby.
that's why a lot of AG, that's why a lot of people, when they go through, when you're going through fertility treatment anyway to have the baby, that's why a
Mhm.
lot of people do go that extra step in doing the PGD or the PGS, because it's like, I'm already doing this an unconventional way, so I might as well make sure
Mhm.
that the embryo is doesn't have any genetic issues, or doesn't have any issues, um, because I'm already doing this unconventional. So most people just go ahead and they do those additional things so that they can, and I'm never going to say it's 100% because we're not God, right? So you
Mhm.
can't 100% say, okay, it's going to guarantee you 100% that this child is not going to have anything wrong. But it has great outcomes, is what I could say. And so it has a high accuracy rate. So, but this is the thing, we also don't really know how these things end up impacting like the kids that are born. Like, are there other things then that we could be risking by doing this? Like, I do start to wonder sometimes, like, with the increase of autism, could it be connected to some of the things that are done when fertility is done? And I know all the kids who have autism are not fertility, weren't born from fertility treatment. But we have a lot more kids now who are being born as a result of fertility treatment. And is that
Mhm.
why we're seeing some more prevalence of autism? Because that's
Right.
not something that you can detect through PGD PGS.
Wow.
So
So
I'm
also
wondering,
you
like,
can't.
yeah, because you got to biopsy that embryo. So is it something that could that could happen that's creating some, we really, just like I said, when it comes to uh transitioning and using those hormone
Yeah.
blockers, and then we don't we don't yet know what these new innovations will really do to society, because we're still figuring it out.
Right.
We think we're getting rid of one problem, but we don't know if maybe we're creating something else.
Right. Yeah, it says Shamia is expecting a third child through the process.
And
So.
is she using this? Is she using this gestational carrier because she can't have a baby, or just because she's doing it because she doesn't want to carry a baby?
I don't know, because she carried the first one. She didn't carry the second one, and she's not carrying this one. I don't be knowing the and, and with a lot of, and I don't want to say nothing wrong, but like with Kim Kardashian and somebody else, like be splitting it up or whatever. Like Kim Kardashian, when she carried the first two and then she didn't carry the second two, and a lot of times you can't think about why they're not carrying the last two, because a lot of, I think sometimes it could be like something vain. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I
Like with.
definitely think with Kim Kardashian, it was a vain thing, and I think she kind of like led on to that, because she she was complaining about like how the wear and tear it puts on her body. I'm like, that happens to any pregnant woman. That's
Right.
not like a reason. I mean, of course, people now they can do what they want. It's nothing, but that's not a real medical reason. Of that wasn't originally what it was intended to do. It wasn't intended for you to
Right.
go get a surrogate or a gestational carrier because you don't want your body to get
Uh-huh.
out of shape, that to have a baby, or none of that was really how it was really intended. But
Yeah.
now they that's what it seems like that's the case. And I'm wondering because Chloe, she didn't carry the son.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Exactly.
yeah, so I think for them, that's what it was. It was like they don't want to have body get out of shape again, and
Yeah.
um,
And they done had, I guess, now I'm real certain they had work done to their body. You know what I'm saying? And then that's the thing about K. Michelle. Now, K. Michelle first said that she couldn't carry the
yeah,
baby.
I think she really has an issue. I don't think because I think she had a couple miscarriages before, so I think that she really does have an issue. Um, and why she would have needed to use a um gestational carrier. Now, I don't know, and whatever issue she has, I think it crosses over into not just her not being able to carry a baby, but her eggs as well. Because when I heard her speaking about it the last time, now before when she was talking about it, she didn't mention anything about this. But when I heard her talk about it this last time, she said that she would need to use a donor egg. So
Oh, well, I ain't heard
So,
that.
yeah, so not only does she need a gestational carrier, but she also needs a donor egg.
Wait a minute, wait. When you say okay, a donor egg means it's coming from her. Okay, I got you. Oh wow. Oh.
Okay, so because this is like I said, it's so many ways this could go. So this is why when I was trying to figure out what was going on with this McKenna West story, I was trying to figure out like, okay, what? Because originally, before I was able to hear all of the details about the reporting, you would just hear certain people talk about it. So I was like, is she really a traditional surrogate or is she a gestational carrier?
Uh,
So a traditional surrogate is when the egg belongs to the woman carrying the baby.
okay, belongs to the one carrying the. Okay, hold on. So that egg belongs to the one carrying the baby, but the other lady's partner is the sperm donor.
Right, the intended parents, the sperm comes from the intended parent, or maybe a donor because it might be a same sex couple. It might be a couple
Okay.
where the man has a fertility issue too. It could
Okay.
be donor sperm, but a traditional surrogate is not just the host, but the egg also belongs to her. The product of conception also belongs to her, which is the egg. When you have a gestational carrier, the egg does not belong to her.
Okay.
The egg might belong to the intended mother, who, or it could be a donor egg. So you have some women who they don't want to be a traditional surrogate. They don't want to be a gestational carrier, but they want to make money off of fertility, and a lot of times it's college students, young college students. It's an
Oh,
easy
yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's an easy way for them to make money. And so they will and then the thing is that most of the time, each time you do another cycle, you get paid more money to donate
Oh.
eggs. So your first time you donate eggs, you get one fee, and then it'll go up a little, each time you do it again. And then I think you can only do it up to a certain amount of times.
Mhm.
Um, but that it's an easy way for them to make money and to be able to focus on their studies.
And then
So
I
they
think
don't, but they don't want to carry a baby. They just want to donate their eggs. So once they do the medications to stimulate them, the eggs are retrieved from them, then they walk away with a check.
Yeah.
Right? That's the donor egg. That's the donor. And then so what'll happen is that say the intended mother, who that's the couple, that's the people coming in, or it might be a single woman that's coming in to have a baby. They want to have a baby using fertility treatment, but they can't carry a baby, and their egg is no good either. Then they can get a donor to donate the egg, and then they can get another woman, a gestational carrier, to carry that egg. That carrier has no genetic link to that baby.
Mm. So did Candy carry that? I don't. I forgot. Did Candy carry that her first child from Todd?
I can't remember. For some odd reason, I feel like she carried one and not the other. I can't remember. I
Yeah,
feel
that's
like,
what I'm thinking. I saw her and I remember her laying up in the hospital bed with her clothes on after the lady gave her birth. I guess I didn't even know that they did all of that. They let the uh, the the mother, how you want to call it, lay in the hospital bed and you hold the baby after the carrier gives birth or whatever.
yeah,
Yeah, I didn't know
yeah,
they all that going
because
on.
they try to like to promote the skin. And remember, like
Yeah.
when Chloe was talking about her experience, that's why she said she didn't think that she would do that again, because she said she felt like it was more difficult for her to bond with the son than
Mm.
she did with her daughter, because she actually gave birth to her daughter.
Yeah,
Now,
and wait a minute. So let me ask you this. So was back in the day before this thing became like what it is now, in
mm-hmm.
order for them to um, give do IVF and stuff like that, did they have to be medically determined that they cannot carry kids for the insurance to pay for it, or back then it was always out of pocket?
Back then it was like mostly out of pocket because a lot of insurance weren't paying
Oh,
for it.
that's what I
So
thought.
that's why it was not something
Like that.
like now. That's why you're seeing so many people from different demographics, different ethnicities, different socioeconomic status. Now they might have access to do treatment because now it is something that insurance covers. But prior to that, that's why you really
Mm,
only saw
that's
like
what I
people who
thought.
had means doing it.
That's what I thought, because that's because my one of my cousins was was that, and I remember them talking about the amount to pay, and so if he is, let me say, I don't think he knows, but that if that baby is what 37, 38 years old now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I think it was a situation where they came out of pocket and paid. She was able to have the second one, but that first one was through assistance like that. Um, darn, that's what I'm saying. I have, oh my god, that
My
back in
youngest,
them
my
days.
youngest is I did fertility treatment with my youngest one.
Oh, for real?
Mm-hmm.
It well, you had some type of
No,
issue.
I had my tubes tied because
Um,
so after I had my third daughter, well, my third child, she's the second daughter. Um, each one of my kids, I was on some form of birth control when I got pregnant with them,
you was on birth control?
with all three of them.
Oh my god. Baby.
Yes,
Uh-uh. And then
So
see, I'm a proponent of birth control, and some of my friends be rolling their eyes with back in the day. But baby, nobody can tell me nothing about taking them little pills. I don't want to hear nothing about you can't remember and all that. Baby, I was getting on your ass about not being able to take birth control, not wanting to take birth control, whatever. I was taking it. Let me tell you something. I was a heavy, a heavy person on a cycle. I went
mhm.
7 days. 7 days.
Yeah.
Four, 4 to 5 of them heavy. Okay,
Mhm.
heavy, and I couldn't stand it. And I was having cramps and all of that, like the worst cramps, period. And
Mhm.
I would miss like a couple of days, out of school here and there, and I just couldn't take it.
Mhm.
I just couldn't take it. And so I went and got on when I went and got on them damn birth control pills, baby, the cycle cut from 7 to 5. Them cramps
Mhm.
just went away, and I was like, baby, let me tell you something. I said, shit, they might as well put me on a poster for birth control. When people start talking,
Mhm.
they can take them birth control pills and stuff like that. I'll be about ready to hit them in the jaw. Don't talk. I love
Yeah.
birth control pills. Ooh, I love them damn birth control pills.
Yeah, and so I did the pill twice. On the first one, I was on the pill. The second one, I switched and I did another one. That didn't matter. That didn't work. And then
Mm-mm.
I had a patch on that last one.
Mm-mm.
So when I was like, this not happening again. So I got my tubes tied after that third one.
Mm.
And so I kind of always knew I was gonna have like another child later, but I did not want it to be like, close like that or back to back. And so then instead of me, because the success rates with number one, it was too many reasons why I wasn't going to untie my tubes to have a baby. So
Yeah.
number one, success rates are not that great.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when you untie your tubes, it's no kind of guarantee. The success rates are not great. And so it's better for you to just do in vitro because you at least keep your birth control intact, right?
Right.
To make sure
Okay.
that you just get what it is you want versus you untying your tubes. And then even if you are successful having that child, then now you got to worry about, okay, now what do I do for birth control in the meantime? So rather than me like untie my tubes, that's what I did. I did fertility treatment. I did IVF.
Oh, wait a minute. How you gonna have the baby? So did the tubes untie?
No, when you do IVF, when you have your tubes tied, you can't do artificial insemination, but you can do in
Oh,
vitro fertilization because in vitro bypasses the tubes. Nothing goes into the tube; it goes straight into the uterus. So when you do in vitro, your baby goes straight into the uterus. Now, a long time back, before in vitro, you had in vivo where they would like place it somewhere back into the tube, right? That was an old ancient. Nobody does that anymore. So
you
now,
you finna
when,
get somebody. You finna get somebody in a lot of trouble. Cause I'm sitting up here now. Now I'm getting pissed. Okay, and I'm gonna drop the call. I'm gonna
why?
drop the call. My the one I be talking to all the time. One of my besties, Tim. Let me
Uh
tell you,
huh.
that girl he married. Let me tell you, all this some motherfucking bullshit. Yeah, that's why I'm just trying. And then here's the thing. And then when they get mad because I'm trying to, get them the right girl to get with the right boyfriend, they have a problem with me. But when I foresee what this shit is going on, let me tell you something. Here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. I'm gonna take it into maybe a little bit. Okay, first of all, right? When he met her, you know, he tried to get her, of course, to be bestie with his bestie, which is me. I'm friendly. I'm open to anybody, everybody. Hey, how you doing? Whatever, blah 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 blah, whatever, right? So I noticed she was kind of withdrawn and wasn't really saying much. Okay, and I was like, okay, well, and I get it because a lot of times, not a lot of times, but a few times, women is pointed by men having,
Yeah, women is for
girls who
yeah.
are,
Sometimes,
you
yeah.
know what I'm saying? They just don't be on all that, and I get it. So, okay, so and so when I had a situation at the hospital one time, it was him and her. They wasn't married yet, and he dropped everything and came out there and saw me in the hospital. And sometimes he don't talk about it or whatever. I'm ended up in the hospital bed trying to cheer everybody up in the room, and he about to cry, and the other seemed like he finna break into a prayer and all this him, and she's sitting back in the chair, withdrawn, ain't really saying nothing or whatever. And I don't know if
Mhm.
anybody heard that call, but he finally told me. And it had to be within the last 2 or 3 years because I dropped that call. Like she had an issue with him coming to see me at the hospital. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. But see, they don't be wanting to tell you that them motherfuckers don't like your motherfucking ass. You understand what I'm saying? Because I already know. You understand what I'm saying? Because I ain't
Uh-huh.
been to a motherfucking ass. I don't know you, lady. And so he finally told me, because he know how I do. He finally told me, since I've been, a better person and I'm nice now, that because he didn't listen to him. He had never told me that. So check this out right now. Now listen. So she got caught giving her phone number to a dude that she used to date from high school. Okay, and
Mhm.
this was, she was putting all these him. Well, you don't marry me, and all this stuff, marry me, but you know what we be doing. And so
Mhm.
she got caught giving this dude her phone number or whatever. So they by that time they had moved in or whatever, and he was calling the house or whatever. So they got into it or what have you. So, and then now he act like he don't remember the time, but this was what it was. I was supposed to be his best man at the wedding. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. Here we go. So, um, so so they had moved in or whatever, and I, would call or whatever, and then she answered the phone. Your other girlfriend on the phone. Oh, see, here we go. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Well, I'm not really picking it up, and I don't know if she's just trying to be funny, but I'm laughing or whatever because I'm like, okay,
Uh-huh.
so yeah, so they get in an argument about the dude having a phone number. She started hanging out with the biker guys and going to the clubs a whole lot. He used to be on the phone with me, you know, uh, tracking her down, stalking her, see what she doing and all this type of stuff. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
she doing the most with these niggas and shit like that, right? And
Mhm.
so they get again into another argument, okay, about the marriage thing or whatever. So she told him, said, well, if you don't want my friend to call, which used to be her ex-boyfriend, she said, well, Angie can't call. Huh? You see what I'm talking about? You see, this is what I be talking about. And they
Uh-huh.
don't be and they get mad when I be telling them, here go the girl right here for you. And
Uh-huh.
whatever, but they don't listen. And so I'm like, well, how Angie can't call? And because, I done had to call him a bitch ass nigga at one time. You understand what I'm saying? So you already know that uh it kind of affected our relationship a little bit. Just say I wasn't the best man. Okay,
Mhm.
and we actually stopped talking for um a year and something. You know what I'm saying? It got like that, and you know, so and then there was another time, but it was a time before that before he got married. I came over, and I'm usually the only girl woman, only girl with the group. that particular group, and she was there. And a lot of times, I like to make declarations about my friends and shit like that because I am a lovable person, whatever. And I am real serious about my relationships like that. And I still I said, hey, this one right here, I was talking about him. I said, anybody ever touch a hair on his head, oh baby, they gonna have to deal with me. And she said,
Mm-hmm.
what you said? I said, anybody touch a hair on his head, they gonna have to deal with me. I'm still in my head thinking she's just that's just maybe her. That she doesn't not she don't really she don't have a reason to dislike me because I ain't did shit to bitch. I don't know you. And he did everything. He sent us to the bar together, right? And we was driving in his car. We ain't say nothing all the way there or nothing all the way back. Yeah, but see, and sometimes it takes a minute for me to get the signal that this bitch don't like me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm thinking like good people do. You have no reason not to like me. I haven't
Mm-hmm.
done shit to you. I ain't said nothing about you. I don't know you. And so let me tell you, one of the prerequisites that he gave up again because he wants a child, wanted a child so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Her tubes tied. She has two babies. She said, once we get married, I'm gonna untie my tubes and have a baby. He older than me and don't
Uh-huh.
have a baby right now. So we gonna have a
Because
problem.
the success rates are low. It's like 30%.
But she
It's
ain't try to untie no tubes. That was
Oh, she
game.
didn't even try to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She ain't try to untie no tubes. And now you tell me she could have handled it, tried to baby with her tubes tied. Like
Yeah,
I'm
no,
talking about
no,
that
not while they still, no, not while they still tied.
oh,
And
okay. I'm finna kill her.
if the tubes are still tied, no. Now this is the thing.
Okay.
I had when I was in I think it might have been like my second year in college. I had a classmate. She was an older lady, a non-traditional student. She had a kid my age, right? But she, she was in my
Mm-hmm.
class because she was non-traditional student, and she got pregnant. She had her tube top, and it can happen by an accident because depending on so back it depends on at what point a woman got her tubes tied because there was different techniques. It was different techniques. Just like it's different techniques to untie your tubes,
Mm-hmm.
it's different techniques to tie them. And so prior to a certain year, I don't know what the year was, but all they did was tie the tubes. Now they are cut and burnt.
Mm-hmm.
So they when they don't just tie them, but they cut them and then they singe them. Because the reason why that has to happen like that is because the body is in a constant state of healing. So if you just like tie them, then the body will figure out some way to like correct it. So they started finding out that was like, making people have this situation like my classmate did,
Right.
because she didn't. But now, whenever they discovered that, and then they started to cut them, tie them, and burn them, then that's when
Wow.
you don't have like it's rare that you're gonna have a woman get pregnant after that. Because by the time, even if her body might figure out how to mend it back, guess what? She's probably outside of childbearing years.
Right.
So it's not going to happen. But um, you can untie them. But even with untying, like I said, the success rate is only really like 30%. So that's not high. That's very low.
Right.
And
And my thing is that they could, they could have found out. Let me ask you this: Sam, with her tubes being tied, could they retrieve an egg from her or something?
Yeah, so that's what I did. So that's why I was telling you, like, I did
Oh,
I
yeah.
did in vitro
Oh, yeah.
fertilization because it's only when you get your tubes tied, it's only dealing with the fallopian tubes. You're not doing anything to your eggs. That's the only way your eggs will be done the mess is if you got like a hysterectomy, whether it was full or partial. Some people just get a uterus removed when they have a hysterectomy. Some people just get the what is I can't even think right now in the place that had the eggs, but some people get that removed, right? The a complete hysterectomy means your uterus, your fallopian tubes, and all of the stuff in there. Why am I drawing a blank about the ovaries, everything?
Ovaries, yeah, yeah. Oh, I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
why. Because I know why I'm thinking about it because it took one of mine and took them fibroids with it.
Yeah, yeah. So the that's a complete hysterectomy, but you have some people who have a partial, and with partial, they might just have the uterus removed, or they might have just the fallopian tubes and the ovaries removed, and so that would be considered a partial. Um, so as long as she still has her ovaries, then she has eggs. But how old is this lady, Angie?
She's younger than me, so let's see. But this was a long time. They've been married. This
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
something that occurred when they were married. So they've probably been married. What is 2026? They probably because it was 19. They probably got married in 2001, 2002. So and she's like 2 years younger than I am. So that probably makes her like 53 now. Um, yeah. So, she, but that was the spiel that she gave him. You know, she'll untie her tubes and all this here and have it, but she ain't untied nothing. And he be and listen and look here. I be like I just get quiet, and it's not because
I
I
know
haven't
he
had
don't still be talking about no baby.
no, long time ago, not
No, no,
long
no.
time
But what
ago,
I'm saying
but
is, well,
yeah,
it ain't that
no,
long. Because
he
if you say
no, he it was
2021,
like
they
this
got
one,
married.
yeah, it was like this one girl that she was saying that he was the father of her child or something like that. Later on or whatever. But my thing is, I knew because I just when I figured out what kind of person this woman was and what her situation was, I already knew that this was a goddamn lie. Because she already got two, and if she tied her tubes after two, she probably didn't want three. And this
Right.
is a promise she will make to you to get you to marry her and no Angie and all this bullshit. So and then I'm telling you, and I was so pissed. And I thought maybe I dropped that part on the call recently. And when his brother had died, and I just didn't want to make things weird, uncomfortable in that situation because I knew she was gonna be there. But
Mm-hmm.
I was, telling my friends stuff. I said, you know what? I got to go see my boy because I know he is breaking down, acting up, and I'm his best and blah blah. I said if she don't like it, then she gonna have to. Then we gonna have to fucking fight. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah, we gonna fight at that funeral home, and that's when I had yeah, that's when I had gotten sick, and so I had time to fight. I wasn't working anyway. I would had lost that 100 pounds and had a goddamn pneumonia coming in that damn uh funeral home.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin Hurt was standing up there and people up there. He saw me. He talking about I was so little. He started saying, "We are the world. We are to get baby." He was like, "Okay, like why is you so little?" Okay, shit, I don't know. I hadn't been to the hospital yet. And girl, and I went in there and I saw him with him because I know he was an emotional wreck. That was his baby brother, and he loved his baby brother. His brother died from some type of illness or whatever he had,
Mm-hmm.
and we damn near go to tears when we talk about it now. And the fact that she sat there on the ball of her motherfucking ass knowing damn well she have no plans on goddamn untying no two to be messed up with no baby. Okay, all she knew is that she had a good man, that had a good job, and let me tell you how this bitch was, right?
Mm-hmm.
That she caused him to lose his money, his good job. You know what I'm saying? He had was working with a seafood company, right? So
Uh-huh.
some kind of way these truck people, some kind of way they find a way to have something to sell on the side out the truck. I don't know how this
Yeah,
freight.
yeah. When they stop
Truck,
places and I see them, I don't want none of that because I don't know what you doing selling that on
some
the
kind of
side.
Yeah, some kind of way they selling something on the side, but it was a real good deal. I ain't know about none because I didn't even know that was going on. But I had to
Uh,
do it later on, and like he was selling them king them snow crab legs and all of that. I think $25 a box. Finally told me whatever, and her family members was the biggest. One of his biggest people that he was giving that stuff to him, whatever. He wasn't knocking nobody over the head. And that bitch, I'm trying to say, that bitch got mad and called that company and told them that
wait a
he
minute, she did
was
what?
stealing. She called the company he was working for and told the company that he was stealing and selling their shit, and that's how he lost that job. He had been there for a minute. And see, and all I can, girl, I'll be like, see, I'm talking about
Let me
this.
tell you something.
I
One of my managed care persons, um, her boyfriend, well, it was the ex-boyfriend, but he did something like that to her at the job. So one day we at the job, and so we all, we all cool, we all good, we all, colored women in there, right? But
mm-hmm,
HR, they got, some white women over in the HR, right?
mm,
So she come out, me and her, we late in the office, and so um she comes over to my office and she's like, "Carla, come over here. This he keep calling my phone." So she had broke up with the man. So I answered that phone because we would go out. We still close friends and everything. We go out and stuff. But at the time, like I said, I was going over there to the office. I always be keeping two things going on at the same time. So, but I only had to go into that office one day a week. So I'm in the office, and she come over into my office to tell me that he keep calling the work phone. He was calling her the desk phone at the work at the
mm-hmm,
job. So I go to answer the phone, and she was like, "Come over here, answer." So I answered the phone, and I said, "Tyrone," I said, "What did you keep calling him like this for?" So he hangs the phone up when he hears me. So he calls right back. When he calls right back, I'm still standing there talking to her because she's telling me, what's going on. They had like this relationship. They keep breaking up on and off, on and off, on and off. So I answered. He calls back. I answer the phone, and I said to him when I answered the phone, I said, "Listen, I said if you keep calling back here, it's gonna be me answer the phone every time. So if you ain't gonna say nothing, you might as well don't call back."
mm-mm,
So he hangs the phone up, I hang the phone up. So she tells me, so this fool, now he knew he couldn't call me to say nothing and tell me no story about her doing something because I was her direct report.
mm-hmm.
So he knew he couldn't call me telling me nothing crazy. This fool called into the HR department. It's two things he did. He called into the HR department and told that white lady that my girl was stealing social security numbers.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
And then they saying, okay, well, when you come in the office next week, we need you to come in because we need to talk to her. Cause they asking me like, and I'm like, no, she would not do. And I did not want to tell them people all her business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
About what he was doing. But when I came to, I had to tell them in order to like save her job because they
Yeah.
was ready to let her go because of him doing that.
Yeah.
And so they called me. I had to go, I talked with them first and I'm like, no. And so then I say, listen, I told them what was going on and I said, and this is probably why he did this. But let me tell you, them people were still looking at me crazy because
Uh-huh.
they still looking suspect, like,
Uh-huh.
okay, we know that if you vouching for her, we know it's legit, but what kind of crazy shit is this that
Yeah.
this person would call and say something else like that? Like that she's even,
Uh-huh.
that she's even dealing with somebody who would do this. So then the mother, she lived in the house with her mother. Her mother is older. Her mother, they live in the house together. And something had happened where part of the garage and a part of the house had got on fire. All of this, he did all of this. This was around the same time. He
Uh-uh.
called the insurance company and told the insurance company that they set that fire on purpose.
Huh?
Yeah.
That's all that damn man that Mr. Niece was going with. That's what I'm talking about. All this type of stuff. And people be wondering like, why you be saying what you be saying. I'm like, I'm gonna tell you why. Because of this kind of mess. That's crazy.
Yes.
Crazy. That's
The
crazy.
insurance company, they was like sending investigators on in the house. It's her mother's house. That she's her mother's only daughter. So in the event, something happened, she inherits that house from the mother, but she lives with her mother. It's the mother house. And he didn't care. He didn't give a damn. He called over to that insurance company and told them that they were doing insurance fraud, that they set that fire to that house. Yeah.
That's crazy. How long did she stay with him after all of that?
No,
They
she was
said
done with him after that because
oh
before
yeah.
it was like a back and forth, back and forth. But after that, she was like, I can't no more. Like, how could you even? I mean, once she used to have a time with that fool. Oh my goodness! One time he came over to the job because me and her, the day that I would come into the office, I always would have a long day. So we would sometimes like be the last ones to leave out of the building, and we might say, okay, well, we're gonna go get some dinner, whatever. So one day he came in, she went to go get to her car. She was broke up with him. This is before he did that. She's arguing with him back and forth. So I'm trying to wait to see like what's going on because I don't want to leave her in that, parking lot by herself. She goes to try to get in the car. She tells him, like, Tyrone, don't get in my car. Don't get in my car. So she goes to get in her car. He tries to go and get into the driver's seat, Angie. He opened that door. She backed up, took off. He hanging on to the goddamn.
No. In the good white people parking lot.
Yes. Yes.
That's what we talking about. And you asking questions why I be coming up here all the cussing.
I'm saying that I don't have them kind. I don't be having all of that going on. Cause let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you, I threaten people. Okay, you're not gonna be doing all of that abuse to me. Okay, I threaten them.
Abuse is ridiculous.
Yeah, I only had that going on, that back and forth with one person. That's what I said. I would never. It's nobody who could ever get me to do no mess like that again. So if I even think that they like about to try that, I make them fully aware that I got a daddy, I got a bunch of cousins, I got a whole bunch of things that something will happen to you if you think you're gonna play around with me.
Yeah, exactly. Harass.
I'm not doing that.
When they harass your job, you understand?
Yes.
like, nah, you know what? How evil can your ass be?
Right.
You gonna
I'm
harass
like,
my goddamn
oh
dog? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I always
I was
like.
so I was so embarrassed because I'm like, these white people in here looking at both of us crazy. I'm sitting up
Exactly.
here trying to explain this goddamn story.
Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh. I mean, I had one that Miss he called the unit phones on my desk. I'm the unit manager. Unit phones on my desk. Everybody didn't have a phone. It was
Mm-hmm.
4 phones. And then I got my manager. He's right outside of my desk. Michael Mintz. He was dating a man. I didn't even know that he was dating a guy. To somebody they told me later on he was dating one of the weathermen on one of these news stations. I think Channel 4 one of them.
Uh-huh.
You look at me hot mouthing. But yeah, and so that boy kept calling my phone. I wouldn't answer it because I knew who it was.
Uh-huh.
He ended up then he started calling my manager's phone. Manager's phone, and then I hear my manager be like, "Oh my God, it's him again," and then he'll hold the receiver and ask what I want him to tell him. I said, "Tell him I'm unavailable." Now, that's why so you on these these good white people, these good white
Yes.
people, and you here fucking around whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, oh my God, it was
Yes,
child.
I listen. I thank God that I never, cause and that's like I said, even that, even with the ex, I, he would sometimes try to threaten me, talking about he gonna go to the job and tell them such and such and such. I'm like, yeah, you know not to play with me doing no shit like that. But he would just be saying that like just he knew he wasn't gonna do it. But um let me tell you, ain't no other man but not never even think about doing that. Like I said, don't even think about that messing with me because I'm calling my daddy. I'm gonna call if something's gonna
Mm-hmm.
happen. Something's gonna happen
Exactly.
because I'm not going through that. I do
Exactly.
not, and
Exactly.
I think that's why after that I never went through that kind of thing again. Like I of course I had them like do stuff like try to send me a whole bunch of flowers every day to the house or
Yeah.
stuff like that, but nothing like harassment. Don't be doing that because
Baby.
that's dead. That's not getting you nowhere with me. You wanna know where you gonna be? My daddy gonna be hanging you over a bridge somewhere, or you're gonna be after I had to finish explaining to my daddy why he need to do it. So that I'm really going. It's gonna really be a problem because I don't even want to have to tell him no mess like this.
Right.
Okay.
Right, exactly. And my thing is like,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. My thing is like, I don't know if these crazy motherfuckers need to take some kind of class or somebody need to make them understand that this is not right. Like, okay, all right, you look at your voicemail. You got 100 calls on there. Somebody playing some kind of love songs and he's singing all in the background and all this kind of bullshit. All this kind of stuff like this here. I don't have time for all of this. I be having 25 jobs and my hair don't be done sometimes in the morning and stuff. I don't have time for this.
Look,
Like,
one time I was dating somebody, and I knew I was like I definitely knew right away this wasn't gonna work. So I was working on a project, and sometimes when I'm working on projects, I go to the library because it's just something that I do. It's it's a comfort or something. I like being in the library anyway, but it's like a comfort. So I'll go to the library, and if you go down to Johns Hopkins University, the school, their library is 24 hours, and as long as you have graduated, because you keep your out here in Maryland, I don't know how it is everywhere, but you keep your school ID for like forever. So as
mm-hmm.
long as you still have access to like that ID number, you can go and access the any school library, college campus.
Right.
So Johns Hopkins stays open all night. So one time I was working on this project and I didn't really want to do it. I didn't want to be in the house. I was like, I need to change the scenery. So I went over to the library. So the dude was calling me on the phone, calling. And I'm in the library. I'm not answering that phone. And plus, it was already late. It's 24 hours, so I'm going there late. I ain't answering that damn phone. I'm trying to get something done. So I call him back when I get out of there. It's like early morning. So he started arguing with me, talking about, oh, where were you at? Blah, blah, blah. I said, I was at the library. Yeah, right. You wasn't at no library. He is like going off. I say, listen, this ain't gonna work. Cause I don't know. That let me know something. I don't know what type of women you date. They don't go to the library, but I go to the library. Like, for you to think it was so absurd for me to say that I'm at the library. Yeah, this ain't gonna work out. Have a nice life. You know?
Yeah, I mean, just what the fuck they get all this crazy shit, and then people be thinking it's me. They be like, because it everybody gets involved. I mean, shit. At one point, the whole city was involved. Like, god damn, they had to listen. They had to escort that nigga from Jacksonville to the lower part of Georgia to be received by his police family in the lower part of Georgia. Cause look here, when I am trucking up the road, barefoot, damn near naked with a little child, that is it. Now the problem is no longer managed by me. It is managed by my family, friends, and whomever else may come out. This ain't got nothing to do with me. Now it's too much. You know what I'm saying? And I know, and I didn't, I called my aunt, and they know me. Because one, I'm not going to ask for help, but you can hear it in my voice whether or not, you could just, and I'm just calling you, and I'm not really saying nothing, and I'm calling you from the neighbor's number. She said, who's
Yeah.
I'm at the neighbor's house. I said, what's wrong? I'm nothing. And I hung up the phone because I'm looking out the window. And then I picked up the phone and called, my aunt again. I said, hey, look, baby, let me tell you something. I ain't even have to say nothing. That was the family dispatcher. That was one of them. When I tell you, she knew how to dispatch police, fire, rescue, ambulance,
everybody, all the emergency response.
But listen here, something's wrong. Honey, when I tell you, and them at the girl, I dropped that call. She was there that day, the school teacher. Baby, everybody was putting their jobs and their life on goddamn jeopardy. Baby, they was on there threatening the cops in Jacksonville and lower part of Georgia. It was a lot going on that day. I'm half naked. After
wait a minute. See, Angie, that's what I'm saying. See? That people can process. Wait a minute. You will stop giving people a hard time with that because
what you trying to tell me don't listen? Now wait a minute. Listen here. If they would rate my friends and families then I got a lot of them on Facebook and whatever. If they rated them people on Yelp, I would have 5 or 10 stars. How many of you got people that go to my page to get their boyfriends or girlfriends, whatever. They know I know good people.
Okay. Ain't nobody say you don't know good ones. We said you done had your fair share of who got you walking barefoot.
Hey, shit. Hey, look here. I ain't had time to talk no shit that day. That motherfucker was busy. I had to go to kangaroos. I ain't had time for no motherfucking shoes and drawers and nothing. I clear path and get the fuck up out of there. Because listen here, I know when to stop talking shit. Okay, I know when something that he on a different kind of time right now. This might be some bullshit right now. Okay, and I'm serious. I hadn't graduated yet, and they knew that we was having issues and have been having issues, and his people are all up and down there through the police and stuff like that. I am interning at the state's attorney, and the divorce is it's not it's not at its final stages. And that last time they told me, they said, Angie, please do not put your hand on him again. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? So
Oh my
I'm
God.
trying to not put my hands on him again because this is what he was doing. I'm telling you, he gets out there, and the cops come in. Now he done kick down the doors and all kinds of shit at random places, and they sit up there, fix the doors and all that type of shit, and chastise me. Huh? Okay, wait a minute. Who you think kicked down the door? You think I'm in here rope a doping and shit just because I ain't got nothing better to do on a Friday night? Huh? Uh-uh. He good. So what he's do? I know he's out there telling them cops who his family is and all that other shit. Your sister hands out the firearms to the police in the morning. Okay, stop playing with me. I know what's going on. Those at that point, he got a cop, family. My dad and her family, they the ones the cops are looking for. So I don't have the upper hand in this situation. I'm not running Jacksonville in this situation. He is. So he done. I mean, hell, you can drop. I'm not even exaggerating. 10, 11, 12 family members' names down there at the police station, whatever. Yeah, they know them. Yeah. They all through there, And I'm like, how am I always getting chastised? So that last call I made when I was outside, because we stayed in the first set of apartments, and you can see us on that busy street. And we lived right across from the goddamn hospital, and I mean, baby, when I tell you it was a battle, I had got that metal closet stick out the closet. And
Lord
when I
have
tell
mercy.
you, if you would have rolled by, you would have thought that your ass was in motherfucking Yankee Stadium. Because when I tell you, I am planting my feet and all of that. Listen, I'm doing everything I know is for that I'll learn. We're train fighting, street fight, whatever the fuck is going on. It's in my head.
You got all the fights.
Listen, I am focused because I'm trying to fuck him up, and God, you can't tell me, and you still can't tell me that nigga wasn't on no cocaine. Carl, listen here. Listen here. Listen here. When I tell you, I got both hands on this motherfucking pipe. Everybody go get their goddamn closet pipe out their goddamn apartment if you're still in one. And tell me that shit can't even hardly be melted down problem. Like what the fuck is going on? Like, first he tried to, kick down the mailbox. Okay? Try to kick over the mailbox, the blue mailbox, Okay. Then, we having we having a battle. And I got this pipe. I said, I'm gonna welcome your ass to Yankee Stadium today, baby. And when I tell you, He was walking towards me like he was a fucking Terminator. Slow and deliberate. I'm not making this shit up. Slow and deliberate. Matter of fact, um, you know, if you can dox real good, it's out there. So that's how bad it was.
Lord have mercy.
You know, he's walking up to me slow, and I'm taking this pipe with all my might, and I am reaching back and I'm boom, I'm hitting him right upside the temple in the head. Okay, I did that 3 times. Then I dropped it. I said I got to do something else. I go running to his car, get in his car, cut it on, jump out of it, and to let it run into traffic so I can get away from him. He runs after the car, runs into the house. Now I got the knife. My mama is trying to stop me. He picks up the glass, you know how, remember the little three glass living room table things, you know, with the middle and the 2 end table. He picks up
Yeah.
the middle table when I got the knife. My mama comes and put her hand over the blade of the knife. I said, Mama, move. I got this. No, no. I say, Mama, move. I got this. Move out the way. You know, he'll pick up the goddamn table. And then her hand get cut. Her hand is cut. You know what I'm saying? I got the goddamn knife. Then, I
Jesus
mean,
Christ.
yes, it was crazy. And so he done took a swipe at me. I done missed him with the knife. I go to jump. So by the time he done brought his car, no, I was in my car. I go and jump in my car and I'm on the cell phone trying to call 911. And this is how I know this one in slow motion. This was in cocaine motion. Cause I'm not fucking crazy. He goes, he's talking to me like, just like, you know, like he, I mean, he's like, I got the window rolled up. He said, Andrew, get out of the car. I'm like, no. I'm talking to the police. And I said, hey, you know, seeing white cops.
Lord.
I said, seeing, because we argue and fight on the same shift every time. I
Oh
said, can you
God.
white cops? Okay, white ones. He said, Angie, get out the car. That was the second time. Next thing I knew, a whole fist came through my goddamn car window. Huh?
Mm.
Yes. And I'm crawling out on the motherfucking goddamn passenger side and shit like that. And he because he knew I done called the cops, he got in his car and took the hell off. There was blood, there was trails of blood from him and my mama's hand everywhere. Okay, and when them white cops came in there, they said, where is he? Where is he? I said, he's gone. They, oh, you all right? You all right? I said, yes, you know, and they, you know, saw my mama's hand and stuff like that. When I tell you, you know, of course, you know, it's a, you know, kind of an embarrassment. I don't want. He would go back to work. I'm coming back to work. You know, I'm at the state's attorney's office. Here we go. You know, you trying to, you know, do, you know, whatever they can is of concern white people and shit like that, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and so and because you know he stayed away and you know, and I said, okay, well, you know, I'm not gonna get him in trouble. You know how we do, you know, us the old black women. I'm
Yeah.
gonna
And
put him
sometimes that's the mistake. Yup.
yeah, and I ain't gonna put him on paperwork. Well, they made
Mm.
sure that wasn't my choice. Them white people say, fuck that. We don't need you to say shit.
Yeah, yes,
Okay?
yes. And some, yeah.
Them good old
Mm-hmm.
white people. Yes, that white woman. I think the white police officer was maybe a lesbian or something, and that white man, they was not having shit. They ain't give a damn whether I wanted to, further it or not. They, took up that matter. It was crazy. I'm like, how in the hell are you putting you out? Blam! That glass came. I was like, girl. I'm trying to tell you, I think I was fully gray by 26.
But
Okay, and if it ain't me, battling with them, then I got exes battling with each other and stuff. And folks chasing Yvette, and she's so motherfucking scared. Exes chasing me, like she hollering and screaming, "Oh my god! Oh my god!" You run her off the road or run her around and chasing her, because she fucked around and told that boy, talking about the one that I dropped, and I said, no, you was trying to kill me. He told me, no, I was trying to. I showed it the conversation. No, I was trying to talk to you. No, you was trying to kill me. You had me running around. I stayed in my house 3 months. 3 months. I ended
see,
up telling my dad on you, and that's something I don't do because I know how that goes. That has happened before, and that's why everybody holler, don't tell her dad, don't tell her dad. That's another story I can't tell. So I'm like this here. I'm like, like what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, and they be I think people be starting shit with me. I think them niggas seek me out. They start they purposely want to come fucking with me. They start shit. And I'm like, what in the hell? And and the Yvette, one time she had to stop Cole and Robert from getting into it because, Cole thought Robert had that Robert hadn't hit me, and it wasn't that. Well, he didn't hit me, but he snatched upon my hand. It wasn't that Robert. It was the other guy. It was a whole bunch of shit. They be so tired. Everybody be like, they be sick of me sometimes. They be like,
but see, and what you said too, they didn't care, they didn't need you to, that's the whole thing that I try to, like, when I'm talking about these cases and stuff, that I try to get across. It's not about whether or not the person sees themselves as a victim. It's about whether the person that's exhibiting the criminal behavior, they're gonna have the be repeated again. They have a duty to protect the public from that type of behavior.
exactly. 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 That's one of the main reasons, one of the main causes that they use to make sure your ass don't get no goddamn bail. They say your ass
Yeah.
is a menace to the
Just
community. And a lot of
right,
people can
right,
understand
right.
why they would call R. Kelly that based on his charges. And I try to explain, to them, how the game go. But yeah, that's exactly. They have a duty to protect the community, whatever. When I tell you, you see, you can tell them people to send white cops, and that's what they're gonna send. You gonna say a reason you probably send white cops. Cause I'm telling you, them niggas that done showed up here about 6, 7 times, that makes me the problem. And I'm looking like, huh? And
That's
I don't know if they was looking at him being at that point, like him being 165 pounds at 6'3". I don't know if they was, but he was very lean. That wasn't no walk in no goddamn park. You understand what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, it was crazy. Let me tell you what he did one time, right? This was crazy. This was Thanksgiving, and we at his mom and them house, and all the police and all the people over there, right? His mama was
Mm-hmm.
a twin, and everybody at her twin house, they police and all this kind of shit too. So everybody over there is the police. So we over at over there at Thanksgiving, and yeah, we hadn't had it out or whatever. And we at the house, we come to her house. He's wearing dark shades. So his police sister said, Walker, why you got on shades? He took the shades off. Let me tell you how performative his ass is. Took the shades off to show that he had two black eyes. And how he did it was suggesting that I'm the one that gave him the black eyes. So back then, he is, like telling on me. Now you ain't telling why you got black eyes, but you get so performative to say that I got black eyes, and I'm sounding like an abuser in my head. I'm like, baby, we got this motherfucker. He better get it again. You know what I'm saying? I'm sounding like an abuser in my head. I'm gonna beat your ass. You trying to set me up again. Him pulled off the shit in a dramatic fashion. And I'm trying to tell you that day when I'm half naked, he is on the phone with his mama, holding my daughter's hand. He keeps saying, "You threw the cane, you goddamn right." Yeah, he holding my daughter's hand. He's on the phone with his mama. I'm way up the hall, Carla. He's hollering, "Oh no, Mama, she's doing it!" Acting like I'm doing shit to him right there. I'm looking like, what kind of white Lifetime movie network movie is this? That's when Miss Denise tell that story about that man, said that she doing all kind of shit to her, and she I knew exactly what she meant. Y'all be thinking y'all better be careful about who y'all fucking with out here with these niggas, cause I'm telling you. You gotta watch him. You gotta watch him. And he is out there. Oh, mama, she doing it. Ah. Girl, you should have seen him. He was doing a whole performance. Carl, I'm all the way down the hallway. I'm all the way down the hallway in the kitchen. Now I'm looking for something to get. Because I'm going to get my daughter up out of him. I'm not leaving without my child. Baby, I was warming my motherfucking hand up. And then I was like, I was, trying to get it together. He all this time hollering, acting like a fool, like I'm doing something to him. But one thing about it, you know what I'm saying? I think his mama and his sister, I think they kind of knew that he was doing shit, or he the one started.
Yeah, because that probably wasn't the first time, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Because I could see how they, related to me or whatever. They ain't never, shun me, whatever. They always try to want us to make it, whatever, but having kind of conversation. And when I tell you, the first time I just grabbed canned good, and I just try to throw it. And, it hit the wall and missed his head or whatever. And then I threw something else. But I said, okay. I picked up that motherfucking coffee mug and threw that coffee mug and went to following it, running behind it and following it, because I'm gonna get my daughter's hand. And baby, when that motherfucking cup hit his head, bop, I grabbed my child. Listen here, I didn't give a damn who saw a whole bunch of ass and whatever. I'm striking. Again, my hand come. Okay, I'm doing damn. And baby, it was crazy that day. That girl, you listen to that call on the phone. I dropped with that. Baby, she is a whole teacher. When I tell you, she cussed everybody out in the police departments here in Jacksonville and in Georgia. He got his family, his daddy's people, his father's people. They the police too. Like what the fuck? I'm like losing battle. Like baby, that was crazy. I'm like, oh my God.
Let me tell you, I think that's why I was always like so standoffish about me, like seriously dating anybody, because I didn't want it. I think that's my concern. I didn't want nobody else disciplining my kids or them seeing something, like I just that's why I think even like to this day, that's why even with until I know I got everybody out of the house, maybe I'll feel like
Mm-hmm.
different. But I don't want to put my child in no predicament that somebody start acting crazy, and
Mm-hmm.
then they gotta, because even when I'm listening to like the Blueface stuff, right? And when Carlissa and the daughter was arguing, and even Blueface and then the other son, and they talk about how they had to fight these men that
Yeah.
that Carlissa was having in the house. Carlissa probably got some stories like yours,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because
And
according to with Dre and Callie, I mean Callie had to fight about two of them.
exactly, and that's when, and I just found out that I was like, damn, Blue is bringing that up like that affected him. He said you got your daughter, your kids fighting your man, like, and he's acting, and here's the thing, right? And this is the issue that I be having sometimes with some women. For some reason, they think that we ain't supposed to hit back or something. Or I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm not finna cry, holler, no, and none of that motherfucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? What I'm gonna try to do is not get that pistol. I'm gonna try to spare your life.
Uh-huh.
What up, Darren? I'm gonna try to spare your life. Okay? So what about these blows? And I just sometimes I just don't understand why these women think that I got to do everything to
Yeah,
make
I mean,
sure.
I don't know where, yeah, because that ain't working for me. Like, and this the thing. If
Yeah.
I know that I've been, and like I said, I only had to deal with this with one person, but let me tell you, once I know we gonna get into an altercation, don't even come close enough to me where you violate my space where I think you're gonna do something. Because yeah, then I am gonna be the first one to
Exactly.
to throw it out. Um,
Exactly.
but yeah, like that's why I was like, I don't want like, I'm not, it's no perfect way to do it. And I think a lot of times some women, like, they cheat themselves, especially when it comes like to my way of thinking, because I don't like want to do that, because I don't want to subject my children, or now on my one child that I have in the house, to have to be in no predicament where they would be faced with that. Because the thing
Right.
is that you think like you meet somebody and you think that everything is all good. It is all good till it go bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Mm-hmm.
good till it goes bad, and you don't never know. No, most people, like, that's the thing I think is so mind baffling about when you look at these girls getting themselves into these kind of situations. Most people don't get themselves into a situation where they are aware that all of that is happening.
Right.
And so it's definitely surprising, and it catches you off guard, because you don't know who's going into a situation where somebody's treating them in a way that you think that that's going to happen. And so listen,
Right.
I ain't never want to run that risk. That's why I was always, if I'm dating somebody, I'll come to where you at. No, you can't come to where I'm at. Um,
Oh wow.
like, yeah, like I always, because I did not want my kids to be subject to like none of that.
Oh wow.
I just
You
didn't.
know.
I didn't. I saw like horror stories from my friends,
Yeah.
with stuff like that, and I was like, I can't have that in my space, in my house with my kids. I know one time, this a friend of mine, I had cooked some food, and I had made some black eyed peas, and so he wanted some, right? But it was COVID, and my grandson was at the house.
Mm-mm.
So most of the time, because it's just a homeboy, a friend of mine, but he would come in there. But because my grandson was there, child, I wasn't. So
Yeah.
he started, I was in my room. My grandson was sitting in the living room. So the dude, he's knocking at the door because he doesn't realize I left the food on the porch.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, so it was, wrapped up nice or whatever, but I left it on the porch. So he is knocking at the door, right? Because I guess I did forgot to tell him that my grandson was there. So he's knocking at the door, ringing the doorbell, knocking at the door. My grandson went to he didn't know, my grandson didn't know I was awake, but he goes to the door. He don't open the door, but I hear my grandson yelling at the door, "My Mimi is asleep." So I go to the door because I didn't even hear it. You know what I'm saying? But I started hearing my grandson yelling, "My Mimi is asleep," because I guess my grandson thought I was asleep because I didn't hear it. So I go into the door, and it's my friend Malik. He is cracking up laughing. And so I said, "Well, I left the food on the porch." And I thought I had texted him to tell him, but I don't even care. Like, it's not if my kids. It's one thing if it's just a male, like a friend of mine that's like platonic that somebody I hang out with. They might be able to like come past my house if it's my kids aren't there, but as far as me, like, I just couldn't, because like I said, too many of my friends had horror stories. And let me tell you, right now, this is the story going out here in Baltimore. So one of my a few years back, I think like maybe like about 9 years ago, one of my homeboys, he was murdered because he was in the house with his girlfriend who had been divorced. She had got a divorce, and she kept house. She kept the house. Her husband was the military person, and so he they were now, the ex-husband, he was with somebody else, living with somebody else. She is with one, with my homeboy, in a relationship with him. He's over there at the house staying the night. The ex-husband went into their house, had their two sons outside in the car, went into their house and killed that girl and my homeboy. Angie, let me tell you something.
Oh
Why
no!
did, huh?
Well, he killed the ex, killed your friend and the girl.
Killed my friend. Yeah, killed my friend and
Wow.
his ex-wife. The kids were in the car. He had the kids come out like to go to school. He went in their house and then killed them while the kids are sitting in his car, in his trunk. Wait a minute. Let me tell you, that ain't even all. That ain't even all. Just this week, the son, the 9-year-old, he was 9 years old at the time that his father did this to his mother. He unalived himself because he unalived his girlfriend, Angie, 18 years old, 18 to 17 years old.
Stop playing.
The son unalived the girlfriend. They put a thing out. I think it was like the girl was killed, I think last week sometime. I don't know if it was Tuesday or Wednesday, one of those days. They put a thing out saying, that he's a suspect, that they was looking for him. Thursday evening, they went to go. They had a search warrant to go in the house to go look for him. And when they walked into the house, they heard a gunshot go off, and he unalived himself.
Wow. Yeah, I dropped that story like that. That didn't happen. Since I've been here with my friend
Mm-hmm.
Sabrina, her youngest daughter, her boyfriend killed her, and she is a young. She got to be. She couldn't be no more than 25 because there was some space in between her last two children,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, and he killed my baby, and girl, they went to when they had a funeral, um, it was COVID going on, and and a lot of people at the funeral caught COVID. Her dad being one of them, he died. So it was
Mm.
back to back.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
and it's
Mm.
like I mean, it's baby, it be
Yeah,
a
it's
lot. I
yes.
be going through a lot, cause I carry their troubles or their issues in situations with me too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll be like, baby, I don't be having time for a whole lot of foolishness. And
Yeah.
people got other things they have to worry about, or other things that's going on, or things that you don't even know what's to come. And let me tell you, the fake ass girlfriend. Let me tell you. Okay. Uh, he made the paper. Um, he done went into the ex girlfriend's home, and it was a Jaguar player sitting in. She started dating a Jaguar player. He done come in there with a gun. He said, "Yeah, it's a nice time to die today, huh?" Something like that. And the
Mm.
Jaguar player jumped out the window. And
Mm.
now, yeah, and now, I forgot how long he has. And then her older son, he done got caught up in a big old Rico somewhere in New York.
Mm.
And child, I'm like,
Yeah,
I,
it's that's why I say, listen, my one of my friends in New Jersey, like I say, maybe it's because I I do watch and consume so much true crime that I'm just like no.
mm-hmm,
Like I said, it's just certain things that it's one thing. I ain't saying I'm gonna take no risk with my own life, but when it
yeah,
comes to my kids, I just
yeah,
that's another thing. And so that's why I just could not bring myself to that. I was like, I just gotta wait until they old enough, they out the house, and then I'll see what I'm doing from there. Like, I ain't doing all of that, right? And so, but my homegirl, this was in no, she's in New Jersey. This is all in the news. Her nephew went missing before Thanksgiving. He's a Rutgers student,
mm,
and they thought that he went back to school, and then his mother, who was I'm also friends with, so it's my friend, and then my friend's brother is the father, but I'm also friends with the boy's mom,
mm.
and he went missing. Angie, they cannot find no trace of this boy missing.
Uh-uh.
Let
They
me.
still can't
Oh
find him.
no, they cannot. They know, and this is the thing. He had a restraining order against. I don't know whether this man. The man is 10 years older than him. I don't know whether they were in a relationship, whether, and I hate to say that, whether it was some kind of grinder hookup. I don't know
Mm-hmm,
what happened, right?
mm-hmm,
But I guess they knew each other. They were involved at some point. I guess he didn't want to be involved. My friend's nephew he didn't want to be involved with the man anymore. And so he was trying to, I guess, get him to be intimate with him. And then he didn't want to. So he took a knife and engraved all of this stuff in his car and
mm-hmm,
vandalized his car. And then the nephew had to get on video, like social media,
mm-hmm.
because he was scared to protect himself until the police got there. So the man got arrested, and he was awaiting, had to go to court for that. Well, the day before they were supposed to go to court, um, that's when he went missing. But at first, the mother,
Oh, wow.
nobody in the family knew he was missing because they thought he was at school. So he ended up, the roommate
Ah,
ended up calling the mom like they hadn't seen him for a couple of days. But by then, the crazy man who they saying is not a suspect, but that's the last person he was still known to be with,
uh-huh.
um, he had already made a police report saying that he was missing.
Huh?
Yeah, he had already gone down to the police
So
precinct.
wait a minute. He made a police.
He made a report saying that, this is the report was kind of like that they were together, they was over near some woods. He told him to come on, but he didn't want to go. He wanted to stay hiking or something. I guess that's what he claimed. And then so he left, the man left my friend's nephew, and left him there. But then he didn't hear anything from him, so he went down to the police station, I guess, like to make a report. They couldn't, I don't know if they couldn't do anything official, but basically saying like, I'm looking for him. And so the man called the roommate. That's what I guess really sparked the roommate to call my friend's nephew's mom, because the roommate was just thinking maybe maybe he was out with somebody and just didn't come back to the dorm. Well, that wasn't the case. The roommate, I guess, didn't have any suspicion until the man that he was allegedly in some kind of involvement with called asking had he seen him. And I don't know whether he did that to try to like get a feel for, is anybody looking for him or whatever. So the roommate was told the man like, no, I haven't seen him. And then he was like, yeah, I've been trying to call him and I can't get a hold of him either. And so then he went down to the police station, made a report saying that he last saw him here. Nobody's heard from him. He's concerned. And the man's father is a retired police officer.
No.
Yeah, and so they combed the woods over with his car. His car was still sitting over where they met each other at.
Oh.
They combed all of the woods, couldn't find not one piece of nothing. And so when they went to court for the restraining order that they had from the initial assault that happened, the judge had reset the date twice. But then finally, they just, let him plead guilty and get a probation before judgment, and then moved on because guess they don't have no witness. They don't have a victim. They don't have a witness. No, nothing.
This is two black people.
My friend's nephew is African American, and Hispanic, and the guy, he looks like he is white. I'm not so sure exactly his ethnicity, but I think he's white.
And
yeah, if you put it in the search engine, I don't want to say his name, like out loud, but if you put it in the search engine, missing Rutgers student, it's gonna come up because it was a lot of like they had even started like social media groups trying to get tips and trying to find. They still haven't found him. Still have not found him.
I hate that. I just be praying like, oh my God, please let all these children, graduate from college, because a lot of them be away from home and all stuff with that. And I just hate that. You know what I'm saying? I be wanting them to make sure they complete if they're in sports, complete their sports career, whatever, and good health, and graduate college unharmed and all, all because every time you turn around, it's a child being harmed, that's away in college, and I can't stand that type of stuff,
And the thing about the thing is like having that lingering out there, like that he's missing, like it'd be different. I nobody wants to know like that something happened, but at least it's some closure. Like my friend, because I'm closest to her, but I'm good. I'm friends with the whole family, but I'm closest to her because me and her been friends. She is a wreck, but that's her nephew. His mother, she thinks she sees him places where It's terrible.
Yeah. You know, and I hate, and then a lot of times I can look at the phone, and sometimes it's a gift and a curse to know so many people in so many areas, whatever, because as time is ticking, we're getting older, whatever, and sometimes I hate even answering the phone, and some reaction I say, don't give me no bad news.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need no bad news. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
it's like, I mean, I'm the one really wanting to be dealing with that, and because I know that it's been a long time gap that we've been around, and we've missed a lot of each other's lives. Maybe we haven't maybe talked consistently or whatever, and I just be wanting. I'm like, and I keep saying, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get a lot of stuff completed. Therefore, I'm gonna have back. I have more time for, my friends and family. We're gonna do, what things like. But I'm like, it's just these people are crazy. And
Yeah.
I done had a bunch of exes and friends and stuff like they be talking about Angie, these reality shows and these movies, whatever. It is not your life, whatever. I'm like, shit, it's probably one of the people life either. It's their life now. And baby, I be trying to tell you, I be watching stuff. I be like, you call. I'm just look here. I just seen on such and such on Real Housewives, well, such and such is such and such, and they be like, what you want me to do about it? And I say, I'm just letting you know. I mean, this is what done happened. And you trying to tell me like it can't, stuff don't happen. I'm like, and the stuff's scripted. The stuff's scripted. I don't give a damn about none of that. Oh, child, listen here. I said it's so scripted, and now I know that some of it, most of it, they have to reshoot it or whatever. So if it's so scripted, then why is Melanie and Martell really goddamn divorced? If
Right,
it's so
right. That's what I'm
scripted,
saying. It is some.
yeah,
But you think you say Melly and Martel, look at Remy and Papoose, look at Yandy and
yeah,
Mendices. Like no matter whether or not some of it is scripted, that still has real life impact to these people.
exactly.
And like I
It's
said, and more importantly, it has like real life impact to their kids who could grow up and be doing shit in bombing countries like Donald Trump because
mm-hmm.
look at why their parents after mom.
Yep, yep. And then I'm looking at and I still haven't. And it's and I don't like all these AI channels or whatever, and all this AI information. But I'm trying to see what's going on with Yandy and Medici because they're talking about taking all the dating Medicis and all this stuff.
I saw something about that too.
I'm like, huh?
Yeah, I saw something about supposedly that she was dating him.
Yeah, and I'm like, and then, but then when I was talking about that, I said, shit, I remember when Krishana knocked that boy tooth out. The patty pies, James with the patty pies. I mean, Krishana was pregnant then.
Yes, oh my god, at her show. Tony, when they went to go do the prayer, Tony was looking like, what in the world is going Tamar, what in the world you did went and got this child?
Baby, when I tell you, they were crying in the prayer circle and shit. James done got his tooth knocked out. And
Right.
he needs to
Listen,
sing that song. You know,
Tamar lucky she ain't put her on her ass.
exactly, girl. I'm like, honey, they better leave Krishan alone. She does not mind. She does. How do people say now? I do not mind. That shit, it was so damn funny. I said, that boy, all he
Yes.
did was sing some patty pies. And now she went out there, and then you talking about, your shit ain't real. My ass, that boy missing his tooth.
Right. Right. Messing around with her.
Exactly. And Tamar on the live crying over James. Yeah.
What about with that whole mess that happened with her? What was all of that about?
Which one? Which one? What?
Remember when Tamar talking about she woke up and something about her teeth was missing and she remember? Do you remember that?
Uh-uh. What it
I
was?
don't know if that had something to do with the man DC's rumors or what or whatever, but wait a minute, let me see if I can find it. Cause listen, that was the
Oh,
craziest thing.
hell no. Now, you know I got to get on that.
This was
Hell
a while back. Funky Dineva was on the story and everything. And somehow her and Funky Dineva was arguing. Wait a minute. Tape. So it said, hold on, wait a minute. So she revealed this was back in August, I think last year. Hold on. I think it was August. Yeah, August last year. And Tamar reveals she almost died after being found in a pool of her own blood. You don't remember that story?
I ain't hear nothing like that.
Girl, Layman, listen, let me read it. The All the Way Home singer candidly shared that she recently survived a scary brush with death after a loved one discovered her in crisis. I struggle to write this, but everyone keeps calling me, and honestly, I can't even really talk anymore. I'm so weak. She explained in a post on her Instagram story, August 19th. I almost died. This is last year, August 19th. I almost died Sunday. I was found in a pool of blood from my friend with a face injury. While Tamar 48 was fortunate to be found in time, she explained that the effect of the traumatic ordeal have only mounted since the initial occurrence. As the days go by, the worse it is, she continued. I fractured my nose, lost some teeth and mobility. Tamar, who shares son Logan Herbert, 12, with ex-husband Vincent Herbert, went on to note that although she does not recall how the incident took place, the experience has already had a major impact on her overall outlook. The the way I look at life now is totally different, she shared. As my health is on the mend, my mental journey begins. Pray for me for real.
What? I want, Lord have mercy. Now, you know they going to have to put that on the reality show. It got to come back another season. Because we need to know about that. And I
Yeah,
hate.
I don't know what all of that was about.
That's crazy.
But then around that time, that's when it started being revealed that she had some kind of something going on with Mandices. But Funky Dineva was all a part of whatever had to go on with this story because I can't remember if Funky Dineva broke what happened. And then at first Tamar like was denying the allegations, and then they were arguing back and forth. I can't remember exactly all how
But
that
you know,
story unfolded.
I'm up and funky, and I don't remember seeing that.
Yes, yes.
That is crazy. That's crazy. That's
I
crazy.
don't know what Tamar was doing to have all that going on, and then talking about waking up talking about she didn't even know what happened to her.
Right, right. That's strange. That's crazy right there. That is crazy, and she is one girl that sometimes be hard for her, but I be hoping that she be keeping a friend. And every time I see James back that choir, I mean not the choir, but with the microphone back there, I'm like, at least she got somebody that
Right,
she would consider a regular friend because sometimes maybe Tate might not be for everybody. You understand what
right,
I'm saying? And a lot of times she definitely ain't for her sister, but it's too much. And people not thinking I'm crazy because I be looking at all this type of stuff. Hell, I don't need to go through no more. I'm turning out 2 book offers and one to put them damn cameras on me. And if I would let that boy put them cameras on me, baby, I would have still been here. Okay, and my reality show would be higher than the goddamn Kardashians. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I would have had. I mean, child, I would have had consistent millions. Damn all that because I had my friends and family, all this stuff. When they shit going, they go through whatever. Oh baby, it would have been something to goddamn watch. They'd be like, my goodness, honey. Mm-mm. I'm like, no, it gotta be scripted. Just set a camera up on them and a camera up in their damn dwelling. Don't worry about it. You gonna get something. You gonna get something from all of us. Something you can use each week. Okay, and I mean it's gonna be it's crazy. Like I'm like, what is going on? And I be and after dating the killer, you know that and you heard the girl say, "Ooh, my sister was dating this crazy." Acting like that. Listen here, after dating that killer, when I tell you, I took my ass about the game. I put my ass on injured reserve. I don't want to date nobody else. That right there. Okay, my best friend told me, you almost got me killed over some Jaguar tickets. That right there, that was too much. That was too much. How you gonna go and kill the next girl that you go to dating after me? But per the damn the indictment and the story, they said you had a bunch of women in Jacksonville. Sure did, and okay, what saved my
Yeah,
life?
I was
He would not. He
I
would not show me his driver's license.
yeah,
Never.
I don't. That's what I said. I don't want no stories like that. And I think that's why I'd be like,
Mm-mm.
you might be all right for a couple of weeks or something, but then after that, I'm good. Like, well, I don't want all of that going on because I cannot have all that drama. Like, I don't want to be arguing with nobody. Don't be calling me on my phone doing no whole bunch of hooping and hollering and arguing and shit. I'm not doing all of that.
Oh, baby, they
You know,
stalking, honey. They stalking. Oh,
listen,
they
I
stalking
told you
on
that's
it.
how
For real.
I told you how I get rid. I get rid because I threaten to go get some men. I do it right off the rip. I don't wait. I don't wait. I do it off the rip so that I don't even have to go through none of that.
Exactly, yeah. And then, but baby, mine be so damn crazy. A lot of them already know who I am or whatever, so they know how it can get or whatever. And some of them, they just, you know, I have no idea. I don't know if some of them get too comfortable, whatever. But the thing about it is, at least when you look at the percentage, because I'm a serial, I guess, data and relationship girl. The number of people they have, some sense, maybe, it kind of balances it out or whatever. But, and I can, I can date, I can deal with a little back and forth, breakup abuse, but I gave it a specific name, breakup abuse, because that's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah,
It's
that is
abuse.
a proper name. And like I said, I
Yeah,
do not.
I'm like,
I,
what is I'm like, all I want to do is break up. That's it. It's not the end of the world,
Angie, but
whatever.
no. I'm not letting you get off the hook that easy because I heard you say that if the people don't do the breakup abuse, then you know that it's probably not going to last.
Well, wait a minute. I think maybe you heard that wrong. What I mean by this right here, like, okay, we break up, okay, like just say with the eight, because that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Okay, we the shit went down on Friday. Friday after work, 5:30. Ring a ling a ling. It's him. Okay, I done been walking around that because he had me. Child, he had me. I ain't never listen. I don't never want to feel that kind of love. I don't never want to feel nothing like that no goddamn more. Okay, but that boy had me. I was walking around in the house talking to myself. Okay, like I was 100% upset, and I had to go to the. I went to the restroom and looked in the mirror. I said, Andy, calm down, calm down, calm down, you know. And so by 5:30, this is our regular routine. 5:30, ring a lang a lang. I was, he was, all jovial, whatever, and that lasted for about 10 minutes because I kept saying, to see what I did before we got off of work. I sent Yvette, and I said, Yvette, I said, go in there and see if that's Adrian at that phone and see if that's, what that girl name is, that bitch, what's her name? Margarita. Sip that margarita over there, over there by the phone. And Yvette went in there to see, like I said, that damn Tuka play that game. At least 9 or 10 of them rules was right. One or two of them was off. You can't let your friends know that it's some friction or whatever going on because they only make the shit worse. They want to know what you gonna do, girl. All this kind of bullshit. All these
Yes,
toys.
I agree with that. I don't about not
Understand?
my
You
friends
understand
or
what
my
I'm talking about?
family. Yeah,
Exactly.
not my
Mhm.
friends or my family. Whenever I like give stop a situation, I don't tell them the detail. I just am like, look, it just didn't work out, or when I, got separated from my ex, I'm just like, I did not. I had one of my cousins kind of like knew everything because we always were together. But I really am not that
Right.
person to like tell that because I don't want to change the way that somebody else thinks about a person. But I
Mhm.
also don't want that to like treat somebody away based on how they were with me. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
I try not to even put because it makes it worse. And you're right, it makes the situation worse.
Yeah. It makes the situation work because they want to get active by some
Right.
kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Because Margarita could have got it. You know, because that listen here, we was up there cleaning up Medicare. Medicare.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Black people working there. Bitch, you
Yeah.
get your ass with the
Mm-hmm.
camp. Okay, and I'm like, okay, and then by 5:30 he called, and I'm like, and I tried to keep it together, and he was so happy that baby by 5:40 I had to start to let it go. I had to let it go. I mean, I don't know what I said to him. And baby, I'm trying to tell you, I know he had my ass because all he did was accept the number. I was passing by and I saw it. The Lord said, Angie, turn to the right. And I saw his leg. I didn't even see him. It was his leg. I saw he was sitting down. That bitch Margarita with the wearing the fake contacts in her motherfucking eyes. Bitch. And I said, and I looked, I like, oh, that's Adrian, and she's over, and I saw her passing something to him, and it had to be a number or something, and I was like, oh, and we was walking out, you know what I'm saying, all of us, and I said, Yvette, before we go do that favor real quick, go on and see if that's, and then because it was, the girl that I met through her with the name, the R, and my friend Tanya. And some other people, but that's the unit right there. I had Audrey, Bowie, and all. There's a lot of us that know each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Yvette, go, but Yvette, know most of where the bones are buried and whatever. I said, go on, go on there. She know how to do me. She know how to go and get the information and just not look like she concerned a word and come whisper and tell me. She said, yeah, that's no. And yeah, that's Margarita. I said, oh, okay. And I got in the car, and when I tell you, I ain't never dropped some people off so motherfucking fast in my goddamn life and picked up my child. I don't even know if we stopped for a red light, stop light, or nothing. All I know, I need to get him up under this goddamn wheel, cause I'm mad as hell. I'm quiet as hell inside. Nobody ain't know this shit. I'm quiet and whatever. And in my head, I'm like, oh my God, this nigga got me. He got me. He done got my goddamn heart. I am hard cold over a goddamn possible passing of a number. Now there's been other shit. I could really, with anybody else, I could have really acted a fool with. But I think she passed him her number, and I think he took it. Okay, you gonna say this gonna work out? I done got in that goddamn house so fast. I'm up there talking to myself, looking in that mirror, and baby, at 5:30, he called her. Hey, I said, about 5:40, no later, 5:45. I was loud talking and cussing, and he was not used to that answer. He didn't know what the hell was going on. He's a mild, quiet kind of person. He didn't know what the hell was going on. And so, baby, I remember. That was crazy. I laid on the floor in the living room, and and I went to sleep. And here comes my friend Tanya, and she at the time was smoking them damn cigarettes. And everybody know that on my days off, do not call me before 12. You don't get it. And it's Saturday, and it's 9 o'clock. Ring-a-lang-a-lang. I'm like, hello. She said, bitch, what did you say to that boy? Because she don't even know what happened. Only person that knows that there's, because Yvette knows me. Only thing that Yvette possibly knows that it's not no shit right now. But I've been knowing this girl since she was 11, I was 12. It's gonna be some shit later on,
Mm-hmm.
So Yvette's like, so and Tanya calling me, but I can hear her blowing out that cigarette, bitch. What the hell you done say to that boy? I said, what you talking about? She said, Margarita just called him, and she said, please don't beat me up. She didn't know you and Adrian was a couple. What the hell you said to that boy? And that's how my friends talk to me. They chastise me. They be chastised. That bitch, what the hell? I'm like, huh? Oh, my gosh. And then, baby, he called a little later, and he said, hey, I called her, and I straightened that out. I told her that, you and I were together and all of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like people my business like that or whatever, but, and I was like, and then here go me, resulting to bad choices, bad ideas, making bad decisions. I'm gonna get my lick back. Let me call good old reliable Carl. He's gonna come over and keep my company tonight. Ain't nothing gonna happen between us. He's just gonna keep my goddamn company. I'm gonna get my lick back. This is in my head. And that's exactly what happened. That boy called my number all night when that dude was there. The next day, Sunday, he called. He said, hey, I got some items of yours. You got some items of mine, when we going to exchange. And, I said, we're going to bring them to work tomorrow. He said, fine, okay. And, it wasn't no breakup abuse. It wasn't nothing. I'm like, wait a minute. This ain't how I want this to go. I'm gonna need you to continue to call me and us to get into it. Cause I need to listen here. This ain't how this supposed to go down. Okay, this ain't normal. So I said okay, and I'm like, what the fuck kind of shit is this here? We pass each other in the hall at work. Nothing. I ain't got a flower, card. I was getting all that while he's not bringing lunch for us. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Cause the one time that we did break up, he brought the lunch, he did the roast, did the card, he came to the table and said, hey, I don't want to break up. And I was like, I don't either. Child, we were sounding like two white motherfucking people from the movie.
Sleepless in Seattle.
Exactly. Two white people behind. I was saying it, baby. I'm evil. I ain't never conversation like that with no goddamn nigga. You don't know. And but when I tell you, when that breakup abuse did not, oh, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. Bitch, well, yeah, now, okay, I can't let this go, no breakup abuse beyond this week because I don't know what it's not like, you know, he can't, you know, what? Hold on. Man, so baby, when I tell you, uh, he called and you know, to check on, you know, my baby, right? Because he had brought his baby that came to town. He brought his baby over and all that, you know. And some of the family knows we don't, you know, met each other and whatever. And honey, and when I passed my baby the phone, and she's like, yeah, you know, and talking whatever. Girl, you should hear me. Now you know this was I was desperate. I was desperate as hell. This is pitiful. I was at my lowest. I'm whispering to my daughter. I said, hey, ask him if you want to talk to your mom. Ask him if you want to talk to your mom. I had to re-establish, do something, because this wasn't going to work out. Now, what the fuck? And, so, you know, and she gave me the phone, and looked like to me he ain't really want to talk to me. Girl, that shit was so goddamn funny. And baby, when I read that email of that exchange or whatever we had, you know, later on, and we was going back and forth. That goddamn just be clown me so goddamn bad. I sound so motherfucking pitiful. That boy was like, god damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, baby, I was on. I ain't never acted with nobody. I don't know what the hell was going on. And then, shit, you know, then, now, okay, he love me all the time. All right. You know what I'm saying? I get the messages or whatever. Like, stop fucking around. You know what I'm saying? But baby, I didn't know what that was. I ain't never had nobody like that.
Yeah, cause you used to all of that. Yeah, you used to all of that pickle. Good people picking you be doing.
I'm like, wait a minute. Girl, and listen here. You know how you be checking to make sure the socket is working, the phone is working and shit. I'm calling the say back, call me so I can check the phone, see if it's working. And then I'm calling her, so apparently the phone is working, crazy bitch. You out your mind. You out your goddamn mind. Baby, it was crazy. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I really didn't, baby. That boy done got me. I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this no more. This is crazy. Baby, that shit was crazy. I guess that's the norm. You know, how stuff's supposed to go. Baby, I ain't like that. I said, I don't want to do this no more. I don't like this time. Yeah, I don't want this time to break up. Yeah.
Well, the kind where you ain't being harassed and ain't no
Yeah.
you want that kind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. From him, most definitely. Can you please harass me? Yeah, could you please harass me, sir? Yeah, yeah, don't have me damn got to employ my friends and family down in my child and shit, looking sounding pathetic and looking crazy. Like, what in the hell is this?
I was again. I don't have no tolerance, and maybe it's because after I went so long and had that experience with one person, it's like I don't have no tolerance for none of that. I'm good on that. I don't want nobody to like me like that. I don't want nobody like me like that to be doing all of that. And
Yeah,
if you think
you like my mom used to be. My mama didn't like no trouble. She don't like all that.
yeah, I don't, and you want to know why? Because I am like I said, since I've been a kid, anybody that talk to anybody who know me like all my life, They'll tell you I have been a happy person since a child. It's not something happens to me like in my body health wise if I'm dealing with too much like drama.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's because you want to know, and you want to know what I think. I'm gonna tell you what I think. My honest opinion. I think when people become accustomed to like toxicness, it doesn't affect them the same way. But
Mm-mm.
when you don't deal with that, and then something happens and you are dealing with it, it has an impact on your body. As long
Oh
as you
wow.
got a certain level of toxicness that you used to and deal with, like you know how it was making you feel strange that he didn't even do no breakup abuse, right? That made you feel
Yeah.
strange. How you said what?
I said, yeah. I'm having people checking the damn phone,
Yeah,
whenever
like
I
you
can
was
get to
feeling
them. They don't
strange.
hurt me no
You
more.
almost feeling sick from that, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
Right.
slow
Well,
down. Shit, I
yeah,
need
and
to
for me, it's the opposite. Like if somebody is doing all of that, I can't like that's going to impact my body. I'm talking about like I'm gonna have a fever and everything. I'm gonna have a fever. Like don't bring that around me doing all of that.
Oh,
Like like I don't because I once after I got separate from my ex, and then I had a long period of time where I just was just to myself, you know, just hanging, doing
yeah.
stuff with my friends and stuff like that. And so then when I get involved with somebody, don't come over here with all of that because if I got to be doing any of that, I'm not arguing with you, but too much. If once that's and my blood pressure feel like it's going up, and you are messing with my happiness meter, you gotta go.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
because it makes
And
my body like have a negative response.
that's crazy. You know what? You would really have a lot of people I know looking at you real strange. Cause it was one day, and it was me, my friend Joyce, and my friend Michelle. I have no
Hmm.
idea if the men got together and say we're gonna start some shit with them while they drinking on this particular day. I have no idea. Now I've never worn nails, but those two have. And
Uh-huh.
we were on a job where that we can okay. Let me put in that I'm finna go for a couple hours and I'll be back or whatever. And I don't know what was going on, but that boy was bothering me, harassing me on that job.
Uh-huh.
Joyce and Steve had a woman at their apartment, and I don't know what Michelle was mad for, but it was crazy. Do you know? I put my right hand in God. Do you know? I'm gonna see if Joyce remember this. Do you know? Um, one by one, we had to say, hey, I'll be right back. Let me go handle this. I'm up on the construction site, rope a doping with that goddamn boy. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Joyce is at the apartment, rope a doping with goddamn Steve. Okay? Michelle is somewhere, and she said she was right on the corner cooking, and she done called him, and she got rope a dope with him. When we come back, okay, my hair, well, I don't know what my hair was, and their nails was broken, and all of us was looking like we had to be unbound. That was crazy. That was a crazy ass date. That the men kept us all day. It was something going on. Sometimes one of us, she called and they back and forth, back and forth, she suspect there's something, she speaks about something going on, and that was hell. What in the hell? And one of my friends said, she said, girl, I think we put that company out of business. That company was good to us. We can just take off and go with people ass, come back, go, because let me tell you something. When the OJ trial was going on, honey, I would
Uh-huh.
clock out and go home and watch the OJ trial. And I live like 5 minutes away from the job. And baby, I had to go up there and see that, see what was going on. So it
Right.
was, let me tell you, it was a crazy time. Now I don't like for it to be um crazy. Now I'm way beyond that. I'm way when it get too crazy. I don't want to get too crazy. Wait, now you threatening me. I'm threatening all that kind of. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have time to
But
go
this
through
the
those
thing,
like
but this
that.
is what I always wonder, because how do you, that's why I think I don't just want any of it, because it's like, how do you stop it from going to that point? Like, you once is, I mean,
Well, I think you have the correct tools to maybe handle um, um, complex situations in another way.
mhm.
I have sometimes I have those tools, but I'm not thinking about those tools. I'm thinking about combat. I'm thinking about, like, check this out right here. Like one day I thought about this here. I said, oh, I gotta, cause all these niggas be tall, right? I said, you know
Mhm.
what? If I put enough of ice at that freezer in a pillowcase, right? When it's on and popping, I could, I gotta cook up, and I can, yes, I be making plans for combat, cause it's gonna be some shit. I be just sitting there waiting for it. I be waiting for it, cause I ain't bothering nobody. You know what I'm saying? And here we go. And if like, but you got to understand what that boy done jumped out the car on the bridge and did all that walking. That boy done sat up there and said that all this all the time. He in the hospital. He this, he that. He done fake all kinds of I one day I went to go to the restroom. Yeah, I went to go to the restroom in my goddamn bedroom. I can't get the door open. He is laying on the floor and with the pills that I done got from my GYN, like he done took them and he out. And I got up my goddamn coat and went to the bathroom in the hallway. I don't have time for all this shit. You know what I'm saying? And always he goes to the hospital. Let me tell you, that time when I had to get up, I was so fucking mad. I didn't know what to do. He done, called me. I'm in the hospital. I'm not going out there because this is bullshit. You ain't nothing wrong with you. His mama done called. That was my husband. I'll go on to the hospital to check on him. I said, yes, ma'am. Hung my phone up. It was the boy that I had known from the beach. So I knew him from the beach and people I was dating that way. And he so happened to work with that boy, and he used to be to that park. I got a call from him.
Mhm.
I said hello, and he said, "Hey, your such in the hospital, whatever." I said, "Well, what you want me to do?" He said, "I want you to get your butt down here. That's what I want you to do." And so, Carla, the only reason why I went, got up, because I didn't want no shit being said about me at the park, like I was a neglectful wife or something like that. I knew
Mm.
some bullshit when I got my clothes on and stuff. And I done went to that damn hospital, and time he sees me, he in the bed smiling. Okay? He instantly tells, so the doctor comes in. And the doctor said, yeah, we finna do a test, or we finna go down and see if there's any bleeding on your stomach. You know what I'm saying? So because he done told everybody I done gave him, but that thing is it a hernia or whatever?
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
give people, Yeah. He every time he hollering about some goddamn hernia that ain't nobody seen no paperwork on. And so he said, yeah. And the doctor, and so the doctor said, he said, we finna go and see if you are bleeding on your stomach. And he said, yeah, so we gotta put these tubes on the nose. He said, no, doctor, I'm all right, I'm right. He trying to get up there. I
What
said,
was he
no, you
saying? A
got
hernia or
Greg,
ulcer?
huh? Oh,
Was
I
he
say
saying a
ulcer,
hernia
ulcer.
or ulcer? Yeah,
It's
because yeah,
ulcer.
okay.
You're right.
Yeah, that's
Ulcer.
easy for
Yeah.
somebody to try to cover that one. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And yeah, and then when that doctor told me we finna put them tubes down your stomach or
Yup.
whatever, no, he told me I'm all right, I'm all right. I knew goddamn well this was another goddamn piece of bullshit. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm like, all of that. He would have my friends and family worried about all of these suicide attacks. Do you know, girl? Do you know he had a warrant? I'm telling you what, he had a warrant. For that, I wish somebody would bother me. That's why I be so upset. I never had a warrant, okay? And
Listen,
we was arguing.
I didn't had a couple two of them try to think they was gonna tell me. I was like, well, you need me to call you somehow.
Mm-mm.
You need me. you need, and listen. I mean, I know you can tell by nature, I am the most helpful person. I really am. But when it comes to that kind of boundary with that kind of like intimate relationship or whatever, I don't like it's probably it probably is like that. I am kind of like maybe scarred from my experience that I just I don't got no patience for that. Like once I say that's
Right.
it, it's like don't be calling me. No, don't be sending me no message, asking me no questions, no good morning, no none of that. I'm not responding. Like no, none of that.
It's a bunch of fucking. It is crazy. I'm like that boy had a whole warrant, and we got into it. He had a whole warrant. Oh, I'm gonna go to the jail and turn myself in. Okay, what you want me to do? And baby, I'm sitting here, sure as I look up on my phone, here his mama come. Such in jail. I said, what? Like, who turns themselves in and they got a warrant and turn themselves in? Who goes to the jail because we done got in an argument? Who does that? Like, what is wrong? It ain't me. I would never do that. I'm not gonna argue with nobody and I got a warrant and because I got a warrant I'm gonna go down there and turn myself in because I'm mad with you.
Right. Like what's gonna make you want to sit up in the jail?
Okay, I'm like, shit. Okay. And look him. And his mama came up with the money. And the only thing I did was take it down there to the bondsman and got his ass out. I wasn't putting a nickel towards this bullshit. I am tired. Do you know I had to have the moving company. These two black guys. One was kind of heavy set, the other guy. And I told him what the situation was. I told her, the company what the situation was. And the
Mm-hmm.
moving guys, black people don't really be on time or nothing, but the moving guys brought their truck and had it parked on the side. Cause the nigga worked right across the street from the job, from the
Uh-huh.
house. And he had to be there at 7. He was always on time. When I tell you, um, uh, when he left and went to that job, when I tell you them black people saw that he had them gone and they brought that truck around, when I tell you, I have never in my life did so much ghetto ass moving in my life. We were throwing, yes, we were throwing shit in hefty bags, baby. We was getting the fuck out of there. You hear me? We was moving in hefty bags. That was crazy. When he come home, honey, he came home to an empty goddamn house because this was insane. I had to sneak away. Yes, that baby mama, that worked down. She worked down there to the library person, and I told you I don't want them baby mamas. You cannot call my house or none of that. That baby mama, she worked down there to the light bill company. You know that girl had them cut my lights off at their park. I had never been to this woman. She done cut my lights off at the apartment, and then so here's the thing. I hadn't gotten a bill, and I get all his checking out, give him an allowance each week, and so I paid the bills.
Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you that I hadn't gotten a bill for about 3 or 4 months, so shit, I'm black first. I'm not recording that until
Right,
I
yeah,
got
you
that
thinking it's
bill.
good.
Yeah, the lights on. I don't know what the hell done happened, but
Right, right.
I'm not gonna alert nobody about nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it was time to pay rent, them people had said I got like a $400 something light bill I need to pay because they had been paying the lights for the apartment for that long time, and I come and find out what happened, and that bitch cut my goddamn lights off, whatever, thinking it's some kind of game or whatever. And she had an attitude when he her son they son got in trouble, and he was at the juvenile delinquent place, and when we when we go in there, I'm with him, and he told me to come, and she turned around and looked at her. I'm like, I had did nothing to her, nothing. All right, she just couldn't come out. The other one couldn't come out either. It wasn't a problem for the other one. But
Right.
honey, because the thing is, she thought that they were going to get married at some point. Child, them women was crazy and passing out on him. I was like, oh Lord,
Yeah.
when I get
Listen,
go for the breakup abuse, I'm like, When it goes too
listen.
far, I'm like, this too much. This too much, yeah.
I
Like,
think I have been the subject of more women stalking me behind the man than I have with like because I don't tolerate from like the men none of that mess. But somehow then the ladies be stalking me like I guess maybe thinking something's still happening, something's still going on. Or when it came to the ex one, they stalking me because they want to know if he's still stalking me. And
oh, oh, hell no.
yeah, like I can't. That's why I said I don't be wanting no problems. It's like
Right,
I don't want no problems. You don't need
right,
to stalk me.
exactly.
Go on about your business.
Yeah, exactly. And that crazy bitch Susan, I mean, over that goddamn gallbladder, she comes and just staying in my goddamn hospital room looking crazy. And I'm looking, I'm having the worst shit going on in my body ever, and I went to because he picked me. I was crawling on the floor. He picked me up and took me across the way right to the hospital, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
on his insurance. She is working at the lab. She's running labs. She comes in my room and looking at me crazy. I'm looking at her. I'm like, is this motherfucker here crazy or what? I don't know what a call bell or nothing at. I'm in here like, what is going on? Something was, girl, I just don't know what these, I have no idea what in the hell some of them be doing. I just don't understand how they be putting these women's life in danger. I told this girl, um, I said, look, General, can't you man speak to Walker? I said, who's calling? Susan. I said, look at Susan. I don't know what he told you, but baby, don't call my house no more. Click. That's very direct. That means don't call my house no more. Ring-a-ling-a-ling. Hello, Master. I said, didn't I tell you don't call my house no? Well, he said that I can call. Well, I'm telling you, you can't.
What?
Yeah, he said I can call. I said, I'm telling you, can't. Kind of shit is this him?
like,
You know,
like
and
your mama should have told you you can't. What
exactly,
your mama should have
exactly,
gave you enough sense to know that you can't be calling nobody else like this.
exactly. You know, and they supposed to be friends. I don't know what the hell they supposed to be, but I know something. Don't call my goddamn house. Cause you
Right.
can call. Yeah, and so let me tell you what the girl did. Now this right here was just too much. Okay, so her and her supposed to be white boyfriend, they moved in the same apartment complex in the back. I said, you got to be fucking kidding me. She comes and knocked on the door one day. I opened the door.
Lord have
She
mercy.
said, is walking here? I said, honey, don't come to my goddamn the house no damn more and shut the door. Knocked on the door. By that time he hears what's going on. He done come around the corner. She said, is walking. She saw him telling me is her white boyfriend now. I said,
Something ain't
hell no.
connect.
And
Something
he was
wasn't
kicking me
connecting all
out.
the way upstairs. Something was not connecting all
Exactly.
the way
Something
upstairs.
wasn't connecting. Like something wasn't connecting. And she like, what is
Mm-mm.
wrong with this motherfucker? Cause I'm like, listen
Mm-mm.
here. Some okay, all right. I got something for you. I got some goddamn for you. One thing about it, I learned a lot from a lot of jocks and stuff that I deal with, and some of the people where they may be legit, but some of the people they deal with ain't legit, and they done told me how to do a lot of this goddamn work by my goddamn self, and I need to get somebody. Okay,
Uh-huh.
I got some fucking motherfucking ass. Okay, already like stop playing with me. It was crazy. I was like, I told you, I saw I think I was for the grade by 26. I was getting motherfucking had died by number 20. This was crazy. I was like, I don't understand what the hell is going on. I really don't understand. And when I get, calm and peaceful and I guess you know, player like not player like player, but like a smooth like a breakup where it's more okay, like grown up or something. Then I thought, okay, real the little stuff, the little tit for tat, it don't be like crazy. And stalkerish. I got the goddamn fight for my goddamn life and shit and all this. That's the part I don't like. I don't like all of that. Like you have a disagreement, we go back and forth, whatever. Man, all of this harassment, threatening me, stalking, then fucking around with my job and all of that, and then my friends and them they complaining, everybody complaining. Cause this food is crazy. Like, baby, I done had they be laughing over, baby. When they listen, that boy said, listen, this one thing you got to understand. She'll be married and she'll be engaged to somebody else and all of this, and you got to keep up. They just be laughing, making a joke. And I did a lot of work to clean all of that up, so I don't be doing, moving, um, keeping, what I'm saying, just making sure I try to do the right thing or whatever, because sometimes that could anger somebody. You know what I'm saying? When you don't be shit. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I said I think that's why after that I looked at all like the possibilities of how bad something could end up. I know damn well I don't want to go to jail having to kill a nigga. And
mm-hmm,
and then I know, I don't want them to do that to me. So
right.
it's like,
And you
listen,
don't want to
we're
get
not even
somebody
getting
else
ready to play this
involved.
game.
Right. See, and I got like two friends that they real calm like that. They don't be understanding what I be going through, and then a lot of my male friends be don't even understand what the hell is going on and why they acting like this here and all that. You know, everybody's getting stalked. Everybody's getting stalked. Okay, and they don't even. Baby, when 7 p.m. man tell you how that boy done jumped out the trees on us. Look at him come out the ground that tree and scared
Well,
the shit
wait
out
a
of
minute.
us.
I did, but that was my ex did that. My ex did. I don't know why in the world. I was at one of my friend's house, a woman friend, and he was friends with the woman's man. I don't know where he thought, but listen, her dog was on the balcony, so we keep hearing this dog barking. He is calling my phone up a storm, Angie. At this point, I'm not even really like messing with him no more. I'm not talking to him, nothing. Okay. And so I at that phone, once I get like it's not important for me really like to answer that phone like that. You know, if I feel like it, I'll do it, but if I don't, I don't. So he was we hear her dog barking on her back patio. So I was like, why is Cashmere barking like that? Child, we couldn't figure nothing out. So I go to leave out of there to go get in my car. I look to the left, and he is in the goddamn bush. In the jump of the bush. My homegirl, they start arguing. She's like, you don't gotta go nowhere. He waiting for you out there. I'm trying to get out and go to my car to get. I'm just looking at him laughing. I had an overnight bag. So he had one of his homeboys out there with him, right? And so, I ended up finding this story out later. He had one of his homeboys out there with him, and the homeboy said, "Listen, I'm about to go home because you got me out here looking in her car doing all this stuff. Don't be doing all that." He said he is out there waiting in the bush.
See that, baby? That's what I'm saying. I done been in the bush too, but you know. I'm trying to catch you because I'm gonna put the womb doom on your ass. I'm gonna beat your ass up for this job. You know. Yeah. I'm in the bush too, but I mean that's cause it wasn't that I was stalking. You know, I was like, you know, wanting it to be back with it. Now this is a respect thing because 2:00 is the standard curfew for any couple around America, as long as I know. Okay. Now, at 1:55, I already know you ain't gonna make it. So I'm already gathering your shit, whatever you have, and I'm gathering it to give it to you. Right? And so, baby, when I tell you, I stayed up that whole entire night. And I know he had to be work early. When I tell you, I got his shit in that bag, and I was over there in that goddamn tree when he went to go park. And when he passed by the tree, I called his name. And either he didn't know it was me, or because I had my hair cut. Because I had been to my hairdresser. I was going to one of them hairdressers, but my appointment was at 6:00. I didn't get home till 1.
Listen, I didn't hate it when what you mean 1 in the morning?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I didn't have that before. Listen.
You know them like them hairdressers that's really good and
yes,
you know, they be booked up. You know they really do the hair.
Yeah, let me tell you. So you know my hairdresser is Tasiki's hairdresser and stylist, and yeah, Michael Davis. That's her hairdresser and style. He makes clothes and stuff too. He made that stuff she had on it. I don't know what possessed her to have him make that. He makes what the people tell him, okay? But he
lying here with the stores and don't say a goddamn thing. Shit, you got the people think I'm not with the goddamn store.
And listen, that's my longtime friend, like since high school. Like me and him was so best friends since high school. And but yeah, but I can't sometimes mess around with him now, especially because he's on the road with Tasiki a lot. But
Wow.
I had to stop messing with him. Sometimes I would go to him like once a month instead of how I was going every week, because you sit up in there, and yes, he is high demand like that. You sit,
Yeah.
and then sometimes I think he had me sitting up in there because we be talking, and then
Mm-hmm.
he want to have me up in there all day long.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
No,
yeah, but he, yes, very well sought after, but it's so, and he just good with hair care, like
wow.
very good with making sure he takes care of your hair. He has all. I'm not his only client that been with him that long, but he has lots of clients that's been with him for a long time. Like I said, he's been doing my hair since I was in high school, and before it was
Oh,
only him
wow.
exclusively doing it. But then, like I said, I had to find an alternative because I can't be sitting in there like that. All I'm too old for all of that now.
Right, right. Yeah, I have different, different ones that did different things. Now, did he do anything for Krishan?
Not really. His relationship kind of more so is just with Tasiki. He's not doing no.
Oh,
I don't know with Krishan. I don't think Krishan even has any consistent person that she has doing stuff for her.
right. Yeah, but because like when she be, hell, I don't even know if one time if she had a permanent place to goddamn stay. Look like she got something now, but
She didn't. Well, so she. Some people were like trying to say she was homeless, or I don't think it was necessarily that. I think she couldn't really tell because she was having to stay with other people. She really couldn't say publicly where she was staying because they was letting them people places get swatted. Like
oh,
these people on the internet would call and then swat where she was supposedly staying at.
crazy.
So then it's like that, and that's why it's like these people is so insensitive because a person like that, she fall on hard times, she need to get some help from somewhere, and then you
Right,
make it difficult for anybody to help her because you're doing all of this calling.
right, right. That,
So that's why a lot of times when she will go live, it would be from the car, and people would say, well, she had stuff in the car. She probably had a lot of things in the car because she was probably staying in between her, siblings' houses and things like that, or where she could go stay to not always stay at the same place to try to
right,
avoid bringing trouble to their house.
right. I mean, like, um, that's crazy. That's
Mm-hmm.
real crazy. And but like that girl, like for all like since somebody been doing my hair, it's always been the hot stylists in the city. When them raps
Mm-hmm.
came out, I had the girl, the lady that Icy that did the goddamn rap. It was always I'm coming home 4 in the morning. Actually, and that was the one that did my hair and cut my So I had her like not cut it all off, but she cut it into a bob and faded it in the back. And so I had that. I guess he didn't recognize me or whatever. But when I slipped through that unauthorized door and went in the hallway and jumped on him on his back and we was fighting all down the hallways and stuff like that. And then I got banned from the hospital, and he
Lord,
almost got
Lord have mercy.
yeah, he almost got fired because the security came out there. And when I tell you, when I had his bags, and it was raining as well, and or had rained, I went out there and took his clothes and I put it all outside the hospital and all of that. And
Oh my gosh.
his friends was coming up there in the and the little golf cart and stuff like that. And it was so funny. One of the dudes that worked with him, cause I mean, if you pass by me, or whatever, I look friendly, nice and sweet, and I am. I wouldn't bother no. Well, I ain't so sweet, but I wouldn't bother nobody. Man, this man who moved across the street from my cousin, he worked at the same hospital. And I said, oh, I said, well, such and such. He said, yeah. I said, oh, that's what I'm with, or whatever. And I said, oh yeah. I said, I'm the one that came out there. I'm the one that came out there. He said, that was you? I said, yeah, that was me. I mean, when I tell you, I had the cops and everybody that came. I was still performing with his clothes all outside. I was just
Oh my
like got
God.
in my car and went to work. And my mama called me because I'm trying to tell you, they always got somebody to call to get me, to get me in trouble. When I tell you my mama called me, I knew you was doing something. I knew it. That boy done
Oh
called me
Lord.
and fired your crazy ass. I said, oh man, I gets the brunt of it all. They always, that's when 7 p.m. man was sitting in him and we was talking and I was live and stuff. And I said, yeah, I said, there nobody, I said, they don't know your number. They don't know you to call. I wasn't talking about anybody out here, whatever. But cause,
Mhm.
he wanted the numbers that people call to get me. You know what I'm saying? And I said,
Mhm.
they don't know to call you no more. He told me, yeah, exactly. Because he always said, you know what? I would call and see what you was doing to the people or whatever. But he said, I know that you didn't start it and you wasn't messing with them first. He said, so that's why I ain't never tell you to leave the people alone or whatever. He said, but I was calling you because some men was calling back to cry and stuff like that. It wasn't nobody I was involved with and like that. It was just people that I guess just wanted to act an ass or whatever, and then when you start bothering me, then when I get on that ass, now you want to call people to stop me. Well, oh, okay. Like, and so, and baby, they be trying to find somebody. That shit be so damn funny. I got email. I'm gonna see if I can get them emails and stuff like that. That man 7 p.m. man, I'm picking up that phone and because they know him and I, usually fight together. So they
Mhm.
probably thinking that, they're gonna call him and they can he gonna get me off them child shit. He be all that time North Carolina, Virginia, whatever. They be Georgia, whatever. They be like, hey, is Angie coming up here? Is Angie, look, they be looking for me, baby, because they know it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have a good time. Yeah, it's gonna be and some maybe it be some shit. I leave people the hell alone. I just gonna be with all of that. I mean, and I think maybe a lot of y'all have the correct tools to use, and I don't have them tools, or I don't know how to use them. I mean, I did. I'm nice now, so maybe I know how to use them. Yeah, yeah.
You
But
say you nice now.
yeah, I'm real nice. I be telling these people I ain't cussing y'all out. Trust and believe I ain't cussing y'all out. Man, let me tell you, 7 p.m. man, I knew I was looking. If you listen to the call for the entanglement, um, that's who I had to go get on the call for the entanglement. Because he the entanglement vice principal. So
Mhm.
7 p.m. man had to call me and said, hey, your boy up here. Because it's always somebody know who I'm looking for. Somebody gonna know. Gonna give me the drop. Like Krishan. That's what I'm saying. I was at that moment, me and that girl was in sync when she was when it was talking about she done knocked on that boy door and come out there to that fucking around before that baby shower. I was in, I said, oh my God. I was looking at myself. I said, oh my God. We should say, he's not going to be able to stop help you. I'm like, oh my God, Jesus, Lord, please don't let me ever. I was just shaking my head. I said, Lord, thank you for the amazing grace. Baby, that man that called me and said, hey, you want him? He said, I said, really? He said, yeah, I can get you in. Now, this is a private event being held by the Orlando Magic.
Mhm.
They got like some little bitty gyms that they have these little things and some of their team members be over there. I said, oh really? He said, yeah. I said, not a problem. And then so I got my daughter and that's usually my ride. But I don't know why CPS didn't take that child from me. I have no
Oh
idea.
Lord,
But
have
I'm
mercy!
carrying.
Don't say
Yeah, I'm
that.
just saying. I don't be having no babysitter. I don't be trusting nobody. So when I got to come get you, I got to put her in the passenger seat. Right. Yeah, I got to come get you. Cause apparently you want to be got. I done got in that car. I done got in that car and done drove up there to the Orlando arena and shit, and I see her that top flight security, and he done sat up there and got us in. I done got in, and I see him sitting up there to that damn table. All I'm looking at is like top flight security. Everybody know it's a problem between him and I. Everybody in there is aware. Baby, when I tell you I had done slipped down up to him and bent down to his little nice white ears and to threaten his motherfucking life, 7 p.m. man over there in the corner grinning. I turned around, my daughter and this other woman, they stood up there with their mouth open. Cause they like, oh my God, everybody looking around like she is, oh my God. And when I tell you, if it wasn't for top flight security in there, baby, I would have put his head on that goddamn desk. But I threatened his motherfucking ass, and then baby, he hurried up and got on the phone and called somebody, but it wasn't the police, cause ain't nobody come to get my ass from out of there. But baby, I was like, yes, when I tell you I was sick of his ass, baby, I was sick of it. He come fucking with me. And when he got knocked out, the dude he could brought in to mess with me. Okay? He is that's the same one I be telling you about that with the Obama versity or whatever that y'all can look or whatever. The baby with his crazy ass. They brought him in to fuck with me. And we was going back and forth for years. Okay? And then both him and they fell out. And when I tell you, he did a man's thing, and I opened my email. Got an email from him when then I opened it up. He apologized and told me what happened and how he started harassing me. And I was like, so then we became, two peas in a pod. And then when we had to go get people and harass people, well, we became partners. Yeah, they were crazy. I mean, partners in politics. That's how I got in trouble with Fox 5. Partners in every goddamn thing. Girl, we was, what? We was terrorizing people. ESP, it was a lot of shit going on. So, that's why the Christmas girl said, yeah, when we walk in, people just go to looking. And I'm telling you, she had to get used to it. She stopped because her nerves like that. She stopped turning to me to me, what are they looking at? I said, they're looking at me. I said, don't worry about it, just keep walking. They ain't gonna do shit. And my daughter right behind me. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why CPS didn't don't get that girl been going seeing this bullshit beyond college. Like girl, I'm telling her she don't went from putting my mom got me. Then one time I sent her to the concession stand. I was up in your neck of the woods, sent her to the concession stand. I heard
Mhm.
this white man holler said, "Hey," he said, put them back in the cage where they belong. That's racist. I said, hey, I said, they go to the concession stand and get this, that, and the third. And I waited till she got on, and so I made my way on up there to that white man to tell him about his ass. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
About him saying that shit. I don't know how she got back so fast. Next thing I knew, Mom, come on, Mom, stop. Mom, come on, come on. And I was like, and later on, like, maybe probably like a few weeks ago, a month ago or something, I said, how did you know I was arguing with that man? She said, because I saw how your head was going and how you was doing. I was, I was like, shit. I was like, baby, oh, baby, honey, when I tell you, I was like, oh my gosh. I done got some damn, good, I mean, I am so nice and sweet, but that dude, well, I was trying to tell you that dude that I had drive to Orlando to get, I couldn't get him. When I tell you, that man drove 4 hours. Okay, he drove 4 hours, and I already knew what was going to happen. 7 p.m. man, I had told him, I said, hey, when Kenny hit that floor, call me. He was really busy. I don't think he really understood or whatever what I was saying or whatever or really even remembered it. But he knew what was going on with him, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so, baby, that man I'm coming now, and we was talking about. He said, I said, he said I'm gonna slap him. I'm like, oh, punch him. I said, punch him so he can really feel it. He said, no, I'm gonna slap him like he a bitch, whatever. I didn't know
Yeah,
that
with
was
an
a
open
man.
hand. When
Yeah,
I that well when I was back in my day when I was doing things that if I had to do a man, that's how he got it. Cause I'm
really.
gonna do you just like you a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and I ain't understand that. I want him to feel some pain. I ain't know about no slapping and shit that
Yeah,
was disrespectful or whatever.
that's the
See,
disrespect. Yeah, uh huh.
I didn't know
Yep.
that. You know what I'm saying? I want him to
Mhm.
be knocked the fuck out. And so, baby, when I tell you, uh, he done drove down there 4 hours, went up on him, boot, slapped him. He hit the ground. When I tell you, 7 p.m. man, first one, hey, somebody came in here and slapped him. Blah, blah, blah. Girl, when I tell you, when the cops came, nobody know that. Nobody know the state seen nothing, whatever. He on the goddamn ground, cradled like a damn baby. Because the entanglement knew about it and found out about it and everything. And I went ahead and, and told him the plan. And so after he left, so he had to call me because now, I'm an attorney. So I know I'm gonna keep him out of jail and shit like this stuff got to go this, go that way, whatever. And
Mhm.
baby, he called and told me where he was headed and all of that. And that never happened, with the cops and stuff like that. But baby, that shit was everywhere. That boy, yeah, came in there and knocked him out from fucking with me and him. That white boy there. Oh, child, he wanted to be black so bad. He ended up marrying this black girl, and when Billy Carson, that's running around him with Dame Dash, when he thought that he could, that, get stuff for us together enough for us to do this ESPN thing, for us not to kill each other. It
Mhm.
was agreed to. He must. He took it as him and I are friends now. That's not what that meant. That just means
Mhm.
that I am going to not be a problem with this project. That's what that means. I mean, this man dropping my name, trying to get jobs and stuff like that. He is bringing people over to meet me or whatever. He swear some kind of way we friends. No, I'm just agreeing with Billy because Billy wants to put his stuff, this ESP ESPN thing off, and I'm just agreeing not to beat your ass because we gotta work together. That's it.
Right.
Girl, that shit, that was, of course, that, child, I done been through all kinds of shit. I'm like, Lord have mercy. And it's like, there's no way I can lie about shit because it's always somewhere. It might be in print, it might be somewhere, but somebody done seen them, whatever, and they feel like, and so I don't know. Maybe I wonder, am I attracted to toxicity?
I think so. Because that's why when every time that's why I laugh when you talk about that thing about having to have a little relationship abuse in order to like keep your attention or something. And I'm like, that is what that is. But like I said, it's you this is the thing. You are not the only person. It's a lot of people that are like that. I mean, that's why I think
No.
I'm more like even killed to like accept it for what it is because you see lots of situations and lots of couples like that. I used to tell like my grandparents, I was like, my grandparents love each other, but I don't think they like each other sometimes. Like the way that they like the way that they it's like they get on each other's nerves, but of course, like my grandmother would do anything for my grandfather. My grandfather would do anything for my grandmother. But it was at times when they would be fussing. I'd be like, I don't even know if they like each other.
Mm-mm. They still stay together?
Well, until my grandfather passed away, yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Oh,
And
wow.
now, like, I mean, I know my grandmother does miss him and everything, right? But my grandmother seemed like she like more at peace.
Oh, Oh,
I mean, if I'm not saying it like, in a, I'm not laughing at the fact, that he's
Yeah.
not here, but I noticed that she feels like, cause she feel like she doesn't have to worry about somebody having to get somewhere to make somebody's dinner or, what somebody's doing or, cause my grandfather was like a little Rolling Stone for a while, right? So,
Yeah.
my
Mm-hmm.
daddy is not nothing like his dad, but my grandfather was like that. And um and then she just didn't have to worry about like trying to run stuff by him and getting the okay from him for certain things because
Oh.
for them it wasn't just about their marriage. My grandfather is a pastor, and so my grandmother and him worked in conjunction with each other at the church. And so it was like, when you come from like that kind of system,
Mm-hmm.
it's like you, especially because, so my grandfather's church was part of not just the National Baptist Convention, but the Southern Baptist as well. And so, recently, like well, not recently, when my grandfather passed away, the church got kicked out of the Southern Baptist shell because
Uh-uh.
wait a minute, because my grandmother became the pastor. And they don't believe in that. So it's a
Uh-uh.
write-up about it. It's a write-up about it. My grandmother had to, give a statement to some of the news, um, some of the news channels and everything because they were reporting about like these churches they were kicking out of the Southern Baptist because now they have women, as pastors of their churches, and my grandmother was one of them.
I heard
And
something like that. I heard something
yeah,
that churches were. I'm like, what kind of mess is that?
yeah,
And it was
uh-huh,
on YouTube. It was on YouTube.
yeah,
It hit the news. I'm
right,
like, what?
yep.
Oh God,
So
that's crazy.
yeah, so and for the longest time, my like all of my grandfather friends would like tell my grandfather that he needed to like ordain my grandmother because my grandmother has gone like around it all of the whole country teaching pastors. She has so many sons and daughters in the ministry, but she wasn't like a pastor or official. And I don't even know if my grandmother really at the time like was really wanting him to do it, but I think what was agitating her was that he had so many of his friends telling him you need to do it and then he didn't want to do it, but he waited until he started getting sick, and then he does it. And so I think my grandmother felt like it was kind of like being like she was underappreciated a little bit. I don't know. And so like I said, I know they love each other, but it was times when I was like, I don't know if they like each other. And I just honestly, I think that's where like I have like some of my aunts and uncles, they are in marriages where the people they like each other. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I don't want to ever be in no situation where it's like with my grandmother, like it feels like they are arguing about something all the time, but it was because so much of their life was intermingled. Like they really didn't have any time separate to themselves
Wow.
because they were involved in the business with about everything with each other.
No, but you know what? Now I'm thinking, and this is where I'm thinking. I be thinking that I I could I could make it work if we're in business together and what have you, because all I mean although we have I've been in you know deals and stuff with the person with people and stuff like that, and it worked out, you know what I'm saying. But I don't know if I could be in like a big structure, like a church structure type
Yeah, that's
business
what I'm
or.
saying. Like I think it's different
Mhm.
when you're talking about like a church and that
Mhm.
she
Mhm.
everything that she wanted to do creatively, it was like he wanted to be in control of it.
Oh.
And so it was like she couldn't just decide that she was going to do something. This is the thing. Sometimes she could, right? But then
Mhm.
when he would get like egotistical and like really want to pull rank, she might think it was okay, like for her to make a decision, and then he would do something and then pull rank, and then it ends up in them having an argument because like it's like 1 minute you it's okay for me to do it and do it how I want to do it, but when you feel like that something is like taken away from you or that nobody ran something by you, like you need to. And so it like I said, I think it spilled over into how they conducted themselves in their marriage because for a large part of my grandparents marriage, it's been church business. That I tell people, like a lot of times my grandparents reminded me of Greenleaf, for real, like that couple, the dynamic.
Oh wow. Mm-mm.
Like if and it's people
That is.
around, it's people around that know, they will agree. They said it, like the relationship that was kind of like between my grandmother and my grandfather, it was like that. And so, and like in Greenleaf, you had Lady Mae. She felt like that everything was like, oh, you got to ask the pastor, you got to ask the pastor, or like if she's it's so like so structured in that, like if she's gonna go speak somewhere, oh well, you got to get permission from your pastor, and everything is about some permission because
Oh.
everything is made to be like about some,
Uh-huh.
it's hidden under a covering, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, they 7 p.m. man like that, and they hear, we supposed to be doing, one, some work together, whatever. And they hear him sit up here and say, I've already listened to you long time ago. I see people. I'm looking at him like, you know what I'm saying? Now kind of waste the best times when we could have done all of that because I'm still second guessing myself. Like I'm like, I'm too old for this. But then I'm thinking in my head, but my head is not saying I'm too old for this. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
Yeah.
like, now you wait till I, girl. I be like, ooh, I want to rope your ass. But the thing about it is,
Listen,
I
and I
never
know
did.
it was plenty of times that my grandmother felt like that, but it was like she was. always going to make sure like that she kept. That's why I try to like when I hear men say certain things and they talk about, oh well, our grandmothers was like this and we wish it would go back to that, and I'm like, do you understand that the
Mhm.
grandmothers that you're talking about raised women like us, and we know what
Mhm.
they really felt like. We know we know how they really felt about what you're suggesting that women go back to. Like the
Right.
reason why women don't want to go back to that is because they warned us not to accept that. Like
Right. Right. Exactly.
it's like
Exactly.
they were not happy with that. And it was when my grandmother stopped teaching, she always told me, she was like, Carla, I would have kept teaching much longer than I did, but she had to stop because my grandfather got sick. And
She was.
like I
She
said,
was.
I know
Oh,
it.
teaching school.
You
That's the
said
one that
what?
taught school. That's the one that taught school.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she was saying that it's not. She was like, I love him, and I wouldn't have anybody else take care of him. So that's not. She said that's not what I'm suggesting. But I
Mhm.
think because she felt like so much of her life she dedicated to how he wanted to do things and what he wanted to do, and now she was having to once again give up her passion to take care of him.
Mm.
And I mean, when you stay with somebody who has done certain things, and
Mhm.
I guess you get down to that, it's like a sense of, maybe I'm not gonna say that she felt like a sense of betrayal. Well, she at certain point she probably felt a sense of betrayal, but she felt a sense of like, now I'm expected to do the right thing. And it would be wrong for me not to do the right thing when so many years, while you were able to move along as you please, you did what you wanted to do. And
Mhm.
now I'm having to stop what I love to do this. And so it was more like she felt like she was obligated, like that she had to
Oh
do it.
wow.
And so but she wanted to stay teaching, but she couldn't because he needed, when he when she stopped was when he had gotten prostate cancer. And
Oh okay.
because of that's he didn't pass away to many years later after that, but
Mm.
they had to plant these seeds like to do the radiation. And so
Mhm.
it wasn't in just anybody couldn't be around him to help care for him, because it was certain people, because of the radiation, that they had to not be like around him.
Oh.
So it wasn't like she could just get anybody, and then it was she didn't like trust everybody and then trusting people to come into home. So she stopped teaching so that she could take care of him. But she was like, she said, I would have kept going, you know. And I think that's why she always like instilled in us like, do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Don't stay in a situation too long that you start to regret that you didn't do what you wanted to do.
Lord. And you know what? And you see so many older people like that, that Walker husband, like his father got like 13, 14 kids and stuff. And I think his wife been married. She got like 6 of them, and I think he done been married to her through all of them. I just couldn't understand how his mama got pregnant with him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, had the sister from somebody else, and then had his younger sister back with him. I'm like, well, what kind of damn, look like me, you would have had all 3 of them. Love kids or whatever you want to call them. But no, I mean, and when we went down, we was all in the restaurant, and another when we saw another one of his brothers they had never seen, never met. Um, he was in the line, and I'm like, I mean, this is crazy. I mean, it was kind of crazy to me. And that lady acted as if she was unaffected. She sat up there, made all them sounding threats and all that stuff before church. Then go to church, do all that singing, then come on back, make dinner, and then have a drink. I'm like, that's too much. That's too much.
Yeah. Well, our other family friends, this is messed up. So it's so many stories out here where I could tell about the church scene of out here around across states all over the place. But one particular family friend, she was a friend of my grandmother's, and um she her husband, they had taken in one of her kids' close friends, is a young girl, because she her I don't know what was going on in her house, but they took her in, right? And they kind of like raised her like she was their child. Well, then what ends up happening is that she grows up, comes of age. She finds out that her husband, who was a pastor, had 5 children with the girl. Mm-hmm. That they let in their house.
What was the girl that they took in?
Yeah.
Oh, oh, oh.
All 5 of the children were born after the girl was, old of age, but still.
Yeah. That's correct. So what did the lady do? Did she stay with
Nothing.
him
They
or?
nothing. They stay. That they stay because so many women and that pastors' wives and stuff like that. They feel like they got to continue to uphold that image.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Like with University of Florida, I think his grandfather. I think they Kojic, um, they got and his uncle was a pastor at one of them churches and whatever. I really don't know how that Kojic stuff is set up. I don't know. Um, I don't know how they how the connection is. It's Kojic and what's the other church thing like that, kind of like set up like structure like Kojic. It's another one out there.
Oh, well, you got Church of God in Christ. You got Pentecostals. They all of them speak in tongue. You got your United Methodists, your Episcopalians, your AME.
Right, but I'm talking about how Kojic is to me now. This is what I think is going on. I think Kojic is a network, like they all connected. Maybe they're
Yes, it's a denomination. Yes.
it's a bishop, and then it's all these churches that fall under this umbrella.
Yeah,
Is that how they
so
Kojic is set up?
Karen Clark Sheard's husband, Drew Sheard, he is the
Mm-hmm.
like presiding bishop.
Oh.
From the Clark sisters?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
She's something.
Karen Clark Sheard's husband is the presiding bishop right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, of the Kojic.
Oh, wow. I
But
think it's
most of the denominations are like that. Like when you like full gospel, they have some kind of presiding. The National Baptist, they have a president. It's the name might change.
uh,
The Baptist, National Baptist, they have a president. And most of your Baptist associations are just gonna have they're gonna call it's gonna be a president or um so like depending if they'll either be called a president or a moderator.
mm,
The Moderators are normally like what they use on the state level. So those people who are in charge on state level conventions, because in addition to them having like national, they also have their own regional and local.
Right, right. But it's
So
so,
you
but it's
might
so.
have the presiding bishop over the entire convention, whatever it is, whether it's Kojic or whether it's the Methodists, whether it's the Presbyterians, whatever. You'll have the presiding person over that, and then you also then have it broken down to like regional and then local. And so a lot of times they'll be termed like moderators of the local. I know the Empire Baptist Convention, that's what they use moderator, the term moderator, to determine who's in charge of that all of that convention. But they all have like their own local stuff and then regional, and then sometimes they have something with things where they do interdenominational.
Now, wasn't King Jives at Kojic?
Yes.
Okay.
And the word is supposed to be that he got kicked out because he was a minister. And well, I don't know if they said he was an elder. I don't know if he was just
I
a
heard, yeah, I
minister.
heard he was like, he had a title. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he might have been an elder. And they kicked him out, I guess, once he um exposed his and decided to be open about his sexuality.
Mm.
And so they said that's when he got kicked out. But I don't even really understand how they are kicking people out because I mean, to be honest with you, Angie, all of them are doing it. All of them are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So how
Yeah.
why would you that it's like is
Yeah.
what bothers me is they put them out when they say it, when they speak it, like it's
Yeah.
truth. But as long as they keeping it on, quiet, keeping it on the down low, then they
Yeah.
are okay.
Now, does any of those Kojic churches, do they have like any mega churches like um the one your boy took over Ed Long? Do Kojic have any?
So
Cause I
they were full gospel. I don't know whether so the empowerment that empowerment temple is I'm thinking of wrong. That's Jamal Bryant's church here. So technically Jamal Bryant is still the pastor, the senior pastor at his church here, which is Empowerment Temple, but there is another pastor there right now because he's not there. So New Birth was
oh
a full gospel church. But after that whole thing happened with Eddie Long,
yeah.
I don't know whether they disassociated him or not because I think that name came off of it after that.
But now, what did the before Jamal got there? Did his did his wife take over or the son take
No, the
over?
son. The
Mm.
son took over. And I guess then the son thought that automatically he was going to just be the pastor. But I don't think that's the mother didn't want that. And the church didn't want that either, I don't think. And so then that's when it was known, let it be known, they put out there that they were looking for a new pastor. And Jamal was kind of like having some political issues with in here. When I mean like issues with the politics here in Baltimore, like
Yeah.
a lot of people in Baltimore were getting fed up with Jamal because a lot of the rumor and stuff that was going on, and he was kind of like getting disrespected in a little bit in the streets.
Like yeah,
It's
I seen I saw some clips with them. Some people saying all kinds of something to them.
yeah,
Like what kind of
yeah.
rumors was they saying?
Well, I mean, just the womanizing stuff, like
Oh,
the womanizing stuff, and then um he one of the things that really had um some people pissed with him was there is a funeral director here in Baltimore, but most of the funeral directors here in Baltimore are pretty like prominent. But this one in particular, he had alleged, I'm gonna say that because this is your channel, allegedly some
mm-hmm.
involvement with one of that funeral the granddaughter of that funeral director, one of the granddaughters. And allegedly she had gotten, with child, and it was arranged that she was going to go and do what it needed to be done in order to terminate the situation. But because of how far along she was, it couldn't be done here. So they went to Atlantic City because in New Jersey it was a different, you know.
Oh no.
So they went up there, and then I don't know what happened that she ended up having cold feet and saying that she didn't want to do it. But he left her in New Jersey.
Who left it in New Jersey?
Allegedly JB.
Whoa.
And so then her grandfather, who is a prominent funeral director owner around here, he had to go get her. And so originally they were not going to even speak on it. They weren't going to say anything about it. But after he did that, then he did speak up and say on it. The funeral director.
Mm-hmm.
And that caused a lot of tension and issues, and how people started to view him. And then there was an issue where there was another church here in Baltimore, Mount Olive. It caught on fire. The steeple, it was a thunderstorm, a thunder and lightning storm, and the steeple caught on fire, and it caught the church on fire. The church burnt down. Well, when that happened, um, it ended up exposing some stuff about the finances of that church and how much in debt that church was. And the main reason that that church was in debt was due to things they were funding for that pastor.
Oh.
And because when that pastor inherited the church was paid for. It was debt free. But because they had done things to take like all of these mortgages out on the church to get him, they bought a house. They put the house in his name, but the church paid for it. And typically that's not how it happens, because the church normally just purchases a parsonage that
Parsons.
belongs to the
Yeah, yeah.
church. Yeah,
Right.
and
Okay, we do that up there too. Okay.
yeah, and so but but this situation, the church had, like I said, was debt free, didn't have a mortgage. But then when he became pastor, it was some additional mortgages, I guess, taken out at some point on the church. And but they went to go purchase this home. The home purchase was in the name of the pastor, but then they went to go purchase the. You said what?
I didn't say nothing.
Okay, so they went to go purchase a car and purchase it in the name of the church, which is that's backwards. Like why the car was $300,000. Yeah, and you dedicating the car, like, and made all this big ceremony deal and stuff. And so then when all of that stuff happened with that church, and it was all exposed because of the fire, like all of this stuff got exposed. It was like, okay, the mortgage, they took all of these down, the church is in debt because it got these mortgages
Wow.
on it. And then in addition to that, the church had like this huge water bill. And I'm talking about thousands of dollars in a water bill. And I'm sitting up there trying to figure out, how do you run up thousands of dollars of water bill in a church?
Right.
Like, you ain't
Now,
baptizing every Sunday. The people only come in there to go use the bathroom, flush the toilet, and wash their hands. Like, what? Who is showering and
right.
taking?
So
Right, like, what is happening? Did the water bill is like that, and so all of that stuff has started getting exposed. And when that happened, it shined a light on Empowerment Temple and some of the same practices that were going on over there financially, that people felt like were exploiting the people over there too. And so,
so is that temple like a mega church, or is it just a good sized church, or is it a normal
it's not a
size?
mega church. It's a floor level church, so it's flat. So, like,
Okay.
well, okay, they do have a balcony. Let me take that back. They do have a balcony, but essentially, the church is, to me, is flat, because I'm used to being in churches where you got way more layers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so the church is kind of flat. It has, I don't know, because I have not been over there. I hadn't been over there in a long time. Since one time I went over there, and it was just some things that I was like, oh no, So I didn't go over there no more after that. But um, it had a good membership, is what I can say. The church had a good membership. Um,
Okay.
but and I don't think that the membership really, I don't think that he was really having problems with his membership when he left. I think it was the community. And I think he realized that he was not going to get any type of um push with the community to get him where he wanted to be, because it was too many negative things and too much history. And I mean, the Baltimore knows Jamal Bryant back from Bethel AME. His dad was the pastor of Bethel AME. And so like, and he thought originally that he was going to inherit that church from his dad, but he didn't. And that's what pissed him off. And so then that's when he went and created his own church. Um but yeah, the when he so New Birth was, like I said, that was full gospel. Man, is that what you're thinking about when you saying Kojic?
Yeah, I thought there is like a code in Church of God in Christ, like they like the system, because it's like Church of God in Christ like all over America, right?
Yes,
I thought that was
but the yeah,
your
but full gospel Baptist is this convention is the same. Like, that's another denomination too.
okay.
So some of the people that some people might think are Kojic are actually part of full gospel.
Oh,
And that was started, that full gospel convention was started by Paul Morton.
okay.
You said what?
I never heard of him.
Yeah, the full gospel convention was started by Paul Morton. Um, he was originally with the Baptist convention, and then I think that he did not see that he was going to be able to rise in ranks into the National Baptist Convention, and so he branched off and did the full gospel convention. And so the basis of that is they speak in tongue too, but it's supposed to be the believing in all of the fruits of the spirit. Because like, each one of these denominations has a major thing that they focus in on.
Hmm. Hmm.
And so Baptists believe is, you get baptized and that's how you say. And then the Kojic Pentecostals have this thing, like, is once you are anointed with the clove of tongue, then that's the sign that you, like, they all got this thing that they believe makes them and identifies their salvation.
Right. Right.
The AME were birthed out of the Methodist church because they couldn't fellowship. The Methodist Church is like one of the first churches established, but they couldn't fellowship. The AME came about because they couldn't fellowship with white congregants, and so they created the African Methodist Episcopalian
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we started out as AME and Methodist, and then I went Baptist when I got older. Yeah, that is now now is the Long family, are they still over there with New Birth or
I don't know if Vanessa Long is still there because I don't really watch that church um like that. My one of my aunts used to be a member over there when Addie Long was there. I had an aunt that was a member of her of that church, and another one of my aunts was a member of that daggone Creflo Dollar.
no, not
Yeah,
they was
yes.
you could let me tell you something. I like those Creflo. I didn't think that it was nothing, that was gonna be fishy behind him. And baby, when they was doing, some church exposures, if I'm not mistaken, I thought I saw Creflo and went to jail. I thought I saw it. I was like, honey, I almost passed out. Cause Creflo was on that show with what his name is. We miss Robert. We miss Robert. Girl, what the comedian? We miss Robert. Uh, we miss Robert.
But I think it's breaking up a little bit again. You breaking up a little bit.
What about now?
Okay, yeah, now it sounds okay. You said what happened? He was on what?
He was on this was sitcom with what their comedian name, and he was trying his little acting chops, and he was pretty good.
You talking about Miss
And
Pat or
he
what?
it's Ricky Smiley. Ricky Smiley had his
Wait,
little
wait a minute.
chop.
Creflo was on there.
Yes, he was the when Robert died, he was the funeral director. And so when Trent was out here, he played a clip in the sector like we miss Robert. He played that clip. And I instantly just
I did
fell
not
out
know that
laughing because
Creflo
it
was
was
doing no
so funny.
daggone Ricky Smiley show.
Yeah, he was on that show, and child, that is that one where baby, now y'all had to see this episode where I found it and posted where they in that church and Robert done died, and the probation officer is checking to make sure that it's him, and a lot of ghetto stuff is going on in there. J. Anthony Brown, honey, it's a hot mess in that funeral. And after the baby, I laughed so hard. Honey, that man, I miss.
Wait a minute. It's a
Creflo was
movie.
so good.
It's a movie or a show.
It's a show. I posted on my wall. It Creflo was so good. And then when I saw it, I think they said Creflo was in jail back at church. Girl, I almost passed out. I almost passed out. Cause you know what? I had never heard anything, bad about Creflo. And was trying to
Other than
figure
he
out
won.
his name.
I can't stand those pastors. I can't stand no church to be talking about bring your income tax return so we can make sure you tithe it appropriately.
Yeah, no, I can be fooled up with no mess like that. But the only thing I just had an issue with was his name.
Yeah.
When he first came on the scene, I had my head caught. Like, your name Creflo Dollar. I mean, this is what's on your birth certificate. And girl, when I saw him, let me tell you, I had I be saving some of my little spots on YouTube, and I'll, be sharing. I don't know what I've been thinking about. And I said, okay. I said, not too long ago, I said, Mom, I'm gonna send you this site. I know you're gonna like it because it has a lot of psychology in it, and also be talking about some of these people's business and stuff like that. And they did a show. They was running a thing on pastors. They did Jamal, they did Creflo, they did that man in New York. They did I think they did T.D. Jakes. They did a series on the pastors, and baby, I was rolling. And then that's how I found out that Creflo had done went to somebody's jail. I'm
Yeah.
like, what child, I had to grab my
Oh,
children.
you talking about the bishop, that man that what's his name? I know the one in New York. What's that man? Because he was arguing with Larry Reed too. Him and Larry Reed was arguing. What's that man?
What's
I
the name?
cannot think of Whitehead. Whitehead.
Yeah, Whitehead. They did Whitehead.
Yeah.
Because I know Whitehead or some had some kind of
He
altercation with
went
this
to jail.
man.
Yeah, he in jail.
Yeah, baby, when I tell you my mouth was open, when they went to exposing the pastors,
They got he
child,
in
my mouth
jail.
was open.
Brian Karn is in jail right now.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Brian Karn in jail for some financial crimes. Dude,
Right,
most of
that
the
is
time they
just,
going there for financial crimes.
exactly. And I just don't understand. I don't. I really don't know. I really sometimes don't be knowing what to say. It's like, you know, like how at the church, and depending on what church it is, they taking care of you pretty good. 'Cause, I don't know too many pastors with a job, with a
Most of
nine to
them
five
don't.
job.
You know, back in the day, like my grandfather's day, them pastors had a job. My grandfather was a principal. They had a job back in the day, but now these pastors
Exactly.
don't. They don't have no job.
Exactly. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, now how you gonna be that greedy and you over there under the watchful eye of the Lord? I don't understand that. I just want to
Yeah,
make
I
sure
don't. I don't
that
like it. I don't.
yeah, I don't like
That's
stuff
why I
like that.
never like my everybody in my family will always ask me why won't I, do something like go into ministry work and I could get paid to do it and all because I mean that's all a lot of them do. I was like I can't do that. Like to me the gospel is not for sale. I understand y'all do what y'all want to
Yeah,
do. I'm not judging y'all about it, but I can't see myself going somewhere. The gospel is free.
yeah,
Like it's not to be to me. It's not something that I'm just to be sold. And I don't care however many Bible verses you try to quote to me to try to justify, and that don't sit in my spirit like that.
yeah, exactly, exactly. My thing is like, I depend on what you're doing. I believe that you should be received receive some compensation. And if you one of them ones, because you have some of them pastors that be on the road a lot, with the church, they got guests.
Angie, they getting paid from those churches when they on the road. That's outside of their salary. They're getting when they go on a road to other churches, they getting paid a moratorium.
Oh, cause see, I haven't been to the church in a while, but my church, they call my church, the stuck up black people church. So we don't
Y'all
run
only had church
around.
for 1 hour. Y'all have church for one
Yes,
hour.
yes, exactly.
Yeah,
We don't
that's the
run
kind of churches
around.
I'm like.
Yeah, we don't run around. Nobody speaking in tongues, and it's not a lot of that. So, baby, and New Year's Eve, they had them. I don't know. They looked at the man resume or something because you could kind of tell he don't come to the wrong church. So but and I tell you, it was so funny. Me and Christmas girl, we sitting up there because it's in Mandarin, the church in Mandarin, and we lived in Mandarin, so we done went over there. We done went there for New Year's Eve, and this man was, with the and baby, we sit, everybody sitting in in that church, like we in shock, because we trying to figure out why is you hollering and acting like a fool, like you running up and down. We trying to figure out what is going on. And that man done come to that man came back to that podium. He said, "Look him, y'all ain't got to be all stuck up. You can let loose something." Yeah, he had done told us because I guess he kind of picked up that this ain't really our normal Jew right here. We don't know what's going on with you. You hollering and screaming and hitting these people podium and stuff like that, these people got their Bible and they are ready for you to tell them a page to look down and read and look back up. All that
Yeah,
hollering.
well, let me tell you, my cousin. So my dad is pastors in Harlem, right? So
Mm-hmm.
my cousin, her husband, he gets him this, pastorship over at this church in Peekskill, New York, right? That's a whole different type of
Mm-hmm.
congregation. The congregation from that you have in Harlem or in them five boroughs is not going to be the same
Mm-hmm.
congregation that you have up in them them places that I'm telling you, right? So listen, my cousin's husband went over to that church and started doing that kind of mess. Angie, he was. I hate to say this because it's it's nothing wrong with this, but this is what he did. That this is not that type of congregation. I'm sorry, but he he started wearing them African American attires and all of that. Let me tell you, New York loves my dad. Like all the churches across New York, they love my father, right?
uh,
He had to go. He had to go. They could not deal with that. They I hate to say this.
uh-uh.
I hate to say this, but this is the truth. They held a vote to vote his ass up off the damn church.
Uh-uh.
Wait a
Uh-uh. Oh, that's wrong.
I hate to say this, but they held a vote to vote his ass up off their church. So then, because my father like holds the places that he does, like in the national,
That is so wrong.
in the state and on the national level, they were able to disqualify the vote. Let me tell you how they disqualified the vote because people voted that weren't in good standing. Like it was members considered not to be in good standing, and so a member not in good standing is somebody who is not paying tithes to the church.
Oh
So
Lord,
they were able
yeah.
to disqualify the vote based on that. So that bought him like a little bit of extra time, and then they brought like a board of people in to try to act like mediator to try to mediate between him and the congregation to
Uh,
try to get stuff like straightened out. But they knew that was not going to work. They knew that was not going to work. So in the meantime, they were working on trying to get him, and they ended up getting him a historical church here in Baltimore. They did.
oh wow. Okay.
But yeah, he had to leave. He had to leave from over there. That was not. I was like, why did he go over to that congregation with all of that? You got to read the room.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You gotta know where you are. We have a large church and all of that, but we Baptists and we sitting now with the book. We don't, we don't. Nobody's
Be doing all
running.
that running around the church.
Yeah, nobody's running around. Nobody's calling out. Nobody's calling down. None of that. Girl, when we went to University of Florida, mom and them church, and when they got the Holy Ghost. I don't know what denomination that was. They got the Holy Ghost, and when his mama was on the floor rolling and stuff like that, and when them people come over there and put a white sheet
That
over her.
shawl, yeah, that little shawl
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. My daughter was
That's the
young then.
holiness. That's them holiness.
Yeah, my daughter, she didn't understand what's going on. She stood up to look. I'm like, oh my
Listen,
god.
I don't like that. I'm gonna tell you, I don't like all that running around the church. I don't like no speaking in tongues and all of that. I be looking at them people. I be looking at those people shouting. Um,
Hmm.
and look, I grew up. I am church. Like I grew up. Like that's.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
but I cannot stand none of that. I look at that. I'm. That stuff scares me. I don't like that.
yeah. That pushing me down. I'm gonna
Oh,
push you
that's
down
not.
further.
That's definitely not gonna happen. Not in my good church clothes.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something.
and don't
That
oil up my forehead. Don't oil up my forehead with nothing.
oh. Let me tell you. So that was the experience at when I was at JB Church. That's why I ain't never go back there, child. Never. So
Yeah, them
I
people. Ooh, yeah, that Benny Hinn. I didn't. They did a thing on that Benny Hinn I saw, and I did not know that they found out that he was a fraud. I'm like,
yeah, all of them. They would find out about all of them eventually. So I'm over at JB Church, and so it was a whole lot going on over at that church that day. It was just like too much for me. It was
mm-mm,
sensory overload. But then when he started anointing them people, right? And so he was calling out all this crazy stuff. Come up here if you thought about killing your kids at between the
mm-mm,
hours of 2:30 and 4:30 on Friday afternoon. Like he
mm-mm.
was he was saying all of this crazy stuff. The crazy part is all of these people, he was like, it's 5 people in here. 5 people in here who thought about killing their kids from between 2:30 and 4:30 on Friday afternoon. Well, way more than 5 people went up there, Angie. Way more
Mm-mm.
than 5 people. It was a whole bunch. So
Well,
then
who
he
thought
had to
about killing
start.
their kids? Man, I just started looking crazy. That's when I can turn around. Because I want to know, is anybody else seeing this but me? It's always some shit, and I like to turn around and see if anybody is seeing this but me.
Well, me and
Or
my
my
cousin
daughter.
was in there together, right? Me and my cousin was in there together, so we looking at each other like, what the hell type shit? And so we looking, and I said maybe they think he's saying like metaphorically. They want, how somebody will say your kids are getting on your nerves so much you want to wring their neck or something. I'm like, maybe
Yeah,
that's what he
yeah.
mean. And so he gonna anoint them, and hopefully it'll help their kids or whatever. So I'm trying to make some sense of this because I'm like, ain't no damn way that nobody in here and going up there talking about really wanting to kill their kids, right? But one of the couples that went up there, they were sitting next to us. They had got up, right? And
Mm-mm.
so, but the
Mm-mm.
girl was pregnant. So I'm like, well, maybe she really was thinking of, I don't know, maybe it's another kid that's ahead that she, thought she was gonna kill. Maybe, I don't know. I was thinking all kinds of stuff, right? So
Right.
he got up there, he got the oil, right? Got the olive oil, and he was putting so much oil on them people, and
Uh-uh.
they was looking like a piece of greased up chicken.
Uh-uh. See, that's what
So
I'm talking about.
wait,
Don't freeze me up with nothing. I don't know what's going on.
so wait a minute, that wasn't it. So I guess he ran out of oil because he was using
No,
so
man.
much of the oil. So he was telling them to bring him another bottle of oil, and I guess the people weren't moving fast enough. So he started taking the sweat off of his body and wiping it down on these people, Angie.
I know you lying.
I was like,
Yeah, that's
okay,
too
it's time.
much.
It's time for us to go.
That's too much. That's too much.
It's
Is
time for us to go. I can't.
yeah, that's too much. Is Krishan that church Krishan go to?
That's not in Baltimore.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
That's in
That's I think I'm trying to think of if that church is closer to like Capitol Heights. So it's close. That church that she go to is closer to like you're going towards DC.
okay.
I mean, DC and Baltimore are not that far from each other. It's like 45
Right,
minutes.
right.
But that church is closer to like going towards DC. Like it's either like in Lanham or Capitol Heights, something like that, one of those areas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I be sometimes looking, sometimes like a good time, whatever. But I be, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I just when I see some that so look like they so money hungry, I be like, you know, it's gonna be a issue. But yeah, listen, those people, them churches be getting exposed, and I mean that Jamal Bryant, it was just something about him. I just, I just never could get in tune with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted to like him on a reality show with Giselle and stuff like that, but I don't like the way he talked, like he walked soft, and I always thought he was gay. Well, that's just to be honest. He just walked real soft and talked real. And then he
You
met
wanna know
my
what?
boy.
I've never now when this is what I can say. There has never been any allegation, rumor, or anything like that that he is that way. That's one thing I can say. Like out of all of the
I know he
pastors who
has
get
children. Yeah, he has some
but
children.
out of all of the pastors who get that, on their rap sheet, that has never been part of his rap sheet. Now I can't say that means that he's not, but I've never heard no rumor
Right,
like that. It's always
right,
been.
and it could be just a me thing because I don't like
Mm-hmm.
nobody like talk real soft like that. Look like he walk real easy and all. I don't like nobody. I like men who walk like they crazy. Walking, walking and snap around, look around, and whatever. I like you to walk like, honey, I'm trying to think this, but dude got fired one day. This was so funny. Them girls in customer service. I was over in the executive building, and I knew the boy family abuse. So